Book 1, Turbulent, Chapter 1, Chicago O'Hare International Airport, Chicago, Illinois, day of event. Terminal 3 of Chicago's O'Hare International Airport was filled with pissed-off passengers. After a 4-hour delay, Maddie Langston was feeling cranky herself. Her flight from San Diego had arrived at 11 that morning. By 3 that afternoon, her connecting flight was still not boarding, even though the plane was at the gate. When the lights in the terminal cut out and the flight departure screen went blank, Maddie sighed. "Looks like my flight will be delayed again." Sitting in the dim light, Maddie pulled her cell phone from the silent pocket Faraday backpack Uncle Ryan had given her. Although she had promised him that she would keep her phone in the bag while she was in the airport, she was having social media withdrawal. She was not as concerned about a thief scanning her RFID chips as he was. She pulled the charging cord from the pack and started to plug it into an outlet before realizing that it wouldn't charge with the power off. Maddie tapped a social media app on her phone, but it wouldn't load. Her phone did not have a signal. After shutting it down and restarting it half a dozen times, it still wouldn't connect to her wireless service provider to pass the time. She listened to songs from her music library. She usually listened to her favorite music using streaming services. Luckily, she had a few games on her phone. Maddie looked up to see an angry man in a sport coat and trousers with one knee on the American Airlines service counter. The terrified woman behind the desk had her back pressed against the wall as far from the out-of-control passenger as possible. Maddie pulled the earbuds from her ears. 2 men had gripped the arms of the angry man who was yelling obscenities at the woman as the woman yelled for security. "Why can't you tell us what the hell is going on? My flight was supposed to leave 3 hours ago. Now the lights are out and it is freaking hot as hell in here," another passenger yelled at the petite woman. "I do not have anything to tell you. I'm in the dark too," she said. "Oh, is that your attempt to lighten the mood? Distress the situation? Did they teach you that in customer service school?" the man mocked. "My cell phone isn't working. I need to use a phone." "I have to call my husband. He'll be expecting us to arrive in Nashville any minute," a woman called out. A tall man in a sports jersey and jeans stepped forward. He towered over the other passengers. Holding an arm up, the man said, "Listen up, folks. All this yelling and getting aggressive with customer service isn't going to get us answers that the woman clearly doesn't have." "Well, someone sure as hell better start explaining pretty damn fast," the man in the sport coat barked, shaking his arms loose from his captors. "Look around you. It is a chaotic mess in here. It's not just American Airlines flights that are delayed. No planes have taken off or landed here in over an hour. The power is out to the airport, and something has disrupted the phones, including cell phones." Just then, an explosion rattled the windows. The ear-piercing sound of metal on concrete was followed by the cockpit of a jet skidding down the runway. It hadn't occurred to Maddie that planes might collide mid-air without access to tower control for guidance. People rushed from the shopping area of the terminal, dragging their wheeled bags behind them, and huddled near the window to stare at the burning wreckage of the plane on the tarmac. Maddie slowly rose to her feet. Grabbing her backpack from its position beside her, she flipped it over her shoulder and reached for the extended handle on her suitcase. The terminal was in darkness, lit only by the windows where a surreal show of flames and black smoke was casting long shadows toward the center of the concourse. As Maddie stared out the window with her mouth open wide at the flaming, smoking, twisted mass, a second Boeing 737 dropped from the sky in pieces, scattering onto the runway and bursting into flames. The lights were out. There was no cell service and planes were colliding in the sky above them. Maddie came to a startling realization. It had happened. The EMP, the electromagnetic pulse, her dad and Uncle Ryan talked about had really happened. Her hand shot up to cover her mouth. Maddie's feet would not move even though her brain said run. She couldn't catch her breath. While her fellow travelers stood with eyes peeled to the horrid sight and their mouths wide in shock and terror, Maddie ran. Her bag's wheels skipped off the floor of the concourse as Maddie bolted toward a family restroom. Her backpack smacked the wall as she spun around to turn the lock. Maddie dropped her pack and suitcase by the door and slid to the cold tile floor. Hugging her knees to her chest, she sobbed, rocking side to side. Mixed with the crushing fear was a pang of guilt. She had mocked her dad for his paranoia. A wave of grief threatened to crash over her without mercy. As she cried, the years of repressed grief burst to the surface as she recalled the training and warnings her father had tried to communicate to her over the years. Maddie hadn't cried this much since the accident. The day her dad died, the day her world changed forever. As the tears flowed in torrents, Maddie rested her head on her arms. She was startled by loud banging behind her. She jumped to her feet and spun to face the door, her heart pounding against her chest. In the blackness, She couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Maddie pulled her phone from her back pocket and activated its flashlight feature. Holding it over her head, she turned and looked around the small room. I can't stay in here forever. How long before a plane came crashing through the terminal? How many were up there circling the airport? How many had diverted from their flight paths to land after they lost their navigation system and contact with the control tower? Pilots would only have line of sight to avoid a mid-air collision. How soon would it be before they ran out of fuel? Maddie's thoughts raced. She had to get someplace safe right now. That was what her dad always told her. The longer she hesitated, the more dangerous it would be. Maddie stood and blew her nose. She bent over to reach for her pack. She froze. Maddie's heart dropped. She was stranded in one of the country's busiest airports in the middle of one of the most populated cities, and she had never felt more alone. Maddie turned and put her back to the door. She slid once more to the floor, curling her arms over her head. Dad was right. Her friends had called her father Greg Langston a doomsday prepper, a title that brought Maddie embarrassment before he died. Her father had taught her and her brother Zach survival skills and how to prepare for disasters. She never took it as seriously as she should have. "What do I do, Daddy? What do I do?" she cried. Her mind raced, searching for answers. Images of her rolling her eyes as her dad lectured her and Zach on what to do in a world-ending scenario brought a new round of guilt and shame. "You were right, Daddy. I'm so sorry I mocked you. I didn't listen to you, and now the shit has hit the fan, and I don't know what to do." She curled into a fetal position. Time seemed to stand still in the tiny, cold room. She stared at the shadow cast by her cell phone. Her mind went blank. She slid into a familiar numbness. Sleep had been her comfort, her only solace in the days and weeks after her dad died. She wanted to go there. She let her breathing slow. She was shaken back to reality by the sound of the growing chaos outside the bathroom. Maddie heard her dad's voice in her head. "Madison Grace Langston, pay attention. Someday you might find yourself alone when the shit hits the fan, and you will need to know how to survive and get home." She sat up, brushing loose strands of hair from her face. The get-home bag her dad had given her containing all the essentials to survive on the road was in her dorm room in Ohio. It would do her no good now, but she had the everyday carry items with her. Uncle Ryan had picked up where her dad left off, and making sure carrying her EDC was a habit. Maddie looked down at the plain, waterproof backpack on the floor next to her. There were times in the last few years when she had resented Ryan for trying to take her dad's place. At that moment, she was grateful he had. Maddie got to her feet and walked over to the sink. She looked in the mirror. Mascara streaked her face, and her hazel eyes were bloodshot. She ran her hand through her long blonde hair, pulling it into a messy bun on top of her head and securing it with the hair tie from her wrist. She stared at herself in the mirror. "You've got this, Maddie. You can do it." She pointed to the mirror with her index finger. "You have to." Unzipping her carry-on bag, Maddie was relieved that she had brought her hydration pack on the trip. Knowing she would need to run every day to maintain her current level of endurance, she had thrown it in her bag. Pulling the vest pack from her suitcase and emptying all the pockets and pouches, she quickly inventoried its contents. With the Jelly Belly sport beans, sports gels, and energy bars, she had about 10,000 calories with her. Her hydration bladder and water flasks held at least 2 liters of water. She added the weight up in her head. She would be carrying around 10 pounds. When running a marathon or endurance race, she didn't take the hydration bladder or as many energy gels. There was an aid station along the route, and her crew would take position between stations in case she needed a quick pick-me-up. But Maddie had carried that much weight when she did backcountry and trail runs, so she knew she could. In a Ziploc bag were 2 headlamps, extra batteries, a compass, and a multi-function mini-tool, all requirements from her last race. From her everyday carry pack, she removed the emergency bivy bag, her Sawyer mini water filter, and a LifeStraw personal water filter. Maddie shoved them into the kangaroo pouch of her vest pack, along with a Ziploc bag of socks and thermals. The last thing in was a weatherproof jacket. Maddie undressed and pulled on her running tights. After putting on a tank top, she put on a fresh pair of socks and slid on her running shoes. She wished she hadn't chosen to bring the red ones. They would stand out too much, but there was nothing she could do about that now. Gathering up the water flasks and bladder, Maddie filled them in the sink. She pushed the bladder into the pouch and placed it in the hydration vest pack. Placing her arms through the armholes of the vest, she adjusted the straps across her chest. Her runner's pack was a vest style. It wrapped around her, fitting snugly against her body. She tugged on the cords. It felt secure. After placing the soft flasks in the front pockets, she strapped one squeeze flask to her wrist. Lastly, she pulled on her dad's Marine Corps marathon headband and adjusted it to cover her ears. She looked down at the half-empty suitcase and her clothes strewn about the floor. She picked them up and threw them into the bag. Maddie did not consider herself overly materialistic, but her suitcase contained some of her favorite clothes. It pained her to just leave them there. This is crazy. How am I going to run all the way to St. Louis? From her silent pocket Faraday backpack, Maddie retrieved her earbuds, car keys, and a pack of gum. As she placed them in the right side pocket, her hands shook so badly that she dropped her car keys on the floor. She was alone in Chicago and the end of civilization as she knew it had occurred, just as her dad had predicted. She was scared shitless and was not afraid to admit it. Maddie shook her head, attempting to fight back the tears that threatened to spill down her face. Harden up, Maddie. No one was coming to save her. If she was going to make it, she would have to protect herself. She couldn't afford to let self-doubt and indecision keep her prisoner in the airport. Louis was about 300 miles away. The previous week, she had run the New Hampshire 100-mile endurance race in 26 hours. So, with needing recovery time between runs, it would take at least a week or more to get home. How long will it take if I have to avoid dangerous people? She wanted nothing more than to sit back down on the cold tile floor, curl into a ball, and stay there until her mom came to her rescue. Mom is not coming, Maddie. Mom is stranded in California. She had gone with her mother to San Diego. They had brought her grandmother home from the hospital. Her mother wanted Gran to enjoy her last days at home in her own bed, surrounded by the things she loved, including her one-eyed dog, Jack. The sudden realization that her mom might not be able to make it back home to Missouri shook her to her core. She had been so focused on herself that she had not even thought about where her mom and brother were. When she had last received a text message from Zach, he had been coming back from his school field trip to Washington, D.C. Maddie placed her hands over her face and rubbed her forehead. Where did he say they had stopped? Maddie retrieved her cell phone from the floor beside her suitcase, opened her Messages app, and clicked on the last message from Zach. He had been in Marshall, Illinois, right before the lights went out. Maybe the lights aren't out there? Although she was unsure where Marshall, Illinois was, she doubted it was anywhere near Chicago. His bus had been heading southwest back to St. Louis. He will be all right. There were 6 teachers on the trip. They'll get him home. She checked for cell service one last time before putting her phone in the front pouch of her vest. The light from the phone shined through the mesh fabric. She patted her pockets, adjusted her straps, and pulled the cords tight. Time to get going. Maddie slowly unlocked and cracked open the door. The scene out in the corridor was even more chaotic than before. She could hear raised voices and crying. How long was I in there? She checked her watch. It was 4 o'clock. She had at least 2 hours before it would be dark. Walking down the terminal toward the main hall, she could see that most of the activity centered on the restaurant area of the concourse. People were fighting over what was left of the food. She needed a map. She had seen a place that sold books and newspapers when she'd gotten coffee earlier. They should have maps. There are tourists here, right? Maddie raced around a corner and saw a floor-to-ceiling mural of the city of Chicago. It wouldn't replace a paper map that she could take with her, but it would give her a direction to head out in at least. Not knowing the scale of the map, she made a fist and stuck up her thumb, using it as a ruler to calculate distance. Which way are you heading? A man asked. The voice startled her, causing her to jump. She twirled around to find a man in his mid-30s. Beside the man stood a woman, maybe a little younger than him, and a girl of about 10 years old. I south, Maddie stammered. She chastised herself. She had just given out critical information to a stranger. She could hear her father scold her OPSEC, Maddie, her dad would say. Operational security meant keeping your big trap shut about what you have and where you plan to go. She was sucking at this already. She looked at her feet. Your dad served? The man asked, pointing to Maddie's Marine Corps buff. He did. Did you? She asked, pointing to the U.S. Army National Guard Minuteman logo on his hat. I did. 2 tours in Iraq and 4 in Afghanistan, the woman added. Yeah, my dad spent a lot of time in those places too. Is he with you? The man asked. Maddie looked away and swallowed hard, resolved to fight back the tears. She would give anything to have her dad with her right now. I'm Rob Andrews, by the way, and this is my wife, April, and our daughter, Emma. Emma gave a timid wave as April stepped forward and extended her hand. Maddie shook it and said, I'm Maddie Langston. Look, it is getting bad in here. It's going to get worse in the city very soon. We're not going to wait around for the lights to come back on. We're getting out of here. And it looks like you have the same idea, Rob said. Yeah, I was thinking about it with the airplanes crashing. I was trying to decide how to leave to avoid the runways. I need to head toward Interstate 55, but that is southwest, and it looks like most of the runways are in that direction. You could go due south and then cut over, say, around here." Rob pointed to 143rd Street on the map mural. "I wish I had a map to take with me, in case I have to adjust course quickly." "I have a map. We're heading south, too. We live about 50 miles from here. You're welcome to join us until you need to head west." "I don't know if I should. You shouldn't be out on the streets alone. It's not safe on a regular day. But now, with the power being out..." Maddie was leery of leaving the airport with strangers. But he was right. It wasn't safe to go alone. Safety in numbers, as her dad would say. She looked the man over. He had been in the military like her dad. He had his wife and daughter with him. "It should be all right, right? Okay, when do you want to leave?" Chapter 2, San Diego, California Day of Event. Beth's drive back to her mother's house after dropping off her 18-year-old daughter at the San Diego airport was difficult. The doctor had put her mother on hospice care just days before. She hadn't had time to adjust to the news that her mother would not recover from cancer this time. Beth's mother, Florence, had beaten breast cancer twice. The third time it was in her bones. Her mother was 68 and had led a full, vibrant, active life before this most recent diagnosis. The traffic was heavy, heavier than Beth remembered from when she had lived there before marrying her first husband, Greg Langston. But that was ages ago. She had lived all over since then, settling in Missouri. When Greg left the Marines and took the job in St. Louis, Beth had been thrilled. For the first time in their marriage, they had been able to settle in the place of their choosing. To be honest, though, St. Louis hadn't been her first choice. She could think of much nicer places to live, but Greg had received a great job offer from a military defense contractor. The job allowed him to be home with Beth and their children, Maddie and Zach. Beth pulled the car into the third bay of her parents' three-car garage. She unloaded the groceries and placed them on the marble countertop. "Beth, is that you?" "Yes, Mom, it's me. Can I bring you some juice?" "I stopped at Panera Bread and bought you some of the chicken and wild rice soup you like. Maybe later, dear." She was getting weaker and sleeping longer. Beth wasn't sure if it was because of the cancer or the pain meds. She was incoherent a lot when she was awake. Beth had moved the dining table and china cabinet out of the dining room to set her mother's hospital bed up there. Her stepfather, Frank, was set up in the den, where he spent most of his time. He had suffered a stroke the year before, leaving his left arm paralyzed. Beth finished putting the groceries away and went into the den to check on Frank. "Frank, can I get you some soup or a sandwich?" He didn't answer, so she said it louder. The TV was blaring, so she had to yell to be heard over the commentator's gloomy newscast. "Frank," she yelled. "What? Why are you yelling at me?" Frank asked, glowering over his shoulder. He turned back to stare at the TV before she could finish her sentence. She rolled her eyes and went back to the kitchen. "I'll just make him a tray, and if he's hungry, he'll eat it," she said out loud, exasperated. "What did you say?" Frank called from the den. Beth shook her head and pulled a bowl from the cabinet next to the sink. She made Frank a tray and set it on the coffee table in front of him. "You're blocking the TV," Frank barked, craning his neck around her. China's president, Xi Jinping, is said to have facilitated the talks between North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and the United States, U.S. State Department spokesman Robin Payton said Monday that the president had rejected calls from China, Russia, and North Korea to lift sanctions imposed on the isolated state. The U.S. remains committed to only doing so when Pyongyang makes further progress toward denuclearization on the Korean peninsula. Further talks between Chairman Kim and President Reinhardt have yet to be scheduled. "You can't trust those damn commie North Koreans. Are they nuts or something? What the hell are we talking to them for anyway?" Frank yelled at the TV. Beth had never been so tired of listening to the news in her life. Why in the world did they invent 24-hour news stations anyway? "All they do is repeat the same bad news over and over, Sandy." The hospice nurse arrived shortly after 1 o'clock that afternoon. She took Florence's vitals and adjusted her morphine pump. "She is sleeping most of the time now." "Is it from the meds?" Beth asked as she walked Sandy to her car. "Her urine output has decreased again. I increased her fluids, but I think her kidneys are shutting down." The nurse put a hand on Beth's shoulder. Her eyes were full of sympathy. "It is just a matter of days now, maybe 3 or 4. If you have family to call in, I'd say now would be the time. She will likely slip into a coma in a day or 2. Beth inhaled and held it. She had known those words were coming. She had felt it in her heart, and she'd thought she was prepared for it. Beth thanked Sandy and walked back into the house. All she wanted to do was go upstairs to her room, crawl into bed and pull up the covers. That was what she had done after her husband. Greg had died. She had shut down. Sleep was her only comfort. She didn't have the luxury of retreat today. However, she had ill parents and a lazy, one-eyed dog to care for. Jack slept in the bed with Beth's mother. He rarely left her side. She stroked the dog's head as she stared down at her mom. He lifted his head, shifted position, then put his head on Florence's leg. Feeling sorry for her mother's furry child, she decided she would reheat the chicken and rice she had made him the day before. "Jack, you want some lunch?" Jack's paws hit the wood floor, and a flash of white fur streaked by her feet. Jack loved food. "What are we going to do with you, little guy?" She hated the thought of taking him to an animal rescue, but her husband Jason would never allow her to bring him home with her. They already had a dog he didn't like. As Beth followed Jack into the kitchen, an ear-piercing emergency alert tone came from Frank's TIA vision. Beth's first thought was the alert was for a wildfire. They hadn't had rain in a while. Beth placed the kitchen towel she held in her hand onto the counter and walked into the den just as the emergency alert message began to scroll across the screen. "We interrupt our programming. This is a national emergency. The Department of Homeland Security has issued a national emergency alert. Residents are asked to shelter in place until further notice. Stay tuned to this channel for updates. This is not a test." Beth heard the alert tone on her cell phone and ran to the kitchen to retrieve it. "Presidential alert. This is not a test. This is a national emergency, shelter in place until further notice." "What the hell?" Frank said. Beth clicked the news app on her phone to check for news about the emergency alert, but found none. She opened the Facebook app and scrolled through the messages. She stared down at her phone as her news feed refreshed. A story from a San Diego station informed the city that the nation had been attacked. Beth dropped to her knees, her cell phone skidding across the floor. Crawling over to pick it back up, she leaned against the kitchen cabinets and read the article. San Diego Daily News has been informed that at approximately 23 minutes past 3 this afternoon, a nuclear device exploded in the atmosphere above the United States. Information is still coming in regarding the extent of the damage this detonation has caused and the areas affected, but right now we know that communications with most of the nation have been interrupted. An official with the governor's office has told Daily News that they have no information regarding further attacks. A state of emergency has been declared, and residents have been ordered to shelter in place until further notice. We expect a formal statement from the governor later today. Stay tuned for further details. Beth kept scrolling through her news feed, hoping for more news. She tapped on contacts, selected Maddie's cell number, and pressed the call button. The call failed, so she couldn't even leave a voicemail. She opened her message app and typed a message to Maddie and Zach, then tapped the send button. She waited. A moment later, a message appeared telling her that delivery had failed. Beth buried her head in her hands. Being cut off from her children during a national emergency was beyond any heartache she had ever experienced. Rocking back and forth, she tried to control her panic. She repeatedly tapped the message's send button, hoping desperately that it would go through. Placing her hands on the counter, Beth pulled herself to her feet. She ran her hands through her hair. Her mind wanted to go numb, but she couldn't give in to that. Walking over to the sink, she washed her face and dried off with a kitchen towel. She heard a news anchor discussing the shelter-in-place order and headed back to the den. Frank was unusually quiet as he and Beth sat staring at the TV screen. All anyone could say was that no one knew what the damage was throughout the rest of the country. All planes had been grounded, and a statewide curfew had been ordered. No one was allowed out of their homes, except essential personnel. It was hours before news reports came in about the blackout caused by the EMP. A so-called expert explained the effects of an EMP detonated at a 300-mile altitude. As far as they had determined, the unaffected areas include parts of California, Oregon, Washington, and Alaska. Beth didn't need to listen to the rest. She understood the effects of an EMP. Her deceased husband, Greg, had studied it as one of the possible scenarios he foresaw happening. She was cut off from her children and her current husband, Jason. She was 2,000 miles away, and there was nothing she could do to protect them. Worse yet, they were both away from home and separated from each other. Zach would have his teachers for help and support, but Maddie was stranded in an airport in a large, densely populated city. Beth paced the room. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't think of a single thing she could do to help her children or even try to get to them. The roads were shut down. The authorities were not allowing anyone to travel. Walking 2,000 miles without any gear was impossible. "Beth? Where are you, Beth?" "I'm right here, Mom. I'm coming." No matter how desperately she wanted to get home to her children, she knew she could not leave her dying mother, and it would be foolish to go alone anyway. She wouldn't make it out of California, let alone across 4 states of chaos and devastation. Even though every cell in her body wanted to get to her children, she would have to stay there and care for her parents. Chapter 3. Chicago O'Hare International Airport, Chicago, Illinois, day of event. As the Andrews family prepared to leave the airport, Maddie studied the map on the wall. Although she was relieved she wouldn't be heading out alone, she was worried that they'd slow her down. An explosion rattled the windows as a third plane crashed to the ground, skidded down the runway, and slid into the wreckage, its fire flooding light into the dim concourse. Maddie shot to her feet and ran toward Rob and his family. "We need to get out of here now." Maddie stopped short and watched as the family huddled in panic over their suitcases. "We cannot wheel all these suitcases 50 miles down the middle of the crowded streets. Stranded motorists will be flooding the roads and sidewalks by now," Rob said, placing his hand on his wife's suitcase. "You can leave all your things here if you want," April said. "It will not fit in any of our backpacks or my tote, and I can't carry it around in my arms. What if someone knocks it from my hands? I'm not leaving it, and that is final." Maddie tapped her legs with her fingertips and looked over her shoulder at the wreckage. "Rob, we have to go now," Maddie said. Rob tried to take the suitcase from April. "Emma can't pull her suitcase 50 miles, so it is staying here. I'll probably be carrying her part of the way." "I'm not leaving it, Rob," April said, pulling the handle from her husband's grasp. Rob stepped back, bumping into Emma. Emma turned and tripped over her bag. Rob reached out and caught her, lifting her off her feet and giving her a quick squeeze before putting her down. Maddie's heart ached. Her dad was not there to catch her when she fell. That huge safety net had been missing since she was 15. She would give anything for him to be there to catch her right then. She wondered if Emma knew how lucky she was to have her dad with her in this mess. April reached down and brushed strands of curls from Emma's eyes. Rob reached down and grabbed the handle of April's suitcase. April glared at him. "I'll take it." "You can't carry it, April, and there are going to be places that you can't roll it. If we're going to have a chance of making it home, you need to let me carry it." "No, you will leave it somewhere. I promise, April, I'll do my very best." "No, Rob, I can do it." Rob shook his head and walked away, leaving the bag with April. Maddie continued to tap her fingers on her legs as she watched him go. She looked to the main hallway and back to Rob. She wondered what the security personnel were doing. Earlier, she had seen a group of them running toward Terminal 2, but besides the useless customer service people, no one had come to tell anyone what they should do. No sooner had the question popped into her mind than 2 airport security officers appeared. One of the officers climbed onto a chair. "Folks, if I can have your attention," he said. The crowd began to quiet and gather near the security officers. "It's about time someone came to tell us what the hell is going on around here. Why are the lights out, and why are planes crashing?" A man yelled, "Are we safe in the airport? Is someone coming to get us out of here?" Another yelled, "If you will quiet down, I'll tell you what we know." "All right." The security officer paused and waited for the passengers to quiet. "All right, at 3:15 p.m. Today, the President of the United States declared a national emergency and ordered everyone to shelter in place." Questions from the crowd interrupted his announcement. He held a hand up and waited for everyone to quiet down again. "If you will stop interrupting me, I'll finish my announcement and then answer your questions to the best of my ability." He paused. "The order to shelter in place means that at this time no one is allowed to travel." The crowd grew loud again and the officer waited. "Everyone just shut the hell up and let the officer tell us what is going on." "If you keep interrupting and shouting him down, none of us are going to find out what is happening," a man in the crowd yelled after the crowd quieted. The security officer continued, "From what little we know right now, it seems that our country has come under some type of attack." People murmured. Some held their hands over their mouths. Looks of shock and disbelief were evident on everyone's faces. "Communications are down now, but right before the electricity went off, we received a message from Homeland Security about the shelter-in-place order. We're doing everything we can to find out more, but as of right now, we've been unable to contact anyone outside the airport. As such, we must enforce the order until such time as it is rescinded by the President. All airport exits are locked, and no one is allowed to leave at this time." Passengers began shouting, and the crowd began pushing in on the 2 security officers. The man stepped down from the chair, and he and the other officer ran off down the main hall of the terminal, with much of the crowd in tow. As the remainder of the crowd dispersed, Maddie could see fear on their faces. Maddie ran over to Rob, who was hurrying back to his family. Across the terminal, a 20-something man in a tank top and shorts was shaking the steel roll-down gate at the coffee shop. All the stores had been closed up, and the stranded travelers were increasingly voicing their displeasure with that fact. The vending machines were empty. When Maddie caught up with Rob, she grabbed his arm. As he turned toward her, Maddie heard a loud banging. She stumbled, but Rob caught her. They turned in unison to see a crowd growing at the bagel shop, and they had been successful in prying open the security gate. The throng of people pushed and shoved their way into the shop. Angry voices and the crashing of tables being thrown came from the store. Seconds later, mothers were fleeing with their children clutched to their chests. It had only been a few hours since the lights had gone out, and people were already looting and willing to fight each other over a bagel. Maddie looked at Rob wide-eyed. "It is time to get out of here. If it is this bad in here, I hate to see how it is outside on the streets," Rob said, turning toward his family. "I agree, but how do we get around security?" "They've locked down the exits," Maddie said. "Now that they have told everyone what is going on, there will be a mass exodus. They will have a difficult time handling all the people. We need to go now while they are occupied with all the unhappy people. We need to find an exit they have not locked." "That's what I was thinking," Maddie said, bending over to tighten the laces on her running shoes. She was glad that she had remembered to replace the laces with paracord. It was a habit from her hiking days with her family, but she liked having the extra strong laces when she ran as well. It really sucked to break a shoelace during a marathon and have to limp to the aid station with a shoe flopping. As she made the loops with the paracord to tie her shoes, her hands shook, blowing out her cheeks. She let out the breath she had been holding. The sound of her heart beating thrashed in her ears. She managed to finish tying her shoelaces and looked over to the crowd that was slowly exiting the bagel shop. She considered staying in the airport and waiting for her mom, stepdad, or someone to come to rescue her. The thought of walking through scenes like the Ferguson riots terrified her. Images of people being pulled from their vehicles by angry mobs flashed through her mind. She recalled the images on television of hooded men throwing Molotov cocktails at store windows. As she straightened up, she felt faint. Her legs felt weak, but she knew she shouldn't give in to fear. "No, I need to get home." Dad said never to wait because things would only get worse as society crumbled. "I have to make it out of Chicago. I just need to stay with the Andrews and make it through the burbs," she murmured to herself. "You can do this, Maddie," her dad's voice said inside her head. "I hope so, Daddy. I truly hope so." Chapter 4, Interstate 70, Marshall, Illinois. Day of event. When the Beckett Hall High School bus pulled into a McDonald's parking lot just off Interstate 70 in Marshall, Illinois, Zach Langston and his classmates were still hours away from making it home from a field trip to Washington, D.C. While the other students headed inside the restaurant, Zach stayed outside to check in with his mother and send a text to his sister. He pocketed his phone, picked up his pack, and went into the restaurant, taking his place in line behind his best friends, Jacob Morton and Connor Haas. "Dude, why do you carry that heavy-ass pack everywhere you go? You have your Molly in there or something?" Jacob asked, slapping Zach on the shoulder. After picking up their food, Zach, Jacob, and Connor took their meals to a table outside. Zach and his friends were in a fierce debate about who was stronger, Captain Marvel or Wonder Woman, when the sound of grinding metal and shattering glass interrupted their conversation. The boys stood to get a better look. Cars were piled up like cordwood in the intersection, and more cars plowed into the wreckage. Smoke billowed from the heap, and people spilled out of the restaurant to gawk at the scene. "What happened?" a girl asked. "The lights are out. The traffic lights aren't working," another voice in the crowd said. "Did someone call 911? "I tried, but my phone is dead." "I had service a minute ago, but my phone is dead too," another girl called. There was a flurry of movement as Zach, Jacob, Connor, and the other kids pulled their phones out to check them. "Anyone have cell service?" Mr. Dean asked. Everyone shook their heads. Mr. Dean walked over to Zach's table and stared at the wreckage. "What do you think, Mr. D?" Jacob asked. All the students at the private college preparatory school loved Mr. Dean. Even kids who did not have his classes liked him. "I'm not sure, Jacob. Must be a storm somewhere that took out a transformer station. They could take out a cell tower, maybe," Mr. Dean said. A round man in his late 60s stepped out of his car and looked around the parking lot. "Anyone have jumper cables?" "My car won't start," the man said. A woman in an SUV 2 spots over poked her head out of her car door and said, "My car isn't working either." Getting to his feet, Zach looked to Mr. Dean. Zach's heart plummeted. Reaching down, he snagged his pack off the bench. He was just about to heave it over his shoulder when Mr. Dean grabbed his arm. Don't, Zach. Wait. We have to be certain. There's only one thing I know of that can knock out cell phones, cause a power outage, and make cars quit working all at the same time. Shush, Zach. We don't want to start a panic. We came here as a group. We need to stick together. Just hold on, and I'll make sure we all make it home. But my dad always said, I understand, but we aren't near a big city. Look around. This is the extent of the commercial businesses. Looking around, Zach saw only a Walmart supercenter and a gas station. There wasn't much else. If it is an EMP, it is not going to get better with time, only worse. I want to be home by then, Zach said, lowering his pack onto the chair. Zach ran his arm through the strap, ready to grab it and run. He wasn't sure how quickly things would go to hell, but he wasn't going to let his guard down. Unlike his mother and sister, he believed everything his dad had said about the need to be prepared. He had been 11 when his dad had died, not old enough to understand all the political stuff his dad talked about, but he'd researched it since his death. He'd read the books in his dad's office. He had taken them before his mom boxed everything up when they moved in with his stepdad. The crowd in the parking lot grew. It seemed everyone somehow sensed something different about the power outage, and their voices were full of fear. Zach had read that when people's ability to communicate and move freely was taken from them, it can cause a sense of powerlessness. That kind of fear was dangerous. The fear of what could happen next could cause some people to panic and do things they usually wouldn't. Bro, this blows. I have plans with Zoe Lambert tonight. Who knows what time we will get home now, Connor said. Although Zach wanted to tell him the bad news, he refrained. Connor wouldn't believe him before. When Zach tried sharing his thoughts on being prepared with Jacob and Connor, they'd looked at him like he was crazy. Zach, we're going to move everyone back onto the bus. It will be easier to keep track of everyone, Mr. Dean said. Zach nodded and picked up his pack, heading toward the bus. All right, everyone, listen up. All Beckett Hall students and faculty, please make your way back to the bus, Mr. Dean called. After giving his name to the teacher with the clipboard, Zach boarded the bus. He returned to his seat in the back next to the rear door. He stepped over Jacob and Connor's backpacks and flopped into a seat. When Jacob and Connor boarded the bus, Zach stood and let them have the window and middle positions. No way was he being trapped against the window and have to crawl over his friends to escape, if needed. Damn, I sure hope we aren't trapped on this freaking bus all afternoon. This is boring as hell. I can't even listen to music, Connor said. As Zach stared out the window, he noticed the crowd of people in the parking lot had grown. The occupants of the cars from the intersection had joined the group from Walmart and McDonald's. Hey, Connor, lower that window, man. It's freaking hot as hell in here, Jacob said. Jacob nudged Zach with his elbow. Or is that Zach over here with the hots for Michaela? Zach punched Jacob in the arm. Jacob bent over, clutching his injury. Damn, boy, no call for violence just because I speak the truth, Jacob said in a low voice. Zach resisted the urge to look up to see if Michaela had heard him. Jacob could be such a dick sometimes after hours stranded on the bus in the McDonald's parking lot. Mr. Dean allowed the students' bathroom breaks in the restaurant. They went in 2 at a time and for only 5 minutes. The restaurant manager had shut down food service, but was still allowing them to use the facility. When the manager discovered that the lights were not coming back on, he would have a hell of a time getting all those people to leave. The lone sheriff's deputy that had shown up on a four-wheeler to keep the peace sure wouldn't be much help if the crowd got ugly. The crowd in the parking lot became more agitated. A uniformed policeman joined the deputy. The frustrated mob demanded answers from the officers, answers they did not have or would not give. Now, folks, settle down and listen to me. We don't know any more about what is going on with the lights than you do. Our communication systems are down, but I have sent an officer to American Electric to find out when they'll get the power back on. As soon as I know something to tell you folks, I will. Until then, sit tight until we get the word. Mr. Dean made his way through the crowd and approached the officer. The 2 men spoke, then Mr. Dean returned to the bus. Okay, everyone, settle down. It appears they still don't know what caused the power outage or the vehicles to stop working, but the chief says that they have a plan in place for an emergency shelter if it doesn't come back on soon. So sit tight a little longer. Zach wanted off the bus. He knew he should have already been on the road home, and he was kicking himself for letting Mr. Dean talk him into staying. But he trusted his teacher. He hoped he wouldn't regret it, as the chief of police delivered the bad news about the attack and subsequent shelter-in-place order from the president to the weary crowd gathered in the McDonald's parking lot. Many stared in disbelief while others grumbled. This here is Reverend Williams. He has been gracious enough to open his church for those of you stranded by this event. You'll be provided with a cot, food, and water. We ask that, for your safety, everyone remain in the church for the duration of the emergency. The sheriff has sent men to Decatur to get in touch with the federal emergency management folks for answers as to what they are doing to help stranded travelers. We expect to have answers for you tomorrow evening. There were quite a few groans and murmurs in the crowd, but for the most part, everyone listened in silence. Once the police chief was finished speaking, he turned the meeting over to the Reverend. Good evening. I am Reverend Williams with the Olive Street Christian Church. We have wonderful volunteers who have set up cots in the basement of our church and sanctuary for you fine folks. It is only 3 blocks from here, but if anyone needs assistance walking, please raise your hand. We will see what we can do to provide a wheelchair. If everyone else would please follow Brother Michaels over there. He's the one with the red and white banner. Zach looked to Mr. Dean, who must have read Zach's mind because he shook his head and walked over. Don't do it, Zach. It is too far to go on foot. I have to stay here and make sure the rest of your classmates get home safe. You can't go out there alone. That is just crazy. But it's going to get crazy out there. I can't let you head off by yourself, Zach. I'm responsible for you. You don't want to get me fired, do you? Zach stared at Mr. Dean. He did not want to go stay in some church basement waiting for things to get worse. When the town's residents received word that the power was not coming back on and food delivery trucks were not coming to restock their groceries, he knew they'd turn on the stranded travelers. He didn't want to get Mr. Dean fired, though. His shoulders slumped, and Zach followed his teacher to the line forming behind the minister. Chapter 5 FEMA Region 5 Offices, Federal Building, Chicago, Illinois, Day of Event. The conference room rumbled with nervous voices. Within 3 hours of the president issuing a national emergency, Regional Administrator Reginald Harding had called together his staff to coordinate response and recovery efforts. As he entered the room, all eyes fell on him as he took his seat at the head of the conference table. Okay, everyone, I'm going to do my best to tell you what we know so far, which I must confess is damned little. At this point, we do know that our country has come under coordinated attacks from Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. At approximately 1500 hours today, Defense Radar picked up 2 intercontinental ballistic missiles launched from North Korea and directed at the mainland of the United States. The room erupted in panicked voices. Some rose to their feet while others sat silently with their hands covering their mouths. Please, everyone, settle down. I know this is quite a shock to us all, but we have too much to do to fall apart now, Harding said. After a moment, the room quieted and the administrator continued. North Korea's missiles were shot down by ground-based mid-course defense, with none making it to their targets. Everyone in the room let out a sigh of relief. However, as we focused our response on North Korea, we came under coordinated attacks from Russia, China, and Iran. Multiple ballistic missiles were launched from those countries. The first were anti-satellite missiles. A nuclear missile was detonated over the United States, setting off an EMP. The electromagnetic pulse has taken down the power grid, communications, and transportation to most of the country. The room's occupants moaned and wept as the administrator continued. Although we have lost communication with Washington, we have our directives. We will follow the framework that we have all worked with for the last several years. We've planned for this. Each of you know your part. I trust you to implement those directives in as expedient a manner as conceivably possible. Now, let's get to work, folks. He got to his feet as the rest of the staff exited the conference room one by one. Response Division Director Gerald Ames sat quietly in his seat until everyone had exited the room. Once everyone was gone, the administrator closed the door. All right, Jerry, what do you know? He asked. Gerald Ames ran a hand through his salt and pepper hair and scratched his head before answering. Well, sir, the reality is we are screwed. Harding scowled. But I know, we have plans and directives, but we did not plan for this. My sources in intelligence had been warning about coordinated cyber attacks to take out our satellites and the electric grid. There were some in the intelligence community who were concerned about information received from sources inside Russia. The source said they had been running large-scale civil defense drills with their citizens in anticipation of retaliatory strikes from the United States and our allies. And you think this may be that coordinated attack? What else could it be? The report from the EMP Commission said that most cars and electronics would be unaffected. My folks are saying they were wrong. What we're dealing with here is a super EMP like Dr. Pry predicted. What specifically leads you to believe that we have been hit with a super EMP? Harding asked. For starters, more than half the equipment that DoD contractors said would work after an EMP doesn't. Half, Reggie. That means half the trucks needed to take aid to the communities, half of our communications, half of our generators. Anything that was out in the field is gone. The reports I'm receiving are that the only equipment that survived is in the facilities hardened for an 85 kilovolts per meter event, and a quarter of those will require repairs before they are operable. None of our facilities were hardened for a 100,000 volts per meter super EMP attack. The generators for this building are working, Harding said. Only the ones that weren't plugged into the system. That's why there was a delay before our lights came back on, Ames said. Ames leaned forward and laid a hand on the binder on the table. Harding stood and walked over to the window. After a long pause, Harding turned and said, I concede that will impact our relief and recovery efforts to the region. He paused again and turned back to the window. But we have orders in place, Harding said. We have a national recovery framework. The greatest minds in the country created those plans with all these things in mind. It is our job to do our best to carry out their plans. Ames turned in his seat to face Harding. I understand that we have plans in place. All the career folks will implement that plan to the very best of their abilities. I don't doubt that. But like in our hurricane and other disaster responses, we have too few people with too few resources for the task, Ames said. I disagree. We have learned from our mistakes. We have pre-positioned stockpiles of supplies and equipment. We have embedded staff in every major emergency management department in the region, the administrator said. Sure, we have pre-positioned supplies and hardened facilities to withstand an EMP. But we never prepared for a super EMP. We can't sustain the entire region for the duration of an emergency of this magnitude on what we have stored. We knew that all along. That is why we have prioritized areas. Director Ames rolled his shoulders and let out a sigh. We don't have enough resources to sustain the priority areas for the time that it would take for the recovery division to establish new supply chains. We don't yet know if we will ever be able to reestablish supply chains. The rumors, Harding shook his head. We knew that as well. That is why executive orders were issued allowing us to seize what we need from distribution centers and other facilities. I know that won't sit well with most folks, but those are the orders we have in place. Understood, Ames replied. Now let me know when your people have contacted the mayor and chief of police. We need to make sure they understand the emergency orders. Who is Chicago's emergency management director? Ted Sims. Oh yeah, I remember him. He is a team player. Have your guys brief him and get to work securing the metro area as soon as possible. I don't want the city erupting into mass chaos on us. That would severely restrict our operations here. You let them know that the federal building and the metro area surrounding it are our highest security priorities at the moment. What about the suburbs? Secure the interstates leading to the Joint Field Office facility, as well as the major routes to the state capital. We already have security measures for major infrastructure elements like nuclear power plants, so we will rely on those teams to implement their plans and let us know if they need additional resources. But at this moment, Chicago is our priority. Once we have the city buttoned down, we can move assets to outlying areas as the local authorities need us to, Harding said. Reggie, you know most of the smaller county emergency management teams will be understaffed in this situation. Their headquarters will be overrun by day 2, Ames said. Nothing we can do about that right now. We work our priorities. We will deal with the smaller communities as we have the human resources to do so. Now go find me the mayor, Harding said as he turned and left the room. Director Ames stood and looked out the 6th-floor window from his vantage point. The city looked as it always had. The street was crowded with cars and people. The only difference was that very few vehicles were moving. Ames watched a truck attempting to weave in and out of traffic. Securing Chicago is going to be a nasty job, Deputy Director Perez said, startling Ames. Turning to face her, he said, I hope the police chief is up to the task. He'll have to do what's necessary to maintain order in the city, but at what price? His tactics may only prove to increase tensions with the residents. Perez nodded. I'm glad I'm not the mayor. Having to deal with the city council when a national emergency has made them dispensable would take some finesse. Ames continued. Do you think Harding has what it takes to lead this mission? Perez asked. It's a little late for that question now. Whether he has what it takes or not, he's in charge. He'll follow orders and regulations. He is a strict, by-the-book guy. What happens when it becomes clear that all our plans and preparations aren't enough for this crisis? Will he do what is necessary then, or will he stick to the plan and watch what is left of the country fall? Perez didn't wait for Ames's reply. She turned and walked out the door. Ames was loyal to Harding, but even he recognized that Harding's belief That the disaster recovery plan was sufficient to sustain the region for any length of time was not only foolish, but dangerous. Walking over to the conference table, Ames picked up his binder and notepad. We'll never even get past securing the priority areas. He sighed and rubbed his temple. He could feel a migraine coming on. I'm sure glad I picked up my meds this morning. As Ames walked down the hallway, he could see his staff blocking the door to his office. They were waiting for more details about the attack, and he dreaded having to deliver the news that no one would be leaving the building for the foreseeable future. Puffing out his cheeks, he let out the breath he held and charged into the group. His staff erupted in a fury of questions. Ames held up a hand and quieted the room. I'm sorry to inform you that we don't know the condition of the rest of the country. Dispatches have been sent to the headquarters of the other 5 states of Region 5. It may be some time before we hear back from them. Right now, our priority is securing and providing relief to Illinois. To do so will require that we all stay here at the federal building until the city is secure. When the authorities tell us that it is safe, we will proceed to Marseille and set up our offices in the Joint Field Office. Groans and grumbling came from the unhappy staff. As soon as possible, we'll send for your families. In the meantime, we all have jobs to do. He paused to let the noise die down. Now, where are we on logistics? Chapter 6, Minooka, Illinois. Day of event. Carl Goff woke up as he did every day, at least the days he slept. He was drenched in sweat. His head pounded, and he vomited until he had nothing left in his stomach. Having not eaten much in the last few days, there wasn't much in there. He'd spent the few dollars he got from pawning a stolen PlayStation on heroin. Carl looked over to the microwave on the dresser of his motel room. The red light was off. It did not display the time. He reached up to flip on the lamp. It wasn't working either. Throwing his legs over the side of the bed, Carl sat up and placed his head in his hands. He rubbed his stubbled chin and tried not to retch again. Failing, he leaned over and puked into the trash can. Carl removed a cigarette from the pack on the nightstand and lit it. Holding the lighter up, he waved it over his head, scanning the room for the bottle of water he knew he had brought with him the night before. The door opened and light flooded the dark room. Carl held a hand over his eyes to ward off the searing pain in his head. He vomited into the trash can again. "Did you get me anything?" Carl asked over his shoulder. "I couldn't make it over there," his brother said. "Why the hell not? Damn it, man. I'm dying here. I have to have something, bro." The electric went out, and all the cars just died right in the middle of the street. It was the damnedest thing. I was sitting there at the light on 53rd Street, and a big old pickup truck just barreled through the intersection and slammed right into me. I would have been killed if I hadn't been wearing my seatbelt. Look, it bruised the shit out of me, something awful. I don't give a shit about your poor little boo-boo. I need my shit, Kelly. I have to have it. I don't know what to tell you, bro. The cars ain't working, and I don't know nobody over here with any dope. Carl reached over and retrieved his cell phone from the nightstand. It was dead. He slammed it on the table with a thud. "Give me your damn phone," Carl demanded. "It ain't working either. What the hell is going on here?" "I don't know. Someone said it was a terrorist attack or some shit. I don't know how they knocked out all the cars and cell phones just by blowing up some buildings or something." Carl stood steadying himself on the nightstand. He walked around the bed and across the floor to the window. Peeling back the dingy, smoke-stained curtain, Carl surveyed the scene outside his motel room. Cars were piled up in the intersection down the street. There were more people on foot than Carl had ever seen. He stared out the window for a moment, then closed the curtain. His nausea returned. He walked back to the bed and sat down. After vomiting into the trash can again, he pulled on his pants. He put on his long-sleeved black button-up shirt, pulled on a dirty hoodie, and slid his feet into an old pair of running shoes. When he reached down to tie his shoes, he remembered he had removed the last lace to use as a tourniquet when he'd shot up the night before. "I gotta find some H. I can't take this shit, bro. I went to Jimmy's. He wasn't home. His old lady said he went up to Chicago and hasn't come back. She said to check with Justin Thayer. He wasn't home either. Well, let's go by Jimmy's dad's and see if he left any shit there. Anything will do at this point. I'm bad sick, dude. I need something, anything. I'd take some Xannies or even a blunt, you know, man." Carl Goff was a thief and a junkie. His whole existence was stealing and buying drugs. He'd been hooked on heroin since he was 14 when his mother's boyfriend had first given it to him. Carl and his mother used to shoot up together. At first, she'd shared her stash with Carl until she disappeared. Neither he nor his brother had seen her in more than 6 months. She'd gone to turning tricks when the boyfriend supplying her heroin split. Her time away from home became more frequent, and then she did not come back at all. He had heard that she was working truck stops up and down Interstate 55 between Chicago and St. Louis. Kelly wanted to file a missing persons report on her. How dumb was that? Like the cops were going to waste their time looking for a junkie whore. Kelly had pouted for 2 days after Carl had expressed those sentiments, but Carl knew all of it was true. Kelly still held on to the hope that their mom would come home, get clean, and be the mother she had been when he was little. But Carl knew better. Unlike his brother, he had first-hand experience of how impossible it was to kick heroin. Although most everyone in town knew Jimmy dealt drugs, few knew where he stashed them. Everyone likely thought he kept drugs at his house. But Carl knew Jimmy's old lady would kick his ass if he did. So 6 months earlier, Carl had requested a large amount of weed for resale. When Jimmy left his house to get it, Carl had followed him. He hadn't been surprised that Jimmy kept it at his dad's house. Carl and Jimmy used to work on cars there when they were younger. Back then, Jimmy kept his weed in a cigar box in his dad's garage. Kelly watched the front of the house as Carl went around back, checking the side door of the detached garage and finding it unlocked. Carl turned the knob and opened the door. Inside was a poppy red 1964 Ford Mustang with its hood up. Along the wall was a workbench lined with greasy tools, empty beer cans, and an ashtray. Carl rushed over to the ashtray. Carl picked up a roach, pulled a lighter from his pants pocket, and lit it. He inhaled the smoke and let out a sigh of relief. The marijuana did not stop his detox, but it did help relieve the symptoms, especially the nausea. From a refrigerator near the door, Carl removed a 12-pack of Budweiser, opened one, and downed it. Even though the fridge had stopped running, the beer was still cold. He popped the top on another and took several gulps. Setting the case by the door, Carl returned to the workbench. He rummaged through small storage bins and toolbox drawers. When he lifted the lid on a large plastic tackle box, he found what he had been searching for. He pulled out the tray and placed it on the floor. He was just about to reach in and retrieve his prize when he heard his brother talking loudly to someone. Putting the tray back inside the box, he shut the lid and shoved the box back under the bench. He ran over to the beer he had stashed by the door and put it back into the refrigerator. He was tossing the 2 open cans into the trash when he heard footsteps on the gravel outside the door. "You better tell that dumb shit brother of yours that he ain't getting no more shit from me until he pays me what he owes. I told him yesterday that he had until tonight to get me my money. World War III or not, he'd better pay me, or he won't have to worry about no North Koreans or Russians or shit. I'll bring down hell on him like he ain't ever seen. Don't worry, Jimmy. He'll get you the money. He just needs a little something to get him by today." "I got the money," Kelly told the man. "Bones, go get Kelly a nickel," Jimmy said. Carl ran around the side of the car and backed into the corner of the garage out of sight of the door as Bones entered the garage and removed the heroin from the tackle box. When Bones left the garage, Carl ran over and took the remaining bags of heroin, Xanax, and marijuana. He left the box where it sat. Jimmy would think Bones had stolen it. After hearing the voices fade away down the driveway, Carl left the garage the way he had come in. On his way out, he stuffed 2 cans of beer into the pocket of his hoodie. After hopping the back fence, Carl ran down a driveway and around the corner to the back of a convenience store. Sitting beside the dumpster, he placed the beer on the ground next to him. After pulling a syringe, a shoelace, and a lighter from his front pants pocket, Carl removed the heroin from the hoodie. A moment later, warmth flushed over his body. He felt the rush of euphoria as dopamine flooded his brain. Carl leaned back and enjoyed the relief. No more nausea, no more stomach cramps. Carl awoke behind the store to the sound of glass breaking and loud voices. He rolled a joint and smoked it. He popped 2 Xanax into his mouth and washed them down with beer. After picking up all his gear and shoving it into his pocket, he pulled a pack of cigarettes from his back pocket. Carl pulled one out with his teeth, lit it, and headed off to the front of the store. People were running in and out of the broken front doors. Those exiting carried cases of beer, boxes of cigars, and cartons of cigarettes, while others held chips and soda. Some dumb shits had even stolen lottery tickets. Carl wasn't about to get in the middle of that mob. 2 men shoved each other over a case of beer. The parking lot was littered with wrappers and trash. Several of the looters did not even wait to get their haul home before tearing into it. He considered going in after beer himself, but he did not feel up to fighting anyone for it. Most of the fighting was occurring in a cellular service outlet on the opposite corner. Carl stepped back and leaned against the side of the store. 2 men knocked down a pregnant woman and took her armful of cell phone cases. A teenage boy was throwing rocks through the windows of the shop next door. It wasn't long before streams of people were running in and out with armloads of small boxes. He looked up. The sign above the door read Becky's Gifts. A high-pitched scream from inside the store behind him brought his attention back to the parking lot. A young woman was clutching a man who lay bleeding from his abdomen. People ran around the couple without even looking down. The woman looked up, pleading. She spotted Carl looking her way. "Help him, please," she cried. Carl laughed. "Nobody can help him, lady. He is going to bleed out. Look around. There ain't no cops or ambulances coming to help anyone today." Carl returned his attention to the door. He might be able to follow someone with beer and jump them for it. Carl stared at a young girl, probably 15 or 16 years old. She was trying to carry 4 gallons of milk. Her fellow looters pushed and shoved her as she exited. The girl was beautiful. Her long black hair flowed in the wind as she ran across the parking lot, her curves in all the right places. It was then that Carl got the idea of how to get Jimmy's money. Chapter 7, Chicago O'Hare International Airport. Chicago, Illinois, day of the event. Travelers had formed a line at the down escalator leading to the baggage claim and ground-level exits. With the power off, people were forced to descend the escalator like a flight of stairs. Many lugged heavy carry-on bags down the steps. Maddie and the Andrews family waited for 15 minutes for their turn to descend the escalator. There was no sign of airport security. As they neared the escalator steps, Rob reached down to take April's bag. April yanked it away and stepped in front of him. Rob rubbed the back of his neck and sighed. April struggled to lift the bulging suitcase into the air as she made her way onto the steps. Rob took Emma's backpack from her as he nudged her gently forward. Maddie stepped onto the escalator right behind Rob. She was pushed from behind by an overweight man, but Rob caught her fall. "Thanks," Maddie said, before turning to glare at the red-faced brute behind her. "He won't make it 5 minutes out there." She chastised herself for making harsh judgments based on his weight, no matter how true she knew it was. At the bottom of the escalator, a man in a white dress shirt and slacks shoved a woman forward. Then he stepped over the woman who sprawled face first onto the tile floor. Others behind him stepped over the woman as well and rushed toward the exit doors. Finally, an older woman stopped and took the lady's arm to help her up. She, too, was shoved to the ground. Now 2 women lay in a heap at the bottom of the escalator. A teenage boy put both hands on the escalator rails and hopped over the 2 women. He shoved an older man out of the way before rushing toward the exit. A tall man in a sports jersey hopped over the 2 women. He turned and grabbed them by the arms and pulled the pair away from the bottom of the escalator. The man was helping the older woman to her feet when Rob stepped around them. Those leaving the escalator barely glanced at the trio in their rush to hit the exit. Maddie looked back after she passed them. The man was helping the women pick up their belongings from the floor when another large man plowed into them, knocking them all back to the ground. No good deed goes unpunished at the exit doors. Glass littered the floor and sidewalk. The glass of the door had been broken, and everyone was stepping through the empty frame of the locked door. As passengers grew impatient waiting their turn, Maddie could hear more glass breaking and saw groups of people splitting off toward the new exit. After exiting the airport, the 4 of them followed the crowd. Everyone headed for the main street leading south and away from the terminal. Maddie looked over her shoulder. The smoke rose over the top of the terminal, and the putrid kerosene smell of burning jet fuel filled the air. A man in tattered, bloody clothes wandered aimlessly in the parking lot. When they reached the street, Maddie looked up. The sign read Mannheim Street. After crossing the road in the crosswalk, they headed south. The sidewalk was filled with people fleeing the airport, mixed with the stranded motorists who had given up on their vehicles. People walked out into the congested 4-lane street, lined with abandoned cars. Maddie could hear an occasional car engine and distant sirens. The traffic signal lights were dark. Bloody passengers sat in their vehicles with the doors propped open. April stepped in front of Emma to shield the girl's view of the gory scenes. April continued to struggle with her suitcase. Whenever they could pick up speed, the case would teeter back and forth on its wheels before crashing sideways. The last time it had fallen, April had bent over to pick it up, and someone behind her had tripped over her, sending her to the ground. Glaring at Rob, April rubbed her bloody palms on her jeans. She picked up the sandal that had flown off her foot in the fall. Placing her hand on Rob's shoulder, April strapped the shoe back onto her foot. She huffed and pulled down the bottom of her tank top. She looked over her shoulder at Maddie and scowled. It was all Maddie could do not to roll her eyes at the woman. Does she somehow think I was responsible for her fall? Maddie sure hoped the woman had a suitcase full of food or other survival gear because her expensive clothes and jewelry wouldn't keep her family alive. What it could do, however, was get them killed, especially if they ran into someone who wanted to steal what was in that bag. Maddie thought about how her dad would have handled the situation. She knew one thing for sure: that bag would have stayed at the airport. Her dad would have ditched the Andrews family as soon as he saw how stubborn April was being. But he had the training and skills to make it alone. Maddie didn't have those skills, not enough for this situation anyway. She thought she would have to bite her tongue and hope for the best. The crowd walked across the overpass, spanning a large rail yard. To the west were rows and rows of boxcars sitting on the tracks, waiting for trains that might never come. I bet there is a lot of food in those cars. Looters had already broken into the steel shipping containers and were carting large boxes across the tracks and heading east. Walking on the rail bed, commercial buildings and shops lined the street beyond the rail yard. On one corner was a convenience store. A large crowd had gathered in the parking lot. Men loitered there, leaning on cars, watching each pedestrian like lions eyeing their prey. Maddie wanted to cross over to the other side when she saw them. Rob put his arm around Emma and led them to the middle of the street. They made their way around one stranded vehicle after another, finally passing the convenience store. As they passed a fried chicken restaurant, Maddie's stomach growled. She looked at her watch. Her dad had given it to her for her 13th birthday. For most people, ever-present cell phones had replaced watches. While her friends wore their Fitbits and Apple Watches, Maddie had held on to her G-Shock self-winding watch. She hadn't remembered to fuel up until now. Her last meal had been that morning at her grandmother's house. Her mom had made sausage and pancakes, Maddie's favorite. Maddie had stayed 3 days in San Diego to help her mother care for Grand. Maddie knew Grand wouldn't be around much longer and wondered how her grandfather would get along without his wife. Although Maddie loved her grandfather, she had thought him incapable of caring for himself even before his stroke. Beth said Grandpa Frank only pretended to be helpless. Maddie was not convinced. If his helplessness was all an act, he gave an Oscar-worthy performance. Grand had always hovered and controlled Grandpa Frank. It was part of their relationship and seemed to work for them. Her grandparents had been happily married for over 20 years. Maddie had had exams she couldn't miss, so she had scheduled a flight back to Ohio. When the time came for Maddie to return to college, she had felt terrible about leaving her mother to deal with everything by herself, but she was still relieved to go. Why her stepdad couldn't close his dental practice for one lousy week to be with his wife, Maddie couldn't understand. He likely would have done so, though, if her mom had asked. Since she hadn't, she must have wanted to do it all alone. Maybe her mom thought it would be easier not to have to deal with other people in the way. Maddie didn't know if that was true. In the end, Maddie had been glad to be on her way back to Kent State and her boyfriend Lane. Maddie and the Andrews family were still walking in the middle of the street, but the main crowd remained on the sidewalk. The group from the airport had thinned out from what Maddie could tell. Either that or, unlike April, they had given up the struggle with their heavy carry-on bags. Maddie craned her neck around to see if anyone was watching her. She knew she would need to stay fueled up from here on out if she was going to make it the 300 miles home. Not trying to be obvious, Maddie slowly reached into the stretch pocket on the front of her pack and pulled out a Cliff Bar. She had pre-torn all the wrappers in that pocket, a habit formed from many frustrating attempts to rip open packets while on long endurance runs. Another runner had given her that tip, and it had worked well for her. Shoving half the bar into her mouth, Maddie looked around again. She chewed as she walked, keeping her head on a swivel, knowing that people would be hungry enough to take her food from her soon. She could not let that happen. A large group stood in the intersection ahead. Maddie shot Rob a quizzical look as they passed. She saw that most of them held signs. "They're protesting?" Maddie asked, leaning toward Rob. One tall, African-American man held a sign that read, "Enough is enough." Maddie stepped over a sign on the sidewalk that read, "Time for the mayor to go." The large group seemed confused as to what had happened. Rob put an arm around Emma and held her close as they passed through the crowd. April picked up her bag. They moved quickly down the street away from the action, not slowing their pace until they could no longer see them. April was limping. No doubt she was getting huge blisters from wearing sandals better suited for a day at the beach than a 50-mile hike through the city streets of Chicago. I bet she wished she'd packed tennis shoes. At least Emma was wearing tennis shoes, although she was limping as well. They hadn't even walked 3 miles, and her companions were showing definite signs of wear and tear. The blood had stopped dripping from April's hands. They were dirty and likely had tiny bits of gravel and sand in the cuts. She considered whether she should offer to clean and bandage it for her. Maddie was not carrying much in the way of medical supplies. She usually didn't. She had antibiotic ointment and Band-Aids, but that was about it. When she ran, there were always doctors and nurses at the first aid tents at the aid stations, so she had stopped carrying more than that. They walked in silence for another 2 or 3 miles. There appeared to be less looting the farther they walked from the airport. They passed over another rail yard, not as large as the one by the airport. There were maybe 100 rail cars on the tracks. All the food and other products would go undelivered, even if the trains were still running. If the big rigs that hauled the products to stores were operational, they would be stuck in the traffic jams. Emma pointed to a group of people jumping down from one of the rail cars closest to the street. A woman reached up and grabbed the small children being lowered to her. There appeared to be 6 or 7 of them. None could have been more than 5 years old. Rob said something to Emma that Maddie couldn't hear, then took her hand, guiding her along faster. Maddie was not sure what that was about, but it was apparent to her that Rob shared her idea that they needed to get away from the rail yard and its looters. A few blocks later, they came to an intersection. Emma reached over and pulled on the bottom of Maddie's pack. Maddie's first thought was that she was trying to take something from her. She turned, and Emma pointed up to the street sign. "Madison Street," Emma said, a broad smile on her face. Emma had said little the entire time they'd been together. The events at the airport no doubt had traumatized the young girl. Maddie smiled and nodded. "My castle is just down there," Maddie said with a chuckle. Emma laughed, then returned to her mother's side, her spiraled red curls bouncing with each step. April's face was expressionless. Her shoulders slumped and her head hung low. Her limp had become more pronounced. Maddie had experienced terrible blisters before she'd learned how to buy properly fitted shoes. April had developed a rhythm with her suitcase, and had flopped around less. Maddie felt sorry for the woman some, anyway. Her feet aren't the only thing that will hurt like hell before she gets home. Her arms will be toast long before then. After a few more miles, the crowds and traffic jams were thinning out, but there was still a lot of people out on the streets. Rob tapped Maddie on the shoulder. "I think we should find a safe place to stop and rest for the night. The sun is setting behind the buildings and it will be dark soon." Maddie didn't want to stop. Her goal had been, and still was, to get as far away from the city as possible. The presence of protesters had prompted memories of the protests turned riots in St. Louis. Streets had been blocked and stores looted and burned. The police had been powerless to stop it. She did not want to be in the city when all that started. They had made it 10 miles at most. She could have made that in an hour on her own. Although she could travel faster without them, she doubted that it would be safer. "All right," Maddie said, turning her head and scanning for a safe place to stop. Rob pointed to an alley between a garage door repair shop and a dry cleaner's. Maddie nodded in acknowledgement, and they slipped between the buildings. Behind the shop was a row of small storage sheds. Someone had broken the locks and the doors stood open. The contents of the sheds lay scattered on the asphalt parking lot. Rob pushed aside boxes and began to go inside. "Rob, no! If we go in and shut the door, the next person looking to loot them might find us," Maddie said. Maddie pointed to the space between the sheds. Behind the row of sheds was a narrow strip of grass. In the dark, the sheds would hide them from passers-by. Maddie sat cross-legged on the grass and drank from her wrist flask. Rob removed a 20-ounce bottle of Diet Coke from his backpack and handed it to Emma. April flopped down onto the grass and removed her sandals. She removed a bottle of water from her tote bag and poured the liquid onto her mangled feet. Maddie winced when she saw them. She knew all too well how that felt. Her feet still ached a little from her last 100-mile race. Injuries like that sidelined a lot of dedicated runners. The condition of April's feet was slowing them all down. How long before she can go no farther? Maddie removed the first aid kit from a side zipper pocket and slid over to where April was sitting. "I have Band-Aids." Tears formed in April's eyes. Maddie removed a water flask from her pack and squirted the liquid onto April's other foot. "Do you have something you could use to dry your feet?" She nodded and reached over to unzip her suitcase. She winced in pain. April unzipped the bag and threw back the flap to reveal a stack of neatly packed clothes and airtight space bags. April lifted a bag out of the case, exposing a pair of white tennis shoes. She lifted the shoes in the air and shook her head. "I can't believe I forgot I brought these." Maddie's gaze was on the copper urn wrapped in plastic. Maddie's eyes widened and she turned to April. Tears now streamed down the woman's sweaty face. Her gaze went from the urn back to Maddie. You must think me stubborn and petty for holding on to my bag in all this chaos, she said, sniffling. No, Maddie lied. Rob came over and stood beside his wife. He placed a hand on her shoulder, tears filling his eyes. April returned her gaze to Maddie, let out a sigh, and picked up the urn. I just couldn't leave it. It is all I have left of my son, April said, caressing the urn in her arms. We were headed to the beach in Florida to spread some of his ashes. He loved the beach, Rob said. He wanted to use his Make-A-Wish on a family trip to the beach, but Rob stopped and looked away. The Cubbies came to his party instead. He was happy. But I really wanted to go to the beach. I hate baseball, Emma said, taking her father's hand. I'm so sorry, Maddie choked out, fighting tears of her own. She felt so bad for them. Maddie had lost her father, and that was awful, but she couldn't imagine how hard losing a child would be. How old was? A loud crash sounded behind them. They all turned. The sound had come from the back of the shops. Maddie heard a whoosh, then a light pierced the darkness. Maddie peeked out from around the side of the shed. Fire. They've started burning down the city already. The building is on fire, Maddie whispered over her shoulder. I think we will still be safe here. We should be far enough away that the sheds don't catch fire, Rob said. I hope so. There's a huge crowd out there, Maddie said, scooting back away from the corner of the shed. Rob reached over and wrapped his arms around Emma, pulling her close. She laid her head in his lap, her curls spilling onto the grass. She was asleep in minutes. Maddie wished she could sleep like that. She hadn't slept well the last few years, often lying awake half the night rattled by every little noise. Her mother had a security system installed, but it did little to stop the nightmares. No one spoke as they listened to the sounds of breaking glass and the yelling of the growing crowds. There were no sirens. The police were not coming in their riot gear to dispel the mobs with tear gas. Even if they did, there wouldn't be enough officers to quell the violence and looting that would occur that night and over the next few days. It wouldn't take long before there was little left to loot or burn. That is when the gangs will turn savage. Maddie couldn't allay the sense of urgency to get out of the city. Everything in her said run. Chapter 8. Dixon Garage Door Repair Shop, Bellwood, Illinois. Event plus 1 day. Rob had proposed they take 2-hour watches. They would take turns sleeping. When Maddie's watch was up, she did not bother waking Rob. The odor of the burning buildings and the screams that pierced the night made sure she would not sleep. The crowds began breaking up as dawn approached. Maddie imagined they'd go home and sleep through the day to rest up for the next night's riots and looting. Maddie intended to not be in the city to find out if she was correct. Emma squirmed in her dad's lap before opening her eyes. Smiling down at her, he wiped wayward strands of hair from her face. April and Emma were seated cross-legged on the ground next to Rob. Maddie was struck by how much Emma looked like April. Emma, with her long, curly red hair and green eyes, looked like a younger version of her mother. Both were slender and petite. Maddie favored her mom and had received similar comments when she was younger. She found it irritating to be compared to her mother. April retrieved a brush from her tote bag and began brushing Emma's hair. Just hold still, Em, and I'll get done a whole lot faster, April said. I hate my hair. I think it is beautiful, Emma. It looks like, don't say it, Rob and April said in unison. They looked at each other and laughed. I was going to say that I love your curls, Maddie said. Well, I hate them, Emma grumbled. She gets teased by the boys at school. They call her Princess Merida, April whispered. I hate Merida, Emma pouted. I know, Em. You're so much prettier and smarter, Rob said, holding her down and tickling her belly. Another crashing sound brought them back to reality. Maddie stood and looked around the side of the sheds, but did not see anyone in the immediate vicinity. Returning to her spot on the grass, Maddie retrieved a Mayday bar from a side pouch. She checked the level of the water left in her water bladder, half full. She still had enough food and water to get out of the city. She wondered if the Andrews family had any water left. She doubted they were carrying any food. April and Rob leaned in close and whispered. Maddie couldn't make out what the Andrews were discussing, but she could guess at the topic. They had no food or water. Maddie reached into her pack and took out 3 energy bars and removed a water flask. She leaned over and handed them to April. April looked up. She hesitated, looked over to Emma, then took them from Maddie. Thank you, Rob said. Reaching over and taking one from April, tearing the package open, Rob handed the energy bar to Emma before taking one for himself. April took a sip of water, then gave the flask to Emma. I don't have much left. We'll need to find food and water before we leave the city, I'm afraid, Maddie said. Rob appeared to think it over, then nodded. They would have to join the looting. Maddie considered the moral dilemma of stealing. She hated thieves, but it could mean the difference between making it out of the city alive and not. She hoped the store owners would understand, considering the circumstances. Maddie and the Andrews gathered their bags and packs. After inching her way out from between the storage sheds, Maddie stood and scanned the area. The parking lot was empty. The roof of the brick building was totally burned out. Black char marks stained the brick facades. Stepping from the corner of the shed, Maddie spotted a teenage boy sitting in a parked car at the end of the alley. Seconds later, a large group of boys ran down the alley and circled the vehicle, trapping the boy inside. Someone in the group slammed a brick through the driver's side window while another tried to get the door open. The teen behind the wheel slapped at the hands reaching into the car. The tallest of the boys seized hold of the boy's collar and began dragging him through the shattered window. Letting go of Emma's hand, Rob yelled, "Stay here," as he sprinted toward the car. April and Emma called after him, but he kept going. When he reached the group of boys, he shouted for them to stop. The older of the boys spun around, lunged forward, and smashed Rob in the face with a brick from the burned-out building. The force knocked Rob back, and he fell hard, hitting his head on the concrete. "Rob!" April screamed. April raced toward Rob. The mob of boys grabbed her. They pounced on her in unison, knocking her to the ground. Each thug pounded and kicked her over and over. Emma stood frozen. "No!" Emma wailed. As Emma's foot lifted from the pavement, Maddie seized her by the shirt, nearly jerking her off her feet. Wrapping her other arm around the girl's midsection, Maddie turned Emma away from the bloody scene. Maddie looked over her shoulder. The tallest boy drew out a pistol and pressed it to the passenger's head. The sound of the shot startled the other boys. As the gang turned their attention toward the car, Maddie took Emma by the hand, pulling her from the alley and away from the slaughter of her parents. "Let me go, I have to help them," Emma cried as she clawed at Maddie's hand. Maddie stopped running but did not release the girl. Emma yanked as hard as she could to get away, but Maddie held tight. "Emma," Maddie said, placing one hand on the girl's shoulder. Bending down, Maddie placed her forehead against Emma's. "You can't save them. Those boys have guns. There's nothing we can do for them. They would want you to run away. They would want you to live." As Maddie wrapped her arms around her, Emma sobbed into Maddie's shoulder. Maddie held Emma tight as she surveyed the street. The sun was beginning to rise, and she got her first glimpse of the damage done during the night. Maddie took Emma by the shoulders and looked her in the eyes. Wiping tears from the girl's face, Maddie said, "Emma, things are bad here in the city, and it is going to get worse when it gets dark. We have to go. We have to run as fast as we can and get as far from the city as possible." Emma looked up and over her shoulder. She nodded. After wiping her nose on her sleeve, Emma took a deep breath. "You ready?" "Yes," Emma said, her voice still quivering. The two girls ran for their lives. They ran between stalled cars and around the hordes of people blocking the sidewalks. Maddie wanted to put as much distance as she could between them and the crowded city, but it was slow going. It was harder than the start of a marathon, at least with a marathon. Runners eventually spread out and she could break away from the pack here. People were slowly walking along or just loitering on the sidewalks. Although she tried running in the middle of the road, the numerous stalled and wrecked vehicles made even that strategy fruitless. After sidestepping a family walking four abreast on the sidewalk, they wound their way through a maze of cars blocking an intersection. Stepping back onto the side, she heard a group of young men catcalling her from the door of the shop behind them. "Hey, baby, why don't you come over here and we can go party?" "Yeah, we'd love to show you a good time," said a man wearing a large gold chain around his neck and baggy jeans hanging below his butt. Maddie looked down. Emma looked up impassively. Maddie looked back at the men. She wasn't too worried about the baggy jeans guy. If he tried to chase her, he would no doubt trip as his baggy pants fell around his ankles. She had seen that happen many times on the police shows. Live PD was one of her favorites. She thought her mom secretly had a crush on the officer from the Tulsa gang unit. She had to admit he was cute for an old guy, much better looking than her stepdad. A crowd had gathered at the next corner, blocking the sidewalk and southbound lanes of traffic. When Maddie got close, she and Emma crossed over and ran south in the northbound lane. Although she gave it all her little 10-year-old legs could handle, Emma was beginning to tire. It was taking Maddie more effort to pull her along, but she did not dare release the girl's hand. She would likely slow and be swallowed by the crowd. As they approached the intersection, Maddie could see what had drawn the group. Two men were on the ground playing tug-of-war with a case of beer, no doubt looted from the liquor store in the corner. Slowing, Maddie stared at the fight as they passed them. Feeling a tug on her backpack, she swung around. One of the men who had been catcalling her had grabbed her. Luckily, he did not have a firm grasp. As she turned, he lost his grip. She shoved him, and he fell backward. "Back off, creeper," Maddie yelled. Maddie grabbed Emma by the arm and shuffled through the throng of people. Immediately after they emerged from the crowd, they took off running as fast as Emma could go. Maddie took a chance and looked over her shoulder just as Emma tripped over a trash can in the middle of the sidewalk and tumbled to the ground. Quickly grabbing her up, Maddie took off again, but the delay was enough for two other men to gain on the girls. Maddie and Emma ran around a group of people on the sidewalk, jumped the curb, and ran across a four-lane street. Maddie looked behind her as she rounded the corner of a shop. She no longer saw the men. Behind the store was a long parking lot that spanned the length of a row of shops. A tall wooden privacy fence separated the stores from the apartment building behind it. In the back of the lot, pushed up next to the fence, sat two large green dumpsters. Maddie shoved Emma behind them and then slid in beside her. Emma scooted back and sat in the corner with her back against the wooden fence. The space was cramped and her knees touched her chest. "I saw them run back here," a male voice said. "Well, they ain't here now. They have to be here somewhere. I doubt that little one could jump the fence. Check the back doors. Maybe they went inside." Maddie heard the doors rattle and then a thud. They had kicked the door. She peeked out from between the two dumpsters. The two men were still searching the parking lot. From her place in the corner, she could see along the length of the fence and part of the side street. The men paced. As they approached the end of the building farthest from her, Maddie let out the breath she had been holding. The men stopped at the driveway entrance on the side street. Staring at something in the distance, the taller of the two put his arm out, pushing his companion back into the parking lot. The two men pressed their shoulders into the wooden fence. The taller one peered around the end post, toward whatever had caught their interest. Since the men were distracted, Maddie seized the chance to slip out from behind the dumpster. She tugged on Emma's arm, but the girl refused to budge. Maddie crawled to the end of the last dumpster and waved for Emma to join her, shaking her head. Emma whimpered, burying her face in her knees. Maddie slid back in to rouse the girl. Emma moaned. Maddie turned to see if the men had heard her. She sat down next to Emma and placed an arm around her. Maddie looked around the back of the dumpster and saw the taller man jump out in front of a young woman. The second man stepped behind her. The tallest creeper grabbed the girl's right arm and began dragging her into the parking lot. The girl screamed and kicked the man in the groin. He let go of her arm, and the girl was able to take a few steps before the second man grabbed her by her long ponytail, yanking back on her long locks. The man pulled her off balance and she fell to the ground. He dragged her by her hair into a grassy area along the fence. The second man, having recovered enough to stand, reared back and kicked the girl in the ribs, causing her to double over and scream in pain. The men tore at the girl's clothes. Maddie sat frozen in place. Her heart pounded in her chest. She wanted to do something, anything. She needed to rescue this helpless girl, but she knew she couldn't overpower two strong men. She pressed her back against the dumpster. "There was nothing she could do. If only I had my rifle, or my knife or pepper spray or something. Anything." She placed her hands over her ears. She couldn't stand to listen to the two men's grunts. Her mind went blank. Time just stopped. She recalled the camping trip she had taken with her family to Cuivre River State Park when she was 10 years old. She and her brother Zach had played hide and seek in the bushes along the campsite while their parents prepared dinner over the campfire. Zach startled her and she shot up, catching her hair in the brambles. It had taken her mother 10 long, agonizing minutes to untangle her long hair from the bush. Her dad had merely walked over, unsheathed his knife, and cut the branches. Maddie thought he had cut her hair. After her mother removed the final strands from the grip of the stickers, her father said, "That is why you should always wear your hair up and in a hat when you're out here. Just imagine if it had been a bad guy who had a hold of your hair and won't let go." Picturing the girl being dragged by her hair, Maddie reached up and felt the top of her head. Her hair was still in its tight bun. Any loose strands were tucked under her headband just the way she always wore it. She hoped it was sufficient for the apocalypse. Gazing over to Emma's long hair, Maddie took 2 hair ties from her pack. She gently wrapped Emma's hair into a ponytail. She twirled it around her hand, wrapping it into a bun before slipping a tie around it. Giving it a gentle tug, Maddie secured the second tie. She poked wayward curls into the bun. Emma looked up at Maddie, her eyes full of tears. Maddie embraced her, rocking her side to side. The girl's screams had stopped. Maddie no longer heard the men talking. She checked her watch. It was nearly 5 o'clock. They had been sitting behind the dumpsters for hours. There was only about an hour before the sun went down, and the real crazies came out to play. At least that was what her father said would happen, and his predictions had been dead on so far. After sliding to the end, Maddie peeked out from behind the dumpster. Maddie gasped. She placed a hand over her mouth to stifle her sobs as she looked where the young woman lay, naked and bloody. Finally, regaining her composure, Maddie looked for the two men. Not seeing or hearing them, she inched out of her hiding place and stood. She waved for Emma to follow this time. Emma complied. Maddie sucked in a breath at the sight of all the blood. She took a step forward, intending to help the girl, but there was so much blood the girl was most likely dead or soon would be. She took tentative steps over to the young woman, bent down and wiped a strand of hair from her eyes. "I'm so sorry that I couldn't help you," Maddie said, removing a bandana from her side pouch and placing it over the girl's naked midsection. A loud crash and the sound of breaking glass startled her. It had only been 24 hours and people were this violent as more and more people figured out that they could do anything without fear of prison. Maddie knew it would become increasingly more dangerous to be on the streets. She needed a new route, one away from the commercial district and the looters. Maddie looked up and down the side street. She couldn't be sure where the girl's killers had gone, but it was time to go. She needed to get Emma away from the city. Emma was her responsibility now, and she was not going to let her down. Chapter 9, FEMA Headquarters. Federal Building, Chicago, Illinois. Event plus 1 day. After spending the night on the lumpy sofa in his office, Director Ames opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. He had just drifted off to sleep when a knock on his door stirred him. "Come in," Ames barked. The red-faced courier handed Director Ames an envelope and rushed back out of the office. Ames focused on the envelope and managed to rip the top flap open in a few seconds. He reached in and pulled out a handwritten report. The surge capacity force members are currently being inserted into the rapid response teams. The Illinois National Guard has mobilized to their assigned coordinates and has already begun securing the points of entry to the city. The Chicago Emergency Management reports that their officers encountered resistance from several large groups, which appear to be part of protests in progress before the EMP. Those groups are now stranded near the airport. Passengers from O'Hare International have flooded the streets. After a night of looting and rioting, many businesses near the airport are on fire. The Stone Park police station was set on fire as well. The police departments have begun moving the crowds off the streets in that area block by block. The immediate area surrounding your facility on Clark Street has been secured. As the Guard troops encounter people trying to enter the city, they have been directing them to the disaster recovery centers at the church in Manteno. The DRCs have opened all but 9 of the pre-positioned centers around the city. As soon as sufficient personnel to operate those centers have been located, they will be operational as well. Incident management teams and logistics have implemented their orders. However, just like the recovery centers, locating staff members has proven more challenging than anticipated. With the lack of satellite communications, teams have been forced to go to each office to pick up personnel and transport them to work. This has put a strain on our transportation capabilities, but we anticipate a 90% solution once workers are transported to their duty stations. Everything will run as planned. Illinois Emergency Management, IEMA, has requested additional transportation support to facilitate movement of Emergency Support Functions 6 NGO and Red Cross volunteers. William Krause, Logistics Manager, FEMA. Ames folded the memo and placed it on his desk. After pulling a notepad from his desk drawer, he removed a pen from his shirt pocket. He sighed. Life without computers and cell phones made mundane tasks a chore. What used to take seconds now took hours. His handwritten orders had to be given to couriers who would hand-deliver them to his teams in the field. He took a deep breath and wrote his response. "Keep me updated on Chicago PD's progress. Go ahead and provide IEMA with available transportation after major objectives have been met and priority locations are secured. I want a status report on the number of Guard troops and disaster agency volunteers that are unaccounted for as soon as a roster can be made." After struggling to slide the memo into an inter-office manila envelope, Ames stood and opened his door. He motioned for his secretary and held out the envelope. "The administrator just sent word that he wants to see you in his office in 20 minutes, the woman said. "Any word from Washington?" he asked. "Not that I am aware of, sir." Ames stretched and rolled his shoulders. He walked down the hall and entered the men's room. Looking at himself in the mirror, he noticed the dark circles under his eyes. After washing his face, he tucked in his shirt and straightened his tie, running a finger over his teeth. He lamented that he didn't keep an overnight kit in his desk anymore. He hadn't needed it since his promotion to director. Administrator Harding did not look like he'd slept any better than Ames had, even though he also had a sofa in his office. Ames looked over at the papers strewn about the floor and covering the sofa cushions. It confirmed his suspicion that the administrator hadn't slept either. "What do you have to report on securing the city?" Harding asked, looking up from the mound of papers on his desk. He stood up and poured a glass of water, handing it to Ames. After taking a sip, Ames gave him a summary of the situation report he had received from Krauss. When he finished, Harding said nothing. An awkward silence hung between them. Ames debated if he should ask Harding if he had heard anything from Washington or the other regions, but Harding was deep in thought. Breaking the silence, Harding said, "We've been unable to communicate with Washington. There are rumors that D.C. was hit directly by one of the missiles. It is only an unconfirmed report at the moment, so keep that to yourself. I've sent word to Indiana to dispatch a team to D.C. to confirm the status of the Capitol and secure any new orders from the White House. Until then, we continue operating under the emergency orders." Harding leaned forward and placed his elbows on his desk. He ran his hand across his stubbled face. Although his skin complexion obscured any dark circles, Ames could still see prominent bags forming under Harding's brown eyes. "My staff is anxious to get moved out of the city. As you can imagine, they are concerned for their families," Ames said. "I'm sure they are, but we have a crisis to handle here. We'll move as soon as we get the all-clear from the security teams," Harding said. Ames said nothing. Harding was quiet a moment before clearing his throat. He stood and pulled a binder from the shelf beside his desk. The EMP had turned the clock back to the 1800s. Paper copies were all they had to go by now. He placed the binder on the desk and opened it. He thumbed through tabs until he found the section he'd been searching for. With an index finger, he pointed to the heading at the top of the page. "If we receive news that D.C. is gone, we're required to implement the continuity and recovery plans." Harding's expression was grim. The binder held the continuity plan that no one ever wanted to have to implement. The one that meant the cavalry was never coming to the rescue, that they were on their own and soon the streets would resemble the wild, wild West. That would make you the head of the region. "How do you think the governors are going to react?" Ames asked. "Some will resist while others will be relieved to have someone to blame when their residents start complaining about the slow recovery." Ames locked eyes with Harding. "Slow recovery. That is an understatement, don't you think?" Harding puffed out his cheeks and let out a lungful of air. Placing his hands in his pockets, he looked down at his shoes. His business casual and tasseled loafers were entirely inappropriate for the apocalypse. "Sir, you and I both know that there is no recovering from this disaster." Harding held up a hand. "We have a plan, Jerry. The plan is a recovery plan. It is not our job to do nation building. We don't get to decide what communities live and which ones have to fend for themselves. We live in the United States of America. The United States." Harding's face was hard. This time, Harding was the initiator as their eyes locked. Ames broke eye contact and looked toward the window. He imagined all the resources that were being wasted at that moment. Poorly protected recovery centers would soon be overrun with people looking for assistance. Resources would soon run out, and those people would not have the skills or ability to care for themselves in the new world. "Let's wait 2 days," Harding said. "If we don't hear back from Indiana, or if we hear that D.C. has fallen, we will begin President Reinhardt's continuity plan." Harding closed the binder and placed it back on the shelf. "And at what point will you decide that it is time to implement General Garland's continuity plan?" Ames asked. Harding spun around and faced Ames with fury all over his face. "Never," Harding said, veins bulging on his forehead. Harding's eyes were almost black. Ames tilted his head and studied the man's hard features. He did not doubt that Harding meant what he said. No matter how dire the situation got, Harding would not sacrifice the many to save the few, even if that meant that they all perished. In the early days of Reinhardt's presidency, General Garland had laid out the plan to the president and his cabinet as a remote possibility scenario for planning purposes only. No one in the cabinet had taken it seriously. It had been one of several dozen proposals put forth in the planning stages of the new president's framework for a recovery plan. Ames would likely have never even known about it had he not been sleeping with someone with contacts in the cabinet. She and the others had laughed it off as lunacy, but it made perfect sense to Ames, especially in a scenario like the one playing out in the country at that precise moment. Did Harding think the Russians, Chinese, and Iranians had launched the attacks only to sideline the United States? Ames held eye contact with Harding as he took his seat. "I know we discussed his plan in jest. I was just joking, nothing to get so worked up about. We've planned for as many scenarios as possible, and we are a resilient nation after all. I'm sure with your leadership, Region 5 will not only recover, but it will also thrive, Ames said, doing his best to wear a genuine smile. Harding's shoulders relaxed. As he took his seat, he drew in a deep breath and let it out, making a braying noise. What I don't need right now, Ames, is an ass-kisser. But in case there is a thread of sincerity in that statement, I thank you. A knock on the door broke the tension. Harding turned toward the door and said, "Yes, come in." A National Guard soldier poked his head around the door. "Administrator Harding, we have cleared the route to Marseilles, and transport units should be here to move you and your staff later this afternoon." "Excellent. We will be ready." Harding turned to Ames. "Make sure everyone is ready. Let me know if anyone gives you any problems. We can't have staff thinking they are exempt." Ames rose to his feet and walked over to the door. With his hand on the knob, he turned back and looked over his shoulder. "I don't think anyone will have a problem loading up for the trip. It is their reactions when they get there that we'll have to handle." Harding looked up from the papers on his desk. He stared at Ames. "Do you anticipate having problems when we get there?" he asked. Ames furrowed his brow, unsure what to answer. "Well, they likely won't be happy when they discover that not all their families have been brought there." Harding let out a heavy sigh and rubbed his forehead. "I told the director we should have made it clear which essential staff would be allowed accompanied duty and which won't," Harding confessed. "When we arrive, they won't be told their families can't join them. They will only be told that they will join them when transportation is available. That should hold them off until the buses start arriving with refugees," Harding said. "Maybe by then it won't matter. Security will have been established, and any personnel issues can be handled by the continuity teams. We will have more staff than we know what to do with at that point. So if we lose some, it won't really matter," Ames said. "That's what I was thinking as well. Just make sure we don't lose anyone on your team. They are all vital to what we will need to set up in Marseille." "I'll take care of that," Ames said, turning the knob. He looked over Harding's office one last time. He imagined they were all about to face the harsh reality of life outside their air-conditioned, sixth-floor offices. Closing the door behind him, he inhaled deeply. "I so need a nap or a drink or both." Chapter 10. Morris, Illinois event, plus 1 day. "Where the hell you been, Kelly?" "I've been waiting here for hours," said Carl. "I was looking for you." "I hung around Jimmy's place for a long time. When Jimmy and Pickle left, I went into the garage to find you, and that's how I knew you'd had left." "That don't matter none now. Where's my shit?" Kelly handed Carl the bags and flopped into the ripped upholstered chair by the window of Carl's motel room. "What the hell do you think you're doing? This ain't no time to sit and chill. We have to get Jimmy his money. That ain't gonna happen sitting in this shithole all day. So get your ass up and let's go." Carl was obscured by an illuminated bank of smoke when he opened the door. "How we gonna get him money? I went by the pawn shop on 3rd Street on my way back here, and it was on fire. There was a crowd of people throwing Molotov cocktails in all the windows on that block." Carl stopped in the doorway, turned, and punched the door. He hadn't considered that pawn shops would be the first places looted, and then everyone would have shit to sell that would make his shit worthless. He shut the door, walked over to the bed, and sat down, placing his head in his hands. The scene at the convenience store played over and over in his mind. He knew there must be something he could boost that would still be worth money, enough money to pay Jimmy back and keep him in dope until this shit passed. Think, Carl, think. As he replayed the scene again, he remembered the girl. She was out there alone, his for the taking. He knew a guy, someone who dealt in high-end stuff like that. He needed to find him and see what he would pay for something of that quality. He doubted he could find that exact girl again, but there would be plenty of other fruit for the picking. "Let's go find Vance Haven," said Carl, disappearing into the whirls of smoke at the door. He dragged Kelly out, nearly causing him to trip over his own feet. "What the hell do we want with Haven? He's a scumbag pimp. He ain't gonna give you no money." Carl knew Kelly hated the man. Haven was the guy who hooked their mom up with the biggest mover of lot lizards in this part of the country. Kelly did not understand what it was like for their mom. She did what she needed to do to survive, just like they did. It was not Haven's fault, or his mom's for that matter. It was just the nature of the game. "Vance has connections, and I need those connections. What the hell for? You just leave that to me, little bro. I have a plan. If we play this right, we might just make enough to keep us set for a good while." Carl and Kelly found Vance Haven holed up in a rundown motel room 3 blocks from downtown. He and his whores were passed out and had no clue the world had gone to shit. At first he was reluctant to give up any names, but after a little persuasion in the form of some heroin, Carl had the name he needed. Carl patted a big-breasted brunette on her naked ass as he left the room. "Tell Vance that I may have some work for him if my little venture pays off," Carl said to her as he shut the door. Vance was a pussy, but he sure could charm the ladies. He might prove useful in the future. Terence Wright was a huge man in both stature and status. His crew was not going to let Carl and Kelly get anywhere near their boss. Carl knew that, so he chatted up one of his low-level street runners named T-Man. He said he had a business deal that might profit the boss and wondered if he might be interested in hearing his proposal. "Tell him I'll be at Bill Budget Inn if he is interested," Carl said. 2 hours later, a short African-American man wearing a Cubs baseball hat and jersey knocked on the door to Carl's room. "So let me get this straight. You think you can keep the boss supplied in girls and find a way to move them up and down the routes?" T-Man asked. "I know he can. How much would he be willing to pay per girl?" Carl asked. The man hit a blunt, held it, and slowly exhaled. Carl nervously tapped his hands on his knees, trying hard not to scratch at the scabs on his face. The man pointed at Carl's face. "You're a damn junkie. How you gonna get girls? Look at that damn face all scabbed up and shit. If I can bring him girls, what will he pay?" "Well, before the world went to shit, it was a G. But if you can guarantee a steady supply, he might be willing to pay a little more. But only if they are quality. No scabbed-up junkies like you. What if I can find a way for him to move them too? How much would that bring me?" Carl asked, sweat breaking out on his face. He needed a fix in the worst way, but he needed to finish his business first. He would celebrate big time if he could pull off this deal. "How would you do that?" "I wouldn't want to reveal my secrets before I have a deal. Just say I could." "What do you think that would be worth to your boss?" "I don't know, couple large maybe. I'd have to run that by the boss and see. You do that for me, and I'll get you something nice to take to him as a show of good faith, like a sampler. Will that work?" Carl asked, sucking on his lip. He was doing everything he could not to scratch at his crawling skin. He wanted to look professional. The boss was known not to deal directly with junkies. Maybe if this deal became as lucrative as he thought, he would kick the shit and become a stand-up businessman. Perhaps a rival to the boss. Hell, he had the smarts to be king around here if he wanted to. He just hadn't applied himself to it yet. Carl had shot up and was resting when the door to his motel room crashed open. Kelly ran in, startling him. "What the hell, man? What's the hurry?" "Jimmy," Kelly panted. "Jimmy, what the hell about him?" "He's on his way. He has his guys with him. I was over at Jenny's and overheard her brother talking about it. We have to go." Kelly grabbed Carl's arm and pulled his brother to his feet. Carl stumbled, nearly falling back onto the bed. Kelly put an arm around Carl's waist and helped him to the door. As they rounded the side of the motel, Kelly spotted Jimmy's Mustang coming down the street, weaving in and out of traffic. Shit. We have to hurry, Carl. Here comes Jimmy." Carl heard Kelly talking but couldn't make out his words. Carl woke up with straw poking him in the face. He rolled over and vomited over the edge of the barn's loft. Kelly scooted over and handed him the bandana he carried in his pocket. Carl always thought it was odd that his brother carried one, but he was grateful for it at the moment. "Where the hell are we?" Carl asked, laying back on his straw bed. "Uncle Mark's barn." "Why did you bring me here?" "You know that cocksucker hates me. He pulled a shotgun on me the last time I stopped by. That is why I thought Jimmy wouldn't think to look for us here. He knows Mark wouldn't put you up. Hell no, he won't. He'd give me up. Mark was his mother's brother, but they'd never been close. He resented her for making his parents raise 2 boys in their old age. Not that he ever lifted a finger to help them, but that was beside the point. He was also a hypocrite. He talked shit about Carl and his mom's drug habits, but he was a sloppy, damn no-good drunk. He slapped his old lady around and lived off her family's money. No, he was no better than them, but he sure as shit thought he was. Carl would have liked to take him down a notch or two, but he didn't have time for that now. He had girls to find and money to make. Now he'd need to find a new dealer, too. Jimmy wasn't going to be selling him dope any time soon. Carl sat up and tried to steady himself. His head was pounding, and his stomach cramped like he was giving birth. He rubbed his stubbled face, lifted his arm over his head, and sniffed his armpits. He shook his head and lowered it. "I need a damn bath. I can't even remember the last time I had a shower. Days, weeks, I can't remember. Anyway, we need to stop by and pay Pop a visit." "What the hell for, Carl? You know he ain't gonna help you any more than Uncle Mark would." "Well, I ain't gonna be the one asking." Kelly looked at him. Carl flashed him a cheesy grin, his yellow and rotted teeth on full display. Kelly shook his head. "Oh no, I'm not going to go up there and ask him to help us. He don't care for me any more than he does you. He'll just slam the door in my face like he did the last time I paid him a visit unannounced." "You aren't going up there to ask him for anything, stupid." "I'm not. No, you're going to tell him you were worried about him and came to see if he needed anything. Maybe offer to do some chore for him. Anything that will get us the key to the barn and inside without getting pumped full of lead. He ain't gonna fall for that. You know I'm a terrible liar. We're gonna practice until you get it right. Then you're sure as hell gonna go up there and get me that damn key," Carl snapped. Chapter 11, San Diego, California event plus 1 day. The sun was shining as usual in San Diego. Beth did not think it should be. The nation was in mourning. She was in mourning. Her mother, Florence Elizabeth Evans Wilson, had died peacefully in her sleep. Beth was relieved that her mother would not have to endure the agonizing pain of cancer without morphine. Beth was grateful that the nurse had left a small bottle of the strong pain medication. Her mother had 1 shot left. It had spared Beth having to watch her mother die an excruciating death. With the shelter-in-place order still in effect, the hospice nurse hadn't returned. The morphine pump had hung empty for more than 24 hours. The coroner's office had finally come, and the funeral home had removed the body. Her mother would be cremated. Beth would be allowed to pick up her ashes when the emergency order was lifted. Frank had retreated to his room upstairs. He hadn't slept in there since his wife had gone to the hospital the month before. Beth had tried to get him to come down and eat lunch, but he refused. She could relate to his need to withdraw. She had done the same when her husband had died. Sitting in front of the television, Beth listened for any news from Illinois and Missouri. The information coming in was disturbing. The news showed a convoy of military vehicles heading into San Diego. Beth wondered why they were not going to help keep the peace in the affected areas of the country. The phone rang, and Beth nearly jumped out of her seat. It hadn't rung since the EMP had struck. Hurrying across the room, Beth yanked the phone from its charging cradle. She did not even take time to check the caller ID. All she could think was that it could be her kids. "Beth, Roger Miller here. I received the message you left last weekend. I'm sorry it took me so long to return your call. I was out of town." Beth thought for a moment. Had she called Roger? Roger and Greg had been roommates when she met them. They had stayed close even after Greg's death. She remembered wanting to let him know she and Maddie were in town. They always had dinner together when they came to visit her mother. "Roger, hi, it's okay. Things have been crazy for everyone. I'm surprised to hear from you. Didn't your unit get deployed to deal with this mess?" "No, I got out, remember? I have a job with a contractor as an urban reconnaissance and surveillance instructor." "Oh, I remember you said you had applied. Congratulations. How do you like civilian life?" "It was great until the shit hit the fan." Beth fought back tears. The shit had indeed hit the fan, and all Greg's preps were of no use to her and her children now. He would be so disappointed in her when she booked her and Maddie's flight to California. It had never even crossed her mind that they would be leaving their get-home bags behind. It was her fault that her daughter was defenseless in an airport in Chicago. "How's your mom? You said you and Maddie had come to care for her?" Beth could no longer contain the tears. She sobbed into the phone, unable to speak. "Oh, Beth, I'm so sorry about your mom. If there is, Maddie and Zach are out there alone." Maddie was on an airplane flying back to Ohio when the EMP hit. Zach is somewhere along an interstate in southern Illinois on a class field trip. "They're helpless, Roger, and it's all my fault," Beth cried. "I'm on my way. I'll be there in 20 minutes, Roger said. "What about the travel ban?" "Screw it. They can shoot me. I'm on my way. Don't worry, Beth," Roger said, and the line went dead. Roger dropped his pack and M4 just inside the door. Beth stood at the end of the long hall. Roger turned to her and opened his arms wide. Beth ran to him and collapsed into his arms. She felt her knees buckle. He held her tight. The grief of so many losses overcame her. It felt as if every cell in her body mourned. She felt the physical pain of grief. When Greg died, she thought she couldn't bear the pain. It was so intense that she wanted to leap from her body to avoid it. It was the kind of pain, both mental and physical, that she would do just about anything to stop. And the only thing that would make it stop was gone. Her husband was dead. Her mother was dead. Her children were alone in the apocalypse. But she knew, like a severe injury or disability, she must choose to accept the pain and move forward with living, or do nothing and let it engulf her and hold her in place until she was consumed by it. With Greg, she had eventually chosen to accept the pain and move on. She had children who needed her. She'd had no choice. There was nothing she could do to stop the pain from the loss of Greg and her mom. But she had children who were out there somewhere, alone, and they needed her. Taking hold of Beth's shoulders, Roger leaned back to get a look at her. He brushed unruly strands of blonde hair from her face, then clutched her tight to his chest. He had been like a brother to her, and she found momentary comfort in his presence. She allowed herself to be in that moment and to feel the relief of not being alone. The two sat at the table talking about news reports and the disaster area. Beth had gone up to check on Frank several times, but he refused to answer the door. Jack whined and scratched on the door to her parents' bedroom. When Frank did not open the door to let him out, Beth ascended the stairs and knocked on her stepfather's door. "Frank, is it okay if I open the door and let Jack out? He probably needs to go outside." She heard nothing. Beth knocked again, this time a little louder. "Frank," she called as she reached for the doorknob. Beth cracked open the door. Jack bolted out and down the stairs. Beth turned to follow him, but then turned back and pushed the door open a little wider, continuing to call her stepfather's name. "Frank, I just wanted to check to see if you needed anything." Roger came over, and standing in front of her parents' bed, Beth froze. Frank's lifeless body hung by a necktie from a hook over the closet door. Backing out of the room, Beth closed the door. He had made the choice not to live with his pain. She could understand his choice. He was with her mother now. She envied him. It was the choice she would likely have made if she hadn't had Maddie and Zach to think about. And then there was her husband, Jason. He was a good man. He had been good to her and the kids, but he knew nothing about surviving the apocalypse. He was even less prepared than Maddie and Zach for the new world. Her kids would have to come first. Poor Jason would need to fend for himself until she got her kids home safe. Does that make me a bad person? She imagined that she would be doing a lot of things that would make her question that before she reached her children. But she did not have time for self-evaluation. She knew what she had to do. She had 2,000 miles to travel. "Is everything okay up there?" Roger called from the bottom of the stairs. Beth descended the stairs in silence. She felt guilty for being relieved that she could leave there and not feel she had abandoned a sick old man in the middle of the apocalypse. Jack ran past Roger, bounding up the steps toward her. She bent down and picked him up. "Now what the hell am I going to do with you, huh?" she asked, stroking the fur out of his one good eye. Beth carried Jack past Roger and went into the dining room. Roger followed silently. Beth sat with one-eyed Jack in her lap as she and Roger planned how to go find her kids. Chapter 12, Olive Street, Christian Church, Marshall, Illinois, event plus 1 day. The Reverend and his congregation were cordial but not as friendly as Zach had expected. The church's stove operated on propane, but the refrigerators did not. So breakfast that morning had consisted of oatmeal and juice. While most of his class had turned their noses up at the meal, Zach scarfed his down. Fuel is fuel. Zach's intention had been to head out at first light, but Mr. Dean had caught him before he reached the door. "Not yet, Zach," Mr. Dean said, catching him by the arm. "The chief stopped by this morning. The Red Cross is going to be coming soon to pick us up and get us home. Are you sure they are taking us home and not to another shelter?" That is what the chief said. Zach reluctantly agreed to stay with his class and wait for the buses. His friends did not appear concerned at all. Jacob and Connor were acting like it was a big party. Connor had his arm around a girl's shoulder while Jacob was leaning in, talking low to another girl. Zach thought it was funny because his friends hadn't given those two girls the time of day before the lights went out. Zach thought of that country line his grandpa had said, something about all the girls looking pretty at closing time, whatever that meant. The Reverend was in a whispered conversation with a man at the church's back door. The man's voice was raised enough that Zach could hear him, but not enough to make out what he was saying. He could tell it was more than a friendly shoot-the-shit conversation by the animated way the man threw his arms around and pointed inside the church. "What is that about?" Jacob said, walking up beside Zach. "I don't know. Maybe he wants to come stay here," and the Reverend said, "No, maybe. It is a little crowded in here. Did you hear that they ran out of bottled water already?" Sister Brown came through, passing out styrofoam cups. She told everyone to write their names on them because that was all they had. "We have to drink tap water from the sink," Jacob said, wrinkling his nose. "At least you have water. The people on well water would love to have running water right now. How do we know that their water is drinkable? Who knows what all is in it? Could be lead like in Flint, Michigan. I never drink tap water." Zach shook his head. Jacob could be so dramatic sometimes. He'll be drinking worse than that before the power comes back on. Zach wanted to tell him just how bad things were going to get. But Mr. Dean was right. If everyone knew, they would panic. It would be hard to control everyone after that. A couple of church ladies set up card tables in a fellowship hall off the kitchen. They laid out board games and decks of cards to give people something to occupy their time. A cart of books was brought in, but they were all religious books, so most of them remained on the cart. Zach sat in the pew nearest the back door, looking at the group milling about the sanctuary. There were several mothers with small children and no one to help care for them. If the Red Cross didn't come, he wasn't sure how they could possibly make it home on their own with little kids in tow. A man in a leather vest and pants watched a group of kids playing on the floor just outside the kitchen. A little girl ran after a toy that another kid had thrown before she reached the toy. The man scooped up the little girl and tossed her into the air. He sat back down in the chair, holding the child on his lap. The child wiggled and squirmed, then began to cry. A young petite woman exited the kitchen door, ran over, and grabbed the girl from his arms. Hugging her tight to her chest, she shook her finger at the man. "You damn perv! You keep your filthy hands off my baby girl," she yelled. She kicked the man in the shin. Turning, she stomped back to the kitchen, clutching the child in her arms. The other mothers flooded out of the kitchen, shooing their little ones away from the man. He rose and walked over to a group of men by the front of the church. If the other men had seen the commotion, they did not show it. It was possible that the man didn't know better than to pick up someone else's child. But Zach didn't think that was possible. The man was in his early 30s. He was young enough to know how it would be perceived. The men with the pervert all wore leather vests displaying the same logo. From the man's confident demeanor, Zach got the impression he was the leader of their group. The man pointed to the game room, and the other men followed him. The morning dragged on. It seemed to Zach like it had been days. He resisted the urge to check his watch every 5 minutes. When the church ladies called out that lunch was served, his male classmates were the first to line up. Zach was starving too, but at least he had finished all his breakfast. Lunch consisted of peanut butter sandwiches and juice boxes. Zach felt like he was back in kindergarten as he stuck his straw into the tiny box. The church must have dipped into the nursery's food stash, he thought. He was grateful and all, but breakfast hadn't been filling, and one peanut butter sandwich was more of a snack to a teenage boy. His stomach rumbled loudly by 2 o'clock. He didn't want to risk being seen taking food from his pack, so he slung it over his shoulder and headed to the bathroom. Zach passed Beckett Hall's music teacher, Mrs. White. She glared at his pack as he passed. Zach gave her a broad smile. "Where are you going, Mr. Langston?" "I was just going to change clothes, Mrs. White," Zach lied. "All right, you have 5 minutes. No playing around it there. You don't have cigarettes or anything in that pack, do you?" "God, no. I just want to get into something more comfortable." She nodded. Zach pushed open the bathroom door. 2 men were huddled in the corner, puffing on a cigarette and blowing it out an open window. The church did not allow smoking, of course. The men looked up, saw it was Zach, then went back to their conversation. "They don't consider me a threat." "Good." Zach entered a vacant stall and shut the door. He lowered the lid of the toilet and sat down. Placing his bag on his lap, he unzipped a top pocket. It contained energy bars and nuts. Knowing he needed to conserve food for his trip home, he removed only 1 energy bar and a small bag of nuts. After slowly tearing open the wrapper, Zach peeled it back and took a bite. He ate the energy bar and a handful of nuts, then put the bag back into the pouch. Standing, he opened the stall door and slung his pack over his back. The 2 men turned and stared at him as he walked over to wash his hands. When he turned on the water, he remembered he had forgotten to flush. Looking at the men, he doubted they would think anything of him not flushing. But not wanting to rouse suspicion, he turned and walked back to the stall. Reaching in, he flipped the handle to flush the toilet. Returning to the sink, he washed his hands. He looked around for paper towels to dry them. "Ain't none. They ran out early this morning. They said they don't got no more." The man with long, sandy brown hair and dirty jeans said, "Oh, okay. What you got in there?" the other man asked, pointing to Zach's pack. The man stepped forward, dropped his cigarette on the floor, and stamped it out with his foot. He, too, looked dirty and disheveled. "Just books and clothes, mostly. We were on a school field trip when whatever this has happened," Zach said, wiping his wet hands on his pants. "Let's have a look," the first man said. "Yeah, we need to make sure you don't have drugs or something in there." The second man said. As the men rushed toward him, Zach hurried toward the door and opened it. He could see the men had gained on him. They were just behind him when he exited the bathroom. He turned to look over his shoulder and bumped into Mr. Dean. "Whoa, slow down there, Zach." "What's the hurry, Mr. D?" "I don't think it is going to be safe here very much longer. There are some sketchy-ass dudes staying here with us," Zach said. His voice cracking, Mr. Dean took Zach by the arm and led him away from the restrooms. When they reached the back of the church, Mr. Dean turned to Zach, placing his hand on Zach's shoulder. "Did someone do something to you in the restroom? You can tell me you know?" "Oh, no, Mr. D. Nothing like that. I just have seen some sketchy behavior from some of the men here." Mr. Dean motioned for Zack to take a seat in the last row of pews. Scooting in beside him, he said, "Tell me what you saw that concerned you." Zack placed his pack on the pew beside Mr. Dean and turned in his seat to face his teacher. "Well, for one, I watched that man over there in the leather vest pick up a little girl and put her in his lap. When she struggled, he held her tighter. Her mom had to come wrestle her out of his hands. That is concerning. I'll have a talk with Chief Baker about it. Maybe he can post one of his officers inside to deter that behavior," Mr. Dean said, standing to go. "That is not all." Mr. Dean lowered himself back to the seat. "Go on," Zack told Mr. Dean what had occurred in the restroom. "We need to have a talk with Chief Baker. There might not be anything he can do, but he should be aware. He may want to at least have a talk with them." Zack didn't think talking would deter those men. If the Red Cross didn't come for them soon, Zack feared that it would get ugly in the church by morning. Chapter 13. Bellwood, Illinois. Event plus 1 day. After witnessing the attack on the young woman, Maddie was determined to get away from the crowds on Mannheim Street. Exiting the parking lot, she chose to turn left toward a residential area. She doubted the men had gone into the neighborhood. All the action was centered on the stores and shops of the business district. Although the residential area was quieter, people were still out on their front lawns talking to one another. Children played in the streets between stalled cars. Maddie and Emma walked along the sidewalk, scanning the road for any sign of the young woman's attackers. At the stop sign, Maddie had to choose to go right or left. Left led to a commercial district where she didn't want to be, so she picked right. They walked 3 blocks before having to make another right-left choice. To prevent them from becoming hopelessly lost in a maze of streets, she decided this time it was best to check her map. Pulling it from the side pouch, she traced the route from the shops where they'd hidden behind the dumpsters to the residential street she had first turned on. Looking at the street sign above her, she retrieved a pen and circled it on the map. She traced a route that would lead her back to Mannheim Road, farther down in a less commercial area. As she stowed the map back into her pack, a man dressed all in black passed them on the sidewalk. He did not speak or look up. Maddie watched as he traveled down the street in front of them. Something about him gave Maddie the creeps. She hung back to see which direction he would choose at the next intersection. About halfway down the block, 2 teenage boys stepped onto the sidewalk and walked toward the man in black. Stepping off the curb onto the street, the man continued to walk in the same direction. After stepping into the road, the boys kept advancing toward the man. The man in black reached back and pulled a pistol from his waistband. Holding the gun down to his side, he kept walking. As he approached the boys, he put the gun back into his waistband but kept his hand on the grip. When the group met, one of the teens reached out and placed an arm around the man's neck. The man pushed the boy away with one hand, pulled his pistol with the other, then fired one-handed at each teen, pulling a gun of his own. The teen who had first approached the man began firing as the other boy fled in the opposite direction. Maddie and Emma took cover behind a parked car. The teen with the gun ran right past them. Maddie peered out from behind the vehicle. The man in black dropped to his knees and fell face first to the pavement. Rolling onto his back, he stared up at the sky. Looking up and down the street, Maddie could no longer see either boy. After the gunfight, the residential street was deserted. No one came out of their houses to see what had happened. Straightening, Maddie pulled Emma to her feet. Standing a few feet away, Maddie could tell the man had been shot in the neck and abdomen, wounds that on a normal day could likely be fatal. On a day without 9/11 and trauma surgery, his injuries were a definite death sentence. Maddie stared down at the man. She felt paralyzed. The man attempted to rise but could not. He tried to speak, but he only coughed blood. Maddie stepped closer. The man mouthed, "Help me?" "No one can help you," Maddie said. A look of resignation came over the man's face. He looked skyward, appearing to make peace with his death. Maddie looked to his right. A pistol lay by the tire of the nearest parked car. Stepping over the man, she bent down and picked up the Glock G42. She dropped the magazine into her hand. It was nearly empty. She laid it on the pavement and racked the slide, catching the ejected round as it flew into the air. Maddie turned toward the man. He stared at the sky. She walked back over to him, knelt, and felt his pockets. In his left rear pants pocket, she found a full 6-round magazine. Standing, Maddie slid the full magazine into the pistol, chambered around, and ejected the magazine. She loaded the extra round into the magazine before slapping it back into the pistol. Gripping the gun, Maddie extended her arms into a firing position and felt its weight in her hand. It was light and would fit into a pocket, if she had a pocket. Maddie smiled. Dad would be so proud of me. The gun didn't have a manual safety. She would have to be careful not to touch the trigger or let it catch on anything if she had to draw it in the heat of battle. The man looked at her as she stood over him with his pistol in her hand. As she returned his gaze, they locked eyes. She knew he was dying, yet she felt no sympathy for the man. She looked up and down the street. Would she have to shoot anyone before she reached home? Could she do it if it came to that? She wasn't sure. Maddie carefully placed the pistol in the kangaroo pouch on her back. She reached back a few times to check how she would quickly pull it if she needed to. It was likely to slide down into the pouch below her rain jacket and out of reach. In that case, she wouldn't be able to get to it without taking off her pack. None of the front or side pouches were big enough for the pistol. She would need to find pants with a belt and deep pockets. Her tights and the tank top were a good choice for running, but not for carrying a loaded pistol. The sun was starting to set behind the houses. It would be dark soon. She had hoped to be far from the city by dark. That was not going to happen now. She needed to find a place for her and Emma to hide until daylight. Looking around, all she saw was row after row of houses. She took Emma's hand. They sprinted down the street, weaving between cars. Maddie slowed when they passed people in the road. The two had traveled about 10 city blocks before Maddie spotted the perfect place to stay the night. They ran down the block and through the next intersection. Just past the corner was a wrought iron gate. Above the entrance was a sign that read, Oakdale Cemetery. Emma looked up, wide-eyed. As Maddie tried to walk forward, Emma pulled back, refusing to budge. Emma, this is the safest place in the city right now. No one will come into the cemetery and hurt us there. Emma looked at the sign above the gate. It is just for the night, and I have a gun now, Maddie said. Okay, Emma nodded. The two ran across the street, through the open gate, and down a paved walkway at a stand of evergreen trees. Maddie ducked under low branches. After dropping to her knees, she held back the branches for Emma. The girls sat down and leaned against the largest of the trees. Emma laid sideways on the ground and closed her eyes. A rush of relief and then sadness engulfed Maddie. Pulling her knees to her chest, she sobbed quietly. She felt a sense of isolation and fear, unlike anything she had ever known in her life, even more than the isolation she had felt in the last few years. Although she came from a family of 4, they lived splintered lives. Each tiptoed around, hiding their pain to spare one another. There were no more family camping trips, no game nights, no Taco Tuesdays, and no more of Dad's swirly pancakes on Saturday mornings. Zach had been the one to pick up their father's mantle. He had tried to be the man of the house. She and Zach had fought a great deal over his newly assumed authority and him thinking he could tell her what to do. He was 4 years younger than her. If he grieved their dad, Maddie didn't see it. But where she had felt fragile, broken, and abandoned, Zach appeared stoic, older and wiser than his years. Where is he now? She tried to remember where he had said. His class had stopped. He was at a McDonald's somewhere, she recalled. He was on his class field trip. Mr. Dean was pretty cool. He would keep Zach safe. He would know what to do. Mom was safe at Grand's. They'd probably be home when she got there. She comforted herself with those thoughts. The lights might not even be out anywhere but here. They can't be off everywhere, or we are all screwed. She awoke in the night. The exhaustion following the huge adrenaline dump must have put her right to sleep for a few hours. Stars showed through the branches overhead, and she was struck by the relative quietness of the night. Missing were the noises of cars and sirens. Maddie heard nothing but an occasional crash and excited yells of nearby looters. She could hear the occasional pop from gunfire in the distance. She sat still and quietly listened to the beginning of the end of society. Emma lay curled in a fetal position at the base of her tree. Maddie removed a Mayday bar from her side pouch and ate it. She drank the last of the water in her soft flask and stuffed the flask into her pack. Her hydration bladder was empty. It weighed the most, but the mouth tube made it the easiest to drink from while running. She needed to find a water source quickly, or she and Emma would be in trouble. With the cooler temperatures being weeks away, they would quickly dehydrate if they ran without water. The daytime temperature still reached 80 degrees in Chicago this time of year. Unstrapping her pack and pulling it off, Maddie laid it on her lap. She carefully pulled out the pistol and put it on a rock beside her. From a side pocket, Maddie pulled the Ziploc bag containing her headlamp and water filter. With her water bladder, flask, and filter grasped in one hand and the headlamp in the other, Maddie crawled out from under the trees and stood. She looked around the cemetery. The moon was half obscured by clouds, but it provided some light. She stepped back onto the paved walkway. Not wanting to risk twisting an ankle, stumbling around in the dark in a graveyard, she flipped on her headlamp, shielding its light in her closed fist. facing away from the street. Maddie flashed the light in front of her toward the trees she had just come from. From there, she shined the light right and left. Not seeing anything interesting, she turned to her left and shined the light in front of her, and then to the right and left again. On her left, she spotted a small fountain in the cemetery's center. "Yes," she whispered. Cupping the light in her palm and shining it on the ground, she made her way to the fountain. Using the Sawyer mini-filter, Maddie filled her hydration bladder and all 4 soft flasks, giving her over 2 liters of water to start their run tomorrow. The mini-filter was slow, but it was lightweight, and a lifesaver. Returning to where Emma lay under the trees, Maddie put the hydration bladder inside its sleeve and the sleeve inside its pocket on the back of her pack. She pulled out her bivy bag and placed it on the ground. Picking up the pistol from the rock, she shoved it in the kangaroo pouch beside her rain jacket. She removed the small folded emergency blanket from her pack, and after curling up next to Emma, unfolded and pulled at the super lightweight, loudly crinkling mass suspended over top of them, tucking it down and around their bodies. The soft bed of evergreen needles was comfortable, but she thought she'd think twice before calling attention to themselves with the loud, reflective emergency blanket, unless she really needed it. As she lay staring up at the stars that peeked between the branches above her, she thought of the camping trips she had been on with her mom, dad, and brother. Her dad had taken them to some exotic places, but never to a cemetery. Most people, especially the girls she knew, would never spend the night in a graveyard, but Maddie was not superstitious. She had spent a lot of time in them since her dad had passed. Right after he had died, Maddie would sometimes sit at his grave for hours talking to him. She had never wished harder that her dad was still alive. The first thing she would say to him was that she was sorry for doubting him. The second would be to thank him for all he had done to prepare them for this world. She did not know how she would get home, but she hoped her dad would be proud of her for her effort. Chapter 14. The Oakdale Cemetery, Westchester, Illinois. Event plus 2 days. A light rain began falling through the boughs of the trees that Maddie and Emma lay under. At first, she pulled the sleeping bag up over her head, but then sat straight up, remembering where she was and what had happened the previous day. Maddie gently nudged Emma awake. "Emma, it's daylight. We need to get moving." Emma stirred, stretched, and sat up. Maddie pulled the weatherproof jacket out of her pack's kangaroo pouch. The pistol slid out and hit the ground. She had forgotten she had it. After wrapping the jacket around Emma, Maddie bent over and picked up the gun from the wet ground. She stared at the damp weapon in her hand. She had left her bandana with the girl back near the dumpster. Bending over, she wiped the gun on her shirt and carefully placed it inside the waistband of her running tights. There would be no way she could walk, let alone run, without the weapon falling out, but it would stay there long enough for her to pack up her bivvy and get her pack on. Maddie rolled up the bivvy and stuffed it back in its pouch, then shoved it into the pack. Crawling out of the trees, she stood and pulled on the vest pack. Emma crawled out and looked around the graveyard. After retrieving 2 Cliff Bars and 2 bags of sports beans from the front pouch of her pack, Maddie threaded the mouth tube under her arm and secured it at her shoulder. Maddie leaned over to Emma and zipped the jacket to her neck. It hung below the girl's knees and the sleeves dangled at her side. Maddie rolled the sleeves and pulled the drawstring on the hood. Emma wouldn't be able to move very fast with the jacket on. Maddie removed the pistol from her waistband and placed it in the kangaroo pouch of her pack. She couldn't easily reach it there, but there was no way it would stay in her waistband. Maddie bent over and did a few stretches before she and Emma walked off down the path and back onto the street. Hardly anyone was out on the roads now, whether because of the rain or because they had been trying to get home from wherever they'd been stranded. Either way, she was glad to be able to travel faster than yesterday. Maddie had planned to spend some time that morning going over the map. She needed to familiarize herself with various alternate routes, but she did not want to get the map wet. They needed to get off the street they were on. She was not sure if continuing to wind through residential areas would be wise. Too many chances for running into dead-end streets and getting lost. An hour later, the rain had let up and the sun was trying to come out. Maddie and Emma stopped at a small playground. Taking a seat on a bench near a slide, Maddie removed the pistol from her pack and laid it between her and Emma. After unzipping the jacket, Maddie pulled on the sleeves to help Emma take it off. She shook it to remove as much moisture as she could. Reaching over her shoulder, Maddie shoved the jacket back into the kangaroo pouch on her back. The great thing about the Salomon vest pack was she did not have to remove it to reach most of the contents. She looked down at the gun on the bench. Reluctantly, she reached over her head and placed the pistol in the pack next to her jacket. As they sat on the park bench, An old beat-up pickup truck backed out of a garage down the street and sped away. The door stood wide open. Maddie waited to confirm that the house was empty. When no one else exited, Maddie took Emma's hand. The two crept closer, making sure to stay behind the bushes that lined the street. Maddie peeked over the top of the foliage. The contents of the house appeared to be strewn across the front lawn, making a path to the street. The house had already been looted. She hoped the homeowners were not home, for their sake as well as hers. Maddie looked inside the open garage door. On the back wall was a washer and dryer. Maddie and Emma ran to the corner of the house. Maddie leaned around and scanned the garage for the home's occupants. Not seeing anyone, she pointed to the garage. She and Emma rounded the corner and entered through the open garage door. Crouching beside a silver SUV, they made their way to the back wall. At the front bumper of the vehicle, Maddie stopped and listened. She peered around the car to make sure the space was empty. Maddie motioned for Emma to stay put. She crept over and slowly pulled on the dryer's handle. The popping sound it made was loud in the stillness of the garage. Maddie looked over her shoulder toward the door that connected the garage to the house. When no one appeared, she opened the dryer to reveal what seemed to be a mixed load of men's clothes. Score! There were jeans and T-shirts. Maddie grabbed a pair of jeans and looked for the tag. They were not ideal, but she could make them work. She would make a belt from a length of paracord from her pack and cut the legs to her height. Next, she pulled out a large black T-shirt. She didn't need to look at the tag to know it was a large. It would do. Maddie had downsized many of her dad's T-shirts by cutting slits on the sides and braiding them. She slid the shirt over her head and pulled it down over her tank top. Reaching into the dryer, Maddie pulled out a handful of socks. Yes, she grabbed 6 white socks from the dryer. They were larger than her feet, and she knew of no way to make socks smaller, but they were clean and would have to do. Maddie reached back into the dryer. Using her thumb and index finger, she picked up a pair of men's boxer briefs. She wrinkled her nose. Ew, no freakin' way, she said under her breath. No freakin' way is right, Emma whispered, wrinkling her nose too as she looked up at Maddie. She dropped them back into the dryer. Clean panties would be high on her list of must-haves for the next scavenging hunt. Crouching in front of the SUV, she slid off her running tights and pulled on the jeans. They nearly dropped to her knees. She scanned the shelves above the dryer. A basket sat on the top shelf. She pulled it down and dumped its contents on the floor. Under a pile of mismatched socks and items likely emptied from pants pockets lay a small pink belt. The socks were small. She held them up and looked to Emma. Will these fit your feet? Maddie whispered. Emma shrugged. Maddie stuffed them in her pack. She moved a few pieces of ripped-up T-shirt material and spotted what she had been searching for, a woman's belt. After threading it through the loops of the jeans, she cinched it tight. The fabric of the jeans bunched up in the back. There was nothing she could do about that. She removed the gun from her pack and carefully placed it into her right front pocket. She squatted down a couple of times to make sure it wouldn't get in the way of running. She looked back at the small socks on the floor. Maddie sprang up and opened the lid to the washer. Tada! Miracle! Women in children's clothes, women's and a little girl's underwear and socks filled the washer. Maddie reached in and pulled out a mesh bag filled with bras and panties. Unzipping the bag, she pulled out a pair of Victoria's Secret, silky red lace panties. They were her size, too. Emma's eyes grew large as she glanced between the panties and Maddie. Maddie smiled at her good fortune. Returning the panties to their mesh bag, Maddie zipped it shut and shoved it into her pack. She reached back into the washer and pulled out a girl's top. Maddie checked the size. "Can you wear a medium?" she whispered. Emma shrugged again. Maddie took a few. A large shirt was better than no shirt. Satisfied with her clothing haul, she turned her attention to a shelf of camping gear. She rifled through tents, a camp stove, sleeping bags, and fishing gear. She lifted a badminton racket to reveal what she had been looking for, a small hatchet. A hatchet was a great tool and could be used as a weapon. Double score. She opened a large tackle box laying on the floor. It contained the usual lures, bobbins, and hooks, and a fillet knife. Maddie pulled the knife from its sheath and examined its edge, pleased with what she saw. Sheathing the blade, she placed it in the molly webbing on the back of her pack. She now had 2 sharp weapons and a gun. Maddie looked to the door leading inside the house. She knew the house had been looted already. Weapons would have been the first thing they took. Guns and drugs. She stared at the door one last time. Should I risk it? Stay here, she mouthed to Emma. Emma looked like she wanted to protest, but she relaxed back into her position next to the tire of the SUV. Maddie scanned the garage as she walked toward the door. She reached out, turned the knob, and slowly cracked it open. It opened into what appeared to be a mudroom and pantry. Coats hung on hooks on one wall with a shoe rack on the bottom. The shelves lining another wall contained large pots and pans. It appeared the looters before her hadn't bothered to go through this room. On the same wall as the door was a shelf with gym bags and backpacks. Not little kid backpacks with cartoon characters either. Maddie opened the door wider and listened, not hearing any movement inside the house. She pushed open the door. Before stepping inside, she looked over her shoulder and motioned for Emma to stay put. She left the door open in case she needed to make a quick escape. After grabbing a black pack from the shelf, Maddie set it on the bench under the coat hooks and unzipped it. Inside, she found the motherlode, caffeine. The pack had been someone's travel bag. Besides hotel soap and shampoo were bags of single-serve coffee and teas. There was even sugar and creamer in the pack. Maddie grabbed the backpack and backed out the door. She would not risk going in farther. It just was not worth it. They needed food, but she still had energy gels and sports beans. Maddie emptied the contents of the backpack into her already overstuffed vest pack and motioned for Emma to follow as she crept around the side of the SUV and exited the garage. Looking around the side of the house, Maddie took Emma by the hand and ran to an abandoned car on the street. They ran across to the other side of the road. At the corner of the street, they turned left toward Mannheim Road again in the commercial district. Back on Mannheim, the destruction from the looting and rioting the night before was everywhere. A few people still walked casually in and out of what few stores hadn't been burned. Maddie and Emma crossed the street to avoid a crowd in front of a boutique clothing store. A block from there, smoke rose from what had once been a police substation. Both girls stared expressionlessly as they walked by. It was a vivid reminder that the authorities were not coming to help them. Maddie had only seen one police officer since the shit hit the fan. Wherever the cops were, they were without a doubt unprepared for a disaster of this magnitude. As they crossed over an interstate, Maddie saw a long convoy of military Humvees and trucks heading north into the city. They've called in the National Guard, she thought. They would need a lot more than what she saw to control what was going on in the city. Maddie led Emma behind a shopping center, and the two took a seat on a short concrete wall. Maddie removed the map from her pack and studied it with her finger. She traced a route heading south. They would need to go west soon to link up with Interstate 55. She selected two alternate routes, neither of which were really good options, as they wound back and forth through residential streets and would add hours to their trip. She was just about to fold up the map and put it away when something caught her eye. There was a gray line on the map indicating a bike or hiking trail. She traced it with her finger. The trail ran from east to west, and she needed to go west before heading south. She searched the map, hoping for a trail heading toward Missouri, but she found none. Uncertainty gripped her. Seeing the great distance she needed to travel was an eye-opener. When she'd left the airport, she had only thought of getting out of Chicago and away from the craziness there. But now, realizing the miles she would need to travel before she reached home in safety, she felt panic rise from her stomach into her chest. Her breaths came in quick bursts. Emma's big green eyes widened. Maddie closed her eyes and slowed her breathing, the way she did when she ran. When her breathing became slow and rhythmic, Maddie opened her eyes. Patting Emma on the knee, she said, "It's okay. I just felt a little winded from all the running." Her gaze returned to the map. Even though they had a little food and the means to purify water, they did not have the gear to travel 300 miles on foot, just the two of them alone in the apocalypse. Her dad could have probably done it without a problem, but she was not her dad. Right then, she felt like a scared little girl, as scared as Emma likely was. She needed to get moving and put distance between them and the city, but all she wanted to do was curl into a ball and hide until someone came to her rescue. Maddie studied the map again, hoping somehow there was a route that ran parallel to the interstate that did not add extra miles to her trip. She looked at the old plank road trail once more and traced its path with her finger. Maybe we can take it west for a ways, then find a route south. She ran her finger from St. Louis up Interstate 55, searching for a better road to take that might intersect the trail at some point. It was then that a small town caught her attention. There, along another east-west trail, lay the city of Marseille, Illinois. She could hear her mother's laughter when she had said that if she won the lottery, she would take a trip to France. Uncle Ryan had offered to take her on a trip to this Marseille instead. No thanks. I want to go to France, not Illinois. Maddie's dad had refused to take her mom to France, or anywhere that he couldn't carry a concealed weapon. Now Maddie understood, but at the time she'd resented him for it. It meant long drives to the beach in Florida, and even longer trips to California to visit Grand and Grandpa Frank. She stared at the town of Marseille on the map. Uncle Ryan lived near there. She had been there many times, but having never driven there herself, she never paid attention to how they got there. She hadn't realized it was so close to Chicago. To her, it had felt like it was much farther north, depending on how far they still had to go before reaching Uncle Ryan's. She thought they could make it on the supplies they had. She thought of Uncle Ryan's famous firehouse chili. She was so hungry for real food that she would even eat his awful tuna casserole, maybe. She may not be quite that hungry yet. Uncle Ryan wasn't family by blood, but he was her dad's brother, a bond forged on the battlefields of Iraq and Afghanistan, and for them a bond stronger than blood. He had been there for them after her dad passed away. He had made excuses to stop in, saying he needed to fix this or that. Maddie would come home from school, and Uncle Ryan would be sawing lumber in the backyard, fixing their deck or cleaning leaves from the gutters. He was the family's rock. He'd held them together when her mom couldn't get out of bed to take them to school or to soccer practice. Uncle Ryan had been there for her in her darkest hour. She was sure he would help her now, too. From the town of Marseille, she traced another east-west trail leading to the city of Joliet. The Indiana and Michigan Canal Trail ran from the south of Marseille to the southwest side of Joliet. When the old plank trail ended on the east side of Joliet, they would need to walk the railroad tracks west, cross the Des Plaines River, and pick up the Indiana and Michigan Canal Trail south of Joliet. She calculated the distance. The old plank road trail was 22 miles, and then another 30 or so miles to Marseille. It was a long way, but they could make it. Maybe not in one day, but they could get close. They could run some on the trail if Emma was up to it. The trail ran between housing subdivisions and through towns in places. That concerned her, but it was their best route. Looking up from the map, Maddie spotted a small group of people sitting in the shade near the store. She watched them cautiously. As one of the men stood and began walking in their direction, Maddie reached over and grabbed Emma's hand. The girl looked up. When she saw the look of concern on Maddie's face, her eyes grew wide. She turned to see what Maddie was looking at. Emma jumped to her feet, but Maddie held her hand tight. "Wait, Emma. We don't want to get into a foot race again." Maddie reached into her pocket and pulled out the gun. The man froze in place. Whoa there. I just wanted to see if we might be able to take a look at your map. We aren't from around here, and we have no idea where we are or how to get out of the city," the man yelled. Maddie held the pistol down to her side and stood. She wrapped an arm around Emma and stepped in front of her. Emma squeezed Maddie's hand. "If you stay on this road, it will lead you south out of the city," Maddie said. "Thank you," the man said. He was short, maybe 5'6". He wore jeans, a polo shirt, and baseball cap. Maddie counted 2 women, 2 kids, and another male in the man's group. The woman and the 2 kids were bloody. Their clothes were torn. One of the women was tearing pieces of the other man's T-shirt and using them to cover a wound on one child's leg. The man who spoke to her noticed her staring at the group. "My wife and children were injured in a car crash. Our phones aren't working and we haven't been able to contact anyone for help. There's been a terrorist attack or something. All the phones are down, I believe. I have a small first aid kit. Not anything like you probably need, but I have wrap bandages and antibiotic ointment," Maddie called. "That would help," the man said, taking a step forward. Maddie raised the pistol and leveled it at the man. He shot his hands into the air and began backing away. "I'm not a threat. I mean you no harm. I promise you. Just stay there. I'll toss the kit to you," Maddie said. With her left hand, she reached back and grabbed the first aid kit from her pack. Handing it to Emma, she said, "Open it and take out the ace bandage and antibiotic ointment." After taking the items from Emma, Maddie tossed them to the man one at a time. He thanked her and returned to his family. Knowing that she did not have the physical energy to run, should the men decide to chase her and Emma, Maddie sat back down on the concrete wall. Emma turned and looked at Maddie, her eyebrows raised. "We need to eat something and get hydrated, Emma. We can't keep going if we don't." Maddie set the pistol on her lap and pulled the sports beans and energy gels from her pack. Most of her energy bars were gone, but she had 20 gel packs and all her sports beans left. She added up the calories in her head and looked up at Emma. They would need to dig deep and push themselves hard. Maddie wasn't sure if Emma had that in her after all she had been through, but she had to. Maddie looked at the man and his group. She wished they would leave first. She felt uneasy having to pass them. Emma took a seat next to Maddie. She sat so close that their legs touched, and Maddie could feel her trembling. Emma stared at her feet, quiet and expressionless. Maddie remembered that numb feeling all too well. She had felt the same after her dad died. After eating and drinking, Maddie stood and took Emma's hand. She held the pistol down at her side and nudged Emma to move to their left, back toward the road. One of the women called after them. Maddie stopped. "Thank you for the bandage. I really appreciate your generosity. My children are very thirsty. You wouldn't happen to have any water to spare?" the woman asked, standing to her feet. Maddie's heart sank. She knew she should keep walking and ignore the woman's pleas for help. It was what her father had trained her to do, but her heart ached for the woman and her children. Being injured in this heat could be life-threatening, and the water she carried could mean life or death to those kids. Could she live with herself if she walked away without helping them? She thought for a moment, making her decision. She reached into her pouch and pulled the 2 soft flasks out and laid them on the ground at her feet. She took Emma's hand, and the 2 girls stepped onto the sidewalk and crossed to the other side of the road. She fought the urge to look back as they crossed the intersection. Giving away 2 bottles of water would not have been much of a sacrifice just a few days before, but in the apocalypse it could be life or death. But they had the means to purify water. Maddie had seen several ponds, rivers, and canals on the map. She felt good about her decision, even though she knew it went against her training. She wasn't sure she would have very many more opportunities to be so generous in the future. It was a gesture that she intended not to tell Uncle Ryan about when she explained their journey. She could do without the lecture. Maddie picked up the pace to a brisk walk, then a jog. They needed to get to Uncle Ryan. She hoped Emma was up to it. Maddie knew Emma couldn't run as fast or as long, but every step would put them closer. Uncle Ryan would help her get home. He would also know how to get her mom and brother home. He would know what to do about Emma. Uncle Ryan was like her dad. He was all go, no quit. She just needed to get to Marseille and find him. Chapter 15. Olive Street Christian Church, Marshall, Illinois. Event plus 2 days. Things had gone from bad to worse in the cramped shelter at the Olive Street Christian Church. Tensions were high, and the stranded travelers were tired of the peanut butter sandwiches and water. It was impossible to sleep in the confined space with babies crying and all the snoring. Sometime in the night, the water had stopped flowing, so the bathrooms smelled disgusting by morning. Zach washed his hands with hand sanitizer from his pack and tried not to touch anything, disease from surfaces touched by unwashed hands being his primary concern. Chief Baker was allowing small groups of the stranded travelers to walk down to the park to use the porta potty. Town residents had been brought down to the church to make sure that everyone went straight there and back. He was not allowing any of the stranded travelers to enter the town. The chief had made it clear that they were not welcome. Mr. Dean had told Zach that the chief was being pressured by concerned residents to make them move on. When Zach saw Mr. Dean huddled with Chief Baker that morning, he casually walked over, bent down, and pretended to be tying his shoelaces as he eavesdropped on their conversation. "I'll hold them off as long as I can, but there's one group that I'm concerned about. They have been lobbying the others and using scare tactics to gain support for pushing you folks out if the Red Cross doesn't come through today," Chief Baker said. "Have you heard anything from the Red Cross or anyone from the government today?" Mr. Dean asked. "The runner I sent yesterday said they were working their way down the interstates. They brought more buses to the region to help transport the interstate travelers, but they couldn't say how long it would be before they could make it here. He tried to get FEMA to give him some food and water to hold us over until they make it here. But they refused. That figures if it is anything like their hurricane response time, we could die of thirst before they provide assistance. That aid would have gone a long way to ease the fears of the town about the safety of their own resources. Our townsfolk are a generous people, don't get me wrong, but they are scared. They are afraid that there won't be enough for their own families, so that is making them less willing to share with strangers. I can see how that would be the case. I have a family. I would want to protect them too." Chief Baker adjusted his belt and stared out the front door. The civilian crew he had brought with him to maintain order at the church stood eyeing the refugees with suspicion, their expressions unfriendly. "Yeah, Lance Lucas and his bunch are stirring up fears with the talk of the power being out months to years and bands of roaming marauders coming to steal folks' food, which sure ain't helping the situation. There are always those fearmongers in every town, aren't there? They spread their doomsday prediction and recruit followers, Mr. Dean said, looking toward a group of men huddled in the front of the church. "You got some of that going on here?" Chief Baker asked, nodding toward the men. "I'm afraid so. I overheard them talking to some of the other men late last night. They were telling them that FEMA would come and put us all in concentration camps and encouraging each other not to go. What did they suggest people do then? Surely they don't think they can stay here in the church indefinitely. I don't know what solutions they are advocating, When they saw me, they shut up and waited until I was out of hearing range before continuing their conversation. Well, I sure hope we don't have a situation when that Red Cross bus gets here. I can assure them my town's folks won't tolerate no funny business. I'll do my best to keep the peace, but I only have so much manpower right now and no hope of backup from other police agencies. I just want to get my students and teachers on that bus and heading home before tensions boil over and things get ugly. I pray they get here before then. Me too, Chief Baker said, walking to the door. He turned and looked over his shoulder at the men gathered at the front. Me too, he repeated as he turned and descended the steps. Zack looked up and locked eyes with Mr. Dean. Neither of them spoke. Zack stood and stepped toward him, but Mr. Dean turned and walked away. Zack joined Jacob and Connor in the game room. They were playing a game of poker. Jacob put a stick of gum on the pile in the center of the table and turned over his cards. "Don't say it, Jacob. Just don't say it again," Connor said, shaking his head. Jacob leaned over and put his face near Connor. "Read 'em and weep, sucker. You've got to be cheating, Morton. Do you have freaking cards stuffed down your pants or something? The next time I see you scratch your junk, I'm going to knock you out of that chair." Connor shook a fist in Jacob Morton's face. A broad smile plastered across his face. Connor shuffled the cards and dealt each of them a hand. A small boy ran over and crawled under their table and across their feet before emerging and running from another boy. The kid's squealing was grating on Zack's nerves. He pulled up a chair and joined the card game. He eyed the men huddled around the table next to theirs. They spoke in hushed voices, no doubt planning something not good, he thought. "You in or out, Langston?" Connor called, pulling Zack's attention back to the game. Zack looked at the cards in his hand, folded them, and placed them face down on the table. "I'm out. You're a shitty poker player, Zack. You know that," Jacob said. "Yeah, I don't have cards stuffed in my junk." Zack laughed. Jacob stood and pulled on the waistband of his track pants like he would pull them down. Connor stood and shoved him. "Dude, don't embarrass yourself by showing all these ladies that you're really just a little boy." Zack laughed so hard that he almost fell out of his folding chair. The men at the other table shot him the stink eye, and Zack rolled his eyes at them. The largest of the men stood. Jacob and Connor had their backs to the man. The big man took a step toward Zack and bumped his shoulder hard into Connor's back. Although Connor was an inch taller, the man was broad and muscular. Zack thought Connor's mouth often made threats that his scrawny physique could not deliver. Jacob had saved him from a beatdown several times. But even Jacob was no match for the mass of muscle with his sights on Zack. "Did you just roll your eyes at me, pussy?" the man growled. Connor made the disastrous mistake of shoving the man from behind, barely moving the hulk but pissing him off for sure. The man turned his midsection and landed a punch in the center of Connor's chest. Stumbling backward, Connor tripped over Jacob's chair, falling to the floor. He clutched his chest and gasped for air. Jacob jumped the man from behind, placing his forearm around the man's massive neck. The behemoth slung Jacob to the ground in front of him and kicked him in the ribs with a large work boot. Jacob grunted and curled into a ball on the floor just feet from Zack. The man stepped over Jacob and was just about to grab Zack when Chief Baker and a sheriff's deputy stepped into the room. "Freeze, hands in the air, step away from the kids. Do it now. Get your hands up, do it now," the deputy barked. His taser pointed at the man. The others at the man's table stood and backed away. The big guy raised his hands, but his gaze remained fixed on Zack. I said, "Back away from the kid. Do it now or I will tase you." Something came from Zack's mouth that shocked even him. "I'm sorry I disrespected you by rolling my eyes. My dad raised me better than that." The man's gaze dropped to Zack's bag lying on the ground next to his feet. Zack looked down at his dad's Navy and Marine Corps Commendation Medal pinned to the strap of his pack. The man raised his head in an acknowledging nod and backed away while keeping his hands in the air. Chief Baker rushed over and placed handcuffs on the man. He did not resist. They escorted him out of the building. Connor milked his injury for all it was worth with the girls. Jacob sat with his arms folded across his chest, head down. Zack tried to tell him he had nothing to be ashamed of being beat by the man. The guy was at least 100 pounds heavier than Jacob, but Zack realized he was only making it worse. They sat together on a pew in the sanctuary looking glum. "Why did you apologize to that asshole, Zack?" Jacob asked, breaking the silence. "I don't know. It surprised me too after I said it. I saw his tattoo and I thought of my dad." "What tattoo?" As he raised his massive forearm, I saw he had the Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor insignia tattooed on his bicep. "My dad had one similar. Yeah, but he was just about to wrap that big Marine Corps Eagle globe and anchor around your scrawny neck and pop that ugly mug off your shoulders with it. Jacob laughed. I know, Sheesh, that was intense. Suddenly a loud explosion shook the church, startling Zack and Jacob. Jacob jumped to his feet, and Zack followed him as they rushed to look out the window. The two deputies who were guarding the church to keep the travelers in were now pointing shotguns at a group of town residents. They could hear raised voices but couldn't make out what the men were yelling. The door flew open and Chief Baker appeared. Everyone get downstairs to the basement. Now go, 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 he yelled, waving his hands wildly. Mothers grabbed their children, and an elderly couple struggled to get to the door through the crowd of people. Most of Zack's class just stood staring at the chief, stunned by the explosion. Mr. Dean and the other teachers ran around grabbing students by the arms and pushing them toward the basement door. Instead of heading toward the basement, Zack, Jacob, and Connor ran over to the door. The deputies were fighting back a growing crowd of residents gathered outside the church. We want them gone, Chief. You said they'd be gone today, and they are still here. And now someone done broke into my home and stole my rifle? Margrette's little girl said a man snuck into her room last night. A man waving a bat called out, He ain't gonna be breaking into any other little girl's rooms 'cause he's lying on my back porch with some new air holes in his belly. A short man in bib overalls yelled, You folks all just need to calm down. There are women and kids in that church. You people don't want to traumatize a bunch of already scared little ones, do you? The chief said, waving his arms over his head. The crowd all turned in unison as the big tour bus rounded the corner and pulled up in front of the church. The group stepped back and let the bus pull forward. All right, folks, as you can see, their bus is here and they'll be leaving soon, so why don't all you fine folks just go back to your houses and let us get them on their way? The sign on the bus read, Red Cross. Zack had expected it to say FEMA. Zack wondered for a moment how they had working buses when no one else did. A second bus arrived as the first was pulling away from the church. They had boarded the families with small children and the elderly first. Zack and his class would fill an entire bus alone, so they would be the last ones picked up. Zack had a funny feeling about getting on the bus and losing control of where he went. He debated with himself about heading out on his own now. It was the angry look on the faces of the residents that convinced him to stay with his class. People had already developed an us versus them mentality. Getting home by himself, having to walk through towns just like this one, would be dangerous. He could use back roads and go around cities, but without a weapon to defend himself, he would still be at the mercy of anyone wanting to take his pack or hurt him for sport. Zack boarded the last bus filled with his classmates and teachers and took a seat near the driver. As it pulled away from the church, Zack hoped it would head toward St. Louis and home. Chapter 16, the Old Plank Road Trail southwest of Chicago, Illinois, event plus 2 days. After scavenging a few outbuildings and the house near Mannheim Street, Maddie and Emma had a jar of peanut butter and a package of crackers to share between them. They jogged toward the trailhead of the Old Plank Road Trail, turned right, and headed west toward Joliet. Maddie had to keep reminding herself to match Emma's pace. She explained to Emma the rhythmic breathing technique that her running coach had taught her. Alternating footfalls and exhales helps prevent too much repetitive force on your joints and helps control your breathing, Maddie explained. Her dad had used a similar technique when he had run with her, but his included his military cadence calls. By the time they passed a row of houses that abutted the trail, they were running at a good pace. Maddie heard children playing. As they drew closer, a group of kids maybe 8 or 10 years old were playing in a yard. As she and Emma approached them, everything appeared quite normal. Maddie thought perhaps the lights were on here. Hey, kids, did your lights come back on yet? Maddie asked, slowing her pace to a jog. Nope, said a sandy-haired boy holding a basketball in his hands. 2 little kids sat in a sandbox having a tug-of-war over a dump truck. I'm going to tell Mama, the smaller of the two said. Mama ain't here, dumbass, said the older boy with the ball. Did your parents make it home? Maddie asked. Nope. Jeremy's dad said that when the lights went out, all the cars stopped working. So I guess Mama can't get home until the lights come back on. Maddie nodded and waved as she picked up her pace. 2 doors down, a gruff male voice called out behind them. Hey, pretty ladies, where you girls running off to? Maddie patted the pocket knife in the pouch under her left arm, grabbed Emma's hand, and increased her pace. Maddie turned her head to check on Emma. She was pumping her arms and breathing through her mouth. She returned Maddie's concerned look. Visions of the young girl being yanked off her feet by the men back by the dumpsters made her heart rate soar. She could feel she was reaching her upper limit. She was not properly hydrated and lacked the energy to push much harder. Emma was no doubt struggling even harder. Maddie started counting out loud to check her ability to speak and breathe. "Count out loud with me, Emma." Emma was having difficulty speaking. It was uncomfortable for Maddie, but she was still able to talk while she ran. They couldn't slow down yet. Not with Creeper Dude back there. When they reached a point where Maddie felt they had put enough distance between them and the man, she slowed her pace and returned to her rhythmic breathing. She was experiencing the after effects of pushing too hard. She popped a couple of sports beans in her mouth and was relieved when she felt the caffeine kick in. She slowed and handed Emma a few sports beans and a flask of water from her pack. The trail crossed over a city street, and Maddie instinctually slowed down and looked both ways to check for traffic. At the city of Joliet, Maddie and Emma stepped onto the railroad tracks and crossed through town. It was much quieter than the streets in Chicago and its suburbs. Maddie spotted a roadblock of cop cars down one street and picked up the pace. After crossing the Des Plaines River on the railroad bridge, Maddie and Emma continued walking south on the railbed. They took a water and bathroom break at the trailhead before picking up the Illinois-Michigan Canal Trail on the southwest side of town. The trail ran alongside the Illinois-Michigan Canal. It looked like a creek to Maddie. Parts of the path were paved for a while until the path turned to crushed stone. Trees, bushes, and tall grasses lined each side of the trail. The girls stopped in a heavily wooded area and took another bathroom break. Maddie checked their water supply and gave Emma her last flask. She handed her a packet of energy gel and several sports beans. Maddie popped several in her mouth, took the last sip from her water bladder, and got back on the trail. Maddie set a slower pace, knowing they were short on water. She was surprised that Emma never complained about the speed. Her feet must have been hurting. As they ran, Maddie's breathing slowed, and her mind drifted to school and her boyfriend Lane. He had been there when she had crossed the finish line at the New Hampshire 100 on Labor Day. It had been 3 in the morning when she had finished the race, and she'd smelled wretched and must have looked her worst. But he grabbed her up in a big hug anyway. She liked him. There was a lot to like, handsome, funny, and he supported her running. She wondered where he was, and if the power was out on campus, was there rioting and looting there? She thought of her brother on the interstate with his class. Had they left the McDonald's before the lights went out? Probably not. They had just gotten there. She had just received Zach's text that he was in line for food before everything went dark. Her mom was at her grandmother's. They were far enough away from any commercial districts back in their residential subdivision that if there was looting, it wouldn't be near them. She did not know if her grandmother had passed away. How would they bury her if the power was out there? How was Mom going to get home? At least she and Zach were within a few days' walking distance from home. But her mom, she was too far away. An explosion behind her made Maddie turn just enough to throw her off balance. She lunged forward, landing on her palms, gravel burrowing into her skin. Then her face bounced hard off the surface of the gravel path. Sound was compressed, as if her head was inside a rubber ball just before her vision faded to black. Chapter 17. Grundy County, Illinois. Event plus 2 days. Kelly knocked on the door of the old farmhouse. The rhythmic clack, clack, clack of Grandpa Goff's walker increased in volume as the old man crept closer to the door. The clacking stopped and the door slowly creaked open. "What the hell do you want?" Grandpa Goff said, his wrinkled, weathered hand on the screen door handle to hold it closed. Kelly looked down when his grandfather turned the lock. He wasn't welcome here, but not for anything he'd done directly. It was a matter of guilt by association. He hadn't been the one who'd stolen his grandmother's pain pills when she was on hospice for cancer. That had been his brother. "I just wanted to check on you. The electric is out in town and phones don't work. I wanted to make sure you were okay. See if you needed anything. Since when do you give a shit about me? What the hell do you want? I ain't got no drugs, so you might as well be on your way," Grandpa Goff said, stepping back and turning his walker around. "Grandpa, I'm not Carl. I don't do drugs. I never took nothing from you, ever. I really did just come by to check on you, see if you need anything. I know the well pump won't work without electric, and the microwave neither." "Yeah, so what? What the hell you gonna do about it?" he asked, turning back toward the door. "I could draw you up some water from the old spring and boil it for drinking. Grandma had me do that once when the storm blew that big oak tree over and the power went out. Then I could chop you up some firewood for the cook stove on the back porch. At least you could heat some soup if you wanted." Kelly's grandmother had been raised during the Great Depression. When his grandfather built the farmhouse, she had insisted on a cooking porch, as she called it. It was a screened-in porch off the kitchen that held a large wood cook stove and a long cast-iron double-drain board sink for her summer canning. "You want to do that for me? "But what do you want in return?" his grandfather asked. The scowl on his face ripped at Kelly's heart. Kelly fought the urge to fidget. It was his tell. Carl had helpfully tried to train him not to fidget by smacking him on the back of the head when it happened. But the method didn't produce much success. Kelly was mindfully concentrating to ensure he'd get it right this time. Besides, he did want to help Grandpa. They used to be close before his grandmother died anyway. Grandma and Grandpa Goff had raised Carl and Kelly until their mother was released from prison. Kelly had been 8 and Carl had been 14 then. "I don't want nothing, I swear. I'll just go fetch you some wood and water and be on my way. You don't even have to speak to me if you don't want to," Kelly said with a genuine hitch in his throat. It had hurt him when he hadn't been welcomed in the house after his grandmother passed. Everyone on his mom's side of the family treated him like he was the druggie, but Kelly was just trying to keep his little family together. He didn't find it as easy to throw away family members as they did. Yes, his mother and brother were junkies, but they were still family. "You don't just throw away family," Grandma had said when they'd talked about his mom and dad. She had understood, but the rest of her family did not. "Well, go on then. Get the water and wood and get the hell off my property. I'll need the key to the barn so I can get the wheeler out." "Wait here while I fetch it," Grandpa Goff said, turning and shutting the door. He had done it. At least Carl would be proud of him. Carl rolled the ancient wooden door open as light flooded into the barn. Kelly doubted the four-wheeler would start on the first try. He doubted it had been started in years. The battery was likely dead, and the gas was old. Carl walked over and flipped the machine's power switch on before swinging a leg over the seat. He turned the key, and to Kelly's surprise, the engine not only turned over, but also ran smoothly. "Hook up the trailer," Carl called over the noise of the motor. Kelly manually pulled the small trailer over, put the hitch down over the ball of the ATV, and cross-hooked the trailer chains to the receiver. Carl revved the engine and pulled out of the barn. Kelly pulled the door closed and hopped into the bed of the trailer. Kelly hopped off at the back of the house. When Carl looked back and saw him standing next to the well, he circled back around. "What the hell are you doing?" "We have to go," I said. "I'd get Grandpa wood and water. I'm going to do that. It won't take 20 minutes. Then I'll meet up with you where we planned." Kelly never stood up to his brother. It usually didn't end well if he tried, and he hadn't expected this time to be any different. But this was something he had to do. "All right, but hurry. We got shit to do," Carl said, accelerating toward the road. Kelly stacked the split wood just inside the door of the back porch and put some thinner sticks into the firebox on the old cook stove. His grandma loved cooking on that stove. She said she preferred it to the new electric range she had in her modern kitchen, as she called it. He thought if the lights stayed off too long, maybe he'd come back and stay with Grandpa for a while. He needed more help getting water and wood, so perhaps Grandpa wouldn't turn him away next time. He doubted Grandpa would allow Carl to stay, but Carl had plans that didn't appear to include staying at Grandpa's anyway. "Gramps, I lit the firebox and boiled a stock pot full of water. It is cooling on the counter in the kitchen next to the sink," Kelly said, poking his head into the sitting room at the front of the house. "You want I should warm you a bowl of soup or something?" "Nah, I ain't hungry right yet. I'll get some later." A box of crackers and a jar of peanut butter were set on a TV tray next to the recliner his grandfather sat in. "Okay then, I'll come back in a day or two and check on you, see if you need some more water and wood." Kelly turned to go but stopped with his hand on the doorknob. He looked back at the room. It hadn't changed a bit since his childhood. Their baby pictures still hung on the wall down the hall to his grandparents' bedroom. The fireplace mantel still held his grandmother's handmade doilies. The same quilt was draped over the back of the sofa that his grandmother had laid on the last time he saw her. Tears welled in his eyes. He was happiest there. Happiness was hard to come by after his mother had taken him and Carl to stay in the endless string of gross motels, roach-infested apartments, and trailer homes where they lived with whatever boyfriend his mother was shacking up with at the time. He had never missed his grandmother more. He looked back at his grandfather, who was staring at the blank TV screen as if watching Jeopardy or something. "I'll see you, Gramps," Kelly said, shutting the door behind him. Chapter 18. I Am Canal Trail, Grundy County, Illinois event, plus 2 days. As Carl sped around the side of the old farmhouse, he looked back at his kid brother. 20 minutes, my ass. It'll take him that long just to chop the firewood. Kelly was soft. He had rarely stood up to Carl. Carl could see that the world going to shit was getting to his brother. He'd give him time to be a do-gooder and take care of the old man. He knew his brother would need to harden up if he was going to make it through this mess. And Carl was determined to make that happen for the good of his new drug and whore enterprise. Kelly wasn't built for this new world, but Carl was made for it. Carl barreled down the Illinois-Michigan Canal Trail as fast as the ATV would go. He wanted to stash the four-wheeler in the woods behind Taylor's boat shop before dark. He'd need to turn it off and push the machine for quite a long way to avoid anyone hearing the motor. He didn't want to fight anyone who might try to steal it from him. As he slowed for a bend in the trail, he saw a black boy helping a tall girl onto a small trailer connected to an ATV. Carl turned off the key and coasted to a stop. The girl appeared to be out cold as the boy lifted her onto the trailer. A younger, red-haired girl jumped in with her. If they had heard him drive up, they didn't acknowledge it. The tall girl in the trailer had nice, long, lean legs and blonde hair. He waited, curious as to where the boy was taking her. After the boy started his four-wheeler, Carl started his ATV. Carl made sure he didn't follow too close. They exited the trail, crossed a road, and sped down a gravel drive. The boy pushed the machine to full throttle, throwing gravel as he accelerated down the driveway to an old yellow farmhouse. An older woman raced from the front of the house. The smaller girl jumped from the back of the trailer. She helped the boy and the woman get the blonde girl inside. Carl knew he should leave. He had things to do and girls to snatch, but this situation piqued his interest, and he didn't know why. Carl pulled his ATV into the bushes along the trail. Well away from the farm, he didn't hide it well, but maybe if someone didn't look hard, they'd pass it by without seeing it. He walked along the tree line next to a fence running up to the side of the house. When he reached the back of the house, he crept over and peeked through a window. Seeing nothing, he moved to the back of the house and peered through another window. The woman was wiping what looked to be blood from the girl's hands and arms. Carl couldn't see the girl's face, but her body was perfect. He briefly considered what had happened to cause her injuries, but he dismissed that line of thinking. He didn't have time for idle speculation. He needed to find his brother and get a girl over to Minooka as his first shipment to the boss. He didn't have time to waste. Jimmy was looking for him, and that made moving around town more difficult. After he made some quick cash selling a few girls to the boss, he planned on relocating somewhere out of Jimmy's reach. He had plans, big plans. He had the smarts to start his own operation. With the money he would make from the boss, he could hire a crew and start his own business running drugs and girls. He'd been in enough outfits to know how to run a successful crew. He wouldn't tolerate the skimming he'd seen from Jimmy and the boss's crews. Hell no, he'd shut that shit down hard. Maybe he'd grow large enough to take over the boss's territory. His mind raced. The possibilities were endless. If the lights stayed out, that was. Carl waited at the reconstructed Nettle Creek Aqueduct Bridge for over an hour before Kelly arrived. "What the hell took you so long?" "I forgot they'd finished the bridge and reopened the trail. It has been closed so many years that I'm just used to taking the road now. I almost just left your ass to walk back to town. Now get on and let's get going. We got shit to do." Carl and Kelly drove back to town and stashed the four-wheeler in the woods behind a boat repair shop. It was nearing dusk, and Carl was feeling sick from withdrawals, needing somewhere to get high and crash for a while. Carl decided to wait until after dark to venture back into town and continue his search for girls. The pair walked behind the garage to a boarded-up trailer home. Carl used a pry bar he had brought from his grandfather's barn to dislodge the 2x4s nailed across the front door. Inside, Carl flopped on the sofa while Kelly pulled a twin mattress from a bed into the living room. Carl lay back onto the couch while Kelly curled up on the mattress and the two men slept. "What the hell, man? It is daylight already. You fell asleep, didn't you? I told you to wake me up in 2 hours so we could hit the streets. Damn! Jimmy could have shown up here last night wanting his money." Carl ranted as he pulled on the doorknob. Kelly jumped to his feet and followed his brother out and down the street toward the commercial district. Carl selected the stretch that housed the real estate company, a bail bondsman, and a liquor store. On the opposite side of the street there was a bar, a hair salon, and a dry cleaner. It did not appear that the shops on that side had been touched, but the liquor store was trashed. Nothing much was happening on that end of town. So the pair headed toward the Big Saver grocery store. The pair stalked their prey like lions on the savannah. Person after person entered and exited the store. Finally, Carl saw what they were waiting for and motioned for Kelly to follow him. This girl was a little older than the girl at the convenience store yesterday, and not quite as pretty, but she would do. The girl turned down the alley between the floral and pastry shops, and that was when Carl made his move. He took off at a sprint and disappeared down the next alley with Kelly struggling to keep up. Carl stopped at the end with his back against the wall. Kelly followed Carl's lead and took his place next to his brother, and they waited to make their move. As soon as the girl's foot appeared, Carl lurched from his position and grabbed her from behind as she took another step. He slipped his hand over her mouth as she dropped the food she'd been carrying and reached for his hand. "Grab her legs, Kelly!" Carl yelled to his brother. The two men carried the struggling girl down the alley and through a side yard. She was getting quite heavy, and her flailing made Kelly lose his grip a few times as they made their way to where they had stashed the ATV. After tossing the struggling girl onto the trailer, Carl held her down, and Kelly mounted the ATV and fired up its engine. When Kelly twisted the throttle, Carl and the girl quickly became more preoccupied with keeping themselves inside the bouncing, clattering trailer than maintaining their roles as captor and captive. They raced toward Jefferson Street, hitting every pothole as the four-wheeler threw gravel and mud at its passengers. Boss's guy was pleased with the muddy gift. He examined her like she was a luxury car. The girl cried and swatted away his hand as he groped her. "She'll do," Boss said. "He'd pay you $200 per trip for you to haul them up to Chicago. There will be trips south to Missouri, but he has to get in contact with his buyer down there to see if he is still in business now that the trucks won't run," T-Man said. Carl counted out the money as they walked back to the ATV. "How are we supposed to get those girls to Chicago and St. Louis?" Kelly asked. "The cars don't work, and the roads are a mess even if they did. Grandpa Goff's boat's stupid. We can travel the canals and river all the way, back and forth. His old trolling motor should work, since the ATV does. We just have to throw the boat on the trailer and head off to the canal. What about the locks? The boat is light enough we can portage around them as we do when the water gets low on the river." With his gift delivered, Carl set out to find more merchandise to pay his debt to Jimmy. It didn't take long. It appeared that the whole town was out shopping since everything was free. When Carl spotted twin girls together, he pumped his fist in the air. "BOGO sale," Carl said, nudging Kelly with his elbow and flashing a yellow, toothy grin. "What the hell is BOGO? Buy one, get one free, stupid?" The twins proved a bit more difficult for the brothers to handle. They put up quite the fight until Carl pressed his pocket knife against the neck of one and told the other he'd kill her sister if she didn't stop. The other one gave up all struggle and did as she was told. He had been afraid of nicking the merchandise, but he found he did not need to press that hard to get his point across. There was just something about a shiny, sharp object that struck fear into the hearts of most people, at least in his experience. He thought this likely scared most people more than even a gun. Not that he'd had much experience with pulling guns on people, no. He preferred a knife over a gun. Carl liked the feel of a knife in his hand. He felt it was much more personal to be up close to his prey. He had more control that way, and it typically worked like a charm. After delivering the twins, collecting his cash, and sending Kelly to pay Jimmy, Carl was in the mood to celebrate. Only he didn't have anything to celebrate with. He stuck around after Jimmy and his crew went inside to borrow some from Jimmy's stash. He would likely have a few hours of being back in Jimmy's good graces before he had to run from him again. Jimmy may not even connect him to the theft again, if he was lucky anyway. Luck might just be coming his way for a change. As he lay on the sofa in the trailer home behind the garage coming down from the rush, Carl thought about the girl in the yellow farmhouse. He knew she would bring good money, and it might get a little hot for him when Jimmy discovered all the drugs in his tackle box missing again. He could grab the girl in the farmhouse, sell her to the boss, and then move over to Shorewood, because the way things were unfolding, Jimmy wouldn't know where Carl went. If things didn't improve with the electric and all, he could set up his own little kingdom in Shorewood or somewhere else. Hell yeah, that sounded like a plan. "Kelly, get up. We're going back to that farmhouse. But it isn't even daylight yet. We have to get guns first. We can hit them first light. Where are we going to get guns from at this time of night? Uncle Mark's, of course. You can't just go up in there and ask him to give you guns. He'll shoot your ass, and you know it," Kelly said, a narrow frown forming. "I ain't walking up in nowhere. I'm going to start a diversion, and you're going to do it." "Oh, hell no, brother. You want to get me killed? Ain't no freaking way I'm walking in Mark's house and stealing from the man. You know well as I do. He will hunt us down and shoot us in the street. No, with no law around, ain't nothing to stop him. That is why I'm going to create a diversion. He won't know who stole his guns." At Mark's barn, Carl pried off the entire swivel hasp and padlock securing the door to the jam. The dirt muffled the clanging metal contraption after it, and its rusty screws were freed from the weathered barn wood. The boys found a gas can, some rags, and some old bottles, and they got to work. They filled the bottles with gas, and Carl sent Kelly out to get in place for his mission. Carl ripped strips from the rags, shoved them into the mouth of each bottle, and pulled his lighter from his pocket. "Okay, Kelly, you better be in place. Don't let me down, bro," Carl said out loud to himself. One after the other, Carl lit each rag, tossed the burning cocktail onto a pile of hay, and ran out of the barn. He dove into the bushes that lined the driveway just as the screen door slammed into the side of the house, announcing the arrival of his aunt and uncle. They burst from the doorway and shot onto the lawn in harried excitement. Their screaming aunt was running in circles, arms flailing, and Mark was stopped in the middle of the yard with his hands on his head, yelling for her to get the garden hose. Carl saw Kelly scamper from the bushes and dart across the driveway. He sat, regaled by the pandemonium, and nervously picked at scabs on his arms while he waited for his brother to return. In less than 5 minutes, Kelly hustled back across the driveway and made his way behind the row of bushes, gasping for air. A broad smile crossed Carl's face. My plan worked perfectly. Chapter 19. Grundy County, Illinois event, plus 2 days. Maddie came to with a pounding headache and opened her eyes. She was in bed, but not her bed. She turned her head and surveyed the room. Moving her head made her feel dizzy. The walls of the dimly lit room were a pale yellow and had photographs of flowers hanging on them. A mirror hung on the back of the door. The light coming from the open window revealed framed photos standing on a 6-drawer dresser. She looked down at her body. She was covered with a yellow and blue quilt. She tried to sit up, but her head swam. She felt nauseous. She lay her head back onto the fluffy pillow and took some deep breaths. The door opened, and the face of a middle-aged woman appeared in the crack, followed by Emma crawling under the woman's arm and rushing to Maddie's side. "You're awake," the woman said, opening the door wider. "How you feeling? You feel up to something to eat or drink?" Maddie tried again to sit up, moving a little slower this time. Emma helped her pull back the covers. Maddie threw her leg over the side of the bed. Emma pulled on Maddie's arm, but she was still unable to get to her feet. The woman rushed in and reached for Maddie's other arm to assist her into an upholstered chair in the corner of the room. The room spun, and Maddie felt nauseous again. Bending over in the chair, she put her head between her knees. "You feeling sick?" the woman asked as she placed a small metal trash can in front of Maddie. "Where am I?" Maddie croaked. "Grundy County, just outside of Enola. My boy found you unconscious on the trail. You must have fallen and hit your head. Your hands and face are pretty scuffed up. I cleaned them best I could. Thank you. You should try to drink some water. You might have passed out from dehydration. It is pretty warm out today. I'm Darlene, by the way. I'm Maddie." Darlene picked up a glass of water from the bedside table and held it out. Taking the glass, Maddie drank a sip and placed it on the table beside the chair. "Do you know what is going on out there?" Darlene asked. "Yes. Emma and I came from the airport. It is bad out there. With the electric out, we haven't heard any news. Even our battery-operated radios don't work. We were at O'Hare when the lights went out, when planes started colliding above the airport and crashing onto the runway. I knew I needed to get as far from there as possible." Maddie sat up, picked up the glass of water from a side table, and took a sip. She looked at the woman. She was older than Maddie's mom, in her late 40s or early 50s. Her brown hair was graying, and crow's feet framed her kind eyes. "Do you know what happened? Is it terrorists?" "I don't know. I didn't see anything like bombing or anything. I saw a lot of looting and people doing really awful things. We saw the National Guard heading into the city." Maddie ran a hand through her hair. It was like a rat's nest caked with dried blood. She touched her face and winced. She did not even want to look at how bad it was. She had seen lots of runners do faceplants. She knew how bad it could be. It hurt like hell, but she did not think she had broken any bones. She looked at her palms. They were bandaged with gauze and tape. "I cleaned them up best I could. There might still be some sand and tiny gravel in them. A couple of the gashes were pretty deep. Your elbows were pretty bad, too. Looks like you tried to catch yourself with your hands. Thank you for bandaging them." Maddie couldn't help herself. She pulled up a corner of the bandage on her left hand to take a peek. It was as bad as she expected. They would swell. She had had this happen before. "You feel up to coming down for some dinner?" Darlene asked. "I think so." Darlene took hold of Maddie's forearm, trying not to touch her hands or elbows. Emma took the other. As Maddie stood, Darlene steadied her until she caught her balance. "Now take it easy. A concussion is nothing to mess with. My boy, Ray Jr., he has had a couple of concussions, and we learned that you have to take it slow or you'll pay the price." Darlene warmed homemade soup on a Coleman stove in the backyard and poured some into a mug for Maddie. Across the long farm table from her was a boy of maybe 12 or 13. He looked nothing like Darlene. His skin and hair were dark. "This here is my boy, Ray Jr. He's the one who found you on the trail." "I'm sorry I scared you." the boy said, his voice timid and low. Maddie remembered hearing a gunshot before she fell. She looked up at the boy as he hung his head looking into his bowl. What were you shooting at? A rabbit, he said, lifting his head as broad grin crept across his face. Did you get him? Yep, that is what is in the soup, he said with pride. Emma set her spoon down with a thud. Her face was drawn up and her eyebrows furrowed. We'll all be eating lots of things we found gross before things return to normal, Maddie thought. It is tasty, she said, smacking her lips. She thought it tasted just like chicken. She had never had wild rabbit before. She had heard that some wild game like rabbits and squirrels tasted like chicken, but until now she had thought it was a joke. Darlene placed her mug down on the table and slid in beside Ray Jr. I guess if the power don't come back on soon, we're going to have to cook up the meat from the freezer before it all goes bad. That sure is going to suck to have to throw away all that beef, chicken, and pork. And my dear, said Ray Jr. Maddie wiped broth from her chin with a paper napkin and placed it in her lap. You should start canning it now, can it? I got a whole freezer full from when we butchered a steer and half my chickens, not to mention the summer fruits and vegetables from the garden. Most of that was canned, but the berries, peaches, along with peas and squash, well, I froze those. There's probably half a hog left from the butchering last spring. Darlene lifted her mug to her lips, took a sip, and held the cup to her mouth as she stared off into the kitchen, lost in thought. Maddie looked at Ray Jr. He was a thin, scrawny boy, but he could hunt and probably fish. They would likely do okay even without a freezer full of food. But if the power stayed off, they would need all they could get for the harsh Illinois winter. You could dehydrate the vegetables and make jerky of the meat. At least they won't go to waste. You think the power will be out that long? Darlene asked, her voice pitchy. If it is out because of what my dad called an EMP or CME, electromagnetic pulse or coronal mass ejection, then yes, it could be out for months. What is an electronic magnet pulse? Asked Ray Jr. An electromagnetic pulse, it's caused by a nuke being set off in the atmosphere. It sends energy waves or something crashing to Earth, basically frying anything electrical or electronic like radios and things. It occurred to Maddie that she hadn't felt naked without her phone as she would have normally. Like most everyone else, she was never without her phone, usually checking her social media feeds every hour at a minimum. She even did her homework on her phone many times. Darlene picked up her mug from the table and stood. Well, I guess I better get busy figuring out how to dehydrate 300 pounds of meat and vegetables. They spent the day preserving the food from the freezer. Maddie's headache was just about gone, but the cuts to her hands and elbows still hurt. Darlene and Ray Jr. seemed like good people. Maddie and Emma liked them. The four of them had worked past dark constructing a smoker out of scrap lumber that Darlene's husband kept behind the barn. Scrounging in the family dump, Ray Jr. found grates from long-abandoned barbecue grills. Maddie showed them how to build a firebox to attach to the smoker and how to hang the meat on the racks for drying. Darlene cut a roast from the refrigerator into strips and soaked them in brine, readying them for their turn in the smoker. The meat from the freezer would last a few days before the freezer temperatures dropped enough to start thawing its contents, as long as they kept the door closed. They removed the frozen fruits and vegetables to defrost first, because they would be first on the list to dehydrate. While Ray Jr. chopped wood for the smoker, Maddie and Emma cut up the vegetables as they thawed. Maddie taught them how to take the screens from their windows to use as drying racks. Darlene and Ray Jr. had stared at her like she had two heads when she suggested they lay the vegetables and fruits out on the screens and place them in the junk cars on the property. There sure were enough of them to get the job done. Maddie thought Darlene's husband must be an aspiring salvage yard manager with the number of broken-down cars out beside the old wooden barn. Where did you learn this stuff? Ray Jr. asked, wiping sawdust from his pants. Maddie stopped chopping and placed the knife on the cutting board. A pang of grief gripped her heart, and she couldn't speak for fear of bursting into tears. The grief that she had so successfully suppressed in the 3 years since her father's death had been an ever-present companion since the lights went out. My dad. Your dad must be pretty smart. Where's he at? The words caught in her throat, and Maddie could not speak them. Those two damn words had replayed in her head over and over, the two worst words in the world. Maddie swallowed hard, fighting back the tears that were forcing themselves forward. He's gone, she said it. She said it out loud. It felt as raw and painful to her as the day she had heard her mother say them. He's gone. Your daddy is gone. Tears streamed down Maddie's face, and she wiped them with the back of her hand. She looked to the sky, willing them to stop, blurring her vision, They flowed against her will. Emma flung her arms around Maddie's waist. The two of them wept. Maddie patted Emma on the back. Feeling the girl shuddering in her arms, she stroked Emma's hair and rocked her gently. Maddie stared down at a colorful braided rag rug on the floor by the old porcelain sink. The wood floor bore the scars of many years of use. A path had been worn by decades of feet traveling from the back door to the living room. It reminded her of Uncle Ryan's house. Releasing Emma, Maddie turned and walked into a tiny bathroom off the kitchen. Shutting the door behind her, she slumped down to the floor and wept like she had the day her dad had left her. Maddie washed her face in a bowl of water. Ray Jr. had drawn from the well. The water was cool and felt refreshing on her sweaty, tear-stained skin. She blew her nose with toilet paper. It wouldn't be long before tissue, paper towels, and toilet paper were a luxury that few, if anyone, would enjoy. Maddie stared at herself in the mirror. Her left cheek was bruised and swollen. Her top lip was scraped and her chin had abrasions. But it was the huge bags under her eyes that caught her attention. A good night's sleep was another luxury that few would enjoy from now on. When she opened the door to the bathroom, Ray Jr. stood in front of her. "I'm sorry I made you cry." "Oh, buddy, you didn't make me cry. I just miss my dad." "I miss my dad, too. I hope he'll make it home soon. I'm sure he is doing everything he can to get back here to you and your mom. From what I can see around here, your dad is a pretty resourceful guy." Maddie patted Ray Jr. on the shoulder and returned to chopping vegetables. Emma sat on the rug, stroking the head of a big white dog in her lap. Emma smiled and kissed the dog as he rolled over to have his tummy rubbed. Maddie looked out the kitchen window into the backyard. Ray Jr. opened the back door. The dog stood. "You can stay, Coop," Ray Jr. said to the dog. The dog returned to his previous position in Emma's lap. "Mom don't usually let Cooper be in the house. He is supposed to stay with the goats. It's his job to watch over them, but he wanders off a lot. Daddy says he is patrolling his territory for threats, but Mama thinks he is off looking for a meal from the neighbor. Old Mr. Jenkins feeds him jerky." "I'd wander off for jerky, too," Maddie said. "Well, after y'all get done with the veggies and start cutting up the meat, you won't have to wander too far too soon." "I can't wait," Maddie said. "I best get to chopping some more wood. Looks like we're going to need a ton of it to smoke everything in the freezer," Ray Jr. said as he closed the screen door. Returning to the task of cutting vegetables, Maddie watched Emma playing with the dog. She thought of her mom and brother as she chopped. All those weekend drills hadn't been for nothing. She and Zach had rolled their eyes when their dad would declare one more time. He would have them repeat tasks over and over to create muscle memory. At the time, all she had wanted to do was forget. She did not want her muscles to remember the ache and pain of carrying that heavy pack up and down the hills or the cover and concealment drills. Maddie's mom, Beth, hadn't been eager to create muscle memory either. She went along because she knew her husband was passionate about it. But Maddie had heard her telling a friend that she thought it comforted him and gave him something to focus on. Beth believed it helped with his PTSD. She had said that all the ugly he had seen in the war made him want to protect his family, and she wouldn't fault him for that. Besides, she had said, at least he is spending time with his kids. Lord knows he was away from them most of their lives. They deserve some of his attention now. Mom will make it home. All that time sweating and freezing in the woods and marching down back roads hadn't been for nothing. Dad had known what he was doing. He had prepared them for this world, even though they had stopped drilling after he passed. To her surprise, she remembered the things he'd taught them. She remembered, and so would Zach, and Mom, Maddie, was jolted out of her thoughts by the screen door closing hard into the jam with a bang. "I'm ready for the next batch if you have enough cut," Darlene said, placing a large, empty bowl on the kitchen island. Darlene brushed a loose strand of her salt and pepper hair from her face. She wiped perspiration from her brow with her apron. "I just can't thank you enough for helping us out like this. You've saved us a fortune in groceries. There's no way we'd make it this winter, power or no, without the food from that freezer. It's my pleasure. You took us in and bandaged me up. If Ray Jr. hadn't rescued me, there's no telling who might have come along and done who knows what to me laying there unconscious like that." Maddie placed the knife on the cutting board and looked at Darlene. The woman's wrinkled mouth formed a smile. Her eyes beamed with pride. "He is such a good boy. I couldn't ask for a better son. He ain't nothing like those other teenagers at his school. He is kind and cares about people. That boy never complains about doing chores around the farm. Even the stinky, messy ones with Ray on the road most of the time. Ray Jr. steps up and takes care of what needs doing. We're darn proud of him. He is a very sweet boy. My brother Zach sort of stepped up when my dad died. He was only 11, but he took on a lot of Dad's chores. He even tried to boss me around. I think he resented when my Uncle Ryan came around to help out, because he felt it was his job and Ryan was stepping on his toes. Yeah, I think boys somehow believe they have to grow up and take care of things when the dads aren't around, Darlene said, scraping squash into a bowl. Maddie thought about that a moment. She hadn't seen it before, but Zach had grown up faster than other boys his age. When his friends had been interested in playing baseball and video games, Zach had been fixing broken faucets and cleaning the gutters, even after their mother remarried. Jason was worthless when it came to fixing stuff. They both had grown up too fast. It wasn't supposed to be that way, but they'd need to grow up even more quickly now. Chapter 20. Red Cross Disaster Shelter, Decatur Airport. Decatur, Illinois, event plus 2 days. As Zach had feared, the bus hadn't headed west on Interstate 70. Instead, it traveled north. Zach was sure that he had made the wrong decision when the bus stopped at a gate guarded by armed soldiers. His dad hadn't spoken about camps or what would happen to stranded travelers in an end-of-the-world as we know it scenario, but Zach had read about it in his research. A lot of the YouTubers had talked about FEMA's plans for internment camps, much like the ones that held the Japanese during World War II. Zach had read about camps being built in every state. He had even tried to get his mom to take him to Grandview, Missouri, to see for himself if the rumor of a FEMA camp there was true. The camp for Illinois was supposed to be near Marseille, where his dad's best friend Ryan lived. Ryan had refused to answer any of Zach's questions about its existence when he had last spoken to him about it. Zach didn't understand why Ryan was shutting him down like that. Ryan and his dad thought alike, and he should have known why Zach needed to confirm its existence. He lived right there next to one. Why, if it was just a conspiracy theory, had Ryan not jumped to debunk it? The bus door opened and a guard stepped in. The bus driver handed him a piece of paper. The guard handed the note back, stepped off the bus, waved them through as the tall chain-link gates opened, and the bus rolled forward. They stopped at another gate to another fenced-in area where several tall, white tents were all connected by what looked like tunnels. Above each tent entrance, one banner read, American Red Cross, and another read, FEMA Disaster Recovery Center. The door to the bus opened again, and a man in his late 40s wearing a red vest and khaki pants stepped onto the bus. "Okay, listen up, folks," he yelled. Zach's classmates were audibly displeased with the situation, and their complaining grew louder as the man tried to gain order. Mr. Dean stood and held his arm over his head, his hand making a fist. It reminded Zach of his days in public elementary school assemblies. The bus slowly quieted. When the noise was just a low mumbling, Mr. Dean spoke. "All right, class. I know everyone's tired, and we all just want to get home, but there's a procedure that has to be followed in a national emergency. We have to be patient and let these folks do their jobs. If everyone cooperates, we can get through this stage and be on our way home soon. So everyone, quiet down and let the gentleman tell us what we need to do to get home." Mr. Dean turned and gestured for the man to continue as he took his seat. "In a moment, we'll have you exit the bus and proceed to the in-processing station. We'll be processing you in alphabetical order. There'll be 3 lines with 1 line for AH and so on." The man pointed to the first tent. "We will need you to have your student identification card or driver's license ready if you have one. After you've filled out the registration forms, you'll be able to proceed to the check-in station. From there, you will be directed to where you need to go next." "When are we getting home?" "I have a date tonight," Connor yelled. Everyone turned and laughed at him, prompting Mr. Dean to stand to get them to quiet down. "The president has issued a shelter-in-place order effective until further notice. Until we know what is going on, we'll need everyone to remain here. We will get you home as quickly as possible. But first, we must get through this process. Everyone, would you please stand and proceed in an orderly fashion to the front of the bus?" "What do you mean, shelter in place? What the hell does that mean?" someone yelled. "No one is allowed to travel at the moment. We're doing our best to locate stranded motorists and provide shelter until the travel ban has been lifted," the man responded. "What happened? Was it terrorists again?" another asked. "Unfortunately, communications are down and we don't have a lot of information right now. We do know that when it is safe to do so, the travel ban will be lifted, and we will get you all home to your parents. But right now, we just need a little cooperation while we get you settled here." "Do we take our bags and stuff?" a girl asked. "Bags, our backpacks and gym bags," she clarified. "Yes, bring your things, but leave them outside the tent. They will need to be inspected before being allowed into the facility." "Inspected? Why?" Jacob yelled. Leaning close to Connor, Jacob said, "Man, you better stuff that weed down your pants." Zach's heart sank. There was no way they would ever see their belongings again. Zach never went anywhere without his GHB or get-home bag. He took his GHB to sleepovers, school, the dentist's office. He slept with it beside his bed. It was a part of him. There was no way in hell he was leaving it behind. It is to ensure everyone's safety. Now, if you will exit the bus, we will do our best to get you processed as quickly as possible, and then on to the food tent. I'm sure you all would like a nice hot meal by now. Everyone on the bus stood and proceeded to the front. Zach hung back. He was desperately trying to form a plan. He went over all the scenarios he had trained for with his dad, but none of them fit the situation he now found himself in. He was screwed. He had let himself be taken behind enemy lines, and he couldn't think himself out of this one. Zach was the last one to step off the bus. A mound of gym bags, backpacks, and handbags lay on the ground outside the tent. The thought struck him about how much money was lying there. While there were Nike or North Face brands, there were many more expensive bags in the pile. Most of his classmates came from wealthy families. Many were sons and daughters of doctors, lawyers, and business owners. Their parents could afford to replace the stuff heaped there. Most of it was useless to them now, anyway. Zach's bag, however, was priceless to him. It contained all the things he needed to survive until he got home. The contents had been carefully chosen by his father. Each item had a purpose. There was nothing in the pack he was prepared to part with. "This way, son," a woman in her late 50s said, pointing to the end of the line trailing out of the tent door. She wore a bright red shirt with American Red Cross and Disaster Relief written on it. Zach held on to his pack, refusing to comply with the demand to leave it behind. "You'll need to leave your bag here with the others," she said. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but I can't leave my pack. It goes where I go. I don't mean any disrespect, but I'm not leaving it anywhere." "You're welcome to inspect it, but I'm not leaving it here." The woman said something into her radio, and two armed men walked toward them. One wore a black short-sleeved shirt with an IEMA logo on it, and the other was a Macon County Sheriff's deputy. Mr. Dean stepped outside the tent and rushed to Zach's side. "Whoa, wait a minute. What is going on?" Mr. Dean demanded. "Step back inside, sir. Let us handle this," the shorter of the two men said. The taller man grabbed hold of Zach's pack while the other man took Zach by the arm. A third man arrived. This one had on a white polo shirt with lettering. Zach couldn't make out what it said. Zach's pack was handed to the white polo shirt guy. The deputy turned Zach around and pushed him onto the hood of a golf cart. Before Zach knew it, the man had his hands between Zach's legs, patting him down. The officer pulled Zach's hands behind him and restrained his wrists with heavy police zip-tie cuffs. Zach was shoved into the golf cart and taken to a hangar on the opposite end of the facility. As they drove away from the in-processing tent, Zach could tell they were in an airport. They had come in from the back, and the tent complex had obscured the runway. But looking back as they headed away from tents, Zach could see the traffic control tower and main terminal. When they arrived at the hangar, the tall deputy pulled Zach from the golf cart by the arm and led him inside. A row of tables lined the far wall. Columns of folding chairs sat facing them. Zach was not the only one receiving a warm welcome. Zach was shoved into a chair and told to sit and not say anything until he was called forward. He did not know how they would call him forward since he hadn't given anyone his name yet. He thought Homeland Security had probably run facial recognition on him and already pulled up a detailed file of all his internet searches and Snapchat messages. Zach deduced that he was, indeed, fucked. It took 2.5 hours before anyone called him forward. They didn't use his name. Someone had come by and handed him a number like his mom got when she went to the DMV to get her driver's license renewed. An extremely thin woman who looked to be in her 30s called his number. Zach stood. He must have hesitated a bit too long, because a man with a beer belly that made him look 9 months pregnant rushed over and nudged him forward. Zach nearly fell over the leather-clad biker in front of him, earning him the meanest stink eye he'd ever seen. The beer belly guy pushed on Zach's shoulder, causing him nearly to miss the chair as he sat down. The woman did not look up. She continued writing something in a ledger like the ones used at polling places during elections, the ones his mom signed after giving them her ID and before receiving a ballot. Zach doubted they were conducting any elections at this place. He was quite sure that democracy was dead, evidenced by the illegal search and seizure of his property and his detainment for resisting name. The woman looked like she hated her job. She had so much disdain for the people she was charged with processing that she couldn't bring herself to extend the courtesy of looking at them. Zach rapid-fired questions at the woman. "What is this place? Why am I being held? I want my backpack. Name, I need your name." "No, I'm not giving you my name until you answer my questions. I was brought here against my will." I just want my pack and I'll leave. I don't want your services. I can get home on my own." The beer-belly man was joined by a couple of black-shirt goons who proceeded to lead him through a door on the side of the hangar and into a small, windowless room. He heard the door locked from the outside as they left. Things had gone from bad to worse. The room was bare except for a bucket with a toilet seat attached. He'd seen one of those before. His dad had constructed one for his mom and sister to use when they primitive camped, at least in the early days. They had progressed to using the woods like he and his dad after a year or so. They preferred just using the woods over having the chore of cleaning the bucket. His dad's philosophy had been, if you used it, you cleaned it. Zach sat on the concrete floor with his back against the wall, staring at the makeshift toilet. He did need to go, but he did not want to be trapped in the tiny room with that smell. He'd hold it as long as possible. Hopefully, he would never have to use it. Chapter 21. Red Cross Disaster Shelter, Decatur Airport. Decatur, Illinois time was hard to judge without daylight to gauge it. Zach tried to recall what time the bus had arrived to pick them up at the church. He figured they had arrived around 10 o'clock that morning. Zach had watched the sunrise from his seat in the back of the church. The light had been beautiful, streaming through the stained glass over the podium at the front of the sanctuary. Most churches had replaced stained glass with more efficient double-pane clear glass. That church must not have had that kind of budget. They hadn't been provided lunch yet, so the bus had likely arrived before 1 o'clock that afternoon. They rode on the bus for about 2 or 3 hours, he guessed. He'd sat in the hangar for another 2 or 3 hours before he landed himself in solitary confinement. So it was likely close to getting dark outside. His stomach growled. He was dehydrated. He hadn't had anything to eat or drink since 8 that morning. Zach had never gone so long without food and water since he was 11 on one of his father's survival drills. That morning, Zach's dad had given him a minimal pack. He'd called it an everyday carry, or EDC pack. It contained only a small knife, a fire starter, a life straw, a poncho, an emergency blanket, a compass, a flashlight, a couple of Band-Aids, energy powder, and 3 1,000-calorie energy bars. He'd provided Zach with grid coordinates and sent him to find a rally point where they would meet as a family later in the day. Zach had messed up and missed the rally point by 3 miles. When he discovered that, he was hopelessly lost. He had sat down on a fallen log and waited for his dad to come find him. He was lost in the woods for 2 days. The long, cold nights were worse than the hunger and thirst. He hated the dark and jumped at every rustling of leaves. By the time his dad had found him, he was exhausted, hungry, and dehydrated. His dad had been so cool about it, Zach had been afraid he would yell at him, but he didn't. In fact, he said he had gotten lost the first time he set out on his own, too. He had been in basic training, though, and his squad had found him pretty quickly. Zach's mom had been the one to yell. She yelled at Zach and gave dirty looks to his dad the rest of the trip home. A tapping noise brought Zach back into the present. It was coming from the other side of the wall he was leaning against. The tapping sound moved up and down and side to side. Is someone testing the wall for studs? He'd seen Ryan do that before when they were doing some remodeling for his mom and had ripped out the wall between their dining room and the kitchen, before his mom had met Jason and before they'd sold the house. Ryan had given Zach a dirty look when Zach had handed him his dad's stud finder. Zach rapped on the wall with his knuckles. 3 quick raps, then 3 slow, then 3 more fast. 3 fast, 3 slow, and 3 more fast was the response from the other side of the wall. It was his friend Connor. They had used that code when they were younger and they'd had sleepovers in Zach's treehouse. It was Morse code for SOS. Connor, is that you? Zach? It's me. Dude, what the hell is going on? I'm not sure. I refuse to answer their stupid questions. How did you end up here? I asked too many questions, I guess. What happened with the others? Did you see where they took them? Zach asked. He waited for his friend's reply, but none came. He heard banging and the sounds of a struggle, and then a door being slammed. Connor? Connor? Zach yelled to the wall. After a few minutes, the door opened and 2 men in black rushed in. They grabbed Zach and dragged him from the room. Fear made Zach compliant. He knew that, at that moment, there was nothing he could do, and resisting would only get him hurt. There were too many of them, and he was defenseless against them. Zach was taken to an in-processing unit with at least 10 armed guards. Zach gave the person behind the desk his name, his parents' names, and his grandparents' names along with their addresses. Funny, they did not ask for any of their phone numbers. Zach did not tell them about his sister. By doing so, he hoped he was protecting her. A white plastic bracelet like the ones used in hospitals was placed on his left wrist and right ankle. They were stamped with numbers and a barcode. Am I now just a number? From the in-processing unit, He was taken to a holding tent. He was issued new clothes in a lovely shade of gray and a pair of men's sandals, also gray. Another unfriendly woman handed him 2 pairs of white briefs, size large, and 2 pairs of white crew-length socks. She pointed to the next station. Zach went and stood in that line, clutching his new possessions to his chest. He was handed a bedroll, toiletries, and a bag for his clothes. He suddenly felt that he was on an episode of some prison show. Zach followed the man in front of him through a door into a large space with at least 30 cots lined up in neat rows. Men and boys were busy making their cots and dressing in their new wardrobes. There was no privacy. Guards looked on as the occupants undressed and donned the uniforms. Zach felt self-conscious, but after setting his bedroll on his cot, he changed into his dull garb. It was dark outside by the time food was brought in. Each person was given a tray containing some kind of stew, crackers, and a bottle of water. Zach considered hiding his spoon to make a shank. He had heard they could be fashioned into effective weapons, but he thought better of it after one of the guards stared at him a little too long. The stew was tasteless but filling. Zach most appreciated the water. He felt so dehydrated that he could have downed half a dozen and still felt parched. He thought it unlikely they would provide them with more than one at a time. They would probably only get them with their meals. 48 ounces of water a day was enough to survive, but not enough to be healthy. Maybe there would be a drinking fountain or something when they allowed them out of the tents, if they ever did. Zach looked around but did not see Connor or anyone from his class. He wondered if there were other tents like this one, tents for the troublemakers, or was this the way they were treating all their guests? Zach sat on his cot and stared around the tent. The blank faces of those around him told the tale of journeys similar to Zach's. Most looked like they had given up and decided to go along to get along. Zach wasn't about to give up. He would watch and wait. He would wait for an opportune time to escape the camp and head home. Without his gear, a 100-mile trip would be extremely difficult, but he would not let that stop him. And if he could, he would try to help his friends, and Mr. D, lights out, came shortly after the dinner trays had been collected. His captors did make sure they collected every plastic spoon. Once the lights were out, the men in black left. Zach was sure they would stand guard just outside the exits, though he resisted the urge to sneak over and find out. Causing trouble might get him thrown back into solitary, and he would lose his chance to escape. "Hey, were you at the bus of kids from the church?" A voice spoke in the darkness. "Yeah. Do you know where they took my classmates?" "Did they leave already?" Zach said. "No. They are still here. No one leaves." "What?" "They tell everyone that they are going to help them get home, but buses come in loaded with people and leave empty. No one has left since I got here yesterday afternoon. That is what I was afraid of. I heard about camps like this before the shit hit the fan." "You one of those conspiracy nuts always talking about the end of the world?" the voice asked. "Not so nutty sounding now, is it?" Zach asked. "No, I guess not. I may have to apologize to my brother-in-law if I ever see him again, that is. You and everyone else who has prepper family members probably, if he is right, they already rounded him up and locked him away in a camp like this one or worse." "Where are you from?" Zach asked. "I'm from Vegas, but my sister and brother-in-law live in Oklahoma." "Were you traveling alone?" "No, I got my boy with me. I'm grateful they didn't split us up like they did some families." "They split up families?" "Yeah. Women are in one tent and kids are being kept on the opposite side of the camp near the hangars. Men are in the middle like us. I'm not sure why they allow those of us in here to keep our sons with us." "Yeah, if they split up other families, it doesn't make sense for them to allow the troublemaker tent to keep their kids." "What makes you think this is the troublemaker tent?" the man asked. "Because I'm in here," the man laughed. "I'm Zach. What is your name, James?" "Well, James, what is your theory on what they have planned for our group?" A flashlight flicked on at the opposite end of the tent. A man walked up and down the aisles between the cots, shining the light in each person's face. Zach rolled over and covered his face with this arm, pretending to be asleep. He heard the cot next to him squeak and assumed James had done the same. Zach heard the guard shuffle past him and let out the breath he had held. He peeked under his arm and watched the light disappear at the other end of the tent. "It really is like a prison, bed checks and all." "I think you may be right, Zach. I think we're about to discover that we're no longer free citizens of the United States of America." Chapter 22. Grundy County, Illinois. Event plus 2 days. Carl and Kelly made their way back to the old farmhouse where Carl had seen the injured girl. They stalked around the house looking for a good entry point. Just as Carl rounded the back corner, a boy bounded from the house with a shotgun under his arm. Carl jumped back just before being spotted, bumping into Kelly and knocking him down. Grabbing Kelly by the shirt, Carl pulled him to his feet and shoved him backward. "They have guns," Carl whispered. "I don't want to shoot no kid, Carl. You said these were just for show. I ain't shooting nobody." Kelly held his pistol out and shoved it into his brother's chest. "Don't point that at me," Carl said, pushing Kelly's gun to the side. "Get a damn grip, Kelly. We don't have to shoot nobody." "We have to make sure they don't shoot us, though." "How are we going to do that? We run up in there pointing guns, they going to shoot at us, and we'll have to shoot back." "I ain't agreed to that, Carl." "Bro, we ain't going to run up in there, guns all a-blazing. We're waiting for them to come out, and we'll take them one at a time, starting with the boy there." Carl pointed in the direction the boy ran. Kelly peeked around the corner of the house. "Looks like he is fixing to go hunting or something. He's putting gas in that wheeler back by the barn. Okay, let's just wait until he leaves, then one less gun to deal with, you see," Carl said with a wide smile. The brothers listened as the four-wheeler's engine started. The men backed up and made their way back to the tree line as the boy drove past them down the driveway and out of sight. Carl sprinted across to the corner of the house, Kelly close behind. Carl stopped and peeked around the house into the backyard, not detecting any movement. He crouched and moved under a window, stopping at the other side. He pushed his back against the house and motioned for his brother to stay where he was. Carl leaned forward and peered into the window. A middle-aged woman was changing sheets on the bed. He couldn't see the girls. Carl motioned for his brother to crouch low and move forward. Kelly followed his brother to the back door. Carl leapt over the steps and pressed his back against the house on the other side of the door. Kelly stayed on the opposite side. Carl peeked through the open door. There she was. She was even more beautiful than he had imagined. Her long, lean body moved gracefully as she went about her business, unaware of the two men outside. Carl smiled broadly and pointed to the door. Kelly mouthed, "She in there?" Carl nodded, then burst into the kitchen, gun pointed at the girl. She let out a scream before Kelly grabbed her and put his hand over her mouth. Her eyes went wide as she clawed at his grasp. Carl walked over and stroked her long, blonde hair, placing his face into a handful of her hair. Carl sniffed deeply. He exhaled out slowly, eyes closed. Pity he had to sell her. He would like to take her with them and set up house in a new town. The girl stomped on Kelly's foot. He bent over, hitting his mouth on her shoulder. He hopped on one foot as he tried to maintain his hold while keeping his hand over her mouth. Carl leaned in close to her ear. "Listen up, girl. You better calm down and be nice, or we might just have to hurt the old lady and that little girl." The girl's eyes widened, then filled with tears. She stopped struggling in Kelly's grip. "That's better. You be good, and nobody is going to get hurt here today. Got that?" The girl nodded. "Let's go, Kelly." Carl opened the door, and Kelly pushed the girl forward while still maintaining his grip on her mouth. Just as Carl turned to go out, he heard a shotgun rack. Carl swung around. Kelly released the girl and turned. It happened in slow motion. Kelly threw his hands up, and the pistol in his right hand clattered to the floor. The girl dropped to a crouch as the boom of the shotgun shattered the window to Carl's right. Carl ducked down and fired, hitting the woman. He continued to fire as she fell, her shotgun clattering to the floor. Kelly stumbled back and pressed himself against the wall, his eyes never leaving the bleeding woman. The girl screamed and tried to go to the woman, but Carl caught her by her hair. He yanked her back toward him, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the floor. He pressed the pistol hard against her head. "Kelly, grab that shotgun," Carl yelled. "Who else is here? Anyone else going to come try to shoot me this morning?" "No, it is just us," the girl said. "You best be telling me the truth, girlie. As you can see, I ain't in a playing mood. I don't appreciate some old bag shooting at me before I even had my breakfast. What do you want?" "I don't have any money, and I don't think they have any either. But where's the money at?" "I don't know where she keeps her purse." "Kelly," Carl yelled at his brother. "Kelly." Kelly stared at the woman on the floor, then back to Carl, his expression blank. "Snap the hell out of it. We have work to do, bro. Pick up the shoddy and go search the place. Find me the woman's bag. I imagine that is where we'll find her cash." Kelly looked back at the woman, then at the door she had come through, but he didn't move. "Move it, Kelly! Move your damn ass!" Carl yelled, spittle flying from his lips. Kelly crept around the dying woman's body. He stopped and looked down at her. He slowly reached down and picked up the shotgun. He stared at the blood-spattered gun. "I'm sorry," Kelly said, darting out of the kitchen and down a hall. Carl dragged Maddie over to a stool by the kitchen island and pushed her onto it. "Sit there and be good. As soon as we grab the money, we will get out of here." "Yes, just take the money and go," she said, brushing hair from her face. "Oh, we will. But you're coming with us. We have someone we would like you to meet. It's your lucky day. He is going to give you a job." "No, I'm not going. You can kill me." Carl reached out and slapped her hard across the face. She reached up with her left hand and covered the red mark on her face. She glared back at Carl, her hazel eyes blazing into him. "I ain't going nowhere with you freaks." Carl yanked her to the floor by her hair and put his foot on her neck. He pressed the muzzle of the pistol to her forehead. "Do it. Just do it now. You will have to kill me, 'cause I ain't leaving here with you." "Kelly, get the hell in here," Carl yelled, pressing the pistol harder against her head. Kelly ran into the room and stopped at the body of the woman. "Get the hell over here, you pussy. Help me tie this bitch up before I have to blow her damn brains out." "Mouthy-ass bitch is pissing me off," Carl said, the veins in his forehead popping as his face turned deep red. Kelly stepped over the woman and retrieved a bag of zip ties from his back pocket. Carl grabbed the girl by her hair, shoving the pistol into her abdomen. "I hear being gut shot hurts like a motherfucker. How about I shoot you and let you bleed out like your mama over there?" Carl said as he spun her around backwards on the stool. She did not resist. Kelly grabbed the girl's wrists, wrapped the zip ties around them, and pulled them tight. "Get her feet, too." Kelly did as instructed and zip-tied her feet together. They left her on her stomach in the kitchen as they ransacked the house. Carl heard the motor of the four-wheeler through the open front bedroom window and ran to tell Kelly. Carl ran from the woman's bedroom just in time to see the boy barreling down the drive, the shotgun across his lap. "Go shut the back door. When he opens it, we'll shoot him," Carl said, pointing toward the back. "Screw, no, I ain't shooting no boy. There weren't supposed to be no shooting. This is fucked up. I did not sign up for this shit." Kelly paced the room, waving his arms over his head. "All right, you little whiny baby. We won't shoot the boy. We'll just invite him to have a seat next to his dead mama. I ain't hurting no kid, and neither are you. We tie him up like the girl there. Ain't no need to hurt him. We just leave him here and take the girl. No one else needs to get hurt. You hear me, Carl? You're starting to really piss me off, brother. But all right. You grab the kid and tie him up, and we'll leave him like you said. If it goes sideways and I have to shoot him, it is on you," Carl said, pointing at his brother. Kelly shook his head and ran to the kitchen. He sidestepped the body on the floor and quietly shut the back door just as he heard the engine of the four-wheeler die. Carl tapped his thigh with his fingertips as they waited for the boy to open the door. They heard him coming. He was whistling some tune Carl did not recognize. He motioned for Kelly to stand beside the door while he ducked into the breakfast nook out of sight. When the door opened, the boy immediately froze. Instead of running to his mother's side, as Carl expected he would do, the boy turned and started down the steps. He was halfway back to the ATV when Carl leveled his pistol and shot him in the back. "Damn, Carl, what did you do?" Kelly said, pounding his fists against the counter and kicking over a trash can. "He would have ran next door and brought back a bunch of cousins and shit. I couldn't risk that. You want to get shot in the back by some camo-wearing bubba while we try to get to our wheeler with the girl? I don't know why I let you talk me into this shit," Kelly said, crouching to the floor and putting his head between his knees. "I said I don't want to be a part of no killing, and you go and shoot a kid in the damn back. We ain't got time to stand around here arguing about it now. We got to get the hell out of here before someone comes looking to see what the shooting was all about." Carl shoved Kelly toward the open door. "Now you go get the boy's wheeler and bring it up here. We'll throw the girl in it and get the hell out of here." Before descending the steps, Kelly looked over his shoulder at the girl. A moment later, Kelly pulled the four-wheeler up the steps and parked it, motor running. Grabbing the girl by her arms, Carl motioned for Kelly to grab her feet and help him carry her down the steps. As she struggled in their grasp, her head banged against the doorframe, causing her to cry out. "Damn it, Kelly, be careful. Boss ain't gonna pay top dollar for her all banged up. It is bad enough she has that scrape on her cheek and a fat lip." "Sorry," once out the door, the girl began to scream at the top of her lungs. Carl put a hand over her mouth as they shoved her down hard onto the trailer. "Get me something to stuff in her mouth. We need to shut this bitch up before someone hears her." After running into the house, Kelly returned with a handful of dish towels. Carl stuffed one in the girl's mouth after tying 2 towels together. He tied the towels around her head to hold the gag in place. "Jump in and I'll drop you off at our wheeler," Carl said, pointing to the trailer. Kelly jumped in, bumping into the girl as Carl floored it away from the house, throwing gravel behind them. Chapter 23, Minooka, Illinois event, plus 2 days. Maddie squirmed and tried to roll onto her back, but there wasn't sufficient room with the man nearly sitting on top of her. The plastic ties cut into her wrists as she struggled. She wiggled and rubbed her face on her shoulder, attempting to dislodge the dish towel tied around her head. By the sound of gravel under the tires, She could tell they were on the I&M Canal Trail. Maddie lay still, listening for sounds to give her an indication on which way they were going. They hadn't traveled all that far before the four-wheeler came to an abrupt stop, causing Maddie to slide forward and hit her head on the trailer. The man who rode in the back with her grabbed her by one arm and dragged her out. Maddie landed on the ground on her side, her shoulder striking concrete. The second man placed his hands under her arms, and the man with her grabbed her feet. The two men carried her up a short flight of steps and through a door into a dark space. Maddie was tossed onto a mattress on the floor. After rolling over as far from the men as possible, Maddie attempted to sit up. The plastic ties cut deeper into her wrists as she tried to push herself up. Exhausted from her struggle, Maddie lay on her back, trying to get enough air. The space was dark and musky. The only light shined through a slit in the door. "I'm just going to sit here a minute and have a smoke," one man said. Maddie couldn't see his face in the dark, but she believed him to be the man who had shot Darlene and Ray Jr. An image of poor Ray Jr. face first on the ground, shot in the back, caused bile to rise in her throat. Her mind began to race. She had been taken by animals, men who would shoot women and children. She couldn't comprehend what their intentions for her were, but their willingness to kill so brutally convinced her that her own chances of survival were thin. After a while, Maddie could hear both men snoring softly. Sitting on the mattress on the floor of the dark and musky room, she could barely make out a figure lying on the sofa about 6 feet away. She looked around the room where the other man was sleeping in a chair. The room was small, maybe 8 by 10. It opened into an even smaller kitchen. A hall ran off the kitchen. A door that Maddie thought to be a front exit door was to her left. What was possibly a bedroom door was on the wall across from the front door. It was similar to a camping trailer, maybe a small trailer home. She attempted to sit up straight, but found it difficult to do with her hands behind her back. She laid down and tried to slip her zip-tied hands under her buttocks to bring them to the front, but her hands were too painful from the fall, and the zip ties cut into her wrist. She rolled onto her side and pushed herself up. She surveyed the room. It stank like piss, puke, cigarettes, and body odor, very strong body odor. She had to pee so bad. She wasn't sure she could hold it. She did not want to pee herself, but she sure the hell did not want to wake the creeps across the room. She needed to find a back door and get the hell out of there. She scooted off the mattress onto the floor. Peering around a half wall into the kitchen, Maddie looked down the hall and could see what looked to be a back door. Maddie tried to push herself to her feet and stumbled, knocking over a small table. The man in the chair stirred. Maddie sat frozen in place, willing the man to go back to sleep. He did not. Instead, he sat up straight. "Carl?" Carl did not answer. "Carl, is that you?" the man asked. Kelly stood and walked over to the mattress before spotting Maddie near the kitchen. "What are you doing?" he asked, rushing over to her. He bent down and grabbed her arm. "You trying to get yourself killed?" Maddie struggled against the man's grasp, but she couldn't get enough traction to pull away. "If he wakes up and catches you trying to get away, he will hurt you, stupid girl." Kelly dragged Maddie back to the mattress and gently lay her on her side. Maddie tried to tell him that she just needed to pee, but with the gag in her mouth, he couldn't understand her. After the fourth attempt, he appeared to understand. "Oh, you need to pee? The water ain't working, and the toilet is pretty rank in there, but if you behave, I'll let you go pee." Maddie nodded in agreement. Kelly pulled a knife from his pocket and unfolded it. She gasped. "I'm going to cut the restraints on your feet." He slid the knife under the ties and freed her feet. It felt wonderful to not have the zip ties gouging into the skin of her sore ankle. She had high hopes that he would untie her hands. The bathroom was likely down the hall near the back door. She could bolt out the door and get away before he could even grab her. That was her hope anyway. "I ain't gonna cut the ones on your hands. Carl would kill me if I did that, so you best behave while I take you to the bathroom, or else it won't be very pretty for you." Grabbing her arm, Kelly pulled her to her feet. He led her through the tiny kitchen. Dirty dishes filled the sink and lined the counters. Maddie stumbled over takeout containers and pizza boxes. The contents of the trash can overflowed onto the floor. It smelled so bad it made Maddie gag. "You think that stinks? You just wait until you lift the lid to the shitter. I can't stand it, so I just go outside." Maddie couldn't believe the smell. It hit her as soon as Kelly opened the door to the bathroom. She felt as if she were going to vomit and feared she would gag on it if she did. As she fought back the urge, Kelly reached up and pulled down her gag immediately. Maddie spewed vomit into the bathtub. Finished retching, she held her hands out from her back, gesturing for Kelly to remove her hand restraints. Kelly shook his head. "No, how am I supposed to pull my pants down?" Kelly looked down at her jeans, then looked back up. "No, you aren't undressing me," Maddie said sternly. Kelly pulled out his knife and Maddie turned around. Once he had cut the restraints, Kelly stepped out into the hall and shut the door. Maddie opted not to open the lid to the toilet, instead squatting over the tub. After relieving herself, she looked around the dark bathroom for something to use as a weapon. Scissors, fingernail file, even a toilet brush or plunger would at least be something, but there was nothing. A small rap at the door stopped her search. "You done in there?" The door cracked open, and Maddie stepped out. The back door was just across from the bathroom. She would wait until both men were asleep and would sneak out that door. She just needed to be patient. Kelly led Maddie back to the mattress and zip-tied her hands, this time in front of her. Maddie scooted back and sat cross-legged. Her wrist hurt where the restraints had cut into her skin. "Are you brothers?" Maddie asked. "Yeah." "You younger or older?" "Younger," he said. "I have a younger brother. He can be a pain in the ass most of the time, but he's my brother, so it's okay." Kelly said nothing. He's 14, but he thinks he's grown or something. When my dad died, he got all man-of-the-house attitude and tried to boss me around and shit. "Yeah, Carl bosses me around a lot. It can get annoying." Zach would be all like, "You shouldn't be hanging with those people, or you missed curfew again." I would remind him that I used to change his diapers and that he wasn't Dad. Maddie remembered that conversation like it was yesterday. That was not all she had said. She had been angry with Zach for calling her out on missing curfew. She had told him he was not her father, that he was nothing like their dad and never would be. The pained look on his face still haunted her. She wished now that she had apologized to him. She wished she had told him how much he was like Dad. He looked like him. His mannerisms were like him. He had the same "you're in deep shit" tone when he scolded her. That was what she had been angry about. He reminded her too much of their dad, and it had made her miss him too much. "Where is your brother?" Kelly asked. "He was on a class field trip when this shit happened. He is somewhere in southern Illinois with his class. At least he isn't alone. There are teachers with him, right? Yeah. All but one will be useless in this shit. But Mr. Dean, he was in the military. He has seen some shit. He knows how to handle himself. I trust him to take care of Zach, the rest of them. Well, I feel sorry for Mr. Dean having to deal with their whiny asses." Kelly laughed. Carl coughed and moaned. He rolled back and forth on the sofa but did not wake. "Bad dreams?" "No, he's detoxing. He does that if he doesn't shoot up every 4 to 6 hours. That shit is getting impossible to get right now." "Oh, that sucks, I guess," Maddie said. "Do you use drugs too?" "Nah, I hate that shit. I've watched it destroy everyone I love." "I can see why you hate it." "How did your dad die?" Kelly asked. Maddie was quiet. She didn't want to discuss such a painful subject with this low-life piece of shit, but her strategy to win him over and convince him to let her go might require she put that aside. She exhaled slowly and looked at her feet. She could barely see them in the dark. "He was killed by a drunk driver." "That blows." "Yep." "How old were you?" 15. Maddie leaned forward. The restraints dug into her wrists, but she needed to sit up straight to catch her breath. She wiggled her way back and pressed herself against the wall. Her shoulder burned. She tried to focus on the pain in her wrist and shoulders, focusing on anything but the pain in her heart. She never talked about that day. Her heart pounded in her chest. She felt bile rise again in her throat. But talking about losing her dad might just save her life. No pain, no gain. A single tear dripped from the corner of her eye. In the darkness, her captor couldn't see it. She made no attempt to wipe it away. She would honor her dad with them. To be weak now in this situation was to be strong. How ironic. "He went out to get ice for our cooler. I was going to run my first 50K the next day. He had run with me that morning and helped me get ready for the race. After an hour, when he hadn't made it home from the convenience store around the block, I knew something had happened. That really sucks. My dad is in prison. He's never helped me with shit. My grandma and grandpa were the ones to raise me and Carl until my mom came home. That is, life went to shit for me after that. But at least you had grandparents who cared for you. My grandma did, but she died. My grandpa did until my mom came home. He judges me because of how my mom and brother act." Carl's groaning increased and grew louder. He rolled from side to side. "He's going to wake up soon. He'll be really grumpy and mean until he gets his fix. I should go and see if I can score some before he wakes up." "Why? Why? He's my brother, and he is sick. He can't help that. He's a junkie. He didn't have much choice with my mom like she was." "But you aren't a junkie, and you lived the same life, right? It was different for me. You could just go. You could release me, and we could go together. You could get away from all these drugs and violence. You'd have a chance to make a better life for yourself. I can't leave my brother. We don't throw away family. Don't you ever want a family of your own? Do you want to literally be your brother's keeper the rest of your life? I'm not my brother's keeper. He takes care of me. He has all my life, Kelly said, his voice raised. Maddie knew she was pushing him too hard, but she was desperate. She had to risk it. He may be her only hope to get out of there. I don't deserve this, Kelly. I've done nothing to you or Carl to deserve this. I have a family that loves me, and I love them. I just want to get home to my mom and my little brother. Can't you please help me? Kelly said nothing. Please, just let me go. You don't have to worry about the police. I haven't even seen one since the lights went out. I won't tell anyone. Maddie scooted to the end of the mattress and leaned closer to Kelly. Please, Kelly. I can't. Carl will kill me if I do. I just can't. He's my brother, and I won't betray him. He's all I have in the world. A sudden rush of anger washed over Maddie. It shocked her. She expected that she would feel sad and defeated by his refusal, but all she felt was rage. These two pieces of shit stood between her and getting home. She could not give up and let the men turn her over to even worse people. She scooted back on the mattress and lay on her side. She needed another plan. She couldn't let these two win. She would not. Chapter 24. Minooka, Illinois, event plus 3 days. When the second man awoke, Maddie's patience was wearing thin. The man stretched, yawned, and scratched at his groin. Kelly, where's my shit? You used it all yesterday. You've been asleep for over 12 hours. Shit. Why the hell did you let me sleep that long? I couldn't wake you up, Carl. I tried, but you shot too much of that shit. I thought I'd lost you there for a while. Standing, the man stretched and then spewed vomit all over the floor. Maddie pulled her feet back just in time. After laying back down, the man rubbed his head and rocked back and forth on the sofa. He moaned softly. I need you to go see Jimmy again, Kelly. I need a little something so we can get this bitch up to the boss and get paid. I can get some H from Junior after I get paid. You mean when we get paid? Kelly stood and walked toward the door. Yeah, I mean we... Now just get me some shit, all right? I'm hurting bad here. Waving over his shoulder, Kelly shut the door behind him. Maddie began to tremble. She had been left alone with the killer. She had witnessed him kill 2 people the day before, and she had no doubt that he would kill her if she pissed him off or tried to get away. Sitting up, the man popped something into his mouth, took a sip from a glass on a side table, and lay back on the sofa. Within minutes, the man was snoring. Maddie had her chance. It was now or never. Maddie slid to the end of the mattress and pushed herself up. At least Kelly hadn't put the restraints back on her feet. She needed to find something to cut the ties off her hands, but rummaging around in the dark might wake the man. Tiptoeing into the kitchen, Maddie looked through the mass of dirty dishes on the counter for something sharp enough to cut through the plastic. There wasn't anything but butter knives. As she tugged gently on the top drawer, it squeaked loudly. She froze. Maddie turned her head. The man stirred on the sofa. Maddie crouched down and made her way to the back door. Her whole body shook as she reached up and felt around for the handle. Feeling the cold metal in her hand, Maddie turned the knob. She gently pulled on it. The door did not budge. She pulled a little harder and nothing happened. The door opens out. She pushed, but the door did not open. She pushed harder. It did not budge. She heard a crash in the living room. The man came barreling through the kitchen. Maddie felt the hard, cold steel of the gun pressed against her cheek. I just needed to pee. I'm sorry I woke you. I'm sorry, Maddie cried. Get the hell back in there and stop whining, pulling her by her hair. Carl led her through the kitchen. With a shove, he threw her onto the smelly mattress. You just sit tight there, bitch. When my brother gets back, we're going to take you up to meet some real nice friends of mine. Until then, you just sit there and be quiet, you hear? Not much light shined into the room except through a small window in the door. No light at all came through the windows. After taking a seat back onto the sofa, Carl leaned back, lit a joint, and closed his eyes. The gun lay in his lap. Maddie stared at it. She was trapped. Her hope to escape through the back door now dashed. She laid back on the mattress and wept quietly. She thought of poor Emma alone in Darlene's house. How traumatized she must be after witnessing her parents being brutally killed, then seeing what happened to Darlene and Ray Jr. What hope did she have to survive now, on her own in this crazy world? Maddie could not help her now. She couldn't protect herself, let alone a 10-year-old girl. Maybe it was better to die at the beginning of the apocalypse than slowly starve to death later anyway. Maddie was not as afraid of death as she was of living in her present situation. There were some things worse than death, and this was one of them, As scared as she was, Maddie was also totally exhausted and eventually fell asleep. Something ran across her foot, startling her awake. She sat up and pulled her feet under her. The room was pitch black. It must be night. How long was I out? Sitting on the mattress with her back against the wall, Maddie stared in the direction of the man. She heard his snores and moans. He sounded like he was in terrible pain. She hoped he would die. That realization bothered her. What kind of person was she becoming? She'd seen so much violence and death over the last few days. Had it been days? She wasn't even sure. She tried to remember what day it was. She had spent the first night after the lights went out, hiding behind a shed with the Andrews family. The second night, she and Emma had stayed in the cemetery. The next day, she and Emma had hit the trail and met Darlene and Ray Jr. That memory brought a flood of tears. Slumping down the wall, Maddie lay on her side in a fetal position and let the river of tears flow. She didn't even try to stop them. She cried for Darlene. She cried for poor little Ray Jr. walking in and seeing his mother on the floor in a pool of blood, only to be shot down in his own backyard. He was supposed to be safe there, but he wasn't safe in his home. Maybe no one was safe anywhere now. The world was becoming just what her dad had said it would when the shit hit the fan, and he was not there to save her. No one was coming to save her. She was alone. She was on her own, and that scared her more than death. Morning came, and Kelly still had not returned. The light shined brighter and brighter through the window of the door, and the man on the sofa continued to moan and restlessly roll around. Maddie could tell that the man was sick or something. Sweat dripped off his face, and he shook like he was freezing. He clutched his stomach and had vomited several times. The gun still lay next to him. No matter how weak or sick he was, he likely could still shoot her if she tried to get to the door and flee. Her stomach began growling loudly. She wished she still had her pack. She remembered the wonderful rabbit soup Darlene had given her. She remembered warming soup on a rocket stove on hiking trips with her dad. When she was younger, her dad would load the family up in his Jeep and go to some remote wilderness in southern Missouri. They would hike until dark. When they would complain about the weight of the packs or the pace of the hike, her dad would say that someday they'd be glad to know what they were capable of doing. When they arrived at a suitable campsite, her dad would teach them a new way to build an emergency shelter. He taught them how to conceal their campsite and how to get away if they were discovered. They purified water using their life straws and even learned to filter water through sand and a sock. At her dad's hunting cabin, he had taught them the 4 rules of gun safety, how to shoot at moving targets, and how to disassemble and clean every gun he owned, and he owned a lot of them. Maddie looked at the man's gun. It looked like the Glock G42 she'd picked up from the man in the street. She doubted that the gangster had cleaned it regularly, and Carl hadn't cleaned it after he had used it to kill Darlene and Ray Jr. That memory brought a new round of tears. Harden up, Maddie. This ain't gonna get you home. She stared at the gun lying next to the man. She tried to imagine what her dad would have done in this situation. She regretted that she had not taken his lessons seriously when all he was doing was trying to give her the skills to save her life. She had been an ungrateful brat. She felt such guilt that she had distanced herself from him during the year before the accident. She had let others' opinions of her dad influence hers. How disappointed he must have been with her. He had been proud of her accomplishments in school and in her cross-country races. He quit pushing her to go to the cabin and do drills, but it must have pained him for her to pull away from him like she had. She tried to remember the last time she had gone to the cabin with him. Was it the summer before my freshman year in high school? Some of her dad's friends from the military had joined them. Uncle Ryan had been there. He had shown her and Zach how to tie 10 different types of knots. He had also shown them how to get out of someone's grip if grabbed by the arm. Suddenly, a light bulb went on in her head. She could recall vividly how he had demonstrated how to break zip ties. Maddie looked over at the man. She took a deep breath. She had to do this now. She needed to make her move before the other brother came back. Once they were both there, she did not think she could take them both. It was now or never. Sitting up straight, Maddie raised her hands high in the air above her head. She kept her eyes on the man, looking for any movement. Bringing her hands down in one rapid movement, she chicken-winged her elbows, pushing down hard across her waist and using her abdomen as a wedge, simultaneously spreading her hands out as far as possible. Shit! It hurt like hell, and her wrists were bleeding now. But she tried again and again. The plastic zip ties refused to break. She had been able to break them every time when she had practiced with Uncle Ryan. Of course, she hadn't been dehydrated, and her wrists hadn't been already cut up. Maddie took a deep breath and exhaled. She looked over to Carl. He rolled and coughed, but did not wake. She wasn't going to have the strength to break them. She needed to use a friction saw. She was so glad she had continued to replace all her shoelaces with paracord. Really, swapping them out had been more of a habit. Every time they bought new shoes, her dad would have them remove the laces and use paracord instead. Maddie reached down and untied her left shoe. She pulled the paracord from the shoe and laid it between her feet. She was out of practice, so tying the first bowline knot took more time than she would have liked. She was sweating profusely now. She had to keep reminding herself to breathe. The man could wake up at any moment, or the brother could return. Any number of other bad things could occur that could stop her from getting away. She had to get this right, and she had to be quick about it. Using her teeth, she pulled the second knot tight. Sliding the loop over the toe of her right shoe, Maddie slid it down to the middle of her foot. She fished the opposite end of the cord through the zip tie, then down to her left shoe. Looping the other end over her shoe, she extended her legs in front of her, pulling the cord tight. Making a bicycle motion with her legs, Maddie moved her legs back and forth. The friction of the paracord on the plastic of the zip tie made a squeaking noise. She stopped and put her feet down, watching for any movement from the man. When he did not stir, she lifted her legs and continued her bicycle motions for another 20 seconds, and the tie broke. Her hands were free. Slipping the paracord off, Maddie untied the knots and quickly put the paracord back in her shoes. With her shoes laced tight, she slowly stood from the mattress, never taking her eyes from the man. As she started to take her first step, Carl sat up. "Where the hell do you think you're going?" Carl said, rising to his feet. Maddie sprinted for the door, but she tripped on a pile of shoes and fell against the wall. She shot to her feet and tried to reach the door before Carl could grab her, but he was on her before she got her hand to the knob. Maddie swung around and punched him in the face. He stumbled back a step but did not release his grip on her hair. She kicked sideways, hitting him in the knee. Carl yelped and let go, but he was quickly back on her. He pulled on her arm and she pushed into him, causing both to crash to the floor. She landed on top of Carl, then rolled off the stunned man and leapt to her feet. She stepped back and her foot hit something hard and metallic. The gun. She scrambled for the weapon, scooped it up, and was bringing it up into a firing position as the front door opened, flooding the room with light. Carl turned to look toward open door. Without hesitating, Maddie leveled the pistol at him and fired 2 rounds, both hitting center mass. "No!" Kelly yelled as he stepped inside. He raced to his brother's side, dropping to his knees. "I'm sorry," Maddie said, looking down at the 2 men. "You bitch! You shot my brother!" Kelly snarled. Maddie stepped sideways toward the door, the pistol raised and pointed at Kelly. "I'm sorry, I had no choice. You should have let me go. You damn bitch, you killed my brother," Kelly said, standing and taking a step toward her. "Stop," Maddie yelled. "Stop. Don't come any closer. I'm going to leave now. There's no need for you to die, too. He was all I had left in the world, and you took him from me." Kelly kept walking. Pop, pop. 2 shots hit Kelly's center mass, and he fell next to his brother on the floor. His eyes were open. A look of shock was on his face. Maddie froze in place, staring at the 2 men. "Run, Maddie!" She heard her dad yell, and she did. Still gripping the pistol in her right hand, she ran down the steps and around the trailer. She did not stop running until she reached a wooded area outside of town. She dropped to her knees on a soft bed of leaves and wept. She rocked back and forth, holding her head in her hands. Her ears were still ringing from the gunshots inside the tiny room. The metal of the gun was pressed against her cheek as she held her head in her hands. The acrid smell of burnt gunpowder emanated from the pistol. She had shot 2 men. She had killed 2 human beings. She had ended their lives to save hers. She knew she would never be the same again. "I'm a killer. Does that make me no better than them?" Chapter 25. Grundy County, Illinois, event plus 4 days. Maddie lay curled into a ball, sobbing softly. She did not know how much time had passed. She was jolted out of her crying fit by the shattering of glass. She sat up straight and pulled the gun close to her chest. Standing, she walked over to a clearing. A row of houses butted up to the woods. She couldn't tell which direction the breaking glass had come from. Crouching next to a tree, she listened, scanning each house for movement. After a moment, she saw a man emerge from a large yellow shed 2 houses down from her position. The man was carrying a barbecue grill like those used for tailgate parties. The man hadn't shut the door of the shed. There may be something useful in there. Probably not the food and water that she desperately needed right then, but maybe a tarp, rope, fishing line, or other things that might help her survive as she made her way to Uncle Ryan's house. She thought for a moment. The men had only traveled a short distance from Darlene's farm before they stopped at the nasty trailer they'd held her in. If she could somehow make her way back to the trail, maybe she could find Darlene's farm. she could find Emma. Emma had probably run away when the two men had shown up. Maddie wanted to give Darlene and Ray Jr. a proper burial, but she didn't think she could dig two graves. She would try to cover them up at least. They had been so good to her. She was afraid that she would not encounter very many good people on the rest of her journey. As she crept along the tree line to the shed, she looked to see if the man would return to shut the door. Maddie ran across the lawn and into the shed. She shoved the pistol into her pocket and rummaged through boxes and scanned the items on shelves. She bent over and flipped open the lid to a blue cooler under a small workbench and let out an audible sigh of relief when she discovered it was full of bottled water and energy drinks. Maddie unscrewed the top of one of the energy drinks and downed its contents. Maddie looked around for something to carry the drinks in. Labeled storage totes lined the walls of the shed. Some totes were labeled clothes, one said books, and others said photos and mementos. The one that read handbags and totes caught Maddie's attention. Pleased that the owners were so well organized, Maddie opened the container and found a large LL Bean canvas tote bag. Opening a bottle of water, she took a sip and sat it down on a box. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and began filling the bag with as many bottles of water and drinks as would fit. After packing 9 bottles, Maddie tried to zip the bag closed. It only zipped halfway, so she pulled one bottle out and held it under her chin as she finished zipping the tote closed. Gripping the bottle in one hand and the tote in another, she turned to go. Maddie saw the man exiting a side door of the house. Dropping the bottle to the ground, she pulled the pistol from her pocket. She clutched it in her right hand, hoping she would never have to use it again. Maddie ran across the yard. At the edge of the property where the lawn met the woods, Maddie stopped and crouched beside a tree to scan the area. She tried to slow her breathing. The noise of her heart beating in her ears prevented her from hearing as sharply as she wanted. Closing her eyes, she inhaled, counted to 3, then exhaled slowly. After a few seconds, her breathing had slowed. Maddie listened for any pursuers or dangers lurking in the woods. Maddie inspected the pistol. Releasing the magazine, she counted the remaining rounds, only 2 rounds left. Shit. She should have looked for the other guns before she left the trailer, but she had wanted the hell out of there before some other crazy druggies showed up. Slapping the magazine back into the pistol, Maddie held it tight as she waited to see if the man had followed her. She wasn't sure if he had even seen her. Maybe she was being paranoid. She was drained, hungry, and filled with adrenaline from shooting 2 people. She thought it was probably normal to be a little paranoid when running for her life in the apocalypse. All she wanted in that moment was to get somewhere safe and sleep. Uncle Ryan's would be safe. She could sleep when she got there. Until then, she needed to keep moving. After 20 minutes stumbling through the woods, Maddie came out on a trail beside the canal. Somehow, by some miracle, she had found her way back to the I&M Canal Trail. She looked around, trying to get her bearings. The sun was high in the sky, so it was no help in giving her a direction at that moment. Taking a chance, she turned right and walked west. After 10 minutes on the trail, she recognized a building. She had passed this before she got to the point near Darlene's farm. She picked up her pace. She worked up to a run, but it was difficult with the oversized tote filled with heavy bottles. She slowed, holding the gun down at her side. She felt safer holding it. She picked up the pace again. Pumping her arms, she glanced at the pistol in her hand. She had run with full water flasks many times, but the weight of gun threw her off her pace. Concentrate, Maddie. Remember your rhythmic breathing. Left foot, inhale, right foot, left, right, exhale, repeat. Her pace quickened and her breathing slowed. She was in her groove. It was only minutes before she came upon the spot where she had fallen near Darlene's driveway. She stopped at the junction of the trail and Darlene's gravel drive. She was full of dread and fear, but she had to check if Emma was all right, if Emma was still at the farmhouse. She walked slowly down the driveway, pistol raised in front of her. She was startled by a rustling of leaves and sudden blur of motion to the side of her. As she turned, ready to fire, a large ball of white fur flung itself at her, putting his huge paws on her arms. She exhaled out loudly and lowered the gun. She had forgotten about the boy's dog. Cooper, tears streamed down her face as she hugged the big dog to her chest. Ray Jr. loved the dog. He had proudly told Maddie tales of the dog fighting off coyotes to protect his mother's goats. Cooper licked Maddie's face and wagged his tail. Maddie stood, pulled up her baggy pants, and continued down the driveway. She stopped at the back corner of the house. The boy still lay where he had fallen. What kind of coward shoots a kid in the back as he is running away? He was no threat to them. Carl just killed him for sport. He was a sick man, a sick, dead man, she thought, Looking over at Ray Jr.'s body, she no longer felt remorse for killing Kelly and Carl. She wasn't sure if her mom would understand, but she knew her dad would. God would forgive her, she hoped. Maddie ran up the back stairs and flung the door open. She dropped the canvas tote just inside the door and stiffened at the sight of Darlene's body. Darlene still lay on the floor in a huge pool of congealed blood. Placing the pistol on the counter, she called for Emma. "Emma, Imp, it's me, Maddie. You can come out now." "The bad men are gone," Maddie yelled, heading toward the front of the house. Maddie searched room by room, calling Emma's name. When she reached the door to the basement, she heard a noise below. Maddie opened the door and called down. "Emma, it's Maddie. You're safe now. Please come out. We need to get out of here." Emma emerged from around the corner with a shovel in her hands. She dropped the shovel and bounded up the stairs, flinging herself into Maddie's waiting arms. The two hugged and cried for a moment before Maddie took Emma by the hand and led her out the front door. She sat Emma down on the front steps of the porch. Cooper stood beside her, his tail slapping Emma in the face. "Wait here. I have to go in and find my pack. I need to fill the water bladder and get some food for the road." "No, don't leave me, Maddie. I'll just be a minute, I promise. Cooper here will keep you company. Won't you, big guy?" Maddie said, ruffling the dog's fur. Maddie returned to the kitchen. Stepping over Darlene, Maddie retrieved the tote bag full of bottled water and returned to the front porch. Placing the bag next to Emma, Maddie returned to the kitchen. Ray Jr.'s body was visible from the kitchen window. Getting Ray Jr.'s body up the stairs and into the house was difficult. Maddie could tell she had used all her physical reserves. She was running on empty. She knew all too well what happened when you pushed your body to the extreme without providing it proper nutrition. She would have to eat soon, but first she needed to pay respect to Darlene and her son. Maddie retrieved a quilt from Darlene's bed. Placing Ray Jr. next to his mother, she covered the two bodies with the quilt. Maddie looked down at them. She thanked them for their kindness. She placed a bouquet of flowers she had plucked from Darlene's garden on top of the quilt. A lump formed in Maddie's throat. Tears threatened to cloud her vision again. She fought back the tears. Maddie did not have time for grief. She was still at least 20 miles from Uncle Ryan's house. She and Emma needed to fuel up their bodies and get back on the trail. If they pushed, they could be there by dark. Uncle Ryan may even have hot water for a bath if his solar panels still worked. She dreamed of taking a nice long hot bath. Maddie opened the door to the pantry. She unscrewed the lid on a jar of peanut butter and scooped some out with her fingers, transferring it to her mouth. She took a plastic shopping bag from the pantry as she chewed. She put the jar of peanut butter and a package of crackers in the bag, then grabbed 2 cans of soup and a can of mixed fruit. She found a spoon in a drawer and, pulling the tab to open one of them, then proceeded to eat it cold, straight out of the can. After rummaging around in all the cabinet drawers, Maddie found a can opener. She opened the can of fruit and a can of chicken noodle soup, grabbed another spoon, and headed for the porch. "I know the soup is cold, but you need to eat as much of it as you can. We need to eat to fuel our bodies so we can make it to my uncle's house today," Maddie said, setting the bag down and handing Emma the 2 cans and the spoon. Before Emma could get the first spoonful of soup into her mouth, Cooper stuck his nose into the can and knocked it to the ground. "It's okay. He must be hungry," Emma said, petting the dog. Returning to the pantry, Maddie found a bag of dog food and filled the largest bowl she could find. When she pushed open the screen door, Cooper rushed over to her. Maddie placed the bowl down on the step in front of the dog. He licked the bowl clean and begged for more. She pulled a bottle of water from the tote and poured it into the bowl. He lapped it dry in seconds. Maddie knew a person could go 30 days without food, but likely only a couple of days without water. They would need to hydrate themselves, especially if they had to run for their lives. Returning to the kitchen, Maddie opened another can of soup and took it to Emma. Emma sat on the porch and ate. Maddie remembered the food in the smoker and the dehydrating vegetables. With no one to tend the fire, the meat in the smoker would be bad, but the vegetables were still good. Maddie used a second plastic bag to gather the dehydrated veggies. Maddie retrieved her runner's vest pack from the bedroom. The knife and hatchet were still attached to the pack. She removed her sleeping bag and rain jacket to make room for the food. She stuffed the dehydrated veggies and jar of peanut butter inside. After filling the water bladder and soft flasks, Maddie slid her arms into the vest and pulled the V-straps tight across her chest. She retrieved the pistol from the counter in the kitchen, even though it only had 2 rounds left. Hopefully 2 rounds would be all she needed if it came to it. Both Darlene and Ray Jr.'s shotguns were missing. A search of the house revealed that the Goff brothers had taken all their weapons and ammo. Returning to the porch, Maddie took 2 bottles of water from the canvas tote and refilled the dog's water bowl. The rest she left sitting on the steps. They were too heavy and awkward to carry. Standing on Darlene's front porch, Maddie looked toward the trail. It didn't seem right to leave Darlene and Ray Jr. in the house like that, but she thought maybe she and Uncle Ryan might return and give them a proper burial. Maddie and Emma descended the steps. Turning toward the house, Maddie said a silent thank you to Darlene and Ray Jr. The two headed off toward the IM Canal Trail. Cooper followed them. Maddie stopped and looked down at the dog. He stopped and sat on her foot. She reached down and patted Cooper on the head. "I'll see you, boy." Maddie and Emma turned and walked toward the trail. The dog sprang up behind them and ran off down the driveway. When Maddie and Emma reached him, he turned and walked beside Emma. Emma looked questioningly up at Maddie. Maddie nodded, and the trio picked up the pace to a jog. Ray Jr. would be happy his beloved dog would have a new home. She was sure of it. When they reached the town of Seneca, Illinois, Maddie slowed and held her arm out to stop Emma. Cooper ran over and sat at Emma's feet. Maddie pulled the map from her pack and searched for an alternative route. She was not comfortable traveling through a town. Finding there wasn't another route that didn't require crossing water, Maddie and Emma walked into town. Stopping just before crossing the first city street, Maddie placed the pistol she had been carrying in the kangaroo pouch of her pack. People might not appreciate her running through their town with a pistol in her hand. Surprisingly, the town looked untouched by the violence that they had seen in other cities on their trip. Not wanting to push their luck, Maddie picked up the pace. Emma reached down and took a hold of Cooper's collar. There were a few people on the streets, but not many. No one was near the trail. Maddie was grateful for that after passing the last city street in Seneca. Maddie and Emma breathed a sigh of relief. They picked up the pace and started jogging away from town. When they came to a section of the trail that was not very well maintained, they were forced to slow. Grass grew on the path, and tall weeds lined the trail on both sides, slapping at their arms as they ran. At one point, there were tree limbs down over the road. It took a great deal of extra energy to climb over them. When Maddie saw a sign for Marseilles, her heart leapt. She was close. She recalled that Uncle Ryan lived just outside of town. They continued on the trail until it crossed over Main Street. When they reached Main Street, they turned right and walked south, crossing over the Illinois River. Maddie and Emma jogged as they left town and saw open fields. At a junction, they continued straight. At the end of the road sat an old yellow farmhouse. She stopped and stared at the house. She looked over to Emma and down at Cooper, who sat at her side. "We're here. We made it. We'll be safe now, don't you worry. Uncle Ryan is really nice, and he loves dogs," Maddie said, ruffling the fur on his head. She brushed the fur from his eyes, and the three of them took off, running as fast as they could. When she reached the mailbox, Maddie stopped. She stared at the house. It was the typical Midwest farmhouse, surrounded by plowed fields and a large red barn in the back. A long gravel drive divided 2 fields where cows and horses grazed peacefully. Maddie smiled and pointed at a foal running around its mother. Emma smiled broadly. Lazy black calves dotted the pasture movement at the barn, caught Maddie's attention. Maddie halted, suddenly worried that it wasn't Uncle Ryan. She saw the man raise his weapon. No doubt they were in the man's rifle scope. She pushed Emma behind her. What if she had come to the wrong house? It had been years since she had been there. What if he had moved and not told her? What if something had happened to him and bad men had taken over the place? Maddie wanted to turn and run. She was just about to do exactly that before Cooper took off at a full run toward the man. Maddie and Emma ran after him, calling his name and demanding that he stop, but he kept going. When he reached the man, Cooper leapt up and put his paws on the man's chest and licked his face. When Uncle Ryan looked around the side of the large mass of fur, Maddie took off at full sprint with Emma right behind her. Maddie flung herself into him and melted into his embrace. Ryan's arms wrapped around her, enveloping her like a cocoon. Maddie felt the release of all the fear and pain. She hung there in Ryan's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Ryan held her and stroked her hair just like her dad used to. She knew that she was finally safe. Just like her dad, Ryan would do whatever he had to make sure of that. They had made it. She'd made it. She was no longer alone in the apocalypse. Chapter 26. Joint Field Offices, Marseilles, Illinois, event plus 4 days. The last time Ames had seen everyone together in the same room had been during their last emergency operations exercise. This time, however, there were a lot more empty chairs. Everyone in the Joint Field Office coordination meeting wore somber faces. Most looked as if they hadn't slept since the event. Everyone except Principal Federal Officer Sarah Wilms. Wilms wore a crisp pressed business suit and black flats. Her hair was in a tight bun. From what Ames could recall of the woman, she always looked serious. If she were concerned about the state of the country in the current crisis, she did not show it. No doubt Wilms would have liked to wait until the governor's representative had arrived, but with such important matters to address, waiting was a courtesy of their old world. "I'm sorry to have held up the meeting," Wilms said. "I was just made aware of a critical issue at Clint Power Station. One of their emergency generators is inoperable, and one other is low on diesel due to a fuel leak. Out of an abundance of caution, I've ordered the Red Cross shelter in Decatur closed. The refugees at that shelter will be distributed among existing shelters in other parts of the state." She paused and looked around the room. "DHS has requested that some refugees from the Decatur facility be brought here to JCO until they can be interviewed and cleared for release back into their communities. I've granted that request. What about the other 5 nuclear power plants, specifically the 4 near here?" The emergency manager for Bloomington asked. "I've been assured that operations are being shut down at this time. When their generators begin to run low on diesel, they'll switch the cooling tower pumps to solar power. They're testing that system now. I should receive a report from them by tomorrow. We'll continue to monitor the situation. They have assured me that there isn't any threat of meltdown. Everyone will be provided with potassium iodide tablets, but we do not anticipate any issues with the reactors." Wilms's assistant hung a chart on an easel before taking a seat next to her. After an hour of discussing duties and logistics, Wilms dismissed the group. Ames was the first to head to the door. He'd spent the better part of his career in governmental meetings. It was one of the few things they did well. They even conducted meetings to discuss how to have a meeting. Ames headed straight for the Department of Homeland Security tent. The DHS team was huddled over a map spread out on a long table. Areas were circled in different colors. As a regional operating center, they were responsible for 6 states. Ames only saw 2 other state officials present. He was shocked to see General Walter Dempsey seated beside his deputy director, Simone Perez. He had been told Dempsey was in D.C. at the time of the event. Perez was the only member of the group to acknowledge Ames. The others barely raised their eyes from the map. "We have secured all the major commercial ports except for the port of Detroit. The rail yards have been a challenge due to their proximity to heavily populated areas. They remain a priority mission. Transit is working to get trucks there to offload supplies as fast as possible and minimize loss," the DHS official said. After the status briefing, Ames cornered Perez before she could leave. "What's up?" he asked, pointing to the general. At first, she tried to dodge his question, but he grabbed her by the arm and moved her away from the exiting group. "Tell me, Perez, I know you know something." Perez looked over her shoulder before answering. He received an intelligence report prior to his scheduled flight. "That is all I can tell you, Ames." "Oh, hell, Perez, stop being cryptic. You know you're going to tell me, either here and now or in bed tonight. So spill it." Perez glared at Ames as her superior. He should have been the one with all the answers. But to his chagrin, she was the one having an affair with a top intelligence official. She had gladly shared her secrets before the event. Her unwillingness now led him to believe that she either did not know much or she was using it for leverage with the folks at the top of the new government. She hesitated. He squeezed her arm tighter. "Not here. I'll tell you everything I know tonight." She gave him a coy smile before jerking her arm away. He watched her walk out of the tent before he approached the DHS field officer. Being in charge of logistics, he needed to coordinate the use of vehicles and personnel. With over half of their fleet of stockpiled buses inoperable, they had been forced to pull assets from the relief effort to transport personnel to secure critical infrastructure. That did not sit well with the local jurisdictions. "What is this about us housing refugees from the shelters that are closing?" Ames asked the field officer. "Those guys down there in Decatur think we have time to conduct background checks on disgruntled citizens. For the life of me, I don't know why Wilms allowed it. We have enough on our hands without babysitting rowdy citizens." "I agree. That is why I'm not buying it. Wilms is too sharp to allow resources to be wasted that way." "You said they had been designated troublemakers. Were they designated troublemakers before or after the event?" Ames asked. The field officer shrugged before picking up his belongings and exiting the tent. Ames stared down at the map. Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Michigan, and Ohio were depicted. Some cities were circled in black with X's marked through them, including Chicago, Detroit, and Milwaukee. Indianapolis stood out as it was the only city on the entire map with a green circle. Ames took that to mean only one large metropolitan area had been secured 4 days after the event. How long before we lose control of that city as well? Chapter 27. Red Cross Disaster Shelter, Decatur Airport, Decatur, Illinois. Event plus 4 days, the lawnmower-like clatter of electric generators had drowned out most of the snoring and coughing in the troublemaker tent. A Red Cross volunteer came to lead the group to a large white tent where breakfast was being served. Zach sat with James and his son. Although the eggs were rubbery, the gravy was good and served to smother the bland taste, providing a semi-satisfying and filling breakfast. Bottles of hot sauce were provided and smothered lingering blandness as well. After all those peanut butter sandwiches at the church, the hot meal was nice. After breakfast, the group had been allowed to spend the rest of the morning in a tent set up with tables, folding chairs, books, and board games. Zach hadn't seen the guards since the night before. When they had been moved from tent to tent, he couldn't see the rest of the camp, or even where within the camp they were. "You want to play a game of Sorry with us?" James's son asked. "Sure," Zach said, taking a seat across from James. Zach wasn't interested in playing board games. He needed information. He had a decision to make. He needed to know as much as possible about where they were so he could form a plan to get home. Zach leaned in. "James, did you hear the 2 men in the corner over there talking about being taken to a different shelter today?" "Yeah, that Asian guy said he had been in the porta-john when he overheard some workers coordinating plans to take a group of us to another camp to meet up with the buses heading south." "You believe them?" "About meeting up with buses heading south, I mean?" Zach whispered. "It makes sense that they would coordinate routes that way. Even the Greyhound buses have hubs where you go to be routed in different directions. I guess it's just I heard that FEMA had camps all over. It also makes sense that they would move all the troublemakers like us to a different camp, maybe one a little more secure." "Where did you hear that?" asked James. "YouTube." "I think you've listened to too many conspiracy theories. Some of them seemed plausible. You do know that a lot of that stuff has been debunked, right?" James said with a condescending expression. "Yeah, I know some of it has, but there is a little truth in everything, right? I don't see where we have a lot of choice but to comply and go where they tell us at this point. You see what resisting got us? That is what I don't like about all this. How come they have the right to detain us like this? They take our stuff and won't let us leave. That is not American. We haven't had any due process." "What about illegal search and seizure?" Zach asked. "It is all different when there is a national emergency declared. Our nation has been attacked, and I'm sure they are working to sort it all out. I'm grateful to be here rather than out there on the interstate without food and water. Before we came here, we saw people being robbed at the exit where we were. If I had left when all this happened, I'd be home by now. I bet I still could get myself home faster than these people can if they would just give me my pack back." Zach leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms across his chest. James chuffed through his nose. "I was once full of piss and vinegar like you, so I understand you think that's the case. But it's not the same world it was a week ago, I imagine. By now it's even less so. You're better off just being patient and allowing them time to get everything worked out. They'll get us all home eventually, though I'm not sure what home will look like now. 6 days without electricity. All the food in my fridge and freezer will be spoiled. I'm not sure I'll even have running water at my house. It will probably be dangerous in the cities. With no food delivery to the stores, people will be looting houses by now," Zach said. James looked to his son. "Oh, I hadn't thought of that. We had trouble with people breaking into houses before all this. Now that I think about it, I'm not sure I'd want to return home. It sounds like my boy and me are better off right here until this mess is over." Neither of them spoke for several minutes. James's son set up the board game and smiled, eager to play. Zach went through the motions of playing the game, but he was distracted by thoughts of his own home. Being a suburb of St. Louis, Missouri, it had likely already become a fight to survive the theft and looting there, with the EMP hitting during the workday. Most of Clarkson Valley's residents would have been at work, leaving many houses empty. Zach thought of his stepdad, Jason. He had stayed home while his mother and sister had traveled to California to care for Zach's grandmother. Jason's dental practice was located in the neighboring town of Chesterfield. He had probably walked home, but he was ill-equipped to defend their house from invading criminals. Unlike Greg, Jason did not like guns and did not know how to use them. His mother had insisted on keeping theirs when they moved in with Jason after the wedding, but he made them keep them in a gun safe in the basement. Zach wasn't sure he even knew the combination. The safe was a top-of-the-line model bolted to the concrete floor, so there was a high probability that the guns would still be there when he got home. What food stores and preps they had brought with them from their old house would likely have been taken by now. "Where did you say your parents were?" James asked, breaking the silence. My mom is at my grand and grandpa Frank's house in San Diego. My sister was in the airport in Chicago when this hit. Oh man, you must be worried for her. I am. But I'm not as worried for my mom. She has lots of prepared people we know out there. But my sister is alone in that huge city. I just hope she remembers what our dad taught us and has left the city already. That would be dangerous for a girl alone. She would probably be safer staying in the airport until the Red Cross or someone comes for them. If she is smart, she got out of there before it got crazy. I'm hoping she remembered the way to my dad's friend's farm just west of Chicago. He can keep her safe and get her home. I bet she did just that. She's probably sitting at home right now. You have to think positive. I bet the Red Cross and FEMA are working on getting your mom home soon, too. Could be. After all he had learned about the government's ability to help in disaster situations, Zach doubted it. Their responses to past hurricanes and flooding had made that clear. Zach knew it was likely that the whole nation had been crippled by the EMP. Emergency services and disaster relief agencies would be overwhelmed and running on reduced staff due to lack of transportation and communications. Most of the country would be on their own, likely for a very long time. The three of them passed the time playing board games and cards. After lunch, the group lined up to return to the recreation tent. A man and a woman with clipboards stood at the entrance. After they asked his name, Zach was led to another tent at the end of a long row of tents. He could see several buses parked nearby. He was directed to stand in another long line. He watched as people proceeded through the line one by one, then onto a bus. When Zach reached the head of the line, a man with a clipboard asked for his name. The man flipped through pages and checked it off, then handed Zach a card with a bus number written on it. "I came here with my high school class. Can you look and see if they have left already?" Zach asked. The man flipped through his pages again. "They left yesterday," he said, motioning for the next in line to move forward. Zach was led to the second of three buses before getting on. Zach asked, "What about my backpack? Am I going to get that back?" "All personal belongings have already been loaded," said another man with a clipboard. "My inventory shows that you had one bag, and it has been loaded on this bus." The man on the other side of him motioned for Zach to board the bus. As he boarded the bus and walked down the aisle to find a seat, he passed the Marine from the church. They both gave a slight nod of mutual acknowledgement as Zach proceeded to the back of the bus and took a seat. All the buses pulled up to a double gate. Zach watched as two turned left, and then his bus turned right and headed north to Interstate 55. The bus rolled through a few small towns. Zach tried to memorize the names in case he got a chance to get off and away from the bus. As the bus drove past Pontiac, it exited the interstate onto a county road. As they drove through the town of Ransom, a crowd from a convenience store stepped into the road, causing the driver to swerve. Zach and his fellow passengers were tossed around in their seats. Some fell to the floor. Zach stood and reached down to help a middle-aged woman get back to her seat. Zach looked up just in time to see a large box truck racing toward them. He dropped back into his seat and braced himself for impact. As they reached the middle of the intersection, the truck T-boned them. The bus rolled onto its side and skidded to a stop against the concrete lane barrier. Zach was pinned between the window and a large man. With all his strength, he managed to pull himself out from under the man. Injured passengers lay in heaps on top of the windows. Bodies were wrapped around seatbacks. He could tell they were badly injured with broken bones and head wounds. He reached down and pulled the handle on the back door. Jumping to the ground, he helped pull a mother and child out of the bus, followed by a middle-aged man. He counted 6 walking wounded in total. The majority of the passengers were severely injured and unable to get out of the bus by themselves. Zach ran over to the box truck. It lay on its side in a parking lot, smoke billowing from its crushed front end. The driver lay unconscious or dead in the street. Zach ran over to the man, kneeling to check for a pulse. He hesitated. There was so much blood, the driver's eyes were open. He was bleeding from mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Zach reached down and placed 2 fingers on the man's neck. He didn't detect a pulse. He pulled his hand back and stood. He stared at the blood on his fingers, then wiped it on his jeans. People ran out of nearby houses and businesses. Zach helped a mother wrap a torn T-shirt around her son's injured arm and leg. "My other son is still on the bus. Can you stay with him while I go?" she asked. Go, I've got this. Yell if you need help." Zach called after her. It was quieter than Zach thought it should be. At first there was screaming and yelling in the immediate aftermath, but now there were only low moans coming from the bus. After what seemed to be an eternity, a police officer and some type of medical personnel arrived. When the mother did not return, Zach asked the woman nearby to sit with the young boy. He found the mother rocking an older boy in her arms. He didn't appear to be alive. Zach helped remove passengers from the bus and laid them in a parking lot where a makeshift triage had been set up. The deceased were left on the bus, including the bus driver and his partner, the only Red Cross officials on board. Zach walked up and down the 2 short rows of survivors. There were so few, he expected there to be more. Maybe if there had been a functioning hospital, more would have survived. Just a week ago, an ambulance would have transported the injured to a local emergency room. They would have been triaged, and those requiring life-saving treatment would have been flown to a trauma center. The ones who received treatment before the golden hour was over may have lived. As he walked by, looking for the boy he had helped, an arm reached out and grabbed hold of his pants leg. "You should do it now." Stopping suddenly, Zach looked down. It was the Marine from the church. His head was bandaged as well as his arm and both legs. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" Zach asked. The man motioned for Zach to lean down. Zach took a knee beside the man. "You need to see if you can get your pack and get out of here before they send reinforcements," the man said in a low voice. Zach hadn't thought about taking the opportunity to escape. His gaze went from the man to the bus. "There's nothing you can do for anyone here. You go and find your family. I'm not really sure where we are without a map. I might end up in Kansas or Indiana before I realized I went the wrong way. You need to get to the interstate. It runs north to south. You can figure out directions, can't you?" "Yeah, we just went past Pontiac. If you go back the way we came on this road, you will run right into Interstate 55. Where is home? Missouri, St. Louis, Missouri. Take this road to the interstate and follow it south. It runs right into St. Louis." "How far are we from Chicago, do you think?" "About 100 miles or so. You don't want to go there. That is the opposite direction from St. Louis," the man said, resting his hand on his bandaged head to shield his eyes from the sun. "I know, it's just—" He paused. "It is just that my sister was in the airport in Chicago when the lights went out. Listen to me, kid. You don't want to go anywhere near the city. It will be total chaos by now. Your sister probably got picked up by FEMA like we did. In that case, you won't find her in Chicago. They will have locked that city down by now just to contain the situation." "Where would FEMA have taken her?" "My guess is Marseille. They have a joint FEMA National Guard training facility there. That is where this bus was headed. I read about that place," Zach said. He started to say that his dad's friend lived near there, but he stopped himself. He did not want to divulge any information that FEMA could use to find him. He would go to Ryan's, and the 2 of them would go to that FEMA camp and get his sister. He just hoped that she was there. Like the man had said, going into Chicago would be a bad decision. Chapter 28, Master's Farm. Marseille, Illinois, event plus 5 days. The pre-dawn crowing of Foghorn the rooster was something Maddie did not think she would ever get accustomed to, nor did she want to. Although she woke early to run before school, being awakened before daylight was still not something she enjoyed. Ryan was already up. She could tell by the smell of fresh brewed coffee wafting in from the kitchen. Thank God for coffee. Conditioned through his years in the military, Ryan had always been an early riser. Looking over to his still sleeping Emma, Maddie contemplated getting out of bed. She picked up a lock of Emma's curly red hair and spun it around her fingers. She'd always wanted a little sister. This just wasn't how she imagined she would get one. Ryan had offered Emma her own room, but after the ordeal of the last few days, she requested to stay with Maddie. Maddie pulled the quilt over Emma's exposed arm and ran a hand over the plaid fabric that had once been Ryan's dad's shirt. She had helped Ryan's mother stitch the quilt on her last visit there. Sliding out from under the covers, Maddie placed her feet on the floor, stretched, and pulled on Mamaw Masters' bathrobe. Ryan's mother had passed several years earlier, but he had yet to pack away her things. At that moment, Maddie missed her greatly. She had been as close with Mamaw Masters as she had with her biological grandmother. She pulled up the collar and inhaled. It smelled freshly washed. Mamaw Masters made her own soap, shampoo, and household cleaners from materials she grew on the farm, so everything in the home had its own pleasant herbal aroma. She sold her soaps along with fresh herbs, flowers, and eggs at a local farmer's market. Leaving the door open a crack so she could hear Emma, Maddie made her way down the long hall. A well-worn path in the hardwood floor led the way to the kitchen at the back of the farmhouse. "Did Foghorn wake you?" Ryan chuckled. "He did," Maddie said, yawning, after pouring herself a cup of coffee. Maddie pulled a stool away from the island and took a seat across from Ryan. "Tell me again, why on earth do you have a mean rooster who crows before daylight?" she asked, rubbing sleep from her eyes. "You don't need me to explain the birds and the bees to you, or do you?" Ryan chuckled. After taking a long drink of his coffee, he gently set the mug back on the counter. He ran his hand down the length of his long, sandy brown beard. It was at least 6 inches longer than the last time Maddie had seen it. The beard grew in contradiction with his close-cropped hair. Catching movement from the corner of her eye, she spotted Emma in the doorway. She hugged the doorframe and peeked her head into the kitchen. Maddie walked over and gave her a hug. Ruffling Emma's wild, untamed hair, she asked, "How did you sleep, Em?" "Okay," Emma said, with her arms around Maddie's waist. She looked past her to where Ryan sat. Maddie leaned down and whispered in her ear, "It's okay. He's family. You want some breakfast?" "I got bacon and eggs," Ryan said, getting to his feet. If Maddie hadn't seen it for herself, she wouldn't have believed the world had gone to shit. Nothing at the farm was different. The lights were on. The stove worked. She had hot coffee and was about to have eggs and bacon for breakfast. Maddie took Emma's hand and helped her onto a bar stool next to her. Ryan set plates of bacon, eggs, and toast before them. Maddie almost cried. It looked so good. "You don't really appreciate good food until you think you'll never taste it again?" Maddie said, snapping a crisp piece of bacon in two. Ryan stared at Emma as she greedily forked fluffy scrambled eggs into her mouth. She looked up, and he smiled back at her. "These are amazing," Emma said. Her green eyes sparkled. "Thanks," he said. "You know, you remind me of someone. Are you famous?" Ryan asked. Emma looked to Maddie before shaking her head. "You sure? I could have sworn I saw you in a commercial for a movie." He snapped his fingers and pointed to Emma. "I know who you are. You played the girl in Brave," Ryan joked. "Don't say it," Maddie warned. Emma lowered her chin and gave Ryan the stink eye. Maddie leaned in close to Ryan and whispered, "She hates that movie. The boys used to tease her. Whatever you do, don't call her Merida. You're Merida," Ryan bellowed. Maddie turned to Emma. "Let's get him," Emma said as she scooped egg onto her fork and flicked it at Ryan. Emma squealed as Ryan opened his mouth and attempted to catch the scrambled eggs the girls were hurling at him. Okay, I'm sorry, it won't happen again." "The next person who throws food has to do all the dishes," he laughed, shielding his face with his arm. The girls dropped their forks on their plates. Maddie pointed to Ryan's beard, and the two broke out in uncontrollable giggles. Ryan stood and brushed egg from his shirt and shook his beard over the sink. "There are 4 more pieces of bacon over here. If you two can stop cackling, I might let you have them." "I love bacon. I didn't think I would ever taste it again." "This here is heaven," Maddie said, stuffing more into her already full mouth. Staring at her plate, Maddie thought a meal like this demonstrated the difference between being prepared or unprepared for the apocalypse. Ryan had been prepared. Her dad had been somewhat responsible for that fact. He had pestered Ryan for 2 years before Ryan gave in and went to conventions and meetups with him to learn the skills required to pull all this off. It had brought them all even closer as a family. Ryan had come down every summer and drilled with them at the cabin in Texas County. He had brought his buddies down once. They had practiced perimeter security, and her dad had shown them how to survive in the woods. Those had been Maddie's least favorite drills. She hated the primitive camping. She drew the line at eating bugs, but Zach loved to gross her out by eating grasshoppers. "I've got 2 freezers full of meat and vegetables. That, along with the chickens, pigs, goats, cows, and horses, makes me totally self-sufficient here on this little slice of paradise." An old wood-cook stove still sat in the corner opposite its more modern counterpart. The same rooster print curtains hung above the window over the sink. A wooden dough box and a cheese vat table lined one wall. Cabinets were sparse. The kitchen looked like it had one foot in the 19th century and the other in the 21st. "After we finish up here, I'll show you my setup. You'll probably recognize some of it. I used a lot of your dad's designs. He'd be proud that they've helped you," Maddie said. "Tomorrow we can run over to see a buddy of mine. He is a ham operator. We can see if his radios still work. If they do, maybe we can get some idea how it is in California, can we? That would be awesome. I've tried not to worry about Mom. I know she wouldn't leave Grand and Grandpa to fend for themselves, so she would stay put. I worry about things getting rough there in San Diego. Your mom is very smart and resourceful. For all her bluster about your dad's preps and drills, she paid attention and knows her stuff. She knows where to go out there to get any resources she needs. Your dad had contacts there. If she needs help, she knows what to do." He sipped his black coffee. He still drank from the same Marine Corps mug she remembered. The image of that mug was seared in her mind. The last time she had stayed there, she had made the mistake of washing it with soap. Ryan had not been happy about that. Mamaw Masters said he thought washing it would ruin the flavor of the coffee. He hadn't washed it since he came home from Afghanistan. He'd drink coffee from it all day. Then before bed he would rinse it out and put it on the windowsill in the kitchen. Maddie pointed to the mug. "You want me to wash that for you?" She laughed, standing and picking up her plate. Ryan balled his hands into fists and shook them at her. "You keep your paws off my mug this time, missy, or else we're going toe-to-toe." Returning to her seat at the island, she placed her elbows on the counter. Laying her head in her hands, she stared out the window. Dawn had arrived without fanfare. "You think Zach and Mom are okay? You think they will make it home?" "I know they will. Don't worry, Maddie. They know how to survive just like you do. But it is rough out there, Uncle Ryan. It is worse than I could have ever imagined, and it has only been a couple of days. Hell, people were looting and killing people within hours in Chicago." Ryan scratched his head. He looked down at his nearly empty mug. "People did that before the power went out. That is nothing new for the Windy City. They lit the police station on fire," Maddie said. "I imagine that would be the first thing some of them would do. They didn't have respect for law enforcement before, and now they have their chance to really show their frustrations." Maddie straightened and stretched. She was still sore from her fall on the trail and the rough handling by the brothers. She studied the new bandages Ryan had put on her wrists and ankles after they arrived. She thought about how good it had felt to crawl into a real bed with crisp, clean sheets. She yawned and arched her back. "Don't even think about going back to bed. We have work to do. Those eggs don't collect themselves. I already milked the goats, but they'll need fresh hay and water. And that dog of yours will need a doghouse," he said, pointing back and forth between Maddie and Emma. Maddie chuffed. "He isn't our dog. Me and Emma are his humans. He chose us." Emma grinned and nodded. "How many chickens do you have?" Maddie said. "Oh, about 30, I'd say. There are a few ducks and turkeys mixed in with them, too, that I picked up at auctions." He paused. "Speaking of chickens, we should take eggs with us to give Earl. I'm sure his wife is ready for something not from a can or MRE by now." "Earl is the ham operator. You think he could find someone to get a message to Mom?" Maddie asked. Ryan paused and took another sip of coffee. He got up and poured himself another cup. "Fill up," he said, pointing to Maddie's mug. She nodded and Ryan filled her cup. Placing the pot back on the stove, Ryan turned and stared out the window over the sink. Growing impatient for an answer, Maddie asked, "Do you think he knows anyone in San Diego?" "I don't know about specifically San Diego, but I know he has contacts out in California." "Why didn't you ever get a ham radio? I know my dad talked about getting into it, but I didn't make it a priority. I figured, since I knew a few in the area, I would focus on other things. You have to do what you can with the resources you have, and I put security above communications, at least that type of comms." Ryan returned to his seat across from Maddie. "It looks like you've done a good job preparing, from what I can see. It was amazing coming here and having a hot shower and cold drinks." "We have your dad to thank for that," Ryan said, looking toward the ceiling. Maddie gave a slight nod. An awkward silence fell between them. Maddie rose and walked over to the sink. As she washed her coffee mug, she looked out past the rose garden to the pasture dotted with cows, goats, and horses. The chickens pecked and scratched around the barn. Cooper slowly rose from the hole he had dug in the loose dirt in front of the barn doors and walked over to the porch steps. Craning her neck, she watched the big white dog plop down and stretch out. He looked like he was settling in just fine. She supposed he missed Ray Jr. and Darlene. The memory of their lifeless bodies lying on the floor of their kitchen brought a wave of nausea. Her heart pounded in her ears. She could barely hear what Ryan was saying. "Before you or Emma go outside, I need to show you both the perimeter defenses I've set up around the property. Most are out along the property line, so you won't have to worry much about them at the moment. There are a few motion sensors near the barn, garden, and chicken coops. There are a few more low-tech alerts in places that might startle you. You should know about those before you go wandering around. They aren't dangerous or anything, but they'll scare the crap out of you if you set one off." "How do you keep the animals from tripping them?" Maddie asked, returning to her seat. "Right now, they are set at chest height." Emma leaned over and whispered in Maddie's ear. Maddie pointed to the powder room just off the kitchen. After Emma shut the door, Ryan said, "Emma might not be as strong as you are, Maddie. She'll need our help to process all that happened." Looking up, he continued, "That's part of the reason I wanted to show you both my security systems. When I got back, I had a hard time feeling safe anywhere. Helping your dad with the perimeter defense plan at the hunting cabin showed me I could take control of things in my life. It helped me to be able to make a safe space for myself. When I was in Afghanistan, I had my team, and we had the ability to defend ourselves as well as be on the offense. When we were back at base, we had walls and razor wire and guards at the gates. Back here at home, I felt exposed. Maddie nodded. I know what that feels like. That is why I felt so much relief when we got here. I felt safe for the first time since this whole mess started. I want you and Emma to help me with the last of my perimeter defense plans for that reason, too. Being a part of a team and taking back control of your own safety can really boost your sense of security. But we can't get too comfortable. Soon the cities will run out of resources and the scavengers will come. Maddie raised her eyebrows. She knew what he was saying was true. She had seen it already in the city. She'd done it herself. She wanted to pretend a little longer that the chaos wouldn't come near them there on the farm. I have people coming soon, friends. A group like your dad had set up of like-minded people willing to pull together and make it through this, Ryan said. He looked for a response. Maddie was quiet, lost in thought. She remembered the group her dad had gathered. She'd trained with them at the hunting cabin. She'd seen very little of them after her dad died, though, especially after her mother had married Jason. Jason thought the whole prepper thing was crazy, paranoid redneck stuff. He had said so out loud to her dad's friends. When are they getting here? Maddie asked, returning her gaze to Ryan. I imagine they are all heading this way now. Most live here in Illinois. They are single men without families. We kind of thought we'd stick together. Maybe join a larger group after everything settled down. Do I know any of them? Maddie asked. You know Rank and Lugnut? The others are guys from the local gun club. They are veterans, too, mostly Army, but we don't hold that against them, Ryan said, grinning. Maddie beamed. Lugnut was one of her favorites from her dad's group. He was never serious about anything, but he was seriously scary if you pissed him off. She was particularly happy she'd be seeing Rank again. She felt better already knowing those guys would join them. I'm looking forward to seeing them again. Are they all sporting Duck Dynasty beards, too? She asked, reaching over and flicking the end of his beard. He swatted her hand away. Don't fear the beard, he said, chuckling before continuing. I know they will be happy to see you here safe and sound. Ryan trailed off, staring into his coffee mug. Maddie stared at it, too, as if it possessed some power that might reveal the whereabouts of her mother and brother. That question nearly consumed her. The not knowing was agonizing. She couldn't imagine what parents of missing children must endure. She hoped that Ryan's ham operator friend could tell them something about how things were in California. Maybe even in San Diego itself. Any news was better than nothing. Her imagination ran wild in the void of information. A low growl at the back steps roused Maddie from her thoughts. Looking through the screen door, she watched Cooper. He stood with his hackles raised and his tail held high. He sniffed the air, then took off. His barking trailed off toward the front of the house. Ryan stood, grabbed a rifle leaning in the corner, and ran toward the front door. Maddie, get Emma. Stay in the bedroom until you hear from me, Ryan called over his shoulder. The bathroom door flew open and Emma peered out, her eyes wide with fear. Maddie shot to her feet, grabbed Emma's arm, and the two ran down the hall. Maddie, what is going on? Emma asked, ignoring the girl's questions. Maddie went straight to her pack. After retrieving the pistol she had taken from her kidnappers, she rushed over to the bed. Grabbing Emma by the hand, she pulled her gently to the floor. Stay down, Emma. What is going on? Emma whined. I'm not sure. It could be nothing. Cooper is barking and went running down the driveway. It could be just a cat or something. Uncle Ryan went to check it out. She placed her left arm around Emma's shoulder and pulled her close. While setting her right arm on the bed, she aimed the pistol at the door. She heard voices, male voices. She couldn't make out their words, but their tone wasn't angry or harsh. It could be a neighbor, she said, looking at Emma. Emma looked up at her, tears filling her eyes. Maddie returned her gaze to the door. As frightening as all this was for Maddie, she imagined it was terrifying for Emma. Maddie had trained for things like this with Ryan and her dad. How powerless and small Emma must feel. Maddie resolved to teach Emma everything her dad had taught her. She was sure that Ryan and the others, when they arrived, would be glad to teach her things too. If the lights did not come back on, Emma would have to learn those things, better sooner than later. It could mean the difference between death and survival. Maddie heard the screen door squeak and footsteps on the hardwood floor of the living room. She stood and held the gun in the ready position. She ran over to the door and closed it slowly. Just before it shut all the way, she heard a familiar voice. Maddie. Where are you, Maddie? Her eyes widened, throwing open the door. Maddie ran down the hall and launched herself into her brother's arms. Cooper ran through the open door, nosed his way between them, and put his head under Zach's right arm. Zach patted his head as he looked at his sister. Sis, no offense, but you look like shit, Zach said. Thank you for reading Turbulent. Keep scrolling to continue the story in Hunted, Book 2 in the Days of Want series. Don't forget to sign up for my Preferred Readers Club and receive a free copy of the Days of Want short story, Sudden Chaos, which includes a free preview of No Way Out, and be the first to know of new releases, giveaways, and special offers. Book 2, Hunted, Prologue, Chicago, Illinois, 1 year earlier. When Gerald Ames had taken the position as FEMA Region 5 Response Division Director, he hadn't been all that excited about becoming just another paper pusher in charge. But after his divorce and a run of bad luck at the card tables, he decided he was ready for a change. He managed to secure the deputy director position for his on-again, off-again girlfriend, Simone Perez, and he'd been shocked when she had accepted the job and moved from D.C. to Chicago. Ames often wondered why, with all her options, she chose to be with him, even on a non-exclusive basis. Ames wasn't Perez's only suitor. She had been having an ongoing affair with an aide to the Secretary of Defense, and as well as a high-ranking official in the Central Intelligence Agency. Perez did not try to hide her other relationships from Ames. In fact, she shared information gleaned from the men with Ames regularly. That was how he had become aware of the cabinet-level discussions regarding the government's national framework for recovery plans. During the planning stages, lots of proposals from the various government agencies had been taken under advisement before a decision was made on the final documents. When Perez began to clam up and not answer Ames's inquiries about the discussions, that was when he knew something sinister was occurring. "Why won't you tell me what the discussion was regarding the continuity of government and operations plans?" Ames pressed Perez. "Mark hasn't said much about their discussions." "I find it all so boring anyway," Perez said. Mark Ingalls was a deputy chief of staff. She'd only recently begun dating him. Ames watched her slip her dress over her petite frame, then pull her long, dark hair up into a ponytail. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and Perez was heading home to get a few hours of sleep before they both had to be at training exercises in Marseille, Illinois. Ames again had offered to let her sleep over, but Perez had refused. "Why is it that I don't believe you're telling me everything you know about the continuity planning meetings? I just can't understand why you would withhold that information when you've shared everything else." Perez walked across the room, bent over and kissed Ames on the lips. He grabbed her arm and pulled her down onto the bed. "What are you not telling me, Perez?" "It's nothing. The continuity plan is just an organizational flowchart. It is completely boring stuff. There really isn't anything to tell. You and I both know that you're lying. I want to know why you're lying to me. I am no threat to anyone's plans. I have zero influence. You playing all secretive now just doesn't add up. So, what does this have to do with me? It doesn't have anything to do with you per se. It is just, well, I didn't want to listen to you bitch about it for weeks, that's all. Why would I bitch about a continuity of government and operations plan that has nothing whatsoever to do with me?" "Well, probably because you hate Dempsey's guts and, wait, what does General Dempsey have to do with this?" "He and the president are old friends. You know that?" "Well, he presented President Reinhard with a different type of continuity plan, one that would be enacted only under certain circumstances, but the president rejected it right away," Perez said as she pushed off the bed and rose to her feet. "Let me guess, his plan had included a scenario where the military is in charge, specifically one where he would be in charge." Ames chuckled. Perez's eyes widened. "No, you're kidding me. Really, he has floated that idea around with all his doomsday predictions about North Korea and their plans to eliminate all the United States government officials. He believes that he had good intel on their plans. He offered an alternative continuity plan in the case that he is right, and there are no surviving senior-level officials. I bet his plan also included setting up basically a totalitarian government and ruling whoever survives as slaves." "No, it doesn't. His plan just set out federal priorities to preserve government functions," Perez said, sliding the strap of her handbag over her shoulder and straightening her dress. "Yeah, preserving Dempsey and his buddies and to hell with the rest of the nation," Ames said, raising his voice. "See, this is why I didn't tell you about it. You get all worked up over nothing. The president rejected it, and besides, no one believes that every senior-level government official will die at once, so his plan would never be enacted in any case. Let's just drop it, okay? I do not trust that man, Simone. I'm telling you, he is up to something, and it ain't good for the country. You can count on that. That may be, but that is why the other advisors are there to steer the president in the other direction. Now, I must go home and get some sleep. I don't want to be late for work. I might get in trouble with my boss," she laughed, then blew him a kiss. Ames waved as Perez shut the door. He fluffed his pillow and pulled the covers up over his bare chest. Ames closed his eyes and attempted to catch a few winks before heading into work. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to put the conversation out of his mind. Something grated at the back of his mind. He knew that Dempsey would not back off his plan. Ames didn't care how many advisors the president had around him. Dempsey was his best friend. The man had literally saved his life in Iraq, and Dempsey wasn't about to let him forget it. Ames had a feeling that Dempsey knew a lot more about the North Koreans' plans than he divulged, and not just the Koreans but also the Chinese. Ames knew that Dempsey would not be pushing his plan unless he knew there was a real chance he would benefit from it sooner or later. He just hoped Dempsey never got the chance, because if he did, it would mean the whole world had gone to shit. One thing he knew for sure, he would not be included in General Dempsey's new government. Dempsey was a man who held a grudge. Ames had stolen his girlfriend, and it did not matter that it was over 20 years ago, and she'd left Ames for another man. Nope, if the world goes to shit and Dempsey is in charge, I'm screwed for sure. Chapter 1. Ryan Masters Farm, Marseille, Illinois. Event plus 5 days. Shouldn't Lugnut and Rank have arrived by now? I thought they lived here in northern Illinois, Zach Langston asked, forking cold scrambled eggs into his mouth. Ryan Masters had offered to make him a hot breakfast, but Zach had been so hungry that he didn't mind cold eggs. I expected them 3 days ago. I suspect they might have had difficulty getting that old war wagon out of town. If the National Guard has set up roadblocks already, they may be restricting vehicle travel, Ryan said, pouring the teenager a cup of steaming coffee. Despite the lack of electricity, life on Ryan's farm looked much like it had before the electromagnetic pulse or EMP attack. Because of his careful planning, a solar-powered system kept Ryan's kitchen appliances working. Burying the components in the concrete vault had been expensive, but after reading the EMP Commission's report, Ryan knew it was necessary. The hum of the refrigerator was proof that the effort had been successful at shielding the system from the harmful 200,000 kilovolts per meter blast of the super EMP that the report warned about. Now, Zach was reaping the benefits of Ryan's forethought as he ate his eggs and bacon. Lugnut won't let a little roadblock stop him from getting here. I wouldn't be surprised if he showed up driving that funny little car he bought at the circus auction a few years ago, Maddie Langston said. Emma stared at Zach from the seat beside Maddie. When Zach returned her gaze, she leaned back out of his view. Cooper lay at Emma's feet. He stood, stretched, then nudged Emma's hand. The large white dog put his head in her lap. Leaning over, Emma whispered in Maddie's ear. "You can take him out, Em," Maddie said. "No," Ryan said, "not by herself. No one should go out of this house without a buddy. We need to get a lot more serious about security." Cooper was great to alert us that Zach was here, but we cannot rely on that alone. Grabbing hold of Maddie's arm, 10-year-old Emma looked up wide-eyed. "It's okay. Uncle Ryan has lots of guns. He won't let anything happen to you," Maddie whispered in her ear. "After Zach finishes breakfast, we should walk the perimeter and finish setting up my security plans," Ryan said. "Yeah, you probably should shut and lock the gate," Zach said. "I shut and locked the gate last night before we went to bed. It shouldn't have been open," Ryan said. Standing to his feet, he grabbed his rifle and headed to the door. "You three stay put," he said. Cooper stood and walked toward the door. "You too, Coop." The dog turned and stared at Maddie. "But you said no one should go out without a buddy," Zach said. Ryan stopped and turned on his heel. "Follow me," Ryan said. Zach, Maddie, Emma, and Cooper followed Ryan to his bedroom. His room's decor was as masculine as Maddie had expected. On the bed were crisp linens with military-style corners. The sparse furnishings were arranged neatly, making efficient use of the space. Ryan opened the closet door and pushed a shelf aside, revealing a pocket-sliding door. Behind the door was a hidden room. Lining each wall were weapons of all sorts. Selecting a long-barreled AR-style rifle, Ryan cleared it, placed it on safe, and handed it to Zach. Pulling the charging handle, Zach looked into the chamber and noticed 6.5 Grendel engraved on the inside of the ejection port cover. Putting the rifle to his shoulder, he looked through the scope, then nodded his approval of the weapon. "Nice. Still not ready to take the leap to the AR-10 platform, huh?" With a 24 barrel, that rifle packs the same punch as a .308, and the parts are all interchangeable with my other ARs. Ryan said, selecting Glock 19, clearing it, and handing it to Maddie. She racked the slide and checked the chamber. "I know that neither of you have been to the range in a while, but I see you still remember gun safety," Ryan said, handing them each 2 full magazines. Maddie looked at Zach. They both rolled their eyes. Ryan sounded just like their dad. "Safety, safety, safety." Thanks to their dad, Maddie and Zach both knew that gun safety was critical. It would be the first thing they would teach Emma before she handled a weapon. The two slapped a magazine into their weapons and made sure there was a round in the chamber before they stowed their second magazines in their left rear pockets. Ryan grabbed a short-barreled AR-style rifle with a weapon light and a red dot scope mounted to it, two 30-round magazines with Grendel stenciled on the side in military block letters, and a pair of binoculars, then led them all back to the kitchen. "Maddie, you'll stay here with Emma. Zach, you'll come with me," he said, slapping a magazine into his SBR and chambering around. "We'll exit and go low and slow to the corner of the house." Maddie resisted the urge to stop Zach from leaving with Ryan. In her mind, even though her little brother was 14, he would always be 7 years old. He was a good marksman. Their dad had been training Zach as a sniper, scout, and forward observer. But even though Zach was fully proficient in these roles, fear of losing him always threatened to overwhelm her. After looking over his shoulder at Maddie, Ryan exited through the rear door. He didn't say it, but she knew what his look conveyed if they didn't come back. Just survive somehow. Running her hands through her long blonde hair, Maddie pulled it into a ponytail, twisted it into a messy bun on the top of her head, and secured it with a hair tie from her wrist. Attempting to do the same, Emma held onto her out-of-control mass of curly red hair with both hands. Maddie laughed. After securing Emma's bun, Maddie pulled her close. Emma's body trembled in Maddie's arms. Cooper walked over and plopped down on Emma's foot. Maddie knew that any intruder would have to go through him to harm the little girl. "Ugh, you are so heavy," Emma said, pushing him off and ruffling the fur on his back. Maddie gripped the pistol tighter in her right hand. It had been a while since Maddie had practiced at the range, but it had only been a few days since she'd had to shoot someone. She was proficient with the weapon and confident in her ability to use it. Her concern was escaping the farm if it came to that. When she had run drills with Ryan and her dad at the hunting camp, they had practiced for attacks on their cabin bordered by forest. She hadn't been outside Ryan's house since they'd arrived the day before and didn't know the lay of the land. Maddie didn't know how to retreat from a farmhouse surrounded by fields without being detected. "They'll come back," Maddie told herself as she led Emma out of the kitchen and into the hallway. Maddie motioned for Emma to sit on the floor as she leaned against the wall and watched the front door. She would hear anyone coming in the back door. Cooper stood between her and Emma, his ears erect, body stiff. He'd know if someone entered before she did. Raising the pistol, Maddie pointed at the floor near the front door. Her hand shook. Her mouth was as dry as the desert. She tried to swallow but couldn't. Now that the sun was up, the temperature in the house was rising. There were a few windows open, but no breeze blew through. Maddie listened and heard only the sounds of farm animals. She looked to see if the big window in the living room was open. That was the first time she had noticed the sandbags stacked in front of it. Had they been there yesterday? She stepped back and opened Ryan's bedroom door. His room faced the front of the house. It had been dark when he had taken them in there moments ago. She hadn't noticed that Ryan had covered up the windows and stacked sandbags in there too. She opened the door to her and Emma's room. What she had thought was a bench under the window was in fact sandbags with a quilt over them. Maddie stepped back into the hall and returned to her post, watching the front door. She listened for any man-made sounds. She heard none. Defending the farm with just the 4 of them would be impossible. They needed extra people for guard duty. Maddie thought about Ryan's friends that would join them. She knew Lugnut and Rank from their time together, training back when the two had joined her family at their cabin in Missouri for preparedness drills. Lugnut and Rank were her father's Marine buddies. They had shown her how to use a bow and how to make spears out of carved tree branches. Rank had even attempted to train her in martial arts. He had been her first crush. Between her dad and members of his preparedness group, Maddie and Zach had learned their survival and shooting skills. Thanks to them, they were far better prepared than other kids their age. Emma didn't yet know how to shoot, which required Maddie to stay behind to keep her safe. Maddie looked down the hall and counted bedrooms. She wasn't sure how many guys Ryan had coming, but 4 bedrooms wouldn't hold as many as they needed to secure the farm. Minutes felt like hours as Maddie and Emma waited for Ryan and Zach to return to the house. Maddie saw movement through the front window, just a flash, followed by her brother's head. He is out of practice. The adrenaline of a real-life situation must have caused him to forget how to go low and slow. A minute later, Cooper stood and ran into the kitchen. He sat down and wagged his tail as Ryan cracked open the door. "Don't shoot, it is just us. Cinnamon?" Maddie called. "Latte," Ryan said back, giving her the countersign. Ryan laughed. "You remembered?" Maddie scowled at him. "You forgot. I did not. I just didn't think you would remember. I didn't want to get my head shot off in my own kitchen." "What did you find?" Maddie asked as she pulled out the bar stool for Emma. "We found squat," Zach said. "We didn't find any sign of anyone being on the property, and nothing is missing." "I can't tell how that gate got unlocked," Ryan said. "Even though we found nothing, we need to keep our guard up." Maddie placed the pistol on the counter. As Emma stared at the weapon, her eyes grew wide. Maddie removed the gun and laid it in her lap. "Do you have an extra holster for this thing?" she said, pointing to the pistol. Ryan left and came back with a box filled with holsters for Maddie and Zach, as well as tactical knives and a Glock 17 for Zach. Ryan handed each of them a weapon light and extra magazines for their pistols. "We should get you two geared up for the trip to Earl Knapp's," Ryan said. "Who is that?" Zach asked. "He is a ham operator who owns an off-road 4x4 mudding track and trail riding business. We are going to see what he knows about California. Maybe he can get a message to Mom," Maddie said. Zach's eyes widened. "You think his radios still work? Can we go mudding? Maybe his radios will work, and no, we can't go mudding. I know Earl kept at least one radio in a Faraday cage," Ryan said, scrutinizing the knife blade before sliding it into the sheath and handing it to Maddie. "Is that how you kept your solar from frying?" Zach asked. "I had my backup set stored underground. It took me several days to get it all set back up and working. My old system was enough to run the air conditioner." "Damn, do I miss that," he said, wiping sweat from his brow. "Me too. The breeze from the windows just doesn't cut it." "I noticed you added some new window seats since I was here last," Maddie said. Ryan cocked his head to the side and gave her a quizzical look. "Oh, the sandbags. Yeah, I thought they added that bunker feel I was going for." Maddie chuckled. "I installed steel plates on some windows. I still have a few more to install. The plates are on hinges so they can be opened and we can still get light and air moving through. I'm sure they will be all the rage this season. It will be the new must-have in stainless steel decor," Maddie said. They all snickered at that. Cooper took that as his invitation to beg for attention. Zach bent down and scratched him behind his ears. "You didn't tell me you got a new dog, Ryan," Zach said. "He's not mine," Ryan said. Maddie and Emma glanced at one another. Zach looked at the two girls. "What?" he asked. "He belonged to a friend," Maddie said. Emma covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. Maddie wrapped both arms around her. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset her," Zach said. Maddie looked at him and mouthed, "I'll tell you later." Chapter 2. When the alarm sounded, Maddie, Zach, and Ryan were in the living room gearing up for their trek to visit the ham operator. It wasn't loud and blaring like the alarm system at Maddie's house. It was more of a low beeping like an alarm clock. Ryan grabbed his SBR and crouched beside the living room window. "Get down," he whispered. "Zach, cover me. Maddie, get Emma into my room." Grabbing Emma, Maddie hurried down the hall. They were just turning into Ryan's room when she heard someone calling from the gate. "Superman," a voice yelled from the gate. Ryan opened the front door and yelled, "Zale. You know Tony Zale ain't really from Chicago, right?" the man said. "He was one of my dad's favorite boxers back in the day," Ryan said. Maddie's eyes widened as she recognized the voice. As she stepped onto the porch, she could see the man following Ryan up the driveway. When they reached the porch, Maddie flung herself into her old friend's arms. Lugnut crumpled to the ground under her weight. She knew the big man was exaggerating. He could have easily caught her. Lugnut tickled her as if she was still 10 years old. Maddie immediately felt like a little kid again. In her mind, she was instantly transported back to the cabin in Missouri. She had been safe there with all her favorite people. When she heard what sounded like her dad's voice, she spun around. It was Zach. His voice sounded just like their dad's. When had his voice changed? As Maddie choked back tears, Zach reached out a hand to help Lugnut to his feet. Lugnut took it and pulled him to the ground. The three of them wrestled around in the grass like old times. Cooper pounced on top of the heap. The 100-pound fur ball licked each one before Lugnut was able to free himself from the fray. "If the three of you are finished playing, we should get inside," Ryan said, interrupting their fun. Zach hopped to his feet and looked around. Maddie stood and turned in a circle, scanning the area for threats. She had forgotten there was an apocalypse going on, and they were out in the open and exposed. As Ryan helped Lugnut to his feet, Zach grabbed Lugnut's pack off the ground. He struggled to sling it over his shoulder. "Dang, what do you have in here? A tank? Hell no. But the KSG and about 200 double-aught shells sure seemed to weigh the same." Lugnut chuckled. Maddie looked around but didn't see Emma. Abandoning the group, Cooper ran up the steps and pawed at the screen door. Emma opened it, knelt and buried her face in the dog's fur. After following Cooper up the steps, Maddie knelt and hugged Emma. "I'm sorry I left you alone. Lugnut is a friend like Ryan. I've known him since I was your age," Maddie said. "You'll like him. He's funny, and he likes to play hide and seek. It's called escape and evasion," Lugnut said as he brushed past them. He flicked Maddie on the back of the head with his thumb and middle finger. Maddie shook her head. "Yep, just like when I was 10, emerging from the bathroom, Lugnut combed his long black beard. With a towel slung over his broad shoulder, he filled the doorway with his 6'3" height and muscular 200 pounds of lethal force. The light reflected off his smoothly shaved head, without his signature black leather skull cap. Maddie hardly recognized him. As Lugnut sank into an armchair next to Ryan, Maddie studied the two men. With their combined physical and mental strength and skills, they were a force to be reckoned with. "Did your Harley not start, Lugnut?" Maddie asked, as she watched him pull on his black leather boots. "It started just fine. I would have been here 4 days ago if some son of a bitch hadn't run in front of me, causing me to lay the damn thing over," Lugnut said. "That sucks," Ryan said. "I told you that thing would be too loud. They probably heard you coming for miles, giving them time to lay an ambush. Well, I couldn't get the war wagon out of town. The roads were solid gridlock. That must be what is keeping the rest of the group. Rank was going to ride his bicycle if his Jeep wouldn't start, so I knew it would take him a few days, but I thought he'd make it before now." "It's rough out there," Lugnut said. "Really rough?" Emma said. Everyone turned toward her. Those were the first words anyone but Maddie had heard her say that day. She shrank back behind Maddie. "It was nasty in Chicago," Maddie said, giving Emma a squeeze. "You were in Chicago? I wondered how you and Zach got here, but thought maybe you two had come for a visit before this stuff hit," Lugnut said, glancing at Emma. Maddie gave them the abbreviated version of how she and Emma got out of the city after. Zach told them about his journey from the Red Cross shelter in Marshall, Illinois. Lugnut reached over and touched the scrape on Maddie's cheek with his index finger, his dark brown eyes filled with compassion. "I'm sure your mom is worried about you two. We need to get over to Earl's and get word to her that you're here safe and sound," Lugnut said as he buckled a leg rig around his right thigh. "Do you think that old truck of yours will start?" Zach asked. "It'll start. I tried it already. I wouldn't want to get it stuck in town if the roads are as bad as you guys are saying. I think we should activate defensive measures at the gate and leave a message for any of our group that may arrive while we're gone," Ryan said, strapping on a calf holster and pulling his pants leg down. "While you do that, I'll make sure these two are properly outfitted," Lugnut said, pulling the pistol from Zach's holster and inspecting it. Lugnut pulled a Affengro folding camp knife from his pack and handed it to Emma. "Would you mind holding on to this for me a little while? It seems my pockets are kind of full, and I might need it later." Emma looked to Maddie. Maddie nodded, and Emma took the knife. Maddie showed her how to open and close it. "Keep it in your right pocket." Emma slid the knife in and gave it a pat. The corner of her mouth curled up. "Tomorrow, we will get you started on how to use this," Maddie said, patting the pistol on her hip. Emma's eyes widened, and a broad smile crossed her face. Cooper was not pleased to be locked in the barn, but it was for his own good. It was too dangerous to have him following them on this trip. The group walked single file down the center of the driveway. The gravel drive divided 2 fields and was flanked on both sides by white wooden fencing. Halfway to the gate, Ryan sidestepped, and the group followed him, continuing down the right edge. After another 20 feet, they all shifted to the left side of the drive. When they reached the end of the driveway, Ryan held up a hand, and they all stopped. After the group walked through, Ryan placed the combination lock through the bars of the gate and locked it. From his pack, he removed a black flag with a white letter X on it. Ryan ran a zip tie through the grommet and attached it to the top bar of the gate. Once they reached the road, they walked with Ryan in the lead and Lugnut in the rear. Both men held their rifles at the low ready, just like Maddie had seen them do hundreds of times at the hunting camp. But this time the threats were real. She knew they were as prepared as they could be. At the crossroad, the group turned left and headed north. After crossing the Illinois River, they headed east, skirting the town of Marseille and staying to the south of the city. Continuing north on East 29th Road, they crossed Interstate 80, then traveled east to Knapp's Off-Road Park. Arriving late afternoon, when they reached the gate, Ryan took a knee by a tree stump and held a fist into the air. Maddie dropped to a knee and pulled Emma down with her. She placed an index finger to her lips, signaling Emma to remain quiet. Zach dropped to one knee with his rifle scope to his eye. He was scanning the area to their right. Maddie looked over her shoulder, and Lugnut was doing the same toward the direction they had come. Maddie slung her rifle over her back, pulled the pistol from her holster, and held it down to her side. Emma's eyes grew wide when she saw Maddie pulled the weapon. "Beach," Ryan whispered. "Hurricane," a voice called from somewhere behind the massive steel gate. "Goldfish," Ryan called back. "Masters, you and the kids can come in, but you'll need to leave your dog outside," a man dressed all in camo said as he pulled open the gate. "Funny. You're so hilarious, Sticks," Lugnut said, pushing past the thin man. Sticks smiled a toothy grin as they passed by. "Earl will be surprised to see you guys here so soon. He thought it would be at least another week before you came begging," the skinny man said as he returned to his perch in a nearby tree. "Got 5 coming up," he called into a radio. "We ain't here to stay. We just came to see if Earl's radio is working." Ryan called over his shoulder as the group proceeded up the hill. A dirt path turned left into the woods. Maddie couldn't see any buildings from the gate. The group followed Ryan on the dirt path half a mile through the woods before they reached a large metal pole barn. 2 men in camo stood, one on each side of a single steel door. Above the building was a steel tower with a tall antenna on top. When they reached the door, the 2 men nodded, a greeting, and the group went inside. The building was broken up into rooms with bunk beds lining the walls of the first 2 rooms. In the back, down a long hallway, was an office. That was where they found Earl seated at a desk surrounded by radio equipment. Earl stood and shook hands with Ryan and Lugnut. Zach extended his hand, but Earl just stared at it. "Earl, this is Greg Langston's son, Zach." Earl smiled and shook Zach's hand. "And this is his daughter." "That can't be little Maddie. No way," he said, looking to Maddie. "You must be Maddie," Earl said, looking down at Emma. Maddie walked over and hugged Earl. "I grew up while you grew out," she laughed as she patted his round belly. Maddie had only known Earl by his nickname Sparks. It had been a long time, but she recognized him by his lazy eye and deep, rough voice. He rubbed his knuckles on top of her head and pushed her to the side. "And who is this beautiful girl?" Earl asked, gesturing toward Emma. "This is Emma. She is my new little sister," Maddie said, putting an arm around her. Earl nodded, then turned to Ryan. "Did you guys get run out of your place already?" "I told you that you were too exposed out there on that farm, didn't I tell you?" "It isn't that. We came to see if your radios were working." "Of course, my radios are working." "I'm not an idiot. I was prepared for this shit, and I knew you would be. That's why I brought the kids here." "Their mom, Beth, is in California," Ryan said, interrupting him. Earl sat down and turned dials before speaking into the microphone. "You guys go get a bite to eat or something. I'll let you know what I find out," Earl called over his shoulder. Ryan nodded to Lugnut, and the group left the radio room. Maddie tapped on the table as they waited in the dining area of the building. Ryan and Lugnut were standing by an exit door discussing something with 2 of Earl's men. The 2 men were dressed in all black and wore radios on their belts. They must be on the security team. Zach was quiet. He tapped his foot on the floor and picked at his nails. Emma had her head down on the folding table, staring off into space. Maddie looked around the room. There were 6 long folding tables, each with 8 chairs. Off of the dining facility was a door leading to a kitchen. The door was open. The kitchen had a stove, refrigerator, and lots of shelves that were full of pots and pans. She wondered where all the people were. She imagined they had jobs, but where, and doing what? 20 minutes later, Earl opened the door and stepped in. His face was expressionless, so Maddie couldn't tell if he carried bad news. Before approaching them, Earl stopped at a table along the wall and poured himself a cup of coffee from a commercial-style coffee maker. He didn't look at Maddie and Zach as he walked over. Maddie's heart sank. That seemed like a bad sign. "Well, folks, the word from my contacts in Arizona and Colorado is that the West Coast was spared in this shit. Not all of it, but the areas closest to the coast were unaffected." Maddie and Zach looked at each other and smiled. California had power for the first few days, but the governor ordered the power companies to start doing rolling blackouts to conserve energy. He also started rationing water and restricting travel. The National Guard is patrolling populated areas, enforcing curfews and quelling any looting that may occur. "Do you have contacts in California?" Ryan asked. "Yeah, around San Diego?" Maddie asked. "They weren't on the radio at the moment, but my buddy in Arizona said he'd relay a message for me the next time he hears him sign on." "Did you tell him that the kids were with me?" Ryan asked. "I did. I'm sure Beth will be relieved to know that you 2 nutheads now have adult supervision," Earl said, pointing at Ryan and Lugnut. Maddie and Zach chuckled. "Can we come back tomorrow and see if the guy can get a message to Mom?" Maddie asked. "I don't know about that, Maddie. Every time we leave, we're at danger of running into trouble." "Leaving the farm unoccupied is risky," Ryan said. "I'll send word if I hear anything from my contact in San Diego," Earl said. "That would be awesome, Earl. Thank you," Ryan said, shaking the man's hand. Ryan removed a package from his rucksack and handed it to Earl. Written on the white butcher paper wrapped around the item, Maddie could make out the words "Dear Jerky." "Bless you, son. I love your mama's deer jerky recipe." "You know, it would be easier if you gave me the recipe," Earl said. "What is the point in having a secret family recipe if you share it with everyone?" Ryan said, slinging his pack over his shoulder as they left the building. Maddie glimpsed movement to her right. She saw two men dressed in camo walking down a trail and a sign that read, "This way to the mud races." Staring through the trees, Maddie saw several travel trailers parked along the creek. They were pretty well hidden in the thick woods. How many more are out there that I can't see, from what Ryan had told her? A lot. "It's a shame that there won't be mud races here anymore. That was one of my favorite pastimes," Ryan said, as the gate closed behind them. Zach sighed. "I know, I love to ride a dirt bike through there." Chapter 3. San Diego, California event plus 5 days. Although San Diego, California had been largely unaffected by the direct effects of the EMP, there was some damage to the power grid. Therefore, the governor had ordered rolling blackouts and ordered water and food rationing, which had led to some protests and looting in the city's southeastern neighborhoods. Therefore, the mayor of San Diego had ordered a dusk to dawn curfew, which was being strictly enforced by California National Guard soldiers stationed at major intersections. Beth's late husband's best friend, Roger Miller, had arrived the morning after her mother had passed away. Roger and Greg had been in boot camp together at Marine Corps Recruit Depot, San Diego. Over the years, Roger had grown close with Beth and her children. It was of no surprise to Beth when Roger had offered to help her get to Illinois to find her children, Maddie and Zach. "If we leave here with you carrying that huge pack and M4 slung over your shoulder, we are sure to be stopped by the police," Beth said, slipping the harness around her mother's dog, Jack. She waited for Roger to protest her idea of taking the one-eyed dog. She knew taking the 12-year-old Shih Tzu on a cross-country trek in the middle of the apocalypse wasn't practical, but Beth did not know what else to do with him. How was she going to explain to her children that she left their grandmother's furry child in California to fend for himself? She would have to make it work somehow. Besides, how much trouble could he be? He rarely made a sound, or moved for that matter, except for food. He was a picky eater, though. That concerned Beth. It wasn't like they could stop and make him chicken and rice every day the way her mother had. After snapping the closure on Jack's harness, Beth slid the tiny dog into his carrier. He turned around a couple of times and settled onto the blanket. "He thinks he is going to the groomer's to get pampered, I bet," Beth said, more to herself, because Roger wasn't listening. Roger was disassembling his rifle on the dining room table. He had it laid out in pieces on one of her mother's king-size bath towels and was rolling up the towel with the pieces inside. If Roger had heard her talking about the dog, he did not acknowledge it. Beth wondered if ignoring people while you're concentrating was the result of Marine training or just being a Marine, because Greg used to do the same thing. Beth set the carrier on the worn fabric of her stepfather's recliner and ran her hand across the arm. Beth had been 19 when her mother had remarried. When she thought about it now, she hadn't really known Frank all that well. When she'd lived in San Diego, Frank had always been too busy at work to spend time with her and the kids. And when the Marine Corps stationed Greg and the family across the country, Beth and her family only visited her mother and Frank twice a year. When she discovered Frank's lifeless body hanging from the hook over the door after her mother passed away, she hadn't been the least bit surprised. Frank was a practical man. Life in the apocalypse without his wife obviously wasn't something he wanted to endure. After the coroner had taken away her stepfather's body, Beth and Roger set out for Illinois on foot. But half a mile from her parents' home, they encountered their first roadblock. A Marine asked for their IDs, and Roger had produced his military ID card, at which point he was instructed to report to Camp Pendleton. "Why?" Beth asked the Marine. "All prior service military personnel have been recalled, and he is required to report for in-processing back into the Marine Corps." The soldier informed her. Roger told him that he would report right away, and he and Beth did an about-face and went back the way they'd come. About a mile from the checkpoint, Roger stopped and put his military ID into a slot in the heel of his boot. They had been forced to return to Beth's parents' house to wait until dusk when they could try again. When the sun began descending over the horizon, they once again grabbed their gear and headed north, detouring through side streets to get around the checkpoint where they had been stopped earlier. Beth and Roger remained in the shadows as much as possible. As they approached the next checkpoint, Roger took Beth's arm. "We are going to cut through here," he said, pointing to a small white house. Tall hedges lined the driveway on one side. The two ran around the back of the house. A tall wooden privacy fence surrounded the tiny backyard. Roger snagged a large, bright pink trash dumpster as he ran past it and rolled it over next to the fence. "Jump up here," he said, patting the lid. "I can't do. Hand me your pack. I'll give you a boost." Beth cocked her head to her side and placed her hands on her hips. "Beth, just do it." She reluctantly slid the crossbody strap connected to the dog carrier over her head and gave Jack to Roger before handing him her backpack. After placing both of them on the ground at his feet, Roger cupped his hands together and bent over. Once Beth successfully mounted the garbage can, Roger then instructed her on how to climb over the fence. Beth pulled herself up, threw her leg over the top, and managed to pull and carry the rest of her body over to the top. Neither of them had been prepared for the landing. Beth was grateful that there was only one small rose bush to break her fall. Roger lifted the dog carrier and the packs over the fence to Beth, then heaved himself over, landing on the same rose bush. After hopping around like a kangaroo for a moment and cursing under his breath, Roger led Beth around the side of the house and down the driveway. They had successfully avoided the checkpoint, but would be picking thorns from their legs for days. It was dark when they reached Roger's self-storage unit at the gate. Roger punched in his code as Beth looked around to see if they would be stopped by the on-site manager. Curfew had begun 20 minutes earlier. Travel was prohibited after curfew except for extreme emergencies, a subjective phrase that could mean whatever the officer decided it meant. Roger removed the lock and rolled up the door. After they were both inside, he rolled the door back down, stuck a screwdriver through a hole in the door's track to prevent it from opening, and flicked on his flashlight. Beth dropped her backpack and placed Jack's carrier on a stack of boxes. She was about to take a seat on the concrete floor when Roger motioned for her to come to him. "Hold this flashlight," he said. Beth shined the light on the footlocker next to him. Roger opened it and removed a long black case. Inside were 2 M4 rifles. He pulled a full ammo can of 5.56 caliber ammunition out of a cardboard box, and another can containing a pair of ANPV-7 night vision goggles, or NVGs. He lifted the M4 by the sling and handed it to Beth. She placed the flashlight between her knees and took the weapon from Roger. Pulling back on the charging handle, she peered into the chamber, then placed the butt of the weapon firmly against her shoulder and looked through the scope. Roger loaded an empty backpack with bottles of water and meals ready to eat, or MREs. He opened the lid on a large plastic tote and pulled out a rucksack. "Try this one," Roger said, holding out the pack. Beth slid her arms through the straps and jumped up once while pulling down on the straps, adjusting the pack to ride higher on her back and tighter to her body. She wasn't concerned with its contents. She was sure it contained all the standard survival gear, just like the packs Greg had prepared for her and the kids. The brand names may be different. It seemed they were forever trying some new brand that basically did the same thing. She hadn't paid much attention, as Greg had described the virtues of his latest survival gear finds. A water filter was just a water filter to her. The rocket stove had been on her list of must-have items. Using the rocket stove had been the only way Greg had allowed her to make coffee during survival drills. It boiled water quickly and emitted very little smoke. "Put these in your ruck," Roger said, handing her 5 AMREs and a 6-pack of bottled water. She dropped the pack and added the items as instructed, which increased the weight considerably. When Beth lifted it again, she scrunched her face. "That is how I remembered it." "You think you'll make it with that much weight?" Roger asked. Beth chuckled. "Yes. I just won't be running very fast. Let's get some shoot-eye," Roger said as he unstrapped the sleeping mat from his pack and laid it out on the floor. "Better sleep while we can, Beth. You knows how long it will be before we have any place like this that's safe." He laid down on his back and put his arm over his face as Beth placed her sleeping mat on the floor next to him. Removing Jack from his carrier, Beth curled onto her side and snuggled Jack close. In less than 5 minutes, she could hear Roger's soft snores, but sleep eluded her. She could not stop worrying about her children. As the image of Maddie strutting around camp with her overstuffed pack invaded her mind, Beth thought about the day when Greg had sent Maddie out to test her survival skills. Her little girl had looked so confident as she adjusted her small pack and set off with her trekking poles into the woods. Beth had nearly run after her, and likely would have if Greg had not stopped her. Beth hoped Maddie still remembered how to use her compass and where to look for clean drinking water. She felt pretty confident that Maddie would leave the airport and make her way out of Chicago right away. She's probably hiding in a park somewhere. Zach could be home in St. Louis by now. Zach was with his class on the school field trip and had 6 teachers with him. She trusted his teacher, Mr. Dean. That was the only reason she had allowed Zach to go without her. Mr. D would get her son home. She hoped her second husband, Jason, may not be faring as well. He was in Clarkson Valley, a suburb of St. Louis, Missouri. He had zero survival skills. She doubted he could defend himself if the looting had come to their neighborhood. She hoped he was smart enough to lock himself in their basement and ride it out. There was plenty of food and water down there. She had brought enough food and water to last at least 2 years when they'd moved in the year before. The gun safe was down there as well. But he didn't know the combination, let alone how to load and shoot any of the guns inside. That was something that would need to change when she got home. He would need to learn in order to help her protect their home and children. Beth daydreamed and fell in and out of a light sleep until she heard Roger stirring next to her about an hour later. "It's time. We need to get going," Roger said, standing and slinging his pack over his shoulders. Roger handed Beth a bottle of water and opened the lid on one for himself. Beth removed a small bowl from Jack's carrier and poured some water for the little dog. He sniffed it, looked up at her, then proceeded to bury his face in the bowl. She was glad that Maddie had taken the fur ball to the groomers before she left, trying to keep his little, smushed face clean. With all that fur would not have been easy on the road. Jack finished drinking and looked back up at Beth, water dripping from his chin. Beth giggled as she wiped his face with a bandana from her pack and put him back in his carrier. After putting on and adjusting her pack, Beth pulled the carrier strap over her head, then slung her rifle over her shoulder. Roger picked up her half-empty bottle of water and handed it to her. He unscrewed the top of a full one and handed that one to her as well. "We need to make sure we stay hydrated. It's still pretty warm out tonight. We will look for water before daybreak, but I'm not sure what we'll find," Roger said, slowly rolling up the storage unit door when Beth and Jack had exited. Roger rolled the door back down and locked it with its padlock. It was dark in the alley between the storage units. The moon was only in its first phase and provided very little light. After Beth bumped into Roger and stepped on the back of his heel, causing him to trip. Roger took her hand and guided her as they walked around the corner and out of the facility's gate. After a few miles, Roger stopped in front of what appeared to Beth to be an abandoned warehouse. After looking around, he pulled a pair of cutters from his pack and started cutting a vertical hole through the fence. "Hand me your stuff," Roger said as he went through the opening and held open a curtain of fence. Beth handed him her rifle, then Jack's carrier, and finally her pack, before crawling through herself. Roger placed his back to the door and kicked open a side door. Inside the warehouse were several old cars and trucks. Roger opened the door to a key safe and took out several vehicle keys. Nothing happened when he turned the key in the first truck, but the second truck he tried started right up. Beth crouched and looked around to see if anyone would come running out to check out the noise. Roger placed his M4 on the seat and threw his pack into the back. He reached under the dash, and the interior lights went out. "We are going to be driving blacked out." "What does that mean?" Beth asked. "I have disabled all the lights. There will be no head or tail lights to give us away." "How the hell are you going to drive at night without headlights?" Roger held up his night vision glasses. "Oh, shit," was all Beth could say. Roger shined his flashlight around the warehouse. "What are you looking for?" "Fuel cans." "There were some by the door we came in," Beth said. They loaded 4 full 5-gallon cans into the bed of the truck and strapped them down. Roger rolled up the warehouse door as Beth shoved her pack behind the seat, set her rifle on top of it, and placed Jack's carrier in the middle of the front seat. They drove out of the warehouse heading toward Interstate 15. A roadblock at the on-ramp caused them to go north on side roads to avoid it, eventually reaching Highway 67. Another barricade at the city of Ramona sent them south-winding back and forth until eventually leading to Highway 78. Traffic on the highway was surprisingly light. They passed a small convoy of government vehicles heading west, but none of them stopped them. When they had reached the outskirts of Brawley, California, Roger pulled off the road, flipped on a small flashlight, and studied the map. He looked down at the fuel gauge. "We are getting low on fuel. I'm going to use the gas in the cans to fill up, but we will need to find somewhere to refill them pretty quick. We don't want to get stranded in the desert with no gas and very little water." "I'll keep an eye out for a filling station," Beth said. Looking around, all she saw were plowed fields. "We won't be able to fill up at a gas station." "I don't have any ration cards," Roger said. "How are we supposed to get fuel?" Roger reached into his back pocket and produced a screwdriver. He proudly held it up for Beth to see. "And how does that get us fuel?" "You use it to puncture a fuel tank. You intend to steal fuel all the way to Illinois?" Beth said, her tone incredulous. "Yes." Beth shook her head as Roger turned the key and pulled the truck back onto the roadway. As they drove through Brawley, California, Beth saw a few windows glowing from lanterns or candlelight. Everything else was eerily dark. Not being able to see where they were going was torturous. She had to rely on Roger's skill with the NVGs to alert her to any danger. Her insides were crawling. She was amazed at how difficult it was to let go of that much control. It was much worse than the team-building exercises companies used to do, where one employee is supposed to fall backward and rely on their coworkers to catch them. She'd never had a coworker she trusted that much. Now she was riding 70 miles per hour in pitch-black darkness with unknown obstacles coming at them, which could stop them dead or send them hurtling off the road at any moment. It was almost too much. Her nerves were on fire, and she felt over the edge. "This is going to be a very long trip," Beth whispered to Jack through her teeth. Chapter 4. Knapp's off-road track, Marseille, Illinois, event plus 5 days. Maddie left Earl's compound more hopeful than at any time since the lights went out. She knew that her mom would find someone with a ham radio and she would get the message. "How many days do you think it might take Mom to get here?" Maddie asked. Earl said that California was unaffected. "That means they still have cars, so a day to 2, I would think," Zach said, slowing to allow Maddie to come alongside him. Lugnut was on point and Ryan brought up the rear, both with their rifles held at the ready. Just outside of town, the group passed a farmer chopping wood. Ryan threw up a hand and waved, and the man waved back. He did not appear at all alarmed at the sight of armed men walking down the road. As they passed the man, Emma held tight to Maddie's hand. The only noise was the sound of their shoes on gravel. The quietness of a world without machinery struck Maddie. A dog barked off in the distance. She wondered how far away the dog was. As they turned onto the gravel road that led to the farm, Maddie caught a glimpse of someone standing near the gate. As the figure stood, Maddie recognized Rank's signature Black Skull t-shirt. Her hand shot up and she waved her hand back and forth. Rank waved back. Maddie's face turned red. She felt 14 again. She'd once had the biggest crush on Rank. She had not seen him since her mom had started dating her stepdad, Jason. Maddie was giddy. Zach didn't look all that happy to see him. He glanced over to Maddie and shot her a dirty look. She slowly lowered her hand. "What's your problem, you?" "What did I do now?" Maddie asked. "He's old enough to be your dad, Maddie." Maddie glared at him. "He is not. He's only 29, and besides, I just waved. Whatever." Maddie looked down at Emma and smiled. "See what I have to put up with." Emma grinned and nodded. Maddie leaned down and whispered, "I love getting under his skin. You'll like Rank. He's a big kid. He does like to play jokes on people, though. That is why Zach doesn't care for him much. He pulled a good one on Zach last time we saw him." The memory pricked her heart. It had been the last time she had been at the cabin with her dad. All their lives had been so different back then. If she'd known then what life had in store for them, she might have taken their time together more seriously. Maddie watched as Lugnut approached Rank Miles, and even years had separated them, but it felt like yesterday since they'd all been together. That is how it was with family. Her dad's prepping group had become family to her. She'd missed them. Zach shook Rank's hand and moved aside. Rank stared at Maddie as she stepped forward and extended her hand. Rank swatted it away and picked her up into a big bear hug, lifting her off her feet and giving her a little shake before placing her back down. Just to show their relationship status, he threw in a vigorous knuckle rub to the top of her head. There was nothing in the world that said kid sister than a noogie. Dejected, Maddie put on a fake grin and backed away. "Who is this beautiful girl?" Rank asked, bending over and placing his hands on his knees. To Maddie's surprise, Emma stepped around her, stopped, and peered up at him with an ear-to-ear grin. Maddie gave her the stink eye, and Emma burst into laughter. "What? What's so funny?" Rank asked. "Oh, nothing," Maddie said, giving Emma a slight nudge. "Just something between sisters." Rank extended a hand to Emma. "Sisters, huh? Well, hello, little sister." Emma chuckled and shook his hand. "This is fun and all, but we really should take this party inside," Ryan said, opening the gate. Maddie stuck her tongue out to Emma and fell in behind Ryan. Lugnut ran a heavy chain back through the bars of the gate before the group walked up the gravel drive single file, zigzagging back and forth. When they reached the porch, Ryan held up a hand. Rank split off from the group and went to the left corner of the house. Lugnut crouched low, his rifle scanning from window to window. Ryan motioned for Maddie, Emma, and Zach to get down and move to the side of the house out of sight. As Ryan ascended the steps, Maddie took Emma's hand. "He is checking it out to make sure it is safe before we go in. He will do this every time we leave and come back. It is standard security stuff, okay?" Emma nodded, but Maddie's explanation of what was happening did nothing to change the look of concern on her face. Maddie had seen them perform this procedure dozens of times. It was as natural to her as looking both ways before crossing the street. Before long, it will be mundane to Emma as well. What used to be drills and test run scenarios for her and Zack will be a part of everyday life for Emma. Ryan opened the door. Lugnut proceeded up the steps and went in behind him. A moment later, Lugnut returned and gave them the all clear to come in. "See, just a precaution," Maddie said as they ascended the steps. Zack was behind them, facing toward the road, rifle scoped to his face, scanning left and right. Rank came up behind them, doing the same. This was life now. Danger could be anywhere, everywhere. No one understood that more than these guys. Still, even multiple tours in Afghanistan and Iraq couldn't have prepared them for their homeland becoming a war zone. The guys all slung their weapons over their backs, dropped their packs, and headed for the kitchen. She'd forgotten how much they liked food. The refrigerator door opened and food was being placed on the kitchen island before Maddie even made it across the living room. She looked back over her shoulder through the big window at the cows dotting the pasture. Emma spun around to see what Maddie was looking at. It might take one of those a day to feed this group. Maddie chuckled. Emma smiled, showing teeth this time, and nodded her head. "And a lot of eggs," she added. Sitting at the banquette in the corner of the breakfast nook, Maddie and Emma watched the spectacle of the testosterone-fueled feeding frenzy of the four guys seated at the island. Maddie looked around the eclectic kitchen with its mix of primitive and modern styles. It's going to feel pretty small when the rest of Ryan's group arrives. Maddie wasn't sure where he intended to put everyone, but no doubt they would be tripping over one another soon. The 4-bedroom, 1.5-bath farmhouse was small by today's standards. When Ryan's father built the house back in the 1940s, families didn't spend as much time indoors. Farm chores consumed most of their daylight hours, and once back inside for the night, they usually went to bed early. There was a full-size basement, but the last time she'd been down there, it had been packed full of Mamma Master's summer canning boxes and odd pieces of unused furniture stacked floor to ceiling. She supposed they could clean all that out and make room for more people, but it would not alleviate the lack of eating space. Maddie turned to her right and looked into the mudroom. She wondered how they would possibly keep up with all the laundry with only one washer and dryer, if they even still ran. "What happened to the Jeep, Rank?" Lugnut asked, running his arm across his mouth and wiping mustard on his sleeve. Rank hung his head and shook it. "Dude, some crazy mother." He looked over his shoulder at Emma. "I got out at an intersection to push a car out of the lane, and some dude jumped in and took off in it. Oh man, that freaking sucks." "Wait, how'd you keep your pack?" Ryan asked. Rank looked back over his shoulder. Turning back to face Ryan, he said, "I had to put some new air holes in my Jeep." "Oh, I see," Ryan said. "It wouldn't run?" Zack asked. "Not without a visit to a tire dealer. Even if we would have had a running car, there was no way to drive it in the city." Cars that weren't dead from the EMP were stuck in the snarled traffic, Maddie said. "I'm proud of you, Maddie. You too, Zack, for making it here on your own. Your dad would be proud too," Lugnut said. Ryan and Rank nodded. Maddie had not told Zack all that had happened to her and Emma. He knew that Emma's parents had been killed and there had been riots and looting in the city, but that was it. "Maddie's tough. She saved me," Emma said, turning to look at Maddie. The guys all turned in their seats to face Maddie and Emma. "She came back for me after the bad men took her away. I was afraid to come out of the basement, but I knew Maddie would get us someplace safe." Tears began to stream down Maddie's cheeks. She smiled broadly and took Emma's hand. "I told you I wouldn't let anything bad happen to you." The girls hugged and cried together. As they embraced, Maddie tried to explain some of what they'd been through that had forged their bond. She did not go into detail about the attack that killed Emma's parents or about the brutal murder of the young girl they'd witnessed as they hid behind the dumpster. After explaining how the Goff brothers had zip-tied her and thrown her onto their four-wheeler, she explained how she'd escaped and gone back for Emma. "Wait, how did you get out of the zip ties?" Zack asked. "I used the bicycle method Uncle Ryan taught us. Remember the escape and evasion drills?" "Yes, Maddie, I remember them well," Zack scowled. "Zack got mad because he couldn't break the zip ties," Maddie said. "I did not. You poured your Gatorade down my shirt and ran off and left me in the cave." Zack whined. "To be fair, he was only 10 at the time," Ryan said. "Will you teach me, Uncle Ryan?" Emma asked. Ryan's eyes lit up and a broad smile crossed his face. "I most definitely will. I will teach you that and much, much more." "We should get her started on gun safety too," Maddie said, looking over at Emma and smiling. "We can do that," Ryan said. "I'd be happy to teach you, little peach," Rank said. Emma raised one eyebrow and smirked as she turned away from Maddie, as she tossed her long, curly locks over her shoulder. She said, "That would be awesome, Rank." Maddie lowered her jaw, put both hands on her hips, and glared at Emma. I see how you are. You done went and stole my man, Maddie whispered. She grabbed Emma and tickled her. The two of them rolled around on the bench, giggling like true sisters. If you don't mind, we have stuff to work out, Ryan said, turning back to the guys even though he'd said it in a joking manner. His implication that she and Emma weren't part of the discussion perturbed her. She walked over and stood beside Zach. She glared at Ryan, then Lugnut and Rank. What stuff do we need to work out? She asked, trying not to convey the snark she felt. We have to repair a duty roster and guard rotation. I've managed the farm alone for years, but it will be more of a challenge these days. That, and with this many mouths to feed, we need a schedule, so everyone knows their responsibilities. I can make out a schedule. I would need you to tell me what jobs there are and how long of a watch each will take, Maddie said. Ryan looked up at Maddie with a big grin. If you could do that, we could get started setting up the last of the defenses. I have cleaned out the basement, but I still need to set up the bunks before the others arrive. How many are coming? Maddie asked. If they all make it, around 6 more guys. Robert's still wanting to bring that lazy brother of his. Lugnut asked, wiping sweat from his brow with a kitchen towel. Ryan reached over and snatched the towel from him and snapped it, hitting Lugnut in the side just below his underarm. Yep, he did mention that a time or 10. I told him I didn't think that would be a good idea with him being allergic to work and all. He assured me that he would keep him in line. Lugnut grabbed hold of the kitchen towel and nearly pulled Ryan off his stool. Ryan let go and Lugnut fell backward into Rank. Maddie shook her head. Everything was just as she remembered it. Her dad was always the buzzkill of the bunch. She imagined that they hadn't acted much different when they were on patrol in Afghanistan. Chapter 5, Joint Field Office, Marseille, Illinois, event plus 5 days. By day 2 at the Joint Field Office, Response Division Director Gerald Ames had seen the staff at the facility grow from 30 to over 100. Department of Homeland Security staff far outnumbered Federal Emergency Management Agency personnel. Ames found that odd, with DHS being in charge of security and FEMA in charge of response and recovery. Some responsibilities overlapped, and therefore territorial spats had already come up. Ames had heard that the governor's office and General Dempsey had been in a heated exchange about who should be leading the National Guard. Ames ran his hands through his salt and pepper hair before entering Reginald Harding's tent. Harding was the regional administrator, and as usual, there was a line outside his office. Everyone was waiting their turn. Ames hated waiting. He tapped his foot as he stood by the tent door. Harding rose to his feet and motioned for Ames. The others around his desk parted, and Ames stepped forward. Recovery Division Director Tom Ford sat in a chair in front of Harding. Ames gave a polite nod before taking a seat in the empty chair beside him. Ford says that his team was denied the use of transport vehicles. Is that true, Ames? Harding asked, taking his seat behind the desk. Ames looked over his shoulder. The subordinates gathered around the desk were now filing out of the office. With only thin partition walls around the makeshift office, nothing said would be private. Ames looked hard at Ford, then back to Harding. We have a critical matter that has required the use of all available vehicles, Ames said. Harding looked over his reading glasses. His dark brown eyes bored through Ames. And what sort of critical matter are we talking about here? Because I have not been made aware of anything that would prevent the sharing of resources to meet everyone's missions. Ames slid to the end of his chair and leaned in. Ford bent over and put his elbows on Harding's desk. Harding shot him a death stare, and Ford jerked back. I came as soon as I could to brief you. I have been busy trying to divert a disaster of monumental proportion. And what is it, Ames? Ames leaned in closer so as not to be overheard by the petite woman dressed in a military uniform who stood at the door. Sir, as you know, there are 6 nuclear power plants in the state of Illinois. Ford gasped, and Harding stood. Out! Get everyone out of this office, now! Harding demanded. Ames stood, but Harding reached across the desk and grabbed his arm. Not you, after Ford and the others exited the tent. Harding let go of Ames's arm and returned to his seat. Ames, please do not tell me that we have a nuclear meltdown on our hands. No, not yet. Oh my God, Harding said, leaning his head back in his chair. We don't have a problem yet, Harding. We do have a serious issue on our hands, though. Harding ran a hand across his 5 o'clock shadow and took a deep breath. What is it? Diesel fuel. Diesel-powered generators are running the cooling units, and the massive machines require a lot of fuel. We have trucks running back and forth across the state from our fuel depots. Keeping those generators fueled up and running is taking all our transport vehicles. We have discussed this with their liaison. Due to the cyber attacks, they may need another 2 weeks to shut down the reactors. In that time, it will require the use of most of our stockpiled diesel. I have teams out searching for alternate sources. Alternate sources, as in some other type of fuel? Harding asked. No, as in going to farmers and trucking companies and anywhere that would have any quantity of diesel fuel. We are that low? How can that be? Didn't we plan for this? Why don't the nuclear power plants have enough on site? They relied on eventual resupply. The plants kept enough for about a week, but some don't even have that. The plant in Clint, Illinois failed to check their generators, and one leaked fuel all over the floor. They have limited space to store the drums of fuel, so they failed to stock enough for an outage of this magnitude. Where's that going to leave us with fuel for our vehicles and generators? We won't know that until we see how much we requisition from the community and how much the power plant generators actually use. Ames took a deep breath and let it out slowly before continuing. No matter what, this situation is going to have a serious impact on our ability to carry out our mission both now and in the immediate future. But we do not have a choice. If we let those generators run out of fuel, we are all screwed. Harding shook his head. I need to meet with all the division heads immediately. We need an accounting of all fuel and vehicles. We have to figure this shit out now. We have to find a way to get resources out to the recovery centers and meet our other obligations. Ames stood and said, I'll let Ford know to round up his folks and send someone to get Glenn Mitchell. Principal Federal Officer Sarah Wilms had left for Milwaukee that morning to coordinate with the Joint Field Office there. General Walter Dempsey and DHS Operations Director Glenn Mitchell had been in hushed meetings all that day. Ames had spoken to Mitchell about using National Guard personnel and assets to locate diesel and additional trucks to transport it. He had not, however, told him the critical nature of the request. Ames Deputy Director Simone Perez stood inside the door as he entered the DHS headquarters. Why is it every time I see you, you're hanging out in here instead overseeing your staff? Ames asked. I don't have to hold their hands. My staff knows what to do without me babysitting them, Perez replied. So what secret thing have they got going on that has you so interested, Simone? Ames leaned in and, rubbing her neck, inhaled through his nose to breathe in the floral scent of her perfume, a bottle of which was likely given to her by one of her suitors. It probably cost more than a month of his salary. Perez wore her long black hair in a ponytail, and although she did not need it to look amazing, she had applied a tasteful amount of makeup. There are reports of pockets of resistance that are slowing down supplies reaching the recovery centers. The Guard units requested assistance at the storage facility near the city of Aurora. Some group had attempted to take over the facility last night, and some Guard soldiers were killed, Perez said. The resources in that underground facility cannot fall into the wrong hands, Perez. You know what is in there? I know. It contains 1/5 of the region's stockpiled food and medical supplies. Dempsey wants to deploy troops, but Mitchell is concerned that it would draw too much attention to the facility and lead to increased tensions with locals, especially as their resources become low. The locals likely know that those facilities have massive amounts of food in them. They've seen the trucks coming and going all hours of the day and night for years now, Ames said, rolling his shoulders. Dempsey wants to secure the stockpiles with all available troops. He says that he has the authority due to DoD contracts with the facilities. Really? What contracts does DoD have with the underground storage facilities? Ames asked. He won't say, Perez said, looking up at Ames. Her large brown eyes melted him every time she looked at him. He felt the stirring in his body. He had known he had not been her only lover, but now, with things the way they were, maybe that might change. He was just about to lean in and kiss her on the lips when General Dempsey walked in, followed by Glenn Mitchell. Ames, Dempsey said, acknowledging him. General, I'm sure the two of you are very busy making the world a safer place, but I need a moment of your time. It's critical, Ames said. He turned and looked at Perez. I'm not going anywhere after that, she said, placing her arms across her chest. All three men just stared at her. Ames looked at Mitchell and then to the Dempsey. Neither of them objected to her staying, so he motioned to their office. We need somewhere a little more private, he said. I knew we could not trust those incompetent motherfuckers on oversight. What the hell were they thinking to allow them to only keep 1 week of fuel for the generators that run the cooling systems that protect the damn fueling rods from melting down? Mitchell said. General Dempsey sat silently staring at Mitchell. General, Perez asked. I've already given them access to all DoD fuel reserves, he said. DoD has to maintain resources for its mission, too. If the country is invaded, we have to be able to defend the homeland. We've already accounted for the portion of DoD's supply that it can provide. The main problem is once all the reactors are down, how do we carry out region-wide missions? We will eventually run out of fuel, and no more is being made, Ames said. That's for Harding to decide, Mitchell said. A commotion outside the tent caught their attention. I have to see Director Mitchell right away. A voice called from the door. Are we done? Mitchell asked. Ames nodded and stood. As he and Perez walked out, a man in a DHS uniform rushed past them. Chapter 6. Brawley, California. Event plus 5 days. The streets of Brawley, California were deserted. They had to zigzag through the city to avoid a few checkpoints, but did not encounter any resistance on their trip through town. Just on the other side of Brawley, Roger pulled onto a gravel drive and stopped. Why are we stopping? Beth asked. I'm going to go check this place out. Keep the doors locked and your pistol ready, Roger said as he slowly shut the door to the truck. A minute later, Roger came back and lifted the gas cans out of the truck bed. Beth looked around, trying to watch out for anyone approaching the vehicle as Roger filled up the truck. He knocked on the passenger window and Beth opened the door. Grab the other empty can and follow me. Do you have a flashlight? It's pitch black out here, Beth asked. We can't use flashlights. The light would draw attention to us. Just stay right behind me. Beth tried to remain with him but could barely see him in the dark. They passed large farm tractors and oversized trucks with tires as tall as her shoulders. She couldn't see how big they were in the dark, but imagined they would be enormous machines to have tires that size. When they finally reached their destination, Roger stopped, set the gas cans down, and crawled under the service truck. A moment later, Beth heard a loud thud. Here, he said, handing her the end of a hose. Let me know when it stops flowing. Beth inserted the hose into the fuel can but could not see the fuel filling the jug. She listened for the sound of the liquid flowing in. When she felt the gasoline overflow onto her hand, she transferred the hose to the second can. When the third one overflowed, she said, They're all full, Roger. I thought we had 4 gas cans, Beth said. We do, but the pickup only holds 15 gallons, Roger said, crawling out from under the truck. He picked up 2 of the fuel cans and headed back to their vehicle. The full container was a lot for her to carry. She set it down on the ground next to Roger's feet as he placed his in the bed of the truck. As she stepped up into the cab, the fumes from the gasoline on her hands, sleeve, and shoes wafted to her face. Before putting on her seatbelt, Beth pulled wet wipes from her pack and tried her best to wash the gas from her hands. Whoa, did you take a bath in the gasoline? Roger asked as he put the key into the ignition. It was too dark for her to see his expression, but she could imagine he found the smell as repugnant as she did. Try this, Roger said, handing her a tube of lotion. The combination of mint and gasoline was nauseating. The first thing Beth intended to do when they stopped next was to change clothes and wash her hands with proper soap and water. She needed a shower, but nice, relaxing hot showers were likely a thing of the past. Greg had given her a personal shower bag for her birthday 1 year after she had complained about primitive camping without one. The small black bag hung in a tree and a valve on an attached hose open to run the 2 gallons of warm water. It wasn't much, but it felt like heaven after a long, hot day stomping through the woods. She imagined it would be perfect at that moment. But it, like the rest of her survival gear, was back in St. Louis. She wondered how Jason was as much as she missed him. Her concern was for her children. I have to stay focused. Daydreaming about showers only brought her down. 90% of survival was in the head. She knew how important it was to maintain the right attitude. Her focus was on getting to her children. She would let nothing get in the way of that. If that meant taking a bath in gasoline, so be it. Just as they crossed over the Coachella Canal and entered the North Algodones dunes, they drove into a sandstorm. Beth hadn't been able to see anything before, but it deeply concerned her that now Roger couldn't see as well. Roger leaned forward over the steering wheel. They were probably only going 10 miles per hour, but Roger was having trouble keeping the truck on the road. Beth had never been so relieved when Roger pulled onto the shoulder and stopped the pickup. I'm going to rest my eyes until the storm passes, Roger said, handing Beth the night vision goggles. She looked through them without strapping them on. She could see nothing. The sound of the sand pelting the truck brought back memories of getting caught out in similar sandstorms as a kid when she would be camping in the dunes with her family. It had seemed exciting then. Now it was just one more thing standing between her and her children. A rage began to boil in her. Damn sandstorms. Whenever they weren't moving forward, her anxiety soared to near unbearable heights. Downtime was the hardest time to keep positive. They hadn't made it more than 150 miles of the 2,000-mile trip. She tried to take her mind off of Chicago and what Maddie must be facing. Zach could be home in St. Louis by now. She pictured he and Jason safe in the basement of their Clarkson Valley home, surrounded by guns and survival supplies that Jason derided them about when they'd moved them down there. Zach would look after his stepfather even though they didn't get along all that well. He knew what to do and would take charge. Hopefully Jason was scared enough not to do anything stupid. As the sound of the sand hitting the truck lessened, Beth checked their surroundings with the NVGs. It was hard to see where the street was because it was so covered in sand. "It is almost over?" Roger asked. Beth could feel him shift in the bench seat of the truck. "It looks like it. I can barely see the roadway, though. It left a lot of sand behind." Roger reached over the seat and grabbed a bottle of water and an energy bar. "You should drink, too. It is important to stay hydrated out here," Roger said, twisting the top off his bottle. After they finished drinking and eating their snacks, Roger pulled the truck back onto the road, and they continued northeast toward Blythe. Skirting the city, they drove around Blythe to North Intake Road and took it north before crossing over the Colorado River into Arizona. As far as Beth knew, they passed no traffic on the highway. At least she heard none. If Roger saw anyone, he did not say. Beth spotted the first sign of life just outside of Parker, Arizona. A vehicle with its brights on rapidly approached them from behind. Beth looked over her shoulder as it sped past them. It had a police light bar on top. They did not appear interested in Beth and Roger on the outskirts of Parker. Roger pulled over but left the truck running. "We need to find gas before we get too far away from town." "Where exactly are we?" Beth asked. "Parker, Arizona. We are about 60 miles from Interstate 40. Beth knew that Interstate 40 was the highway they needed to take east toward home. 1,500 more miles to get Zach, then another 300 to Chicago to find Maddie. Her rational mind said it wasn't possible, that she wouldn't find her daughter, but her heart would not allow even the possibility of failure, no matter what. She would never stop. Beth held tight to her pistol as Roger exited the truck. He slowly closed the door, not shutting it all the way. We must be near houses for him to be this cautious. Beth could hear Roger pouring gasoline into the gas tank, then it was silent again. Beth was startled when she heard the sound of Roger putting the fuel cans in the bed of the truck. "You didn't need my help this time?" Beth asked as Roger pulled himself back into the pickup and started the engine. "Not this time," Roger said as he pulled back onto the road on the horizon. Yellow and orange rays of light inched their way over the horizon as Beth and Roger reached Interstate 40. As they approached the interstate, there was just enough light to make out buildings in the distance. Roger slowed the pickup and pulled over onto the shoulder. He put the truck in park and reached over the seat to pull a binocular from his pack. "What are you looking for?" Beth asked as Roger scanned the area ahead of them. "Movement. Any signs of people on the road. I don't want to drive into an ambush." "Ambush?" Beth's voice was shrill when Roger didn't answer her. Beth's imagination ran wild. She felt the rage rise again. She just wanted to get on the freaking interstate and speed down the road toward home. They did not have time to deal with a possible damned ambush. She rubbed her hands over her face. She wanted to scream by that point. She knew Roger was just cautious, and it was probably necessary, but she just wanted him to put the truck in drive and floor it down I-40 and get her the hell home now. There appeared to be people camping at the truck stop ahead, Roger said, not removing the monocular from his eye. Beth leaned forward and looked. She couldn't see anything. Roger lowered the monocular and reached back and retrieved his rifle. As he handed Beth the M4, she searched his face. He didn't appear all that concerned. She clutched the M4 tight between her legs with the butt on the floorboard. "You might want to hold that in your lap so you can be ready if we need to shoot our way out of there." He said it so casually that Beth just stared at him. "Beth, you need to be ready to shoot if I tell you to," Roger said, more forcefully this time. Beth gripped the M4 in her lap with the barrel resting on the dash. The butt of the gun poked into her stomach as the truck bounced over potholes in the road. But she held a firm grip on the weapon. Roger drove slowly past the first gas station. As they passed by, Beth looked over her shoulder but didn't see anyone. She didn't see any sign of anyone camping, as Roger had said. When she turned back around, she saw what he had described. In the parking lot of the big chain truck stop were rows of makeshift tents fashioned out of tarps and small blankets and anything else someone could use to shield themselves from the sun. As they approached, Beth saw a man stand to his feet and face them. Another poked his head out from behind a blue tarp. Beth instinctively placed the rifle's butt against her cheek and peered through the scope. She saw the men stiffen. "Get ready, Beth," Roger yelled as he sped up, as she turned to look at the parking lot as they passed. Beth hadn't seen what had Roger concerned. She turned her head back in time to see two men and a woman standing in the middle of the road, waving their arms, attempting to flag them down. Beth raised the rifle to her cheek again, pointing it at them. The people stopped moving and just stared at them as they drove closer. "Roger, keep your sights on the man in the ball cap." Beth moved the rifle slightly, putting the ball cap into the crosshairs. "Roger," Beth said again. Her hands were shaking, and the man's head bounced in and out of view. Roger slowed the truck as two more men stepped into the roadway. Beth put a round into the blue truck just past the man in the red shirt. "What?" "Beth, you need to pull your head out of your ass and do what I say, or we could be the ones dying here today." Roger's tone was rough and loud. Beth scanned the group and found the red shirt. Just a hair to the man's left was the blue truck. Her heart beat in her ears as she squeezed the trigger. The sound of the M4 was deafening in the cab of the pickup. Beth lost sight of the group but quickly moved the crosshairs back onto the man in the ball cap. He had turned to look at the truck she had just sent a round into. While the others in the crowd backed off the road to find cover, the man in the hat stood his ground. Beth watched as the man reached behind his back before Roger could even call her name. Beth squeezed off a round, hitting the man in the shoulder. It spun him around, but he was still able to bring his pistol up and fire off a shot before Beth sent another round into the man's chest, dropping him to the ground. She felt like she would vomit. Her ears were ringing from the explosion of the M4. She looked over her shoulder as Roger sped past the man. Everyone remained concealed as the pickup raced toward the interstate. Roger took the turn onto the on-ramp a little too fast, and the truck nearly went off the left side of the roadway. The old truck motor whined as they barreled down the interstate toward Kingman. Beth felt dizzy. She was going to be sick. She knew she was hyperventilating, so she closed her eyes and tried to control her breathing. Beth bent over and gripped the dash. "I'm going to be sick," she said, cranking the handle to roll down the window. "I'll pull over," Roger said, slowing down and pulling onto the shoulder. Beth opened the door even before they came to a full stop and hurled what little had been in her stomach on the gravel shoulder. She slid out of the truck and bent over the guardrail. A moment later, Beth wiped her mouth on the sleeve of her T-shirt and returned to the pickup. As she climbed back in, she could see that Roger's face was pale. "Are you going to be sick too?" she asked. She thought it would be strange that Roger would have such a reaction. He'd been in combat. He had seen many people shot. "I think you should drive for a while," Roger said, clutching his shoulder. He removed his hand to pick up Jack's carrier and slid into the passenger seat, and Beth saw the bright crimson blood covering his hand and shirt. "You're hit," Beth yelled. "It's a through and through. I need to take care of it while you drive. We need to get away from here in case that guy has friends." "Let me get you some water, and Beth, just get us the hell down the road right now," Roger barked. Chapter 7, Marseille, Illinois, event plus 5 days. "Lugnut is a funny name," Emma said, lifting herself onto the bar stool. "It's a nickname. He is from Lansing, Michigan, where they have a baseball team called the Lansing Lugnuts. He was their mascot one summer and has never lived down wearing the purple dinosaur suit." Maddie chuckled. "Their mascot wears a Barney suit." "It looks something like that," Maddie said. "What's so funny?" Lugnut said as he walked through the kitchen to the back door. "Oh, nothing," Maddie said, smiling at Emma. "I put you on second watch," Maddie called over her shoulder. "Of course you did. You wouldn't put rank on a midnight watch," he said as he shut the screen door. A bald head appeared in the doorway outside the screen door. "Maddie, don't let him tell lies on me. I was not asleep on watch. I was only resting my eyes." "Your dad blew it all out of proportion. I knew it was him walking up behind me," Rank protested. Maddie held up her hands. "I have no dog in this fight. I wasn't there. Do you want to take the midnight shift? I'll put you down for it tomorrow night." Ryan pulled open the screen door and stepped past Rank to come inside. His overalls were covered in grease, and he smelled like gasoline. "Don't give him breakfast duty ever," Ryan said. "Ah, damn, you guys are brutal. I'm a good cook, and you know it," Rank said, stepping inside and shutting the screen door behind him. He used a black bandana to wipe the sweat from his brow before stuffing into his back pocket. It had reached at least 80 degrees that day. Soon the sun would set, and the temperature would drop to something much more comfortable. Winter would be upon them before they knew it, though. And Maddie assumed there would be lots of farm chores they'd need to do to prepare for it. "What's for dinner, by the way?" asked Rank. "I haven't made out the cooking roster yet." "Since you are such a good cook, did you want to cook tonight?" Maddie asked. "Sure, I guess. What do we have?" Maddie looked at Ryan. Ryan rolled his eyes and pointed to the sink. A white package sat on the counter, along with a bowl of potatoes. "I've laid out the stuff for a stew," Ryan said. We should make out meal menus for each day so everyone knows what to cook when it's their turn. I have an inventory sheet of food stores on the pantry shelf. We can discuss meals over dinner tonight. Works for me, Rank said, pushing open the door to leave again. What are you guys doing out there anyway? Maddie asked. You look like you've taken a bath in grease and smell as if you rolled around in gasoline. Just a little surprise for anyone who wants to sneak up on us, Ryan said as he followed Rank out the door. Maddie turned to Emma and shrugged her shoulders. I hope they take showers before dinner, Emma said, pinching her nose with her thumb and index finger. We'll insist they leave their clothes outside. Ooh, no, then they'll be naked, Emma giggled. After Maddie finished filling out the watch roster and duty chart, she went ahead and prepared the stew. Not that she had any real clue what she was doing. Cooking had never been one of her skills. How hard can it be? Maddie said as Emma handed her the onions. When the girls completed peeling the potato, onions, and carrots, the counter and floor were a mess, but they had enjoyed themselves in the process. Maddie dumped the meat and vegetables in a stock pot, filled it to the top with water, and turned on the burner. They were sweeping up the last of the peels when Zach yanked open the door and tore through the kitchen. What the hell? Maddie asked. I spotted a deer. Ryan is going to let me try to shoot it with his .30-30. Seconds later, Zach sped past the girls again and out the door, hunting rifle in hand. The sound of 3 gunshots told Maddie they likely wouldn't be having deer for dinner anytime soon. That assumption was proved correct when Zach returned moments later, with his head held low. I don't like deer anyway, Emma said as Zach returned outside. Me either. Let's hope that all those cows out there have lots of babies so we can continue to eat hamburgers and steak. Maddie laughed. No one said much about the stew. It was bland and the meat was tough, but it was filling. Maddie had made a macaroni salad with Italian dressing, and that seemed to be a big hit. They ate by candlelight to conserve the solar batteries. Ryan created a schedule for turning on and off the lights and appliances and posted it on the refrigerator. Maddie didn't mind eating in the dark. It was the shower issue that had her concerned. The 4 smelly guys at the table were soon to grow to maybe a dozen. She wasn't sure her nose could handle it. Maddie placed her cloth napkin on her plate and pointed to the kitchen roster on the refrigerator. Zach had dish duty. She dropped one shoulder and looked at him sideways. He returned her cheesy grin as he cleared the plates from the kitchen island. Tomorrow, we need to set up bunks, Ryan was saying before the sound of a doorbell interrupted him. Rank and Lugnut grabbed their rifles and Ryan headed to the living room as Rank exited through the kitchen screen door to flank whatever threat was at the gate. Maddie caught Emma as she jumped off the bar stool. As Maddie and Emma rushed down the hall to the bedroom, Ryan and Lugnut dropped to their knees behind the sandbags in front of the window. Just as she and Emma reached the bedroom door, Ryan called, "It's Roberts." Maddie turned and walked back to the living room as Ryan and Lugnut stood. Ryan was already out front, and Rank was letting Roberts and the 2 men with him through the gate. After introductions were made, Ryan offered Roberts and his men what was left of the stew. The kitchen was indeed too small for the amount of people that would be staying there. Maddie found herself feeling claustrophobic, so she and Emma went off to bed. Emma was asleep practically before her little head hit the pillow. Her red curls spilled over the side of the bed. Cooper curled up on the floor. It wasn't long before Maddie was fast asleep beside her. A knock on their door awakened her. I just wanted to talk to you about the watch tonight. I took you off the rotation for now, Ryan said, poking his head between the crack in the door. She opened her mouth to protest. I know you don't like that, but until Emma feels comfortable enough to be alone without you. On the one hand, she knew he was right, but on the other, it kind of pissed her off. Maddie was concerned that they were going to try to treat her like a frail little girl. She had trained just as hard as Zach, and she'd been a better shot. She had been better at most things, actually. But Ryan was right about Emma. She needed a little time to get to know everyone. Before long, Emma would come to love and trust the guys, just like Maddie had at that age. Ryan left the door to the bedroom cracked, so Maddie could hear if there was any trouble in the house. Later, snores down the hallway told Maddie that Lugnut had relieved Rank to take the midnight watch. Rank sounded like a freight train when he slept. Since the room didn't reek, he must have left his boots on. Rank's nickname had been given to him in boot camp, due to his notoriously putrid foot odor. Maddie had just drifted back off to sleep when an explosion rattled the house. Maddie pulled Emma to the floor with her as she slid out of bed. Cooper began barking and ran out of the room as Maddie reached for her rifle. She had just brought it up to her shoulder when Ryan burst through the door. "Maddie, you and Emma get your shoes on and follow me," Ryan barked. Maddie felt around the floor for Emma's shoes. Finding them, she thrust them at Emma. Maddie slid her feet into her running shoes and grabbed her rifle. She held onto a belt loop on Ryan's overalls as he led them down the hall and across the pitch-black living room. Rank, Zack, and the new guys were crouching behind the sandbags in front of the window. The shadows cast from flames in the driveway danced on the walls. Gunfire erupted from the side of the house. Ryan threw back the door to the basement. Maddie nudged Emma to go down and turned to watch the front of the house. "Cooper, come here!" Maddie yelled at the dog. "Maddie," Emma called from the bottom of the stairs. "Emma, call Cooper." The dog went and joined Emma at the bottom of the stairs. Maddie looked into the dark basement. She could barely make out Emma's features. She looked back, and Ryan was gone. Maddie wanted to go and see who was attacking them. She wanted to grab Zack and take him with her down into the basement, but the concussive blast from another explosion knocked her back, and she tumbled halfway down the stairs, clutching her rifle to her chest. As she rolled, her rifle barrel made contact with the stair railing and stopped her roll. She shot to her feet and climbed up to the landing. Tear gas stung her eyes and took her breath. She backed up, slammed the basement door, and quickly descended the stairs. "What is going on, Maddie? What was that noise? Where is everyone?" "Shush, Emma. I need to hear." Rifle fire came from the direction of the barn. Maddie flipped on the light from the rifle. She pulled a flashlight off a shelf at the bottom of the stairs and handed it to Emma. Even with Emma's flashlight and the light on Maddie's rifle, the basement was still dark and creepy. "You stay here, Emma." "I'll be right back." "No, don't leave me, Maddie. Please," Emma begged. The fear on her face pierced Maddie's heart. No matter how badly she wanted to go and help, she couldn't. Maddie, Emma, and Cooper huddled in a corner in the back of the basement. Emma held the flashlight out in front of her like a sword. Maddie looked over and smiled. "What's so funny?" Emma's face scrunched into a scowl. Maddie pointed to Emma's shoes. She had them on the wrong feet. Emma tried not to grin too, but failed, and the girls went into a nervous giggling fit. Their revelry was cut short by the sound of gunfire and another explosion coming from somewhere above them. She and Emma were staring at the stairs when the basement door banged open and a bloody man appeared. At first, Maddie did not recognize the man, but when he said her name, she realized it was Ryan's friend Roberts. Behind him was Zack, Ryan, and Rank. "Where is Lugnut?" Maddie asked as Ryan slammed the door shut. "He's still in the barn," Ryan said, trying to catch his breath. Rank was putting pressure on a large wound in Robert's stomach, while Ryan and Zack shoved a stack of crates aside. Ryan threw back a hatch and motioned for Rank lower Roberts down to me, then help the girls. Ryan called as he jumped down into a tunnel Maddie never knew existed. Rank and Zack helped Roberts as Maddie and Emma lit the way. Zack called for Copper, then Maddie heard the hatch shut. She had to fight back the severe case of claustrophobia that threatened to send her into a panic attack. Just before she thought she was about to lose control of herself, Lugnut threw open a hatch above her. The bunker under the barn was crowded with 7 people and a big dog. The walls were lined with bags and boxes. Zack sat on a stack of bagged rice next to the door. He was staring at his shoes. Maddie stood and walked over to him. She soon saw what he was focused on. His boots were covered in blood. Blood was splattered across his shirt and face. She sat down next to her brother and put an arm around his shoulder. "I killed a man," Zack said. She didn't say anything. Words were useless in those types of situations. She knew precisely where his head was at, in the same place hers had been when she had been forced to kill someone. A tear slid down her cheek. Not for the monsters that had kidnapped her, but for the people she and Zack had been before. They were forced to kill another human being. Chapter 8. Joint Field Office, Marseille, Illinois. Event plus 6 days. Ames was on his way to find Perez when he saw DHS Operations Director Glenn Mitchell rushing out to greet an incoming convoy. Ames stepped out of the way as medics rushed past him with gurneys and medical kits. He waited for the injured men to be loaded up and carried away before he approached Mitchell. "What happened?" Ames asked. "Early this morning, I sent a team out to arrest some guys who had attacked the subterranean warehouse in Aurora a few days ago. They were tracked to a farm just south of here. They had the place rigged with explosives. Our guys came under intense rifle fire," Mitchell said, turning to head back into his tent. "Did they find the guys?" Ames called after him. "They found 2 guys dead in the house, but there were signs of at least 3 others. They must have gotten away. I have another team out looking for them. We can't have armed gangs hitting our storage facilities," Ames said. "I know. I've ordered more men out to guard the facilities. That group hit during shift change. They knew where we were vulnerable. It looks like an inside job to me, but we won't know until we identify the 2 we found in the house. I'm just hoping these aren't part of some larger group bent on giving us trouble." Mitchell said as he turned and entered his tent. Ames looked at the bloody rags littering the ground where the HMMWV carrying the men had been. The sun peeked over the horizon, and the camp began coming to life. A few people were moving about, but for the most part the area was quiet. Ames thought about the early morning raid on which Mitchell had sent his men. If they had brought the suspects back alive, how would they go about prosecuting them? The continuity of government plan had prepared for all three branches of government to be set up within 24 hours. As far as Ames knew, most of the federal government was gone. If there were survivors of the nuclear blast in D.C., they were on their own. He didn't imagine anyone would risk exposure to radiation to go in and save them. That meant President Reinhard and the majority of his cabinet, along with both the House and Senate, were likely dead. The Supreme Court had been in session, a fact Ames knew because he was keeping up with a civil asset forfeiture case that was scheduled for oral arguments the day of the blast. Ames headed to find Perez. She would know who was in charge of prosecuting terrorists in this situation. He found her still asleep in her room in the female quarters. It appeared she was the only one with a private room. He was surprised she had not worked out how to get her own tent. He wished she had. It would make their meetings more discreet. "How is it that you can sleep in when everyone else is pulling double and triple shifts?" Ames asked, taking a seat at the end of the bed. Perez rolled over and wiped her black hair from her face. She pulled the sheet over her bare breast and sat up. "I'm working on it," Perez said, grabbing her electronic cigarette from the bedside table. "Why exactly are you here disturbing my beauty sleep?" she asked, puffing on the e-cig and exhaling the vapor. "Mitchell sent a team out early this morning to round up a group that had attempted to hit one of the underground storage facilities," Ames said. "I heard about the attack. 2 guards were killed. They didn't get in, though." Perez threw her long, lean legs over the side of the bed and stood. Ames stared at her naked form as she crossed the room and plucked a bathrobe off the back of a chair. "What is the plan for prosecuting prisoners that DHS brings in?" Ames asked. "I'm sure incidents like that one will grow more frequent and deadly as resources become scarce, especially when my folks begin to run low and aid to the public is halted." "There was a heated discussion yesterday about whether the president had ordered martial law," Perez said. "What?" Ames asked, standing to his feet. "I had not heard anything about a martial law declaration. General Dempsey swears that he received it and that the military is conducting operations based upon that order. He seems to think that the troops overseas and those on ships were informed before the president issued the nationwide emergency shelter-in-place order. But since Harding hasn't gotten any such declaration by the president, he is refusing to follow it." Ames watched in silence as Perez dressed and put her hair up in a tight bun. She turned to him and placed her hands on her hips. "Well, boss, do you mind if I go grab a cup of coffee before you work my little fingers to the bone preparing memos?" "If you must." Ames smiled. "There has to be a better way to do this. Sending out paper orders is so inefficient. And we've lost 3 couriers in the last 2 days. We send them out and never see them again." Perez clipped her ID badge on her collar and turned to face Ames. "We knew we would lose people early on. They likely had families to take care of. I hope that was all it was, and Mitchell is not having the same problem with his couriers. The memorandums I've sent out so far were mundane administrative stuff, but if they fell into the wrong hands, it might spell trouble for security operations," Ames said. "I'm sure his couriers are escorted by security. As our resources dwindle, you might want to consider doing the same with our memos. If they can find out when and where convoys and shipments are happening, it might set us up for ambushes. Right now, people seem content to receive the aid provided to them at Red Cross centers. I'm sure that will change, and you're talking about the people we control. We don't control those outside the wire who are free to attack us," Perez said as she exited her room. Ames watched her hips sway as she walked to the front of the tent and turned a corner. He looked around. The other ladies in the women's quarters were all glaring at him. He stuffed his hands in his pockets and strode out of the tent. "Coffee does sounds good." He felt like he might need a whole pot to stay awake after a week of little sleep. Chapter 9, Beth. Event plus 6 days, somewhere northeast of Parker, Arizona. The glare of the sunlight on the windshield made it difficult to see the road. Beth had the gas pedal on the floor, but 75 miles per hour was all the old pickup would do. Roger cried out as the truck hit potholes in the pavement. "Roger, let me pull over and put pressure on it," Beth pleaded. "I'm already putting pressure on it, Beth. You just worry about keeping this truck on the road. And if you could miss a pothole or 2, that would be great. Roger, you're losing too much blood. You're going to pass out, and then I'll be out here all alone. Now I'm going to pull this damn truck over and take care of your wound," Beth said, pulling off the roadway. Beth ripped the fabric of Roger's t-shirt and felt his back for the exit wound. Roger gritted his teeth and cried out as she dug her finger into the hole in his back. "I don't feel anything." "It must have gone through," Beth said, applying pressure with the palm of her hand. Roger swayed and fell over. Beth laid him back onto the seat and retrieved a bottle of water from her pack. She set him up and made him drink half the bottle before she allowed him to lay back down. Beth grabbed her backpack and put it on the ground just outside the passenger side of the truck. She unzipped the pack and rummaged around. Finally, finding the med kit, Beth pulled out the gauze and bandages. She climbed on top of Roger and set him up. She pushed the dressing into each side of the hole and applied as much pressure on each one as she could. Her arms tired quickly. "Hold this," Beth said, placing Roger's hand on the wound just below his left clavicle. Beth poked more gauze into the hole in his back and wrapped the bandage under his arm and across the wound in the front. After she had finished dressing the wound, she said, "Drink the rest of this water." He looked pale. His skin was clammy, and he had lost too much blood. He needs a hospital and likely a blood transfusion, but where to find one out there in the middle of the nowhere? "Roger, you need to get to a hospital. Do you know if they have one in the next town?" "No, we can't go to a hospital. Did you not notice? The lights are out here in Arizona. They will run out of blood and meds by now anyway." "Shit, Roger, what the hell are we going to do?" Beth asked as she started the truck and got back on the road. "Keep driving. I have a buddy who can help. Just before you get to Kingman, you're going to turn left onto Old Route 66. About 6 miles outside the city, turn off onto Kirkman Road. It will turn into a dirt road. Follow the dirt road. You'll run into their compound. He has a tall sheet metal fence all along the front," Roger said, his voice growing faint. Beth glanced over and discovered he had passed out. She pushed harder on the gas pedal, but the truck refused to go faster. She hoped that Roger's friend had a blood bank because without it, Roger would likely not make it. As they approached an inhabited area, Beth began looking for the sign for Kingman, Arizona. She saw cars in the middle of the road in the distance and slowed to 40 miles per hour when she spotted the sign. Beth turned onto Route 66 and slowed to enter the commercial area. 20 minutes later, she pulled the truck up to the rusty gate of what looked like an old junkyard. At least that was what the metal fence looked like to her. She shut the truck off and was trying to wake Roger when the muzzle of a rifle nudged her shoulder. She gasped when she saw it. "What the hell are you doing out here, Missy?" the man barked. "My friend has been shot before he passed out. He said he knew someone here that could help him." Another man appeared at the passenger side of the truck and pulled open the door. "Shit, it's Roger. Call for Rebecca and get that gate open." The second man yelled as he jumped into the bed of their truck. "Pull on through, I'll tell you where to go." As soon as the gate opened, Beth floored it, which threw the man in the bed backward toward the tailgate. "Sorry," she called over her shoulder. "Turn left," the man yelled and pointed toward a trailer house at the end of the dirt drive. As Beth slowed the pickup to a stop, she could see a man and woman waiting on the steps of a wooden deck. She had barely thrown the truck into park when the man jumped down from the deck and pulled the door open to get Roger. Before Beth knew it, the men had carried Roger into the trailer house. When she tried to follow, the woman put her arm out to stop her. "You can wait out here. We will let you know how he is after I have a chance to examine him," the woman said. "Are you a doctor?" Beth asked. "Yes, just wait here. I'm a registered nurse," Beth called after her. The doctor stopped and looked back. She appeared to be looking Beth over. Rebecca's dark features gave Beth the impression she was likely Hispanic or Native American. "All right, but stay back until I examine him." "He's lost a lot of blood," Beth said, following after her. To Beth's surprise, the makeshift clinic did have blood. She made a mental note to ask Roger how the doctor knew his medical history and blood type. "He will probably sleep until tomorrow. I gave him a pretty good dose of morphine," the doctor said as she washed her hands in a basin. "I can't believe this place. Thank you so much for helping Roger. I don't know if he would have made it otherwise. How do you two know each other?" the doctor asked. "He and my late husband were best friends," Beth said, attempting to clean the blood from her hands with a wet wipe. "You're Beth, I'm Rebecca. Greg and I served together once upon a time. I'm sorry for your loss." A pang of grief pricked her heart every time someone said that phrase. She had said it to wives in Greg's platoon, but it was not until it had been said to her that she learned just how shallow and meaningless it really was. Beth watched the rise and fall of Roger's chest as he lay unconscious. She knew he felt the grief of Greg's loss too, he and the others who were left of Greg's team. "Come now, let's get you cleaned up. Have you eaten today?" Rebecca asked, taking Beth's arm in hers. Beth looked at Rebecca for a moment, still lost in thought about losing Greg. Had she eaten? Was there someone right then asking her children if they'd eaten today? Were they hungry, thirsty? Were they scared? Were they? She felt lightheaded, and the room went dark. She awoke on a bed in a tiny bedroom with wood-paneled walls and forest green carpet. She moved her foot and felt something warm and solid. As she wiggled her toes, she felt teeth clamp down. "Ouch, Jack! You bit me!" Beth snarled at the little dog. The room was so small that there was barely enough space for the twin bed and a dresser. Even the mirrored sliding closet doors couldn't give the area a larger feel. Brown blackout curtains hung over a small window. When she sat up, the bed squeaked. She looked around. Her shoes lay on the floor next to a bottle of water. Beth unscrewed the top and downed it. She knew she was likely dehydrated. It was swelteringly hot outside, but it wasn't bad inside the trailer house. Jack rose and walked across the bed. He circled a few times and then stretched out in the spot Beth had just vacated. Beth felt cold air blowing on her from the vent in the floor. They must have one hell of a solar-powered system to run the air conditioner. As she bent over to put on her shoes, the door opened and a child appeared in the crack. At first glance, Beth thought it was a little girl, but when the door opened wider and the small figure entered the room, she could tell that it was a little boy. He had long black hair. His complexion led her to believe that he too was Hispanic or Native American. "Hi there," Beth said, looking up from her shoes. "Hi. My mom said I couldn't wake you, but I heard you were up, so I came to say hi," Beth smiled. "Hi," he said as he turned and ran away. Beth walked to the door to see where he went. She saw Rebecca seated at a table with two men. They appeared to be eating. As she walked toward them, they all turned to face her. "Are you feeling better?" Rebecca asked. "I am. Thank you for taking care of me. I don't know what happened there. You were very dehydrated. And with the stress of the day's events, your system decided to shut down for a bit. I had to give you an IV of fluids," Rebecca said. Beth looked down at the Band-Aid on her right arm. "You're going to have to do a better job staying hydrated, especially in this heat. You can die pretty quickly out here. I'll do better. How is Roger? Is he awake?" "He is. He'll be fine. Sore, but he'll live." "That son of a—" She stopped mid-sentence and looked around the room. "Roger has used up most of his 9 lives. I'm not sure if he finds trouble or if trouble finds him, but I have pulled bullets out of that man far too many times," Rebecca said, pulling out the extra chair at the table and motioning for Beth to take a seat. "I'd like to go see Roger, if you don't mind. Actually, I do mind. Roger has agreed to lie still and rest a while longer. I'm afraid that if he sees you, he will go back on his word and want to head down the road again." "I understand." "How long?" The words caught in her throat. "How long before Roger can travel? A day or two at least. Even though we gave him blood, he is still weak. If he collapses out there, he could die." Beth hung her head. She fought back the tears. A day or two? Did her children have an extra day or two? Could she make it on her own without Roger? It was too much. Her brain wanted to shut down again. Beth felt bile rise in her throat, and her hands shot up to her mouth. Rebecca jumped from her seat, grabbed Beth's arm, and led her down the short hall to the tiny bathroom. Rebecca sat on the edge of the tub and held Beth's hair back. When Beth finished being sick, she flushed the toilet and slid back against the wall. She pulled her knees into her chest and wept. "Roger told me about your children. As a mother, I cannot begin to imagine the anguish you must be feeling right now, but you cannot rush off. The journey is likely to get more dangerous. We've heard reports that whole cities are on fire." Beth's eyes widened. Her head shot up. She looked Rebecca in the eyes. "You've heard? How have you heard?" "The radio," Rebecca said. Beth shot to her feet. "You have a radio? Is it a ham radio?" "Yes." Beth folded her hands over her head and took a deep breath. "Can I see it? Can I have you send a message out for me?" Beth asked, choking back the tears of joy. Chapter 10, Kingman, Arizona. Event plus 6 days. Rebecca led Beth to a construction trailer near the back of the compound. They passed rows and rows of manufactured homes and campers set in a grid pattern like a small town. Beth wasn't sure how many were there, but it was a good number that would likely hold 100 or more people. Rebecca ascended a set of narrow metal steps and knocked on the door. It opened out, and she had to step down to let it swing open. After introducing Beth, Rebecca headed back the way they'd come. "So what part of the country were you wanting to know about?" the round, short man asked as he pushed back his thick glasses. The room was filled with electronics, radios, and equipment, none of which Beth recognized. On a desk in the corner sat a microphone. She let out a sigh of relief when she saw it. "I need to know about Illinois and Missouri. My children. They're in the dark. They seem to have been impacted hard, but not as hard as the Northeast, especially the D.C. area, the man said. Beth had already forgotten his name if Rebecca had given it to her. She couldn't remember. I'm sorry. I've forgotten your name already, she said. That's because I haven't given it to you. They just call me Dex, he said. Nice to meet you, Dex. What do you know about Illinois, especially the Chicago area, Beth asked. The city of Chicago is a mess. The chatter is that the National Guard has the place on lockdown. They are trying to keep the whole city from mass migrating out to the rural areas. They set up a joint headquarters in Marseille, Illinois, and are running the whole region from there. Marseille, are you sure? Beth asked. Yeah, I heard from a guy there just a while ago. Some group tried to take control of an underground storage facility. You know, the ones where the big rigs drive in and they store 500,000 tons of food or some shit? Beth nodded. Well, that group killed some guards, so DHS was knocking down doors trying to find the members of the group. My contact said they hit a friend's place, but he didn't think that his buddy had been involved. He sent someone over there this morning, and his house was burned to the ground. Oh, that is awful. Why would they do that? I don't know, but my contact said they had kids with them, and had asked him to get a message to their mother out in San Diego. With the mention of San Diego, Beth's heart stopped. Her thoughts raced. Beth rapid-fired questions at the man. What do you know about the kids? Did he say any names? What was the message? He sat up straighter in his seat, looked at her, and then asked, Where'd you say you were from? Beth swallowed hard. San Diego. My kids are in Illinois. My daughter was in Chicago, and my son was in southern Illinois. We have a dear family friend who lives in Marseille. A lump formed in her throat, and she could barely speak. Please, Dex, tell me that my children are okay. Please tell me that they survived the fire and are someplace safe, Beth said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Here's what I know. My guy in Marseille was supposed to tell some lady in San Diego that her kids were both with masters. Beth fell into a nearby chair and put her head between her knees. She thought she was going to be sick again. Her heart pounded against her chest. She was afraid to hear his next words. My guy says that DHS only found 2 bodies in the burned-out house. Beth let out a huge puff of air and put her hands over her face. She rocked back and forth. He said that Master's 1971 Ford truck was missing from the barn, and a message was painted on the barn wall in purple spray paint. Dex continued. Beth rose, slowing to her feet, and moved in closer to the man. She placed a hand to her forehead. The sound of her own heartbeat drummed inside her head. What message? What did it say? It said. Show me, whatever the hell that means. Beth slowly sat back down. She ran her fingers through her long blonde hair and began laughing uncontrollably. She put her hand over her mouth and tried to get control of herself to respond. Yes, that means Ryan is taking my children home to Missouri? Dex narrowed his eyes and stared at her. Missouri is the show-me state? He left the message to let me know he was taking my children home. She broke down in tears. That is good news, then? Very good news. Thank you so much. I cannot even tell you how grateful I am. She thought for a moment. Wait, you did say kids as in my daughter and my son? She asked. He said 3 kids, but specifically your children is how he put it, so I would assume they are all yours. I only have the 2. Beth stood and extended her hand. Thank you again, Dex, Beth said as she vigorously shook his hand. She was just about to leave when he asked, Do you want to send a message back to them in case they check in? I hadn't thought of that. I guess you can tell them I got the message and am heading home to Missouri myself as soon as my friend Roger can travel, Beth said. I'll send it out there into the universe. If they get to another ham operator, they'll get the message. Thanks again, Beth called, as she bounded down the steps. She ran back to the medical trailer as fast as her legs would carry her to tell Roger the good news. Her feet barely even touched the steps up to the door. She flung back the door, and everyone in the room turned. Sorry, I have to see Roger, she said, not waiting for a reply from Rebecca or her companions. She threw back the door to his room, and he jolted up. He clutched his shoulder and hunched over. Oh, I'm sorry, she said, rushing over to him. I didn't mean to startle you. It is just that I have the best news, Roger. You are not going to believe this, but they have a radio, and they heard about my kids. What? How are you sure? What did they say? Roger asked. The kids are with Ryan, both of them, and he is taking them home now. Both of them? How? How can that be? I thought Zach was on his class field trip. Beth sat down on the bed next to Roger. He turned toward her and winced. Do you need more pain meds? Beth asked, standing to her feet. She took a step to get Rebecca, but Roger grabbed her arm. No, not yet. Tell me how you know that Ryan has the kids and is heading to Missouri with them. Beth returned to the bed and lowered herself gently beside him. Okay, The radio guy here, Dex, heard a transmission from someone in Marseille, Illinois, with a message for a Beth in San Diego that Masters had her kids. A broad smile crossed Roger's face. He turned and gave Beth a high five. He slapped just a little too hard, obviously jarring his injured shoulder and causing himself great pain. "Let me get you something, Roger." "No. Finish telling me, damn it. I can't wait." Beth told Roger about the trouble with DHS and the message Ryan left in the barn. "That is so amazing. Both your kids made it to Masters on their own. I can't believe how awesome that is. He will get them there, Beth. You can count on Masters. I bet you anything that old Rank and Lugnut are right there with him." "I bet you're right. I hadn't thought of that. They'll be safe and sound at home when we get there," Roger said, taking Beth's hand in his, "and I'll get you home, I promise." Chapter 11, Marseille, Illinois. Event plus 7 days. Maddie awoke to the sound of Foghorn, the rooster, crowing. Before her eyes opened, she thought she was back in her and Emma's room. But, as she adjusted herself on the bags of rice, the realization of their situation hit her. She was in the dark bunker below the barn. She heard the noise of several people breathing. Under her right hand, she felt Emma's soft curls. She reached over and felt Emma curled on her side next to her on the makeshift bed. She remembered there had been a gunfight, and they had fled to a bunker under the barn. "If you need to pee, I moved the bucket over behind some boxes by the door." A voice called in the dark. Ryan's voice. "How long do you think we will have to stay down here?" Maddie asked. "Probably just until tonight. They've likely searched the whole place and given up on finding us by now," Ryan said. "They? Who attacked us? What did they want?" Maddie asked. Ryan hesitated. Maddie felt Ryan take a seat on the rice bags next to her. It was so dark, she could barely make out the outline of his body. "Maddie, the house is gone." Maddie gasped and her hand shot up to cover her mouth. Tears stung her eyes, but she held them back. "It appears that Robert's brother and his friend had a run-in with some DHS officer and brought that fight to our door. When they came to arrest them, they stumbled upon our defenses, and it became a full-on war from that point." "What are we going to do now?" she asked, losing the battle to hold back the tears. Ryan hesitated again. "Ryan, tell me what you're thinking. Stop treating me like a little kid. I fought my way out of Chicago. I killed people. I'm not a kid anymore. Tell me what is going on," Maddie said, pushing her feet over the edge of the makeshift bed. Ryan reached over and took Maddie's hand in his. He leaned in close. She could feel his breath on her neck. "We are going to Missouri," Ryan said, putting his hand up to her mouth. "Only you and I will know for now." "I don't know if I can trust Roberts." Maddie nodded, and Ryan removed his hand. "Tonight, after we make sure that DHS has left the area, we are going to load the truck with as many supplies as will fit and head south." Although she was sad about Ryan losing the farm, her heart leapt at the thought of getting home to Missouri. She leaned in and whispered, "We are going to the cabin, right?" "Yes," Ryan whispered. He clicked on a battery-powered lantern and sat it down beside Robert's. It was the first time Maddie had seen the extent of the man's injuries. She couldn't believe the man was still alive after losing so much blood. Ryan felt Robert's neck, then flicked off the light. They sat in the dark, listening to Foghorn crowing. Before long, Maddie heard the cows and goats calling. They would need milking. It had been a whole day since they'd been milked. "Ryan?" "Yeah, what about the animals?" Maddie asked. "I'll have to leave those for the neighbor. They have 4 kids. They will take care of them." "I'm sorry about the house." "Me too, little bit, me too," Ryan said. He hadn't called her that since she was Emma's age. She realized that in the same way that she always thought of Zach as a little kid, Ryan would still see her as that little girl of the past. It could become a problem with all they would likely face on their trip to the cabin. She would have to show him that she wasn't a child anymore. As Foghorn grew louder, the others began to stir. Maddie was less than thrilled about spending another whole day in the close quarters with smelly guys arguing over what baseball player was the best of all time or which comic character was the strongest. She wondered if men ever outgrew that type of banter. Maddie doubted it, though she'd never heard her stepdad, Jason, talk like that with his stuffed shirt friends. But they did talk about the best golf clubs, so maybe it was the same. She wasn't sure. The day dragged on and on. Maddie had braided Emma's hair twice and played at least 24 rounds of tic-tac-toe. She didn't know that having a little sister was so much work. Cooper appeared elated to be in the cramped quarters, receiving attention from his new humans. The guys seemed to be having the time of their lives playing poker for beef jerky and butterscotch candy. In the dim light, they hadn't seen Cooper pull the baggie of jerky from the top of the box beside them. He had not willingly shared his booty when Maddie had taken it from him, but he looked content with the piece Maddie had allowed him to keep. "Uncle Ryan, how are we going to know when it is dark outside?" Emma asked. Rank held up his arm to reveal a watch on his wrist. "Oh, okay. What time is it now?" Emma asked. Rank looked at his watch. 14:30. "That is 2:30 p.m., Maddie whispered. Emma frowned and returned to marking X's and O's on the side of the box. A few minutes later, she asked again. Rank politely gave her the time, but the third time she'd asked in less than 30 minutes, Rank unstrapped his watch, walked over and strapped it on Emma's wrist. "You are in charge of the time, little bird," he said, kissing her on top of her head. Emma's smile was the biggest smile Maddie had ever seen. Her green eyes sparkled at the attention that had been the same way she'd felt when he'd done that when she was 10 years old. He is Emma's first crush, too, Maddie thought. At least her new little sister had good taste in men. Rank was romance, novel, handsome, though, at the moment. His body odor brought more of a horror genre to mind. Besides being tall, dark, and handsome, Rank was single and a confirmed bachelor. He had never married. He used to say if the Marine Corps had wanted him to have a wife, they would have issued him one in boot camp. She'd heard him say that about other things as well, over the years. Maddie knew that wasn't the reason. Rank was single because of unrequited love. No one ever said who, but Maddie imagined that his love interest was some gorgeous, exotic princess forbidden to marry outside her class. "It's 15:15, Emma informed the room. Everyone turned and glared at her. "Emma, would you mind letting me know when it says 1900? Rank asked, flashing his brilliant white teeth. Maddie thought she saw Emma swoon. "I will, Rank," Emma said, her voice all sweet and cute. Maddie nudged her, and Emma looked up with questioning, innocent eyes. "Don't look at me like that. I know what you're doing, you flirt." A coy smile crossed Emma's face, and she turned to look at Rank. Maddie poked her in the ribs and tickled her. "You know, I'm just kidding, right?" Maddie whispered in her ear. "Of course, Maddie," Emma said, tickling Maddie back. Emma informed them on the hour every hour until the time reached 1900 hours. Ryan, Rank, and Lugnut grabbed their rifles and lined up at the hatch door. When Ryan popped the hatch slowly to look around, Ryan quietly climbed out of the hole, followed by Lugnut. Zach was just about to ascend the steps when Rank threw an arm across Zach's chest and stopped him. "Stay here. We can't leave the girls alone with him," Rank said, nodding to Roberts, who was lying on the floor. Zach reluctantly complied, and Rank ascended the steps and shut the hatch. "It has been 15 minutes, Emma informed them. "Okay, Em, can you let me know when it has been an hour?" Maddie asked. She hoped they would not be gone that long, but she tried to stop the human cuckoo clock from going off at least a little while longer. Before Emma could announce the time again, the hatch flew open. Zach jumped to his feet, his rifle in the ready fire position. "Don't shoot, it's just me," Lugnut called down. "Is it clear?" Maddie asked, heading over to the steps. "Yep. Grab your gear and let's go." Maddie ran a length of rope under Cooper's collar and handed it to Ryan before she and Emma climbed up the stairs into the barn. Emma held tightly to the leash as they waited for the truck to be loaded. Zach and Lugnut handed up bags and boxes until Ryan called out that the truck was full. The cab of the pickup only fit 3 people, and the bed was full of supplies, but that didn't appear to concern Rank and Lugnut, who jumped up on top of the bags and settled in for the ride. "What about him?" Maddie said, pointing to the bunker. Ryan shook his head. Maddie furrowed her brow. Ryan looked over to Emma, who was leaning over petting Cooper. Ryan slid his index finger across his throat. Maddie mouthed, "He's dead?" Ryan nodded and opened the door to the truck. "Where is Cooper going to ride?" Emma asked. Ryan stopped with one leg in the truck. He looked from Emma to Maddie. Maddie stepped forward and tugged on Cooper's collar. "He can ride back here with your boyfriend," she said, attempting to lift the enormous dog into the bed. Ryan ran around to the back of the truck and helped her lift the furry beast into the bed. Cooper stepped on Zach's crotch on his way to Rank. Even the dog was attracted to the man. As Zach bent over in pain, Ryan, Emma, and Maddie climbed into the cab of the truck. The engine started and the pickup pulled forward out of the barn doors. Ryan stopped. The truck's headlights illuminated the field where black cows lined up waiting for dinner. He looked back, then shook his head. "The horses?" Maddie asked. "Yeah, I'll get them," Maddie said, jumping down from the truck and heading back into the barn. The truck's tail light glowed red on the ground as she ran. She opened the stall doors and followed the stallion out of the barn. She stroked the tall, majestic Percheron's black mane before slapping him on his rump. She watched him run off to the pasture. After the last of the horses had joined him, she shut the gate. She stared at the barn, sighed, and walked back to the truck. Cooper was snuggled up next to Rank with his head in Rank's lap. Maddie turned to look out the passenger window as they drove around what was once Ryan's house. The fences in the front pastures that lined the driveway were down. Posts lay across the gravel drive. Ryan drove the truck in the field until they reached the gate. The large pipe gate was off its hinges in the opposite pasture. Ryan steered the pickup around a massive crater at the end of the driveway and onto the road. Maddie fought the urge to look back. As they passed the nearest house, a man on an ATV sat at the end of a driveway. Maddie turned to Ryan. His eyes remained fixed on the road ahead of them. Ryan stopped the truck at the stop sign and continued to stare straight ahead. He took a deep breath, turned on his blinker, and made the right turn. Even in the apocalypse, Ryan followed traffic laws. Chapter 12, Joint Field Office, Marseille, Illinois. Event plus 7 days. Ames. This is Melanie Reynolds with the CDC, Administrator Harding said as Ames took his seat at the conference table. While he had been working around the clock trying to round up enough trucks and diesel to keep the nuclear power plant's generators running, Ames' deputy director had been up to her neck handling a disease outbreak at 2 recovery center shelters. The hospitals have been overrun with patients suffering from food and waterborne diseases. Most of the smaller hospitals are running low on fuel for their generators, and all are short on staff, Melanie said. Melanie handed each of them a piece of paper. We've set up 3 temporary hospitals around the state. Each has 250 beds. I've given each of you a list of their locations. She shifted in her seat and glanced at the map on the wall. We've also equipped 6 rural hospitals with our 12-hour push containers. Without power, the surgical and respiratory supplies will be useless. They will be left with only minimal life-saving options. But at least they will be able to treat non-surgical and non-emergency cases, hopefully heading off any major disease outbreak, at least until flu season. Ames scratched his head. He felt another migraine coming on. He wondered how he would manage them once he was out of medication. Where are we with the propane generators? Harding asked Perez as he opened his binder. Even though we have 150 billion cubic feet of natural gas and underground storage facilities, we don't have enough working generators to keep all but just a few major trauma centers up and running, Perez said. Keep looking. We need those generators. Harding thumbed through his binder. What is the status of security at the storage facilities? I heard a report that there was an attack at the Aurora facility. The Geneva facility is under control. The Quincy Hill facility is the warehouse that is 100 feet below the surface and carved into the rocky limestone, Mitchell said. It is a critical facility for us, so we have put most of our manpower towards securing that facility. We are still working on the Peoria facility and the warehouses at the Peoria Port Terminal. Harding rose to his feet and walked over to the map. What the hell is going on in Peoria? His voice was shrill. The local authorities are claiming jurisdiction over the barges, containers, and warehouses. They have refused to release them. They aren't letting our trucks in there to retrieve the supplies. How much are we talking about? Everyone turned to Perez. We can't be sure until we can get a team on the river. The locals have set up roadblocks and are refusing to let us in to inventory what is at the port, let alone what is still on the barges stranded at the lock or beached due to low water, Perez said. Give me a ballpark of what could be sitting there, Harding said. Just off the top of my head, I would say several 100,000 tons on 6 to up to 30 barges. Most likely contain grain from the recent harvest, but I'm told that millions of barrels of petroleum products move up the Illinois waterway every year. Some of it could be sitting on those barges as we speak, Perez said. Harding returned to his seat and ran the back of his hand across his sweaty brow. We've been steadily moving supplies south. The Chicago gangs have joined forces and are in fierce battles with the National Guard and police. The governor ordered the Guard to pull back to the city limits too and hold ground to give an illusion that we are trying to take the city. That should hold them off for a while and keep them from flooding out of the city. Since the gangs have control over the rail and port supplies, that should hold them for a while, but average citizens will try to flee the city in burbs. They must be held back until a new JFO can be established further south, Harding said. Why further south? Ames asked. That would mean we will not be centrally located for the region. Chicago is just one reason. Weather will be our main concern come winter. It'll be brutal without electricity. Many will die due to exposure and lack of food and water. We have to establish a base and be able to clear roads, continue to provide supplies to as many as we can, send all prepositioned supplies by rail to Springfield, and we will work from there, Harding said. What about the ports and river traffic? Perez asked. We need to get control of Peoria and secure that port. They have seized possibly tons of petroleum and fertilizer. Do you know what that can do in the hands of a domestic terrorist? Mitchell asked. They aren't terrorists, Mitchell. They are farmers. We should be protecting farmers, not going to war with them, Ames said. Mitchell turned in his seat to face Ames. The veins in his forehead stood up. We have to have those supplies to defend our nation against attacks. Ames leaned in and set his jaw. If we don't support those farmers and help them continue to grow crops, we won't have a nation to defend. Everyone will be dead from starvation. No one will care about an invasion if they are starving to death. General Dempsey sees it differently, Perez said. I bet he does, Harding said, standing to his feet. I bet he does. Ames followed Harding out of the tent. What can we do, Reggie? We can't just have every local sheriff seizing supplies that are needed for the recovery. Our job, Ames, it is our responsibility to provide aid to the local jurisdictions, not become their rulers, and dictate what they can and cannot do to aid their residents. After the meeting of all the division heads, Ames was more confused than ever as to which presidential order they were supposed to be operating under. It had been determined that FEMA response and recovery efforts would proceed as per the National Recovery Framework directives. They would continue to provide aid and assist communities in the rebuild at whatever level they could, which wasn't much more than facilitating information at the moment. Ames rubbed his temple, shook out a pill to ward off a migraine, and headed off to find his deputy director. She had some explaining to do. After a meeting in which the Illinois State Emergency Management Coordinator had accused Ames of stealing resources from the communities where the shelters had been removed, he was in an even worse mood. Perez assured him that the coordinator was mistaken and that everyone in those communities had been evacuated to new shelters. Ames had been ordered to move all shelters away from the nuclear power plants in the days following the attacks in the event of radiation exposure if the generators failed. The shutdown process was proceeded as per their protocols, but had been hampered by cyber attacks. Ames had been assured that no one was in immediate danger from the reactors. Ames read through the reports regional coordinator Anderson had provided him. His meeting with the IEMA's director had caused him to question the accuracy of Perez's assessment. He did not believe that the IEMA director would falsify reports to get more aid. There was no reason to do so. If true, Harding was going to blow a gasket, and Ames would be the one he would blame. As he slowly stood and gathered the reports, he looked at the giant whiteboard propped on the easel in the back of his new office. To confirm if the report was accurate, he would have to visit all 25 Red Cross shelters and the 15 FEMA emergency food distribution centers across the entire state. First, though, he would confront his deputy director and see if she wanted to tell him what was going on outside the joint field office. Ames found Perez in her office surrounded by her subordinates. They scattered like cockroaches as Ames entered the room. Perez flashed him her pearly whites and pointed for him to take a seat. Not more paperwork. I'm drowning in paperwork. Can't you get someone else to take some of it? Perez said, pointing to the neat stack of papers on her standard metal government-issued desk. Actually, these reports are for me. The IEMA director delivered them to me in person this afternoon. Ames could see the pulse in the veins of her long, sexy neck. She was nervous. Ames hadn't seen her nervous since a reporter had threatened to expose her affair with one of the assistant directors in the Secretary of Defense's office. Perez lifted a bottle of water to her lips and took a long drink before responding. What brings the director all the way up here from Springfield? He said he felt he needed to speak to me directly since his regional coordinators weren't getting straight answers from my team. Ames let that sink in before continuing. His claims are pretty disturbing, and if true, someone is going down. He moved closer and stared her in the eyes. And I hope that person isn't someone close to me, he said, taking a seat across from her. She cocked her head to one side. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Her face appeared relaxed, but the veins in her neck were pulsing wildly. He had his answer, though he didn't want to believe it. She had aligned with General Dempsey. He was sure of it now. Until that moment, he thought that she remained loyal to him even though she continued to exploit her relationships with defense and intelligence officials. Ames shook his head. He'd been a fool. He was the one being played, not Dempsey and not Mitchell. I have to go. I have a meeting with Harding in 5 minutes, Ames said as he rose to his feet. Don't, Jerry, wait. Sit back down and talk to me. Let me explain, Perez pleaded. Ames turned his head to the side and narrowed his eyes. He studied his former lover. His heart raced. In the 5 years they had seen one another, he had never seen her lose her composure. If this wasn't an act for his benefit, something even more sinister was afoot, and could be much bigger than the closing of a few shelters and some minor unaccounted-for supplies. The story that Perez told was so far-fetched that Ames nearly laughed in her face, but he was sure there was some grain of truth mixed in with her lies. No matter All of it was way above his pay grade. This was something that Dempsey, the governor's office, and Administrator Harding needed to work out. All right, Perez, I'll let you and Dempsey explain to Harding why you felt it was necessary to keep everyone, including him, in the dark about this supposed new threat. When he stood, she reached out and grabbed his arm. Harding isn't the one I'm worried about, Perez said, her tone soft and low. She was trying to reel him back in. Her dark brown eyes sought to control him. He could easily give in to her. He could look away and let these idiots run their little scheme if it weren't for the fact that lives were at stake. American lives, women, children, and the elderly. He'd taken an oath way back when he joined the Army. He'd been nothing more than a snot-nosed kid, but he'd made an oath to protect and defend the nation against all enemies, both foreign and domestic. He had stood by that oath in Iraq. He just never expected to have it tested against his fellow countrymen or his lover. I know you aren't worried about me, so who is it then? Of course I'm concerned about you. You don't have to worry about me, my love, Ames said, sliding his arm out of her hand. As she stood before him looking so alluring and sexy, Ames wondered if Dempsey had used her to get the governor's compliance. But it was Illinois and politics in the state that had always been complicated, so maybe her talents had not been necessary. Ames turned and walked toward the door. Dinner tonight? Just the two of us? I know a place. Sure, that would be lovely, Ames said, without turning around. She wasn't the only spy in the camp. If she could play double agent, so could he. In the meantime, he needed to get word to Harding. They had to work out a strategy to take back their region and find out the truth about the possible invasion. Chapter 13. LaSalle County, Illinois event, plus 7 days. Ryan was quiet. Maddie and Emma said nothing. Maddie listened to the banter between Rank, Lugnut, and Zack through the sliding rear window. Maddie couldn't see them in the darkness, but could imagine Lugnut talking with his hands flailing as usual. Ryan stared straight ahead. He dutifully stopped at every stop sign. Maddie was surprised that there weren't stalled cars blocking the road. She did see one or two off in ditches, but the roads were all passable. They passed very few houses. The houses they saw were dark, but she did see a couple of lights in barns and shops along the way. 30 minutes later, Ryan pulled over onto the shoulder and clicked off the headlights. He turned and knocked on the back glass. Rank's face appeared in her driver's side window. We are coming up on a town that starts right around that bend in the road ahead. Why don't you and Lugnut scout ahead and check it out? Take my NVGs with you, Ryan said, handing him the glasses. Maddie heard boots hit the gravel. Cooper launched himself from the truck and chased after the men. Cooper, Zack called. Zack, quiet. Stay put. Rank and Lugnut can handle it, Ryan said. A few seconds later, Lugnut appeared in Maddie's passenger side window. He was holding Cooper by the collar. Maddie opened the door, and Lugnut shoved the big dog into the cab. Cooper put his giant paws on Emma's little thigh, causing her to cry out in pain. We are sucking at sound discipline. We might as well honk the horn and pull right on into town, Ryan said, his tone sarcastic. Sorry, Emma said. It's okay. Let's remember that we are trying not to get arrested by DHS or have our truck confiscated by some county deputy, Ryan said. Okay, Emma and Maddie said in unison. Maddie pulled Emma into her lap to allow Cooper room to sit on the bench seat between her and Ryan. You gross, Cooper, Ryan said, breaking his own rule about sound discipline. Emma giggled. What was that about sound discipline? Maddie joked. He licked me inside my mouth, Ryan said, still spitting out the driver's side window. He likes you, Uncle Ryan, Emma said, continuing her infectious laughter. Maddie tried, but she could not help but laugh, too. It felt so good to laugh, and she was happy to hear little Emma laugh. And she'd called Ryan Uncle. She was accepting them as her new family. Okay. We really do need to get serious about this. It is important. It's not a game, and we, including me, aren't taking it as seriously as we should. Maddie knew he was right. The lack of cars and people in the rural communities they were traveling through gave the illusion that danger didn't exist out there. Out of nowhere, Rank and Lugnut appeared in Ryan's window, rifles slung across their chests. Roadblock about 1.5 miles ahead, just a single guard, but the road is blocked with cars and a fire truck, Lugnut said, handing Ryan the NVGs. Okay, that is what I was afraid of. It is what I would do if I were the police chief. He might be cool. We tell him that we are passing through heading south, and he may just let us pass, Rank said. Or he might have already received word that fugitives wanted by DHS were headed this way and detain us, Lugnut said. Yeah, there's that, Rank agreed. I still don't understand. Why would DHS want to arrest us? Maddie asked. All we did was defend ourselves against unknown attackers in the middle of the night. As far as they know, we all were part of the trouble that Roberts and his brother was into, Ryan said. Why did they come in shooting, though? Maddie asked. Oh, the little explosion when they cut the lock on the gate probably pissed them off, Ryan said, starting the engine. Lug, will you take this mutt back there with you and tie him down somewhere? Ryan asked. Just watch that tongue of his. He's a little too friendly with that thing. It took both Rank and Lugnut to get Cooper out of the cab of the pickup. By the time they had, Emma and Maddie were scratched and banged up. As Ryan pulled the truck back on the roadway, Maddie grabbed a pack of wet wipes from the glove box and cleaned a scratch on Emma's arm. As Maddie wiped the blood from Emma's wound, she thought about the enormous responsibility she had taken on, caring for Emma. She realized what a heavy weight it was, being responsible for another human being besides herself. If they had not made it to Ryan's, and she did not have the support of the others, she didn't think there would have been any way she could have provided for Emma. Ryan made a series of turns to avoid potential roadblocks before turning on a highway heading west. They started across a bridge over a river and spotted several houses close to the road. Maddie realized that they were going to pass through a small town or village. Ryan slowed the pickup, reached back and rapped on the glass and shut off the headlights. He stopped the truck in the middle of the bridge. Lugnut and Rank jumped down and stood next to the driver's door. Pulling the NVGs from the dash, Ryan handed them to Rank. Maddie looked back. She could see Cooper, his white fur glowing in the moonlight. He was straining to get out, but Zach must have been holding on to him. Cooper whined. Shut him up, Zach, Ryan whispered, not taking his attention away from the situation on the other side of the bridge. Girls, get out. Get into the ditch, Ryan said. Maddie and Emma slid out the passenger door and then slid directly down the embankment into the ditch. Ryan opened his door just as Zach jumped down from the bed of the pickup, causing the two of them to bump into each other. What's up, Rank? What did you see? Lugnut asked. Just movement from one side of the road to the other. Both sides of the bank at the end of the bridge are heavily wooded. It is a perfect ambush point, Rank said, handing the NVGs to Lugnut. Lugnut slid the NVGs over his head, and he and Rank moved out of sight with their rifles in the ready position. Zach, keep them safe, Ryan said, disappearing in the direction Rank and Lugnut had taken. Zach led Cooper into the ditch and got down next to Maddie. Maddie wondered if Zach was as afraid as she was. She knew he would never admit to it if he was. Cooper barked and whined, and they all shushed him quietly. Maddie was worried he would break free and run after Ryan. He may have just given away their position and could get the guys killed or get himself killed. A moment later, Maddie heard what sounded like a log or large rock hitting the water. Immediately, gunfire erupted from the end of the bridge. This whole surviving the apocalypse thing was so much harder than anything she had trained for with her dad. They had never drilled with obstinate dogs, and Maddie had never had to look out for anyone but herself. She had been the little girl who required protection. It was hard work, and Maddie didn't think she was up to the task. All she knew was that she would do her very best to keep Emma safe. She hoped that there was still someplace safe to go. If there wasn't, what kind of life would they all live? The shooting didn't last a minute, but it felt like an eternity before the guys returned to the truck. Everybody get back in the truck, Ryan said. Ryan slid back into the cab and shut the door. Maddie and Emma scrambled up the embankment and back into the truck. As Maddie got settled, she felt the bed of the pickup dip. Ryan, is everyone okay? Maddie asked. Yeah, we are all fine. You mind handing me a couple of those wet wipes? Ryan asked. Maddie felt around the seat and finally fished the packet off the floor between her feet. She pulled out a handful and handed them to Ryan. He wiped his hands and threw the towelettes out the truck window. You littered? Maddie said, shock evident in her tone. Not now, Maddie. His tone was terse. Ryan started the truck and slowly proceeded across the bridge. On the other side, where it opened into residential housing, Ryan sped up. In a moment, the homes disappeared and a vast expanse of cultivated fields reappeared at the next intersection. Ryan did not stop. He didn't even slow down. Maddie stared at the stop sign as they passed it, and then the next and the next one. Whatever had happened at the bridge, it had caused Ryan to forego adherence to traffic laws. It wasn't like they would be getting a ticket, but it punctuated how things had changed. As he slowed and stopped at a stop sign, Maddie thought he had returned to the law-abiding Ryan she knew. But when he turned left, he didn't use his blinker. Ryan was driving below the speed limit, so that was something. Or maybe he was being cautious. A couple of miles later, he barely slowed, making a right-hand turn onto another road, causing Emma and Maddie to slide in his direction. Emma and Maddie scooched back to the right, and Emma lay down with her head in Maddie's lap. She curled her legs up in the seat and pulled them into her chest and the bottom of her shoes against Ryan's thigh. It occurred to Maddie that she had no idea where they were going to sleep in the immediate future. "Ryan, are we going to try to drive straight through to Missouri tonight?" Maddie asked, breaking the silence. "No, we need intel. We need to know if we can find out what we are heading into." "Where are we going then?" "To a friend's place," Ryan said. Maddie clenched her jaw and took a deep breath. She was getting frustrated with his short answers. She was sure that he had shared his plan with the guys. He was still treating her like a kid, and she would need to confront him about it. She didn't know if this was the right time, considering his mood since the skirmish or whatever at the bridge. She'd cut him some slack for now, but they were going to come to an understanding soon. She was an adult and deserved to be treated like one. Besides, it wasn't safe for her not to know where they were headed. What if something happened to Ryan and the guys? She needed to have a plan to get Emma to safety. In that event, she'd talk to the guys about it when they stopped next. It was too important to put off past that time. Chapter 14, Kingman, Arizona Event, plus Day 7. As Beth sat watching the rise and fall of Roger's chest, she tried to remember if Greg had ever mentioned Rebecca. They all seemed to be so close, like some little clique with their own secret codes and language. She'd always felt like an outsider in their world. She recalled the backyard barbecues with the spouses all together on the patio, and the Marines huddled around the grill. The image was as clear to her as yesterday, Greg with the spatula in his hand, waving it around, gesturing in his animated way, and Roger gripping a beer in one hand and a cigar in the other. Beth chuckled out loud at the image of Lugnut screaming like a little girl with Rank's huge bicep wrapped around his head. Greg called them the boys. They were little boys in Marines' bodies. But Greg assured her that when they rolled out of the gate for a mission, they turned into badass Marines. Roger was snoring, which meant that the pain medication was working. He had been trying to cut back so they could get back on the road, but the pain was so intense that it made him sick to his stomach. Due to the blood loss, he could barely stand without passing out. The morning had turned to evening, and his color was returning, but he was still weak. Beth had been heartbroken that they couldn't get going yet, but knowing that her children were now with Ryan and likely the boys, she was less frantic now. She was merely anxious. Her children would be home by the time she and Roger got there. They would have food, clean water, and most important to her, security in her basement. She had stored as many of Greg's survival items, food and gear as would fit. While Jason had been away on business, she had ordered the largest, most secure gun safe she could find and had it bolted to the concrete floor in the corner of the basement. In it was an arsenal of weapons and ammunition. She'd made sure that both Maddie and Zach knew the combination. The rest of Greg's shit-hit-the-fan supplies were given to Ryan. A door slamming jolted Beth from her thoughts. She jumped to her feet. Roger sat up too quickly, causing him to lean back again, in pain. "What was that?" Roger asked, attempting to throw his legs over the side of the bed. Beth grabbed Roger's pistol from the nightstand and shoved it into his hand. "I don't know. You stay here. I'll go see." Beth unholstered her pistol and cracked open the door. As she stepped into the hall, she could see men carrying someone, then a flurry of movement and yelling for the doctor. "Just someone needing the doctor," Beth said, stepping back into the room and closing the door. The man's screams penetrated the thin walls of the trailer. From his cries, it sounded to Beth like he had suffered some type of fracture. She'd heard the high-pitched cries many times before. The sound caused a knot to form in her stomach. The sights and smells of the ER flooded her memory. Her nightmares were filled with images of her life as a trauma nurse. Beth had just returned to her seat beside Roger's bed when the front door banged open again. More screaming. She listened for a moment. People were yelling for the doctor to do something, but Beth knew the doctor was only one person. Beth had only seen one nurse with the doctor earlier in the day. As the screams ripped through her, Beth battled within herself. She had been a nurse, a trauma nurse. She wasn't anymore, or was she? Did she have a choice in the apocalypse? Would she watch as people suffered and not try to help save their lives? Beth thought of Maddie and Zach injured and imagined a nurse watching them suffer. Beth holstered the pistol she still gripped in her hand and opened the door. "I'll be right back. I'm going to see if Rebecca needs anything." As she walked down the short hall, the knot in Beth's stomach rose into her throat. She feared she was going to be sick again. It wouldn't be the first time she'd gotten ill in the ER. In those early days, it had happened often, but she would hover over a trash can, wipe her mouth, wash her hands, and get back to work. As soon as she reached the crowd gathered around the two gurneys, Beth's training kicked in, and she was a trauma nurse again. "All right, everyone, let's back away and give the doctor some room to work," she said, guiding everyone outside. As soon as there is anything to report, I will let you know, but for now, you must wait right here." She left the door open so that the group could still see the injured people, but not be in the way. Beth immediately went to the man the doctor wasn't working on and began her assessment. His wounds had been fatal. There was nothing she could do for him now. The man had one gun shot in the center of his forehead. Sniper! Greg had been a sniper. She heard stories that haunted her dreams. He'd been so matter-of-fact when he told them, as if he had shot a paper target instead of a living, breathing human being. As a nurse whose job it was to save lives, his cavalier manner disturbed her deeply. Beth walked over to the door. "I'm sorry, I'm going to have to shut the door. We can't have the dust and flies in here." She shut the door, then pulled a sheet from a stack on a cabinet and covered the deceased man. As Beth turned to assist Rebecca, she noticed the nurse was there too. The man had been shot multiple times in the arms and legs. The nurse was manually administering oxygen and attempting to check the man's blood pressure at the same time. Beth took the blood pressure cuff from the woman and called out his numbers for the doctor. After more than 2 hours, the man was stable, and his injuries had been bandaged. He was medicated and resting comfortably. As Beth washed up, she could hear crying as Rebecca delivered the dreaded news to the deceased man's family and friends gathered outside the medical trailer. "What was all that out there?" Roger asked, as Beth slipped back into his room and shut the door. "2 GSWs, Beth said. "Gunshots. Who shot them? Are we being attacked?" Roger tried to sit up, but Beth put her arm on his chest. "I don't know who shot them, but one was a headshot." "Sniper?" "Looked like it to me. I'm no expert or anything, but I've seen a lot of gunshots to the head, and it was not close range. It was a dead center forehead shot, and not from a pistol." "I need to see it," Roger said, pushing against Beth's hand. "Okay, but let's take it slow. He ain't going anywhere." Beth braced Roger and helped him slowly to his feet. Once he was steady, she held on to him and helped him down the hall to the deceased man. "That is definitely a sniper shot," Roger said. "Where are the guys who brought him in?" "Roger, I think that the leader of the compound and his security team can handle this. You're in no shape to go hunting down a sniper, even if they need your expertise," Beth said, turning and pulling him back toward his room. The door opened and Rebecca entered. Behind her were 4 men all dressed sloppily in military uniforms. "Harry, you have a sniper out there," Roger said. "I told you," one of the men said. "Let me see him," Harry said. Harry was a man in his mid-60s or early 70s. He was tan and weathered-looking. He carried himself with command authority. Beth wondered if he was the compound's leader. "Spears, take 2 teams and get out there and find that damn sniper before we lose more men." "Damn it," Harry yelled as he pulled the sheet back over the deceased man. Turning to Roger, he said, "We have been having trouble with the drug cartels. We had run-ins with them even before the world went to shit. But lately, they've just been taking pot shots like this as we do our patrols outside the compound." "Where was this man shot?" Roger asked. "They were patrolling around a natural spring just north of here near the mountain. We've been trying to keep that water source out of the hands of the cartel. They have seized control of others and are selling the water. The folks in the area have had to leave to find it elsewhere since the wells around here are so deep that hand pumping is impossible. Water is life, especially in the desert. If they gain control of all the water, they control the people. We cannot let that happen. It would be a threat to our compound. So, as much as we'd like to stay out of the fight, we can't. I can see where that would be an issue. Aren't the guard units helping to keep the cartels back?" Roger asked. Beth grabbed a chair from along the wall and placed it behind Roger. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she assisted him onto the chair. "They've had their hands full. They have to fight the cartels and officials from California over control of the water. Southern California gets their water from the Colorado River Aqueduct in Parker, Arizona, and they think they own it. We cannot afford to be pulled into that fight, though. They have much better weapons. More weapons, yeah, but I doubt they have better weapons than you," Roger said. Harry turned and headed to the door. "Let's hope we don't have to find out if that is true," he said, closing the door as he left. Chapter 15. LaSalle County, Illinois event plus 7 days. "What road was it that we just passed?" Ryan asked. "I don't know. I wasn't paying attention," Maddie said. "Damn it. I need you to pay attention, Maddie. This is difficult trying to navigate and look out for trouble on the road at the same time. I didn't know I was supposed situational awareness calls for you to know where you are and be aware of your surroundings at all times. How the hell are you going to find your way if you don't pay attention to where we are?" "Well, that would be a lot damned easier if you told me where we were going in the first place. You act like it is some big secret, so I didn't ask. I thought it was part of OPSEC for only you to know or some shit. So if you want me to navigate and keep aware of where we are, maybe you should tell me where the hell we are going and how you plan to get there." Maddie blurted back as she fought back tears. He had never spoken harshly to her, not since she was little, and had pointed a loaded pistol in his direction during firearms training. She knew they were headed for a confrontation about him treating her like a kid, but she thought that conversation was going to start differently. She was furious and hurt, but anger was her go-to response. Obviously, it was Ryan's as well. Emma looked up from her lap with wide eyes. Maddie stroked Emma's hair, and she settled back to sleep. Ryan was quiet. As they approached the next intersection, Maddie called out the name of the road. "Thank you," Ryan grunted. "You're welcome," Maddie said. Through gritted teeth, the headlights illuminated the vast nothingness of the endless cultivated fields dotted with an occasional farmhouse, barns and grain silos. Oversized tractors and big rigs sat in large machine sheds. Maddie stared at them as they drove past. How were they going to grow enough food to feed the population now? Big agriculture relied on big machines and lots of diesel fuel and chemical fertilizers. People who know how to garden are going to have the advantage in this new world, she thought. Gardening wasn't something she knew about. Her parents had set up a greenhouse on the hunting property in Texas County, but they had never grown anything in it. When her dad got out of the military, he took a job in St. Louis, and their plan to move to the property was set aside. "We are headed to Larose," Ryan finally said. "It is near the Illinois River. I have a buddy there who I believe might know what DHS is up to." "What route are we taking?" Maddie asked. Ryan explained his plan to zigzag around towns and villages, eventually crossing over Interstate 39 on North 13th Road. After that, it would be a straight shot down Highway 89 to his friend's place west of Larose on Pigeon Creek Road. "There is an Illinois state map in the glove box," Ryan said. Maddie found their position on the map and traced the route to Larose. Maddie repeated the course in her head over and over, turn by turn, trying to commit it to memory just in case something happened to the map. At the next crossroad, Ryan slowed so Maddie could more clearly see the road sign. "We will need to turn right at the next intersection to avoid Winona," Maddie said. "Very good. Thanks," Ryan said. "I'm sorry I snapped at you. You were right. I should have told you where we were going." Maddie turned her head to look at his expression, but in the darkness she could only see the outline of his face. They had all been through a lot, and it was wearing on them. "I don't want you to treat me like a kid, Ryan. I know you don't. I'm trying. Okay? You'll need to try a little harder. We all need to rely on one another. You aren't responsible for everything. We're a team. You guys have trained Zach and me for this very situation. You have to start to trust that we will execute that training. But that can't happen if you're keeping us in the dark and not including us in your plans and discussions," Maddie said. "I know, you're right. Just keep reminding me because I want to shield you from everything bad, like your dad would have." "My dad was a tough love kind of guy. He would be trying to toughen us up, not shielding us," Maddie said. "It's Mom who always tries to shield us." A lump formed in her throat. "That is what moms do," Ryan said. "Okay, so, unless you want me to start calling you Mom every time you treat me like a kid?" "Oh, crap. Okay, I'll do my best," Ryan said. Maddie had been trying to pull away from her mother's control since she'd turned 13 years old, even more since going away to college. She'd only been away from home a little over a month before the shit hit the fan. She hadn't even attended her first frat party yet. She shook her head. She likely would never get to go to a frat party now, or go to Paris for the summer fashion school, or attend a fashion program in New York City her junior year. She'd never be a college junior. She'd never graduate college or work at any of the big fashion houses in New York. All her career plans were finished. No one will care about high fashion in the apocalypse. "Damn apocalypse," Maddie mumbled. "What?" Ryan said. "Nothing," Maddie mumbled again. At least her running had paid off. All those hours on the trail might save her life now. "There is the intersection," Maddie said, pointing ahead. They turned and headed west on East 11th Road. As they did, headlights appeared a mile ahead of them coming their way. Ryan immediately cut off his lights. At the next driveway he pulled in. The drive circled around to an old barn. Ryan drove around to the side and shut off the engine. Lugnut and Ryan jumped out while Ryan grabbed his rifle. Maddie turned in the seat and watched the approaching lights. When they passed the driveway, Maddie exhaled the breath she was holding and squeezed Emma. A moment later, Rank and Lugnut appeared. "Looks like a DHS vehicle convoy, probably 12 vehicles or so," Rank said. "Different group from the ones at the bridge?" Ryan asked. "Looks like it. They had to have seen our headlights, but they didn't even slow down to check us out." "I think we should continue on this road." "We can't stay here," Ryan said, looking around. Ryan started the truck, took them back onto the roadway, and proceeded to the next intersection. He stopped and looked both ways carefully, then made a left onto 13th Road. As they turned, Ryan stared into the rearview mirror. He almost drove them into the ditch. He yanked the wheels so hard that it woke up Emma. Maddie looked back to make sure they had not lost the guys in the back. Although she could only make out an outline of their bodies, she counted 3 and was relieved it hadn't been thrown out. Maddie looked at Ryan and then realized what had caught his attention. Headlights were approaching them at a high rate of speed. "Ryan, what happened at the bridge, and do those headlights have something to do with it?" Maddie asked, twisting in her seat to look at the approaching headlights in the truck's side mirror. Ryan sped up. That told Maddie she was right. "DHS," Ryan said. "DHS at the bridge. They weren't in uniform or anything, but one of them had my picture in his pocket." "What? How the hell did he get that?" Maddie asked. "From my house. We can't bring this trouble to your friend's house. That is not right. He probably has a family." "I know. We can't go there until we lose them. How many are we talking about? We eliminated 2, but 3 others got away." A rap on the back window made Maddie and Emma jump. Ryan looked back over his shoulder. He quickly slowed the truck to a stop. He waited a few seconds, then accelerated down the highway again. Before they reached the next stop sign, Maddie heard gunfire. She turned in her seat, looked out the back glass, and only saw one figure in the bed of the truck, Zach. She let out the breath she held. "Is that Lug and Rank?" Maddie asked, still trying to see where the gunfire was coming from. "Yeah. We will wait here for them," Ryan said, putting the truck into park and pushing open the driver's side door. "Zach, hand me my rifle, then jump down and crouch by the passenger side. Be ready to jump inside if I give the command," Ryan said, pulling the rifle to his shoulder. Maddie opened the passenger door. "Hey, sis," Zach said, crouching just outside the door. Maddie pulled her pistol from her holster. She pushed Emma down in the seat. "Stay down, Em. No matter what. Do not sit up unless I tell you to, okay?" "Okay," Emma said timidly. Maddie listened but heard nothing. The gunfire she had initially heard had since stopped. The only noise was the chirping of crickets and croaks of frogs. The wind blew gently, silently. The temperature had dropped to 60 degrees after dark. Maddie felt relieved. She was not a fan of the warm temperatures without air conditioning. A voice called in the silence, "Apollo." "Python," Ryan called back, standing to his feet. Zach stood, and Maddie turned to see Rank appear next to her door. She had not heard him approach. "Let's get out of here," Rank said, patting Zach on the shoulder. Maddie looked around for Lugnut. "We good?" Ryan asked. "Yep, all clear," Lugnut called, approaching from the other side of the road before he hopped into the pickup bed. Maddie let out a sigh of relief. They both had made it back safely. After they had all mounted up, Ryan put the truck in gear and accelerated down the road again. Before long, they crossed over Interstate 39. A roadblock at the town of Magnolia sent them heading south before turning onto Highway 89 and heading south. They encountered no trouble at Varna and quickly slipped in and out of town. A right turn onto County Road 500 North put them heading west. Maddie checked her watch. It was nearing midnight. She worried about rolling up on Ryan's buddy unannounced in the middle of the night. When Ryan pulled onto Pigeon Creek Road, he turned off the engine. Maddie felt the shifting in the truck bed and heard the sound of boots hitting the ground. They sat in the blackness listening to tree frogs croak. A few minutes passed before Lugnut appeared in the window. "All clear. You can pull up to the gate," he said to drive around to the shop at the back. Lugnut said before disappearing again. Rank stood at the gate as they drove up. After pulling through, Ryan stopped and waited for Rank and Lugnut to get in before driving to the back of the property. The dirt drive led around a large barn, a few small sheds, and finally to a large metal building. A man stood by the oversized door. Ryan drove the truck inside the building, and the man stepped in, pulling the door closed behind him. The truck's headlights lit up the large equipment, engine parts, and toolboxes in front of them. The smell of oil and gasoline was thick in the building. Rank jumped down and opened Maddie's door. Emma crawled over Maddie and took Rank's hand. She looked over her shoulder and smiled at Maddie as the two of them walked off behind the truck. Maddie got out, stood, stretched her back, and rolled her shoulders. Until that moment, she hadn't realized how much she was tensing up on the drive. "I hear you had some trouble up your way," the man said, approaching Ryan. The two men shook hands, and then did the quick man-hug chest bump thing. "You heard?" Ryan asked. "There is chatter," the man said. "Let's go in, and I'll fill you in on the situation around here," the man said, reaching up to patting Cooper's head Zach unhooked Cooper's leash, and the dog leaped out of the truck bed. He followed the man down the walkway without even looking back to see if they were coming. Maddie and the rest of them followed the man as they passed more outbuildings to a large two-story home. They entered through the mud-room entrance, where they left their gear but kept their weapons with them. The man seemed fine with that. They entered a large kitchen with an oversized commercial-style stove and long center island. The light in the room wasn't bright, but it was sufficient to see. Maddie looked around and found the source. 2 tall lamps sat at opposite ends of the kitchen. "Who are these lovely ladies and this handsome gentleman?" the man asked, filling a bowl with water and setting it on the floor in front of Cooper. "The 2 oldest are Greg Langston's children," Ryan said, pointing to Maddie and Zach. "And this is Emma," Rank said, placing an arm around her. "Nice to meet you. I'm Larry," the man said. "If you guys are hungry, we have some deer stew left from dinner. I could heat some." "No," Maddie said. "I'm not hungry." Zach and Emma just shook their heads. They all took a seat at the long, dark oak dining room table. Larry lit a collection of candles that made up the centerpiece. Maddie watched the light dance on the walls as Larry began to describe what had transpired there since the lights went out. After a moment, Ryan interrupted Larry's story. "Can you tell me how you knew about our trouble back home?" Ryan asked. "Oh yeah, I forgot, from the radio. Knapp said that he sent a runner to your house to tell you that he'd heard from a guy in Arizona, and they came back with the news about the raid on your place," Larry said, twirling the ends of his handlebar mustache. "Did Earl say if he heard from California?" Maddie asked. Larry turned in his seat and looked down the table to where she was seated. "No, he just said that the power was out in Arizona. The southern part was having trouble with some cartels already trying to move in and take over. The government was all tied up trying to secure water sources. There seems to be something of a war brewing over water that once flowed to California." "Once flowed? Does that mean they have somehow cut it off?" Zach asked. "Not sure. That is all I heard about it. I was more interested in what had happened with you," Larry said, turning back to face Ryan. "Knapp heard that you and your bunch had made a run on an underground storage facility where FEMA stores a significant amount of its pre-positioned, stockpiled food and supplies." Larry said, "Me and my bunch did no such thing. A member of my group brought his no-account brother and his brother's friend with him. It was more of a guilt-by-association thing," Ryan said. "We had to take out a DHS team that were following us here. That is what Lug told me. From how you described them, Lugnut, they were more likely the posse that is operating around these parts and working for the DHS." "Posse? What the hell is that?" Rank asked, pushing Cooper's head off the table. Cooper crawled under the table, bumping Ryan's knee and coming out on the other side next to Larry. He stood between Zach and Larry, alternating, begging attention between the two of them. "The posse is what they are calling themselves? They are more like bounty hunters. DHS is short of manpower, so they put the word out that they needed hired guns. They put out lists of wanted people, and those shitheads round them up. There are truckloads of them roaming the streets looking for trouble, even though it hasn't ended well for a lot of them. The promise of food and supplies is too attractive to men with starving families to feed." Ryan turned and looked at Rank, and then to Lugnut. Maddie did not like the concerned looks on their faces. "Excuse me, Larry, you said you had heard this on the radio? Do you have a ham here?" Maddie asked. Hope filled her again at the prospect of possibly hearing about her mom, when they'd had to leave Marseille before going back to Earl Knapp's to find out about her mom. She'd been devastated. "Nah, not here. A friend of mine is in the fire department. He came by here this evening and filled me in." Maddie's shoulders slumped and she hung her head. "I can send word if you have a message you want to send. They are kind of just listening in right now, though, because of the trouble around here. They don't want to give away that they have working radios," Larry said. "I wouldn't want to cause anyone any trouble, but if they do transmit, could you tell them to let our mom know that we are heading to?" Maddie stopped. Her eyes widened as she looked to Ryan. She had almost violated operational security again. "You can transmit that Maddie and Zach are headed to Missouri," Ryan said, a smile crossing his chiseled face in the candlelight. "And Emma," Emma called as she wiggled to sit up taller in her chair. "And Emma," Maddie said, taking Emma's hand in hers, "Mom won't know who that is, but she will soon. She is going to be so pleased to meet you too," Zach said, leaning forward to see her. "I will tell him when he stops by in the morning," Larry said. "It's late. How about we all call it a night? I'll let you guys in on what I know about everything happening between here and Missouri in the morning." "Sounds great to me. My back hurts from sleeping on bags of rice and riding in the back of that bouncy-ass truck," Lugnut said, standing and bending over to touch his toes. "You think that was bad?" "Just wait until we reach Missouri," Ryan said. "Oh, hell no. I'm driving when we get to those curvy-ass roads," Lugnut said. Everyone laughed but Ryan. Maddie wasn't looking forward to that part of the trip either. She always got car sick when they drove down to Texas County. She hoped Emma didn't get car sick too. The group followed Larry down a hall off the dining room and then a flight of stairs to a walkout basement. Cooper bounded down the stairs and jumped onto a long leather sofa. He circled, then plopped onto a crocheted afghan. "Looks like he has staked his claim to the sofa, so you'll have to fight over the beds," Larry said. The space was like another whole house. 3 bedrooms sat down a short hall with the bathroom in the middle. The room was dim, with the only light coming from a single-floor lamp, but it looked like a very comfortable space. It even had its own kitchenette. Ryan and Zach took the room on the left, while Lugnut and Rank staked their claim to the larger room at the end of the hall. Maddie and Emma took the first room with the 2 twin beds. She'd likely have to push the 2 beds together to have enough room to sleep, because Emma would probably want to crawl into bed with her. "The toilet still works, but not the shower. Sorry, ladies," Larry said as he ascended the steps. After the day they'd had, Maddie thought she was too tired for a shower anyway. She lifted her right arm and sniffed. That was just one more thing Maddie hated about the apocalypse. Would she ever get used to the smell of body odor? She didn't think she would. Chapter 16, Joint Field Office, Marseille, Illinois. Event plus 8 days. "How well do you know the governor?" Ames asked. "We've met. I spoke to him briefly at a meeting before all this. I have attempted to schedule a meeting with him, but his staff keeps putting me off." "I guess he is too busy," Harding said, looking over his reading glasses. He looked more haggard every time Ames saw the man. It was apparent that he was not coping well with the stress of his new responsibilities. Ames could swear that his hair had grayed in the 8 days since the event. However, it could be that it had just grown out enough for it to be noticeable. Even his dark skin tone could not hide the dark circles under his eyes. He looked like a man about to snap, and Ames was about to give him information that would only add to Harding's stress. "I'm sure you're wondering why I requested that we meet here in the motor pool. I assume it has something to do with the IEMA director's visit." "You heard about that?" News still travels fast in the apocalypse, Ames thought. "It is about that. He paid me a personal visit to ask why we were pulling resources out of communities and closing emergency shelters." Ames let that sink in. "So it is true? Dempsey has implemented his continuity plan?" Harding asked. His voice was much calmer than Ames had expected. It sounded as if he knew a lot more than Ames about the situation. Ames leaned against a dust-covered HMMWV and crossed his arms. "You don't sound surprised. What have you heard?" Ames asked. Harding furrowed his brow. "I heard that someone close to you is neck-deep in this power grab." "I didn't know anything about this," Ames said. Harding huffed. "I know they kept you busy dealing with fake emergencies. They had you and your team chasing your tails trying to prevent a nuclear disaster when they knew well that most of the facilities had managed to shut down within days of the event." Blood rushed to Ames' face. He could feel his blood pressure rise. He knew he was moments away from a bitching migraine. Son of a bitch, then. Where did all that diesel go? "Not to Springfield, I can tell you that much," Harding said. Harding took a seat in a chair at a workbench and crossed his ankles. "You don't trust me? You're sleeping with one of the masterminds." Ames stood up straight and faced Harding head-on. He thought they'd worked together and knew one another. Harding questioning his loyalty and patriotism was a surprise he did not expect. "I said I didn't know Reggie? Sure, I knew she played both sides, but I never knew what they were up to, ever. She used to feed me tidbits about the inner workings in Reinhardt's administration. It was entertainment for me, that's all. I never used any of that stuff for my own benefit." Ames' voice was growing louder with each word. "Calm down, Ames. Lower your voice. I didn't mean to question your loyalty. It's just that Perez has a way of extracting information, whether you know it or not. It is best you not know, at least until we receive reinforcements to help us stop Dempsey's power grab." "Reinforcements? From outside the region?" Ames asked, leaning back onto the vehicle. "I have said all I can for now," Harding said, standing. "If you hear anything useful, send me a memo through my assistant. I don't expect Perez will let anything slip, but you never know. If she thinks she has won you over, maybe she will let her guard down. I don't see that happening. Perez knows me too well. She knows I would never become a traitor to my country, especially for one that included Dempsey as its new leader." Ames watched Harding exit the building. He felt totally left out of the loop in everything. One moment he thought he was in charge of his division, and the next he discovered he'd been left out by both sides. Ames wasn't going to sit around twiddling his thumbs while everyone played their games. He still had a few tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 17, Marshall County, Illinois. Event plus 8 days. In the light of day, Maddie got a much better look at Larry Bratcher. His salt and pepper hair poked out from beneath a ball cap. He wore a yellow pullover shirt, blue work pants, and rubber boots. His wife, Ella, was 5 feet tall and weighed no more than 100 pounds. She was a ball of energy, though, and she had lunch ready by the time they had all climbed the stairs after Larry called down to invite them. Maddie wasn't sure how he'd gotten out, but as she passed by the kitchen window on her way to the dining room, she saw a flash of the white fur ball that had been lounging on the sofa when she had last seen him. She stopped and watched as Cooper chased a yellow tennis ball. Maddie couldn't see who was throwing it. When Maddie walked into the dining room, she realized why the family had such a long table. All 12 chairs at the table were filled with children. The youngest sat in a high chair attended by a woman in her early 20s. When Maddie's group walked in, the older boys and their families stood, picked up their plates, and went and sat in the chairs that had been placed along the walls of the dining room. Maddie listened as the family said a prayer over their food. The sound of forks clanging on plates reminded Maddie of the time she had eaten in the chow hall on the Marine base with her dad. Sometimes, when her dad was on duty and couldn't make it home for dinner, the family would load up and go eat with him. She loved seeing him at work. It seemed that he was so well respected by his fellow Marines. Maddie watched Ryan, Lugnut, and Rank as they shoveled food into their mouths. Zach was picking at his food. He had dark circles under his eyes and looked pale. Ryan noticed Maddie staring at Zach and turned to look at him too. "Zach, you okay, buddy?" Ryan asked. Zach looked up but didn't answer. Instead, he jumped up and bolted out of the room. Maddie jumped to her feet and followed Zach. Ryan and Emma were right behind her. They followed him through the mudroom and out the back door. He stopped just outside and bent over. When Maddie rushed to his side, Zach pushed her away. "Stop. I could be contagious," he said, wiping the vomit from his mouth. Maddie instinctually stepped back and held up her hands. "What do you mean you could be contagious?" Maddie said. "Tell us what's wrong, Zach," Ryan said, walking over to Zach but not touching him. Emma slid in under Maddie's arm as Lugnut and Rank walked up. "I just feel sick, like the time I had food poisoning, remember? The 2-day-old gas station pizza?" Maddie asked. "I probably picked up something in that FEMA camp." "You were in a FEMA camp?" Larry said, walking up beside Ryan. "They took him there right after the lights went out. They were collecting stranded travelers from the interstates," Ryan explained, turning to face Larry. "Let's get you inside and take a look," Larry's wife said, appearing from nowhere and taking Zach by the arm. Zach tried to pull away, but the woman had a death grip on his arm. "I don't want to get you and your kids sick, ma'am," Zach said, becoming more compliant. "Well, you just let me worry about that. You probably have food poisoning, as you said, or drank some bad water." "There's a lot of that going on right now," Ella said. "Larry, have one of the boys get me my bag." Ella led Zach back down the basement steps and Maddie followed. As Ella went down the hall to the bathroom, Maddie took a seat in the chair beside Zach's bed. Ella returned with a pan of water and a washcloth. A tall boy about Maddie's age came in and handed Ella a medical kit. When he left, Cooper followed behind him. After Ella took Zach's temperature, she pulled out a bottle of the pink stuff. Maddie furrowed her brow and wrinkled her nose. Just the sight of the pink bottle made her feel sick. "You don't have a fever. You're very dehydrated, though." "How long have you been feeling sick?" she asked. "It started yesterday," Zach said. Maddie had thought he may have just been upset from the gunfight with DHS. "You need to rest and drink lots of fluids. This should help with the nausea," she said, pouring the liquid into a small medical cup. Maddie cringed as Zach drank it down. She would rather be sick than drink that stuff. Ella handed Zach a glass of water and placed the bowl beside the bed. "Would you like for me to sit with you, little brother?" Maddie asked. "No, go finish your lunch. There's no reason for you to sit and watch me sleep." Maddie looked back as she shut the door. She put her back against the door and exhaled. It could have been so much worse. Even the smallest thing can become deadly without modern medical treatment. Larry's group was lucky to have a nurse. But without medicine, there would be only so much she could do to help them if something serious came along. Maddie thought about her mom. She was a registered nurse. She had worked in emergency rooms and even in a major trauma unit for a while. That was before Maddie's dad died. After taking 6 months off work, her mom never went back to that type of nursing. Instead, she got a job as a dental hygienist. That was how she had met Maddie and Zach's stepfather, Jason. Maddie had never thought that her mother would marry her dentist, but she did. With her mother being a nurse and Jason a dentist, at least their group would have 2 people with medical training when they all got to Texas County. When Maddie re-entered the dining room, all of Larry's family had finished lunch and had disappeared. Rank and Emma were playing tic-tac-toe at the end of the table. Let me get you a new plate. I hate cold stew, Ella said, picking up Maddie's nearly full plate. That isn't necessary, Maddie said, as Ella disappeared into the kitchen with her plate. When she returned to the dining room, Ella was accompanied by Ryan, Lugnut, and Larry. She sat the food in front of Maddie. Emma, you want to come help me? Ella asked. I'm going to make a cake for dessert tonight. Emma stood and looked at Rank, then to Maddie. Maddie smiled and nodded. Emma returned her smile and followed Ella to the kitchen. Maddie could hear dishes clanging and quiet voices. It all seemed so normal. She wondered how other households were handling the mundane daily chores without electricity. Larry spread a map out on the table, and everyone but Maddie and Emma huddled over it. We are here, Larry said, pointing to a spot on the map. Maddie stood, picked up her plate, and squeezed in between Ryan and Lugnut. Lugnut leaned back and gave her a hard stare. She set her plate down next to the map and took a seat. Ryan and Lugnut stood beside her with their hands on the table. She looked up at Larry, who hesitated a moment, then continued. This is the Illinois River, and here is the barge terminal in Peoria. The National Guard and Reserve Forces at Peoria are loyal to board member Alan Hill. The county board controls the terminal and the river from Hennepin to Havana, Larry said, pointing to those places on the map. But they are having a standoff with DHS about who has authority over the resources on those barges and in the trucks at the terminal. They aren't working together? Ryan asked. No. On the third day after the lights went out, DHS sent orders for the Guard to seize the terminal and give control to FEMA. Alan Hill and some others went down to the terminal and convinced the Guard and Reserve that FEMA would come and take the containers and leave the community with nothing, Larry said. And DHS just let that happen? Rank asked. Hill had come back from a meeting in Springfield with state officials. He was told that the governor was pissed because FEMA was closing shelters and saying that they were moving them around to better meet the needs of people. When the governor asked the FEMA official where they were moving them to, he said he didn't have that information. So, by the fifth day, when DHS demanded that the Guard and Reserve help load the goods onto FEMA trucks but wouldn't tell them where any of the distribution centers were located, they realized that Alan Hill was right, that FEMA was just closing the shelters, taking the resources, and leaving the people to fend for themselves. So that is why we were dodging DHS half the way here. I thought it strange they had sent out so many DHS agents to track us down, Ryan said, turning to look at Lugnut. A knock on the door caused Maddie to jump. When Larry didn't even flinch, Maddie relaxed her shoulders and sat back. She looked across the table, and both Lugnut and Rank had their hands on their holsters. Ryan didn't look too concerned either, making her wonder how the two of them knew the person knocking wasn't a threat. A moment later, Maddie heard the door open and 3 small children ran around the dining table in an apparent game of tag. You're it, a little boy called over his shoulder as he raced out of the room. No, I'm not. A second boy called as he shoved a little girl. The girl began to wail just as a young woman appeared in the doorway. You 3 go outside and find your cousins, the woman yelled, chasing after the children. Behind her was a tall man in bib overalls, which made him look much older than his age. Hey, brother, did you have any trouble getting past the roadblocks? Larry asked, stepping over to shake his brother's hand. No, I just told the guardsmen I was related to you, and they let us right through. Everyone, this is my brother Adam, Larry said, introducing the man. Adam described their journey there on horseback from the adjacent county. Maddie was impressed that the little ones could ride at their ages, but imagined that was not unusual with children who grew up around horses. Maddie saw Emma's red curls bouncing past the door, followed by Adam's son. Squeals of delight trailed off as she ran out the door. How many do you have in your group? Maddie asked, before she realized that was likely an improper question for her to ask. Larry looked up. His expression was still friendly. Maddie turned to look at Ryan. He raised his eyebrows and gave her a quick smile. If I may ask, Maddie threw in to fill the silence. On the property here right now, about 20 or so. In the community, about 75. But we are growing every day. Country folk tend to stick together in troubled times. We only have one neighbor who might be a problem. That sounds like a good number to have, Maddie said, smiling back at Ryan. Her dad had set up something similar in Missouri. He had visited with neighbors at the local market and feed store in the little town of Evening Shade. He had sought out families to bring people together to discuss how they might help each other in times of disaster. Those connections were tested during the 1,000-year flood that washed out roads and left fields devastated, again during a forest fire following a 2-year drought that wiped out over 500 acres of the national forest that surrounded the community. Maddie wondered how the people were coping in this disaster. She hoped they'd soon find out. I'm going to go check in on Zach, Maddie said, picking up her plate and heading toward the kitchen. Although she wanted to stay and be a part of the preparations for getting them home, she was worried about Zach. He was rarely sick, and being ill these days took on a whole new significance. Even something small can turn into something life-threatening without proper medical care. She knew it took a lot to keep her brother down. She feared that it might be more severe than a little stomach bug or food poisoning. She cracked open the door and peeked in. Zach was curled on his side with his knees drawn up to his chest. She could immediately tell he was in pain. When she bent over and felt his head, he was burning up. Maddie ran from the room and bound up the basement stairs to the kitchen where Ella, Adam's wife, and 2 other girls were busy cooking. Ella, come quick. Zach is burning up, Maddie said, turning to go back to the basement. Get Larry, Ella called as she reached for a kitchen towel. Zach was barely conscious as Ella tried to take his temperature. When she removed the thermometer from his mouth, Maddie strained to see the number on its digital display. Ella held it up and showed Larry. What does it say, Maddie asked. It is 103 Werk, Ella said as she reached into her medical kit. She left the room and returned with a crushed aspirin and a spoon. Zach spat and coughed as she tried to get him to swallow the crushed pill. Larry, we need a cold bath to get his fever down, Ella said. Larry turned, and Maddie followed him. Maddie stopped when Larry exited the basement through the large sliding glass door in the den portion of the basement. Rank and Lugnut were coming down the basement stairs. He has a fever, Maddie told him. What does Larry's wife think it is? Rank asked. She hasn't said yet. Maddie followed Rank and Lugnut back into Zach's room. The room felt much smaller with the big men in it. Ryan now sat in the chair she had occupied earlier. He was holding Zach's arm as Ella was attempting to insert a needle. He is badly dehydrated. I'm going to give him something for nausea and fever. What is it? What do you think he has? Maddie asked, walking around to the other side of the bed. Zach looked awful. He was drenched in sweat, and his skin felt clammy. Without doing blood work, which I can't do here, I can only guess that it is something from bad hygiene or improper food handling that would be common in a shelter situation. Right now, we will continue to push fluids and treat symptoms. We will know soon how effective they will be, Ella said, handing the IV bag of fluids to Ryan. Ryan held the bag over his head. Ella looked over her shoulder and pointed. Just by the door is a coat tree. Bring that in here, and we'll hang the IV on it. Lugnut returned with the tall metal coat tree, took the bag from Ryan, and slid the loop of the IV bag over a coat hook. I've set it for rapid infusion. It should only take about 30 minutes to empty the bag. Zach should feel better with fluids on board, Ella said. Maddie lowered herself gently onto the bed and took her brother's hand. She looked across the bed to Ryan. Maddie could tell by his expression that he was as worried as she was. She hated the helpless feeling not being able to do anything to help her brother. Maddie stared at the IV bag and watched it drip. Each drop contained life-saving fluid. She remembered watching the one attached to her grandmother just a week before. Has it only been a week? It feels so much longer. Her grandmother's IV bag had contained fluid that could no longer save her life. It may have delayed her death, but its purpose was to prevent her pain. The day she had left to fly back to Ohio, the tiny drops were no longer as effective. Her grandmother moaned and tossed side to side at times. She was unconscious most of the time, and when she appeared awake, she was delirious and talked gibberish. It had been heart-wrenching to watch. A pang of grief stabbed at her chest. Grand was likely gone by now. She had only a few days left before the world went to shit at that point. Maddie hoped that she had gone peacefully, but she doubted it, especially if the morphine had run out beforehand. The IV continued to drip at a quick pace, and the bag was empty before Maddie knew it. Zach appeared to be sleeping comfortably. Maddie resisted the urge to feel his head every 5 minutes to check, to see if his fever was gone. Ella came and removed the empty bag and the needle from Zach's arm and took his temperature. It had not changed. His body just needs time, she said. Rank and Lugnut followed Ella out, leaving Maddie and Ryan alone with Zach. She tried not to let the concern show on her face. Ryan looked like he carried enough for both of them. She is right, you know. He needs a little time. Zach will be up and annoying everyone again before we know it, Maddie said, staring down at her brother's weak, fevered body. Yeah, I know. We all could use a little rest, I guess, Ryan said, placing Zach's hand under the covers and sitting back in his chair. He leaned his head back and pretended to be resting. Maddie knew better. The wrinkled forehead and tight lips matched the tension in his shoulders. He couldn't fool her, but she knew what it was like for people to pretend to be okay when they weren't just to spare those they love. She had done the same with her mom and Zach for the past 3 years. Watching Ryan doing it now, she imagined that she hadn't been any better at hiding her pain than he was. Chapter 18, Kingman, Arizona. Event plus 8 days. After getting Roger back in bed and assisting Rebecca with her other gunshot patient, the sun had set and night had given way to morning. Beth had sat with the patient while Rebecca got some sleep. Around daylight, Rebecca returned. She didn't look like she'd slept much, but she was clean. Angel is going to show you to the women's quarters so you can get some real sleep. That is doctor's orders. You cannot be of use to anyone if you don't take care of yourself. This time, Beth didn't protest. Roger was doing better and the other patient was stable. She could use a few hours of sleep. Beth was shown to the sleeping quarters for the single women. They passed by a building that said, "Showers on the door." "Showers, as in hot showers?" Beth asked. "Yes, but we have a schedule. I'm sure they will make an exception since you are new. But let's get you settled into a bunk first. Then I'll grab you a towel and some soap," the petite woman said. Angel led her to a row of Konex shipping containers that had been converted into living quarters. She counted at least 6 on her way to the end where she was instructed to wait while the woman gathered a bedroll and shower supplies. Inside were rows of bunk beds, each divided by a small side table. Beth was given a top bunk at the end of a row. "Where is everyone?" Beth asked. "Breakfast," Doc said, "to bring you a plate." Beth wondered if that was so that she could rest, or because she wasn't welcome to join the others. But it didn't much matter to her. She wasn't in the mood to socialize anyway. And after they left the compound, she would never see any of them again. "After you make your bed and get settled in, you can take your shower. I brought extra washcloths in case you need them," the woman said, staring down at Beth's bloody clothes. "Thanks, I probably will." The shower felt divine. Although they had a 5-minute limit, the woman at the door said Beth could take as long as she needed. The woman didn't know that Beth had experience with cleaning blood off her body quickly. She'd done it many times. She understood the response to the sight of her blood-soaked clothes, though, and she was happy to take advantage of the extra time in the shower. As the warm water ran over her body and flushed away the sand and blood, Beth imagined life after she got home. She could picture her homecoming and embracing her children for the first time since the EMP. Beth tried to remember how long it had been. She'd said goodbye to Maddie on the day of the event. How long ago was that? It had been at least a week or more. It had been even longer since Beth had seen Jason and Zach. She hadn't been home when Zach left for his field trip to Washington, D.C. Beth ran her hands down the length of her hair and squeezed the shampoo out. As she did, she felt a wave of nausea. An image of her son lying in a bed, sweat pouring off his body, flooded her vision. Beth grabbed hold of the wall and tried to steady herself. The picture of his pale, sweaty face was seared in her mind. She felt an overwhelming urgency to get to him. Something was very wrong and he needed her. Bile rose in her throat. The terrible feeling of being out of control nearly sent her screaming from the shower house. Her son needed her, and there was nothing she could do for him. Once the tears started, they took control. Beth slid to the floor of the shower. The water ran down her face, washing the tears down the drain. "Ma'am, are you almost finished in there?" She must have been in there longer than the attendant thought necessary. Beth stood and finished rinsing her hair. After drying off, she changed into clean clothes and returned to the bunkhouse. She was surprised at how stiff she was as she climbed onto the top bunk. The bed felt good, much better than the hard chair in Roger's room. She pulled the shirt up over her head and shut her eyes. Beth tried to replace the image of Zach with something else, but every thought led back to him. He was her little man. When Greg had died, Zach had tried to step into the role of man of the house. At 11, he should have been playing baseball and video games, but Zach was trying to take care of the home and lawn. Zach looked like his father, with the same dark hair and strong facial features, but he shared his mother's sensitive nature. He was the one who saved baby birds and helped the elderly neighbors shovel their driveways each winter. Maddie took more after Beth in the looks department, but she was definitely a daddy's girl. She shared Greg's no-nonsense, get-her-done attitude. The ache for her children was more overpowering than she could ever have imagined. She vowed to herself that after she made it back to them, she wouldn't let them out of her sight again. "I brought you a plate from the dining facility," Angel called from the door. Beth sat up and threw back the covers. "Thank you so much. I could have gone and got it. I hate making extra work for anyone. It's no trouble. Rebecca said you needed your rest." "The dining hall is more of a walk, and the temperature out there is already high," Angel said, placing the tray on the bottom bunk. "Well, thank you. This looks amazing. I can't believe this is still possible," Beth said, pointing to the plate of ham, eggs, and fruit. I'm told that is the last of the watermelon, I'm afraid, at least until next year. That came up from Mexico about a week ago. We aren't likely to be doing much trading with them anytime soon. Beth recalled the conversation Roger had with Harry. The drug cartels were probably causing a lot of trouble on both sides of the border. Well, I'll let you eat and get some rest. If you need anything, I'm down at the end and to your right in the laundry unit. Thanks, Angel. You've been very kind. Angel nodded as she turned the corner out of sight. Beth savored the smoky flavor of the ham, then stuck the fork into the wedge of watermelon. She held it up and looked at it. A product that had been plentiful in grocery stores and fruit markets a week ago had become a rare delicacy. She turned the fork in her hand and studied the red fruit before placing it slowly in her mouth. What a tragedy. I love watermelon. Chapter 19. Marshall County, Illinois event plus 8 days. When Zach rolled over, both Maddie and Ryan sat up in their chairs. Zach stirred but didn't wake. Maddie reached down and felt his head. His skin still felt on fire. Ryan looked at her questioningly. She shook her head. Maddie rolled her shoulders and stretched. Hours spent in a hard wooden chair had her muscles in knots. Maddie saw a flash of red before Emma's little freckled face appeared in the doorframe. You shouldn't come in, Emma. He could be contagious. He wouldn't want to get you sick, too, Maddie said, standing to her feet. She led Emma back to the basement stairs. "Em, would you mind keeping an eye on Rank and Lugnut for me and try to keep them out of trouble while I sit with Zach?" Maddie asked. "We don't need them causing problems, now do we?" Emma giggled and shook her head. Maddie ran a hand across her brow as she watched Emma bound up the stairs. She reached up and felt her messy bun, which had fallen to the side while she had attempted to sleep in the chair. Maddie was struggling with the hair tie to take it down as she re-entered the bedroom. When she walked in, Ryan was standing up and Zach was convulsing. His body shook so violently that Ryan was trying to hold him on the bed. "Maddie, get Ella," Ryan called as he rolled Zach onto his side. Maddie took the stairs 2 at a time, all while screaming for Ella. As she rounded the corner into the kitchen, Ella had already grabbed her medical kit and was walking toward her. Ella scrambled down the steps with Maddie following on her heels. "Get Larry. Tell him we have to have that bath water now and ice if he can find it," Ella called out. Ryan ran out of the room. "We have to get the fever down. Go into the kitchenette and get another bowl of water," Ella said, passing a bowl to Maddie. When Maddie returned with the water, Ella had stripped Zach naked with only a thin sheet covering his private parts. He convulsed less but wasn't out of the woods. As soon as Maddie sat the bowl on the floor beside her, Ella stuffed a towel into it and dropped it onto Zach's bare chest. As water dripped down his stomach onto the bed, a single tear rolled from Zach's empty eyes. Ella looked up. She must have seen the pained look on Maddie's face because she turned and looked for herself. She reached over and wiped his face with a washcloth. Moments later, Larry and Ryan rushed in. They each grabbed hold of Zach, placing an arm around his waist and holding the sheet from the bed around him to cover his privates. They carried him outside, around to a side yard and down a well-worn path to the back of a large barn. Ella rushed ahead to open a large pipe gate and hold it open as the 2 men carried Zach through. Maddie rushed up beside them. Her heart raced when she looked at her brother's limp body in the men's arms. Larry and Ryan dropped the sheet to the ground as they lifted him and placed him into a large water trough. His eyes shot open and he gasped as his fevered body hit the cold water. He looked around but still did not appear to be conscious. Rank and Lugnut appeared behind Maddie and she felt a little hand slip into hers. She looked down to see Emma staring at Zach with her mouth open wide. Maddie returned her gaze to Zach and realized that he was naked. Maddie grabbed Emma by the shoulders and turned her around with her back to the trough and her nude brother. "I would die of embarrassment if they did that to me," Maddie thought. Emma looked up. Her big green eyes were full of concern. "He'll be okay, Em," Maddie reassured her. "I know my mom and dad did that to me once when I had a fever. It was awful," Emma said. She turned her head and looked away. Maddie knelt in front of her and cupped Emma's face in her hands. "Never be ashamed of your tears or afraid to shed them in front of me, Em," Maddie said, taking her into her arms. "They are how we honor what people mean to us." Maddie felt Emma's little body shudder in her arms. She stroked her hair and rocked her gently, just like her mom used to do when she woke in the middle of the night from one of her nightmares. An overwhelming fear washed over her. Fear that she may never see her mom again. Fear that she could lose her brother. She wasn't sure how much loss one person could endure, but she did not ever want to find out. Cooper appeared and nudged Maddie's arm. He squeezed in between them. As he licked Emma's cheek, she laughed and hugged the big dog. Cooper caught sight of one of the kids and took off around the barn. Rank replaced Ryan when his back got a cramp. Lugnut stepped in and took hold of Zach's other arm from Larry. Ella continued to pour the cool water over Zach's head for another 20 minutes before she pronounced that his fever had broken. She handed Rank the towel she had draped over her shoulder and backed away. Zach stirred and opened his eyes, his head lolling back and forth. Ryan stepped forward to assist as Zach attempted to stand. Ryan took the towel and wrapped around Zach's waist after Rank and Lugnut had helped Zach out of the tank. Maddie and Emma stepped back and let them pass as they helped him back inside. "Sis, you look like shit," Zach said as they lowered him back onto the bed. Maddie narrowed her eyebrows and pursed her lips. "That is the second time in as many days that you have said that to me, little brother. At least I wasn't skinny dipping in a horse trough all afternoon." Zach jerked his head to face Ryan, then looked up at Rank and Lugnut. His eyes were wide and questioning. Ryan, Rank, and Lugnut all looked away. Ryan started to whistle and looked to the ceiling. "Dude, you guys did that to me?" Zach asked, his voice cracking. "It wasn't my idea, it was Ella's nurse's orders." "Besides, you were covered mostly," Ryan said, trying his best not to laugh, but failing. Zach's face turned red. He turned to Maddie and Emma, then he turned an even darker shade of red. Maddie was just about to land the final blow before Ella came in and interrupted her to take Zach's temperature. Ella waved the thermometer around to show everyone. A broad smile crossed her face. Zach's temperature was down to 100.3 degrees Schlitz. Not exactly normal, but definitely a sign of improvement. The medicine was working. Maddie followed Ella into the hall. "Do you think his fever will stay down now?" she asked. "I think so. I gave him a broad-spectrum antibiotic." "His fever breaking is a good sign that it is finally kicking in," Ella said. Although Maddie thanked her, words really didn't express her gratitude toward these strangers' kindness. Each of them understood how priceless antibiotics had become now that you could not just run into the doctor's office and walk out with a prescription. If they had not been already, all the pharmacies would soon be looted, Maddie thought. The first to go would be pain meds, but if a person was smart, they'd go for the antibiotics and take all they could carry. She was grateful none of them required insulin or other maintenance drugs to stay alive. How it would suck to know how many days you had left on Earth based on the amount of medicine you had, she thought. "You want to follow me up and bring Zach a cup of soup? He might be able to keep some down now," Ella said, pulling Maddie from her thoughts. Chapter 20, Marshall County, Illinois. Event plus 8 days. While Zach slept, Maddie and the rest of the group gathered back around the dining room table. Ella and her sister-in-law were in the kitchen preparing the evening meal. It was so normal that Maddie almost forgot the electricity was off. She hadn't even asked how they were cooking. For a moment, Maddie wondered if she should go and offer to help, but she felt that she needed to know what Larry was explaining. Besides, she sucked at cooking. 2 preteen girls carried loads of laundry through the kitchen heading toward the mudroom. Maddie wasn't very good with laundry either. "This is likely your best route," Larry said, pointing to a spot along the Illinois River. "What type of water hazards are there in this stretch of the river?" Ryan asked. "Not many. Remember, barges are towed up and down this river, so they keep it pretty clear." "At what point are we likely to run into DHS or some of their posse again?" Rank asked. "Beardstown reported some problems with them a day or 2 ago, but I haven't heard anything about them since. We'll go over and check with my friend who is a ham operator and see what he has heard on the radio before you guys head out." "Head out?" Ella said as she set a tray down on the table. "That boy isn't in any shape to be traveling." "We weren't planning on leaving until he is released from your care," Ryan said, standing to face her. She looked up at him. He towered over her. He stepped back and let her pass. "It will be at least several days. Zach needs a few more days of antibiotics and lots of rest and fluids. A simple stomach bug can turn life-threatening very fast out there, and in his weakened condition it would likely be fatal," Ella said, as she turned and walked away. "I'm sorry to put you out like this, Larry," Ryan said, returning to his position at the table. He looked down at the tray of rolls, his stomach growled loudly, and he looked around the room. Maddie smiled as she reached over and took a roll from the plate. She stuffed half in her mouth as her eyes rolled into the back of her head. Homemade bread was her kryptonite. "Your guy won't mind loaning us his boat?" Lugnut asked, pushing Ryan out of the way and grabbing a roll of his own. "Wait." "What?" Maddie asked, turning to face Ryan. "We are taking a boat and going downriver." She shook her head. She wasn't sure how she had missed that part of the conversation. She was still thinking about Zach and his close call earlier. "It's the safest way, Maddie." "Safest?" "I don't think so, remember," Maddie asked, placing both hands on her hips. "It isn't a canoe. It's an aluminum boat with a trolling motor. Well, she said, her mouth full of bread, you're not allowed to drive it? Okay. I didn't know you were one to hold a grudge, but if you insist, I'm sure that Lugnut would love to drive the boat. Ryan laughed and nudged Rank in the ribs. I'm an excellent driver. Dad lets me drive slow on the driveway, Rank said, turning an invisible steering wheel back and forth in his hands. Oh yeah, I know why. He only lets you drive on the driveway, Maddie said. That is from the movie Don't Date Yourself, Rank, Lugnut said. Rank picked up a roll and acted like he was going to toss it at Lugnut. When Lugnut put his hands up to catch, Rank pulled it back and took a bite. Larry stood and began folding up the map. I'm not sure I would want any of you jokers to drive from the looks of it, he said. We'd be safer letting Emma drive than either of those two, Maddie said. The last time I got in a boat with Ryan here, he ran me into a tree and dumped me out into the river twice. The canoe had a hole in it, and it kept filling with water. That made it hard to steer, Ryan said. Sure it did, Maddie said, grabbing a second roll. If you three can behave yourselves, I'm going down to check on my brother and tell him he is driving the boat, Maddie said. Zach was still sleeping comfortably, so Maddie didn't disturb him. She placed the roll on the stand next to the bed for him. She didn't want him to know how concerned she had been for him. Ella came down and checked his temperature one more time before dinner. It was now back to normal, and his color was back. He was no longer sweaty, which was more than Maddie could say. Even with every window in the house open, it felt a sweltering 90 degrees upstairs. The basement was a cool 60 degrees, at least. She was thrilled that they would be sleeping down there. Ella, do you think I could use just a bowl of water to clean up before dinner? Maddie asked. Of course. I'm sorry that the shower isn't working yet. Larry has been too busy politicking to set the solar panels up and get the well pump going. Maddie's eyes widened. Politicking? That is more important than a shower? She asked, furrowing her brow. He says it is. This is the first day he has been home since all this happened. He's been visiting the neighbors, trying to get a coalition or something set up. He says we're going to have problems with the troublemakers sooner or later, and we need to band together now to stand a chance. So I guess I can't fault him for not making the shower a priority if that's the case. I suppose you're right, Maddie said. How has the networking gone? He has everyone on board except one neighbor. He's the one we all have to be concerned about anyway, and likely the one we'd need protection from in the first place. His boy is on that posse Larry mentioned. He is? That doesn't sound good. He had been trouble ever since he could walk. Nothing that kid does is ever good, Ella said, picking up her things and heading for the door. Don't worry. Your brother is young and strong. He'll make a full recovery and be back annoying you in a few days. Thanks for the warning, Maddie laughed. Chapter 21. Marshall County, Illinois event plus 8 days. When Ella announced that dinner was ready, Maddie was surprised to see so many people fill up the house. She didn't know where they had all been. Emma was at the sink washing her hands in a bowl of soapy water. She turned and her face was covered in dirt. The front of her previously light yellow shirt was now brown. Looks like you've been having some fun, Em, Maddie said, walking over and helping her wash her face. We chased chickens and I got to milk a goat, she said, her eyes bright with excitement. Well, that does sound like fun. Oh, yeah? Well, we will let you do it tomorrow, Ella said, carrying a pot into the dining room. Maddie looked to Emma and scrunched her nose. I bet they are smelly, huh? Emma nodded her head and held her nose. Ella had set up 2 card tables in the kitchen, and several teens were seated on bar stools at the kitchen island. There seemed to be twice as many people as there were for lunch. Maddie started to take a seat at one of the card tables, but Larry grabbed her arm and escorted her to the dining room, pulled out a chair, and held it for her. After he had seated Maddie, he held a chair for Emma. Emma leaned over and whispered, Can I go sit with my friends? Sure, Em, that would be fine, Maddie said. Red curls bounced as Emma ran off to join her new friends. Maddie smiled. She was pleased to see Emma happy after all she'd been through. As she watched her go, she thought about what was left of their journey. They likely faced more danger ahead. She wished she could shelter her from it somehow, but that seemed impossible. A teenage boy, whose name Maddie had already forgotten, ran into the room and bent over to whisper something in Larry's ear. Larry jumped to his feet, knocking over his chair. He rushed out of the room as Ella righted the chair. Ryan, Lugnut, and Rank all stood and followed Larry. Maddie looked around the table. No one seemed overly concerned, but Maddie wanted to see for herself what had sent them running from the room. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll go keep those boys out of trouble, Maddie said, pushing her chair away from the table. She caught up with Ryan and the others in the driveway. An older, short man in a polo shirt and slacks was pointing his finger in Larry's chest. Rank had his hand on his pistol, as did Lugnut. Ryan stepped to the side of Larry. He appeared to be ready to step in the middle of the men if needed. Maddie walked over and could tell that, although the angry man was trying his best to provoke a fight with Larry, he wasn't going to be successful. The smile on Larry's face was no doubt making the man even more upset. "You've gone around here and bad-mouthed me to all these neighbors, telling everyone they need to join your gang for protection against me and my family. Well, it's not going to work. I won't just sit by while you trash my good name," the man shouted. Spittle flew from the man's mouth as he repeatedly shoved his finger into Larry's broad chest. "Now, Norm, I have no idea where you got the impression that I have been talking about you either good or bad. What I did say to folks was that we all have to stick together and take care of one another. If you want to be a part of that, I'd welcome your participation," Larry said, his tone sincere. The man stammered and sputtered before turning and marching back down the driveway and disappearing. "No count idiot," Larry said as he turned and walked back up his driveway. "That's the neighbor that you've been concerned about?" Ryan asked. "Yep, he and his no-count son. He joined the so-called posse for the DHS. Ryan turned his head and looked at Lugnut beside him. "I'm going to go down and check on Zach," Maddie said, walking ahead of them. When they all got back inside, Maddie went downstairs to check on Zach. Ryan, Lugnut, and Rank followed her. Zach was sitting up in bed, and Emma was reading him a book about goats. "You're looking much better," Ryan said, pulling up a chair. Maddie sat down on the foot of Zach's bed. "Emma, would you mind going to check on Cooper?" "I haven't seen him all day," Ryan asked. "You guys want to have grown-up talk, don't you?" Emma asked. "Something like that, yeah," Ryan answered. After Emma closed the door, Ryan turned to Lugnut, who remained standing. "We have trouble if the neighbor finds out what happened to his son," Ryan said. "It is just a matter of time," Rank said. Lugnut moved around the bed opposite Ryan and leaned against the wall. "We could strike first." "You can't just go kill the man to prevent something he may or may not do," Maddie said. "Just a suggestion," Lugnut said. "We should be prepared to leave at a moment's notice if things go south here," Ryan said. Zach threw back the cover. "I'm ready." Maddie reached out and grabbed Zach's arm. "Not yet, Zach. Ella said you needed more time." "I don't. I'm good. I can't lay here when we need to be getting on the road. I'll rest in the back of the truck." "We aren't going to be able to take the truck," Ryan said. "What?" Zach and Maddie asked in unison. "DHS and that posse know what our truck looks like. There's no way we would get it past any roadblock. Without it, we stand a chance of just blending in with the locals and getting down the river before they find us." "Down river?" Zach asked. Ryan filled him in on the plan to take a boat down the Illinois River to Missouri. Zach adjusted in the bed and crossed his legs. "Won't we be sitting ducks out on the river? I mean, you said trolling motor. That means we will be going really slow, right? We are taking a boat with a trolling motor to reduce noise, and we will be moving at night. Both tactics reduce our risk of detection," Ryan said. Rank lowered himself onto the bed next to Maddie. "We'll be traveling in 2 boats as well. Lug and I will run ahead of you 4 and scout the area." Maddie tried to picture boating down the river in the dark. The thought of it made her head swim. "Is there not a way we can get another truck somewhere and drive?" Maddie asked. "This is the safest plan we all could come up with under the circumstances. They won't be expecting us to abandon the truck and go down the river by boat." Maddie looked down at her hands in her lap. Her nails looked awful. She had chipped the nail polish off days ago while sitting in the airport. She remembered her last time on a river and hoped they did not have a repeat of that experience. She wondered if Emma could swim. They'd need to make sure she had a life jacket. She was sure Cooper could swim, but would he stay in the boat? Would he bark and give them away? "Guys, I'm concerned about the danger we are putting Emma in also. All the unknowns frighten me. Being on the water scares me. If those men start shooting at us, how are we going to protect her out in the open like that?" Ryan looked over to Rank and then to Lugnut. Neither of them offered any encouragement or suggestions. "We will do our very best. That is all we can do." "I still believe that the river is our best option," Ryan said. "What do you think we will be facing in Missouri? Will DHS follow us that far?" "I doubt it," Zach said. "Missouri probably has a different headquarters and leaders running things." The door flew open and in bounced Emma and Cooper. Cooper jumped on the bed and licked Zach's face. "I found him, Uncle Ryan. He was getting into trouble. He chased the neighbor's dog across the lawn and down the drive." "Billy had to help me drag him back," Emma said, snuggling in next to Rank. "Who is Billy?" Maddie asked. "Larry's son, silly." "Oh, I can't recall all their names. He is the cute one that is your age. You two will probably get married someday, I bet," Emma giggled. Maddie swiped a stray hair from Emma's face. No. We aren't staying here, Em. When Zach is feeling better, We are going to Missouri as we planned. Emma's lips formed a frown and she looked down at her feet. You like it here, huh? Ryan said, looking at Maddie. Maddie's heart sank. She knew by his tone what he was doing. She wanted to be furious. She wanted to protest and stand her ground, but that would be the selfish thing to do. The sad look on Emma's face told her all she needed to know. Emma was happy here with Larry, Ella, and all the children with them. She would have a roof over her head, food in her belly, friends to play with, and most importantly, she would be safe. Larry and Ella had a real army protecting their town. What did she have to offer Emma? A dangerous ride down a river where they could be shot at or capsize and drown. When they reached the border and enter Missouri, what then? What dangers awaited them? Would she see more people killed? Would she be killed? Maddie reached over and grabbed Emma's hand. She put her other hand on Emma's shoulder. Emma, Maddie said, a lump forming in her throat. Em, would you like to stay here? Do you want to live here with Miss Ella and the children? Zach's eyes widened. He pushed Cooper away and sat up on the side of the bed. Maddie turned and looked at him. She removed her hand from Emma's shoulder, reached over, and took Zach's hand. Emma was quiet. She continued to look down at her feet. Emma, Zach said, we still want you to come with us. It is just. Emma looked up. Crocodile tears filled her eyes. Maddie's heart broke. She took Emma in her arms. Her own tears began to flow. I just need you to be safe. I don't want you to see any more bad stuff. But I can't say that you won't, because we don't know what we will face on our way to Missouri. It's a long way, Em, a lot longer than we've come so far. We can't even take the truck. We can't, Emma asked, pushing back from Maddie. She looked over at Ryan for confirmation. No, Emma, it is too dangerous. Bad guys are looking for that truck. Her eyes widened even further. You see, Maddie began, but the words caught in her throat. She grabbed Emma and held her tight. She could no longer constrain her emotions. Maddie knew the right thing to do. It just broke her heart to do it. I want to stay here, but I also want to stay with you. Can't we all stay here? I wish we could, Em. But those bad men are still looking for me. I don't want to stay too long and bring that trouble here to Larry and his family. That is not fair, Ryan said, his tone low and soft. Nothing is fair anymore. Emma sobbed into Maddie's shoulder when the lights come back on. Emma, we could come back and get you, Rank said. Maddie didn't want to lie to Emma. She was young, but she still deserved the truth. She was just about to give her the truth when Emma broke free and ran toward the door. Yay, I'm going to go tell my friends that I get to stay with them for a while. And just like that, the decision was made. Maddie laid her head in her lap and sobbed. Her tears were not for Emma, who had gained a new family and the closest thing to the old life that Maddie could imagine. No, her tears were for another loss. For a few days, she had a little sister, and she knew she would probably never see her again when they left. Zach and the guys all huddled around Maddie, patting her on the back. Zach slid over and put his arms around her. I know, Maddie. I know you were doing the right thing by her, just like you did on your way to Ryan's. You protected her and kept her safe. But I can't keep her as safe as Larry can. She deserves this. She deserves a chance at a halfway normal life. It just hurts. Maddie sniffed, trying to rein in her tears. She looked up, and Rank's eyes were wet. Looking back, she could see that Ryan and Lugnut's eyes weren't all that dry either. Maybe we should have talked this over with Larry and Ella before we said anything, Maddie said, standing to her feet. She tugged on her tank top and straightened her messy bun. I'll go talk to Ella. Talk to Ella about what? Ella said, entering the room. She looked to each of them. Who died? Maddie shook her head and stepped around to face Ella. No one? I need to ask you something, Ella. Something big. Of course she can stay here, Ella said. Maddie did a double take, then looked to Ryan. Emma has already announced to anyone who will listen about her intentions to stay. I'm sorry, we should have discussed with you and Larry first. It just came up and, no worries, I understand. We will care for her as one of our own, I promise. Maddie hung her head. She tried to fight the tears. She tried hard, but she lost that war. Ella wrapped her arms around Maddie. You all are doing right by Emma. You are good people. We all will be praying for your safe journey. Thank you, Ella. I'm afraid we are going to need a lot of prayers if these two are driving the boat, Maddie teased. She wiped her tears on her sleeve and took a deep breath. She made a vow to herself, no more tears until they reached the cabin in Texas County. She would need to be tough because that is what the journey would require. Chapter 22. Reluctantly, Ella allowed Zach to get up and move around. Ella's sister was concerned about whether Zach might be contagious, so she kept her children outside in their RV. I'm fine, really, Ryan. I think we really should leave soon before those goons have time to catch up to us. We don't want to bring trouble down on these folks. If you're sure, Zach, once we leave here, I'm not sure when quality medical care like Ella's will be available again if you relapse," Ryan said as they walked to the fence line. "Normally, I would agree with you, Ryan, but I agree with Zach. We should leave as soon as we can," Maddie said, running her hand along the steel pipe fence. "I'll tell Lugnut and Rank, and we will be ready to head out when it gets dark." Zach stopped and hung his arms over a large green pipe gate. As Maddie stood beside him, she realized for the first time he was taller than her. When did that happen? They watched as lazy cows swatted flies with their tails. Kid goats bounced on the old farm equipment as their mothers nibbled at the grass beneath it. "Are you really up to the trip, Zach?" "I think so. I'm not 100%, but I don't want to be the reason these folks are put at risk." "That wouldn't be on you, that is on those idiots who raided the FEMA warehouse. They brought this on, not us. And they brought DHS to Ryan's door. I don't want to do the same. I want Emma to have a chance, Maddie." Maddie said nothing. As they stood there watching the animals, Maddie thought about how different all their lives were since the shit hit the fan. Did any of them have a chance? What will life look like in a year, if they survive that long? By the time Maddie and Zach reached the barn, Rank, Lugnut, and Ryan had pulled out their packs and were inventorying the contents. All the food stores that Ryan had loaded into the truck would have to stay. Bags of rice and beans would weigh the boat down and slow their progress. Once they reached Grafton, Illinois, they would be on foot. They would need to rely on what they could carry in their packs for the rest of the journey. Zach walked over and unzipped his pack. Ryan placed his hand over Zach's. "We did your pack already." "What?" Zach asked, as he slipped his hand under the strap and lifted it up. "Lug and I will carry some of your load until you get your strength back. When you are 100%, we'll let you have it back," Rank said as he snapped and zipped compartments on his ruck. "Yeah, you'll be carrying some of mine before we get to Texas County," Lugnut said. Zach laughed. "What about mine? Who will carry my stuff?" Maddie asked, picking up her hydration pack. It was nearly empty compared to theirs. She had taken her sleeping bag and rain jacket out back at Darlene's, making room for the dehydrated food. She reached into the kangaroo pouch and pulled out the plastic shopping bag. The memory of what happened to Darlene and Ray Jr. rushed back. Her head felt light before she knew it. She was hyperventilating. Ryan rushed to her side and placed a hand on her back. He took the plastic bag from her hand and dropped it onto the pack. Maddie watched it fall. In her mind, she saw Darlene, her lifeless body falling to the floor. The images played in slow motion. The image of Ray Jr. lying face first on the ground with a bullet wound in his back sent her to her knees. Zach ran over and he and Ryan helped Maddie to her feet. "Flashbacks?" Ryan asked. Maddie nodded. She choked back the tears, determined to keep her commitment to herself to harden up. "How the hell am I supposed to harden up if this shit comes out of nowhere?" She felt as if she was losing control of her mind and her body. "Is this what PTSD is like?" "I'm afraid so, kiddo," Rank said, handing her a bottle of water. "Well, PTSD sucks, that it does," Lugnut said, handing her half a chocolate bar. She looked down at the half-melted candy and raised one eyebrow. "It is medicinal," Lugnut said, stuffing the other half into his mouth and licking his fingers. Melted chocolate clung to his beard and mustache. Maddie pointed to her own lips, then back to his as she took a bite herself. He ran his tongue around his lips and grunted a sound of satisfaction. After shoving the rest of her chocolate bar into her mouth, Maddie licked her fingers and made the same sound. "Yum. Let's get you a proper pack," Rank said, handing her a 511 Rush 72 3-day tactical pack. "You can't carry enough food in that little girly thing there to sustain you for 300 miles. "None of us can carry enough food for 300 miles, Zach said. "Sure we can. Do you think they brought the dining facilities out to feed us every time we went out on patrols?" Lugnut said. "Oh, please tell me we're having meals ready to eat for the entire trip," Zach said, scrunching up his nose, "unless you want to carry one of these bags of rice with you." "How much rice do you want to eat? Besides, a little Tabasco sauce will cover up a lot of nastiness. Trust me," Rank added. "Each of you grab your 10 favorite MREs and quit complaining," Ryan said, opening the flaps on a box. Maddie and Zach took considerable time reading each label and selecting their meals. Maddie grabbed a stack of MREs and held them up. "These things are heavy," Maddie said. "Each one weighs between a pound and a pound and a half," Ryan said. Maddie placed her bundle of MREs in her pack and lifted it off the ground. "That adds like 15 pounds to my pack. You won't be carrying all of them when we reach Missouri, where we will be on foot," Rank said, as he stuffed MREs in his own pack. Maddie dropped the bag back on the ground and sat down beside it. "How long is this riverboat cruise anyway?" Ryan looked at Lugnut and then to Rank. How long are we going to be on that boat, Ryan? Maddie hadn't meant to raise her voice, but him constantly treating her like a little kid was getting to her. About 4 or 5 days, what? Why can't we just drive there then? That's crazy. For the umpteenth time, Maddie, we cannot run my truck all over the country with DHS and their paid guns looking for it, Ryan said, his own voice raised slightly. They were all tired and on edge. They all needed a good night's sleep before the trip, but it appeared they would have to settle for a couple of hours. Ugh, this is so going to suck. Big time, Zach said, with all their gear squared away in their packs. Maddie and the guys headed inside to try to get a few hours of sleep before dark. As much as Maddie knew she needed to sleep while she could, she wanted to spend time with Emma more. She was still conflicted about their decision to leave her behind, even though she knew that there likely was no better place for her. As she brushed Emma's unruly curls, she tried to convince herself that what Rank said could be true. They really could come back for her after things died down with DHS. She could talk to her mom about it when she got home. She'd understand. Maddie felt a responsibility for Emma and for Cooper. You make sure you keep a close eye on Cooper for me. He could get himself into some trouble around here, as nosy as he is. I will. I asked Miss Ella if he could sleep with me. She said she would have to talk to Mr. Larry, but maybe I could sleep downstairs. They let him sleep on the sofa down there already, Emma said. Maddie pulled Emma's hair into a ponytail and secured it with a hair tie. She wanted to remember everything about Emma. She studied her heart-shaped face. Will she remember me if it takes a long time for us to return? We'll be leaving when it gets dark, Emma. Emma turned and threw her arms around Maddie's neck. Thank you for no need to thank me, Em. You are my little sister. You will always be my little sister. Maddie struggled to not let Emma see how upset she was. She wanted to tell her that this was the most difficult decision she had ever had to make, and she wished there was a way she could take her. But that would be the selfish thing to do. It would not serve to comfort Emma. You will have so much fun here with Ella, Larry, and all the kids. You are going to have adventures, and Ella mentioned that they would even start school back up soon, Maddie said, fighting back the tears. Emma pushed back and looked Maddie in the eyes. I love school. I love to read books, and I'm good at math and science. I knew you were a smarty pants. I need to go get some sleep before we go. But I just wanted to spend some time with you and make sure you're okay with all this. Emma hugged Maddie tight. You did a great job getting us out of the city. I wouldn't have made it without you. Emma took Maddie's face in her hands. I don't want you to worry about me anymore. I'll be fine. I had a great teacher, Emma said, putting her index finger on Maddie's nose. I didn't get to teach you how to handle a gun. Do you still have the knife Lugnut gave you? Emma reached into the pocket of her jeans and pulled out the knife. You're tough. I know you will be fine, Maddie said, giving her one last squeeze before standing and going downstairs. I love you, Em. I love you too, sis. Chapter 23. Marshall County, Illinois. Event plus 8 days. With all the tossing and turning Maddie did, she thought she'd never get to sleep. So when Ryan shook her awake, it shocked her that she'd actually been dreaming. She stretched and reluctantly threw back the covers. 4 days and nights on a small flat-bottom boat is going to be pure torture. Just before dark, Larry, Ella, and her family stood in the driveway of their home and said their goodbyes. It warmed Maddie's heart to see Ella with her arm around Emma. Cooper sat on her other side. Leaving the dog was never discussed. It was just a given he would stay with Emma. Ray Jr. would approve. He would be pleased that his beloved pet had found such a nice home. Ryan had removed the license plate on the old Ford truck. Larry had heard from his contact in Astoria, and they were expecting them. Larry leaned in and whispered something to Ryan. God, thanks, Larry. I owe ya, man, Ryan said, slapping Larry on the back. Maddie saw Ryan's anxiety melt away. Whatever Larry had told him must have lifted a weight from his shoulders. Maddie was glad for him. She knew what it was like to have to carry a heavy burden. She'd felt it taking care of Emma on their way out of Chicago. In a way, she was relieved that she would not have to worry about protecting Emma and Cooper on the way to the cabin. She understood the added pressure Ryan was feeling, believing he was responsible for her and Zach. After one last hug from Emma and dog kisses from Cooper, Maddie shut the truck door and Ryan drove out of the driveway. As they'd pulled back onto Pigeon Creek Road, Maddie saw Larry's nasty neighbor riding a lawnmower in the middle of the street and heading straight toward them. Ryan, I see him, he said. He isn't going to move, Lugnut said. So be it. At the last minute, Mr. Nasty swerved to miss their truck. Ryan didn't even look in the rearview mirror as they turned on the county road. Maddie was totally caught off guard when they pulled into La Rose. She assumed they would once again be taking back roads and avoiding populated areas. At Main Street, he turned right. and proceeded south through town. Less than 5 minutes later, they exited the town and were back to open fields and the occasional farmhouse. When they had driven right through the second, then third small town unmolested, Maddie relaxed somewhat. There were no other cars moving. They crossed the river south of Peoria and made a left turn to continue south, paralleling the river a short way before the road turned into a 4-lane highway. Someone had pushed cars off the road at the intersection and onto the shoulder of the road. They encountered a roadblock at the first intersection in a town called Bartonville. Ryan showed them his ID, and the officer let them pass without inspection. It all seemed too good to be true. All the trouble that Maddie had expected seemed out of place. A pang of guilt came when she thought of Emma. If the trip remained as uneventful, there would be no reason to have left her with Larry and Ella. They crossed the river again at a town called Havana, turned right, and continued south. A mile outside of Havana, Maddie noticed Ryan frequently checking his rearview mirror. She looked behind them and saw a military-style truck approaching at a high rate of speed. Ryan increased his speed. At the next road, Ryan took a hard left turn, and centrifugal force pushed Maddie's body into the passenger door. She looked back. The sharp turn had taken Zach and the guys in the truck's bed off guard, and they were scrambling to right themselves. They quickly recovered, and all held their rifles in the ready position, watching for the truck to make the turn. It didn't. Ryan made 2 more right turns and then a left, and they were back on the road they had been on, heading south once more. They passed a road on their left just before a black military truck pulled in behind them. Ryan floored it. A series of pops were followed by the booms from the bed of Ryan's truck. Maddie looked back. The guys were returning fire. A round hit the truck with a loud thud, then another. "Get down!" Ryan yelled. Maddie crouched down into the floorboard. Ryan swerved the truck back and forth, throwing Maddie into the truck door. She hit her head on the dash. When the swerving stopped, Maddie noticed the gunfire had ceased as well. She sat up and looked back. The guys were all still there. None appeared injured. Further down the road, the truck lay sideways in a ditch, smoke billowing from its hood. Ryan didn't slow down. They tore into the tiny village of Bat. People were standing on the sidewalks and on their lawns, staring at them as they passed. Ryan made another sharp right turn and screeched to a sudden stop at the end of a boat launch. A large old houseboat was moored along a dock, all lit up like a Christmas tree. Beside it stood an old man who had to have been in his late 70s or maybe 80s. Maddie wasn't good at judging the age of old people. He wore a bib overalls over a long-sleeved plaid shirt. He had a fishing hat like her grandpa Frank used to wear. White hair poked out at the ears. He was hunched over at the shoulders. When the man saw the truck pull in, he threw up a hand and waved. A broad smile crossed his face. It was like he hadn't noticed that they had just come screeching through town. He likely hadn't heard the gunfire either. "Hurry, Maddie," Ryan called as he threw open his driver's door. Rank, Lugnut, and Zach jumped down from the bed of the truck. As soon as Maddie opened the passenger side door, Lugnut shoved her pack into her chest. "Hurry, get this on." He helped Maddie put her arms through the straps and buckled it for her. He reached into the bed of the truck, retrieved a rifle, and thrust it into her arms. She hadn't even had time to put the sling over her neck before he was dragging her by her arm toward the boat. Zach, Rank, and Ryan were already standing on the boat with the old man standing on the dock next to them. Ryan was shoving the keys to the truck into the man's hand as Maddie climbed up the ladder. "The fuel tanks are mostly full. I just rebuilt the 2. The sound of gunfire interrupted the old man. Ryan shoved the man to the ground as Lugnut grabbed Maddie's arm and led her inside the cabin of the boat. "Stay here," Lugnut said, pushing her inside and slamming the door. Maddie stood there with her hands on her hips for all of 3 seconds before she flung back the door and proceeded back to the front of the deck. She shouldered her rifle and pressed her cheek to the stock. The shots appeared to be some distance away, likely back where they had come. "We need to get the hell out of here, Masters," Rank called. "Fred, I appreciate you agreeing to the trade. We need to get going now, so if I could have the keys," Ryan said, just before a round whizzed by and slammed into the cabin of the boat. Everyone dropped to the deck except the old man, Fred, who was still sitting on the ground where Ryan had shoved him. Ryan reached over and gingerly pushed the man so he was laying sideways on the ground, but he popped back up to the sitting position with a big smile on his face. Rank, Lugnut, and Zach had taken a knee and were returning fire. Ryan yelled for Maddie to take Fred into the cabin and get the boat moving. Maddie grabbed Fred's shirt and helped him to his feet. She followed, walking backward with her rifle raised until they reached the cabin. "Can you get this thing moving?" she yelled as she stood in the open doorway. A round landed within 5 feet of where she stood on the deck. "Yup," said Fred with a smile. After what seemed an eternity, the man had the boat started, and they were pulling away from the dock. Following a sudden jerk, the boat sped up. Gunfire continued as the town began to disappear from view. The guys lowered their rifles and joined Maddie by the cabin door. Maddie pointed at the old man piloting the boat. He was grinning ear to ear and singing some tune she didn't recognize. "What exactly are we going to do with him?" Ryan laughed. "What is so funny? This is serious. We just got into a gun battle twice in the last 20 minutes, and now we have kidnapped an old man." Maddie snapped. "It doesn't look like he minds," Rank said, stroking his long beard. Maddie looked to Lugnut for support, but he just turned and walked back to the front of the boat. "Zach, what?" he asked. "Seriously, I'm the only one who sees this as a problem?" "I see this as a win for us," Ryan said. "Oh yeah, do tell me how having to care for an old man is a win for us." "Well, for one, we won't have to worry about running the boat aground or getting lost going up the wrong channel." "What happened to the 2 John boats with trolling motors?" Maddie squinted her eyes and stared hard at Ryan. Larry arranged for an upgrade, and it included taking an old man. He is an old towboat pilot. He has made thousands of trips up and down this river. He could pilot us all the way to the Gulf of Mexico if we had enough fuel. Maddie thought about it a moment. She couldn't argue with him on that, and going down river on a huge houseboat sure beat the hell out of bouncing around on a flat-bottom boat. "What do you intend to do when we reach Grafton and we have to walk?" "Old Fred there will just turn the boat around and drive right back home." It made perfect sense in a non-apocalypse world. He'd ferry them downriver, then drive right back, except for people shooting at them. It all seemed quite normal. Maddie dropped her pack on the deck by the door to the cabin. She turned and watched Fred. He was seated in a captain's chair in front of an instrument panel, with his hand on the throttle. He appeared quite content. Maddie walked down the side toward the back of the boat. The guys were standing on the deck up top. Maddie climbed a ladder and joined them. Ryan held binoculars to his face. Maddie looked around. "Where is Lugnut?" she asked. "He's in the bow scanning downriver." Zach was leaning against a small boat with a cover over it. "It comes with a second boat. It's called a tender. It's a rescue boat," Zach said, sliding his pack to the floor beside it and taking a seat. "Hopefully we will not have to use it. That would be a tight fit for all of us, and I'm afraid you would have to swim." "Me? I don't think so," Maddie laughed. "Yeah, she couldn't do that. She might get her hair wet," Rank teased. Maddie flipped him the bird as she turned and went back down the stairs. "Hey, Maddie! Will you ask Fred to kill these lights? They make us too much of a target," Rank said. "You want him to run in the dark without lights?" "No, just have him shut all the lights except the one he needs to pilot the boat inside the cabin." Fred still looked content to be piloting fugitives downriver. Maddie knocked on the open door. "Come on in, pretty lady." "Have a seat," Fred said, pointing to the chair beside him. As she stepped up onto the stool, she looked around the cabin. Her eyes widened. When Ryan said they were taking a boat downriver, she had never pictured a floating house. She had little experience with boats and had never been on anything larger than a ski boat. Even though her dad was a Marine, he didn't care much for boating. "This is a nice boat," Maddie said, looking through the expansive windows. After Fred shut off all the lights but the headlights, she couldn't see except for about 30 feet in front of the boat. The lights didn't reach out very far. It looked eerie to her. She was glad he knew the river. "Her name is the Ginny Lee. I named her after my ex-wife. She was a beat-up old hag I couldn't get rid of just like this here old boat." Maddie couldn't help cracking a grin as she studied the old man. "I'm curious, Fred. I know nothing about boats, but how is this still running after the EMP?" "Well, I don't claim to know much about EMPs, but from what I can tell, it only took out the new stuff. This old girl doesn't have any of those new electronic gadgets. She's just a workhorse through and through, just like my ex-wife," Fred said, giving Maddie a toothless grin. "We are passing over the LaGrange Dam. Good thing the wickets are down. I'm not sure how we'd get through the lock without electricity," Fred said. Maddie saw nothing but black water. She had no idea what wickets or locks were, but hoped he could figure out how to get them through safely. Zach appeared in the doorway. He was scratching his exposed neck and arms. "The mosquitoes on this river are as big as birds." Fred reached over and produced a bottle of bug spray. After Zach finished spraying himself, Maddie drowned herself in it. "You should lie down for a while, Zach." "Drink water," Maddie said, grabbing a bottle of water from her pack and handing it to her brother. "I'm fine. Stop babying me. You don't look fine. Remember what Ella said. We can't afford for you to have a relapse out here. Besides, we have a long walk ahead of us, and I'm not carrying your pack." "All right, I'll sit here just for a minute." Zach was sound asleep in the overstuffed chair in a few minutes. He sank right into it and would have to have help to get up when he awoke. The decor of the boat reminded her of her grandmother's house. Her mom said that her grandmother's decor was stuck in the 80s. The boat's fuchsia carpet and forest green area rug complemented the pink and green paisley print sofa. It did have a fully stocked bar. "Fred, does that bathroom work?" "Sure does, even has a shower with hot water." Maddie could hardly constrain herself. "Yep, it's on propane." Maddie grabbed up her pack and ran to the bathroom. Chapter 24. The Ginny Lee somewhere on the Illinois River, event plus 8 days. By the time Maddie finished her shower, brushed her teeth, and dressed, they had passed Meridosia Wildlife Refuge. How much further? "Oh, I'd say about 80 miles or so," Fred said. Zach was still sleeping. Ryan and Rank were sitting at a round table eating MREs. Rank's long black beard had found its way into his container of tortellini. When he raised up, food dripped from it into his lap. Maddie laughed. Ryan laughed, even though he had his own beard issues. "What is up with you three and the beards?" Maddie asked. "Ryan started it," Rank said. "I did not. Yes, you most certainly did. Lugnut made fun of your attempt to grow facial hair, and you challenged him to try it." "Of course I couldn't let you two beat me at something," Rank said. "Mine is the nicest. Don't you agree, Maddie?" "If by nicest you mean the nicest best bird's nest, I'd say you are the winner," Maddie said as she curled up on the pink and green sofa. She pulled a multicolored afghan over her, and before she knew it, she was out. Occasionally she heard laughter from the front of the boat or Fred whistling a tune, but she was too out of it to care. She was clean and comfortable. She intended to take full advantage of any and all luxuries still in existence in this new world. But when she slipped into a deep sleep, her sleep was filled with the images of the violence she'd seen over the last 2 weeks, starting with Emma's parents. She tossed and turned, trying to rid herself of the nightmares. She tried to think about the cabin, but concerns about all they would encounter on the way there caused her too much anxiety. Exhaustion must have prevailed because Maddie was in a deep sleep when she felt a hand on her arm shaking her. She sat up wide-eyed, ready to fight, but it was only her brother. Ryan said, "We are getting close, so you need to get your shoes back on and grab your bag. We need to be ready to get off quickly before anyone realizes we are there." Maddie ran her fingers through her long blonde hair, pulled it into a ponytail, and twisted a bun on top of her head after securing it with a hair tie. She put on her shoes and grabbed her pack. She smiled at Fred and thanked him as she exited the cabin and stepped onto the boat's deck. She couldn't see anything. It was still pitch black out, and Fred was still running with his lights out. "Ryan, how in the world is he going to dock this boat without lights?" Maddie asked. "He is going to wait until we get closer, then he'll turn them on. As soon as he does, we have to get off and away from here as quickly as possible before we're spotted." Fred pulled the boat up near a boat slip, then switched on the lights for the last 20 feet. Everyone had their packs on and rifles at the ready. As soon as the boat bumped the slip, Ryan jumped off. He held a rope and pulled the back end of the boat close to the dock. He waved for Zach to jump down. After Zach was on the dock, he turned, walked down the dock to the end, and scanned the area through his scope. Maddie was next and joined her brother. She heard Rank and Lugnut's boots slap the dock as they jumped down and ran toward them. "Go, go, go," Ryan called, shuffling past them. Maddie felt a hand on her shoulder. Then she remembered the way they were taught to move at night in certain situations, and placed her hand on Zach's shoulder so they wouldn't get separated. They shuffled about 50 yards together to a stand of trees and dropped to a knee. Maddie heard the big old boat speed away full throttle. She looked back, and the boat was once again lit up like a Christmas tree, including red and green LED lights. Ryan, Rank, and Lugnut held their rifles up, scanning the area for trouble. The area around the boat launch was pitch black. What little light the last quarter moon gave was hidden behind the tall stand of trees. The only sound that Maddie heard besides the night bugs was the motor of Fred's boat and the heavy breathing of all the guys. As the whine of the motor faded, the chorus of the frogs began. They seemed to be coordinating harmony with the crickets and katydids, creating a veritable cacophony of night sounds. The sound of the lapping waves made by the wake of Fred's boat began to die off as they waited. What they are waiting for, Maddie wasn't sure. No one said a word for at least 5 minutes. "The road is across that parking lot. Move out 2 by 2, covering each other's maneuvers," Ryan said, finally breaking the silence. "On me," Rank said, leading the way. Rank and Zach took off, running across the parking lot, and disappeared into the dark night. Lugnut tapped Maddie on the shoulder. "Our turn." Maddie followed Lugnut across the parking lot to an area of low hedges. Seconds later, Ryan dropped down beside them. He scanned the area from their new vantage point before pronouncing the area clear. "Okay, Ryan, we have to come to a decision. This is the point of no return, Lugnut said, turning to face Ryan. I've already made my position clear on the subject, Ryan said, dropping the rifle from his shoulder. I just think we should discuss it with the kids. Damn it, Lug, I told you already. I'm not risking their safety. Beth would want us to get them to the cabin, Ryan said, his voice raised louder than it should be under the circumstances. What should you discuss with us? Maddie asked, her own voice raised. Lug, Ryan said. I'm with Lug on this one, Ryan. I think they're old enough to contribute to the conversation, Rank said. Fuck, Ryan snapped. I'm fed up with all of you treating me like some damn little child. I'm fucking 18 years old. This shit has to stop. Now fucking tell me what the hell is going on, Maddie demanded. Yeah, what is it? You have to tell us now, Zach said. Ryan, you already started it now, Lug. You might as well go ahead and tell them your plan. You're going to do it no matter what I say. That isn't true, Lugnut said. Oh yeah, well you would not have brought it up again otherwise. Will you two stop arguing like an old married couple and just tell us? Maddie said. Lugnut took a deep breath, but before he could speak, Ryan blurted. They are going into the city. The city, why? Why would you risk that? Are you nuts? Maddie asked, her voice shrill. We are going for your mom, Rank said, his voice oddly calm among the heated voices. What? Zach asked. Mom's in California. We need to look for your stepdad. Maddie and Zach were quiet. Maddie hadn't even considered traveling the 15 or so miles into the city to find him. After what she'd seen in Chicago, she didn't think Jason would have made it home from his office, let alone survived a week alone. I don't want you to go. Mom would not want you to take that risk, Maddie finally said. I disagree. Mom would want someone to go for Jason. I agree, she would never ask you to take the risk, but she would want her husband to make it out of the city, Zach said. Maddie could only see half his face in the faint moonlight. His head was down. She knew he was feeling the same way she was. For all their disagreements with Jason, they knew their mom loved him. That had been very difficult for them to accept in the beginning. The death of their father had been still fresh and new to them, but Maddie could see now that Jason brought a joy to her mom's life that pulled her out of the deep, dark depression she'd been in. Even then, she hadn't wanted to be a brat about the whole thing. It was just so hard not to be pissed about him stepping into that position, and he was so different from their dad. Maddie, I don't think Mom could handle losing another husband, Zach said softly. Zach had said nothing to her about it before, but she'd seen how concerned he'd been when their mom refused to eat or get out of bed in those early days of her grief. She thought in many ways Zach saw it as his responsibility to help her get back to living. In the end, she just needed time. Eventually, she got up and moved on with life. She had quit her job as a trauma nurse at Barnes Jewish Trauma Center and taken the hygienist position at Jason's dental practice. Zach, do you really think Jason could have made it this long by himself? Maddie asked. Maybe, maybe not, but I think if anyone can get him out, it is Lugnut and Rank. You remember all the stories Dad used to tell. Your dad had a tendency to exaggerate, Rank said. So, you didn't rescue that captain who had been captured after going off by himself to take a crap. Yeah, we did that, Lugnut laughed. I can recall lots of other stories just like that, Zach said. He was facing Maddie now. He was close enough she could see the glistening of his tears in the moonlight. I understand, Zach. I want Mom to be happy too. I would go save Jason myself, but I've been in a highly populated city. Have any of you? It is bad. It's worse than anything you can imagine, and that was during the first few days. It has got to be 10 times worse by now. Maddie, I don't think I could look your mom in the eyes if we didn't at least try to get her husband out, since we are this close, Rank said. Maddie put her face in her hands. She admired them for this brave and kind act, but didn't understand why they couldn't see how foolish it was. She was convinced that Jason could not have survived, not in the chaos she saw in Chicago, and St. Louis would be no different. The hordes of people would be moving west. Clarkson Valley would lie in the path of their migration west and south. You already know how I feel about the idea. I agree with Maddie. It is a foolish move. Our responsibility is to get these kids to the cabin and keep them safe, Ryan said. That comment struck a nerve with Maddie. She was close to reaching a breaking point with all of them treating her like a child. Zach, she could understand. He was only 14, but she was an adult now. You know, I did get myself and a 10-year-old child out of Chicago all by myself. So while I appreciate you, Ryan, I think we need each other to make it to the cabin. That is why I do not want Lug and Rank to run off into the city by themselves. We all need each other. Maddie turned toward Lugnut and Rank. All she could see was their lips in the moonlight. There won't be anyone to have your backs in the city. If Jason is there, I don't believe he will be, but if he is, he might not even recognize either one of you with all that paint on your faces. "We will," Rank started to say. "And if he does, you will be following the hordes out of the city with an untrained civilian in tow," Maddie finished. They all were quiet, uncomfortably so. Rank was the first to speak. "Maddie, I understand that you are no longer a little girl. I admire that you got yourself and Emma to safety. You are my hero. Honestly. But Lug and I know the risks, and we are willing to take them for your mom. Your dad would want us to do that for the woman he loved." "He would do it," Rank said. Maddie saw Zach wiping tears from his cheek. It was a low blow for them to bring their dad into the argument. Of course Daddy would go. He had a hero complex. But that hero complex got him killed. He died trying to rescue someone. She didn't want to have the same thing happen to Lugnut and Rank. It was an unbearable thought. They were right. They knew the risks. But they were not the ones who would have to live with the consequences of their actions. People that loved them would be doing that. It was something she had wished 1,000,000 times that her dad would have understood. If he had, he would not have pulled over on the busy highway to help the stranded motorist. If he'd thought about the family he would leave behind, he wouldn't have been on the side of the road when the drunk driver plowed into their car, sending it flying and pinning her father between the guardrail and the twisted wreckage. Maddie stood and exhaled the breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "All right, just go. Go. Run off and play heroes. If that will make you feel better, I don't give a fuck anymore. I won't shed a tear when you two don't make it out of that shithole city." She took off walking. She wasn't even sure if she was going in the right direction. At that moment, she didn't care. She just wanted away from them. She was furious with them all. She didn't think she had space in her heart for people who foolishly risked their own safety without regard to the hurt it would cause the ones they leave behind. Maddie heard footsteps behind her. Zach appeared at her side. They walked along the sidewalk. Neither said anything. "Maddie, Zach, wait up," Ryan called to them. Maddie kept walking. "You two are going the wrong way," Ryan said as he caught up with them. "You're heading into the city." Maddie stopped. She would have put her hands on her hips if she could have reached them under the pack that extended around her waist. "Listen, I understand. Emotions are raw right now. I heard you. I'm sorry if I've treated you with anything but the respect you deserve." Maddie said nothing. "Lug and Rank heard you too, but they need to do what they need to do. They know you didn't mean what you said. Which way is it to Union?" Maddie asked. She was done with the conversation. No amount of rehashing it with Ryan would change how she felt, and Zach's silence told her that he likely understood. They both had had their lives ripped apart that fateful day. "Let's move over here out of the open and take a look at the map again to refresh our memories and make sure we all understand where our rally points are from here." Maddie looked back the way they'd came. Lug and Rank weren't joining them. They had dismissed her not-so-subtle plea to abandon their foolish plan. She felt a pang of guilt. If something did happen, the last things she had said were in anger. But she didn't have time to dwell on that. She, Zach, and Ryan had to make it to their dad's storage unit in Union, Missouri. The condition of that locker would determine how they proceed from here. Maddie prayed that no one had broken into the unit yet. Chapter 25, Joint Field Office, Marseille, Illinois. Event plus 8 days. Mitchell's men hadn't recognized Ames as he sat near them in the dining facility. Dinner had been over for several hours, but coffee and sandwiches were available around the clock for those working the night shift. Ames pulled the brim of his ball cap down, propped his elbow on the table, and rested his head in his hand. He leaned in and hovered over his coffee. The three men spoke low, but Ames could still hear most of what they were discussing. "I told Mitchell that the posse wouldn't be able to catch those guys. They are farmers and hunters, not law enforcement." "I know, but he didn't want to risk losing any more of our guys." "We can't take Peoria if we lose many more." "Yeah, but how do we know that Masters and his guys won't double back and come back to Peoria? We need to know how coordinated these folks are before we go in there. As it is, this operation is not going to be a cakewalk. That guard unit isn't just going to lie down their weapons when we roll into town. Mitchell is working on that. He is meeting with the other members of the county board to get them on our side. He believes that he can cause enough division in the community and get enough guardsmen to walk away that we can take what is left. I hope so. I don't know how I feel about fighting my own guys." Ames shifted in his seat. He could not believe they were discussing such details about their secret mission out in the open. One man stood and walked over to the coffee pot. Ames shut his eyes and pretended to be dozing. The man returned to his seat, and the three continued their conversation as if he were not there. Ames listened as the men described their efforts to locate the group. They said hit the underground storage facility a day ago. After raiding their farm and sending them on the run, Mitchell had hired locals to track them. He had promised the local farmers food in exchange for bringing the men in. I heard that Masters had kids with him. Those morons were firing on innocent children. What do you expect from someone whose families are starving? They only get that food if they deliver Masters and his group. They are desperate. I expect that they not kill children. Well, from what I hear, they must have been terrible shots because they all got away down the river. We got word a little while ago that they boarded the boat on its way back upstream, and the only one still on board was the old man. He said that he took them all the way to Missouri and left them. It sounds like that problem is solved then, so why are we still chasing them? One of the men said as he stood and pushed in his chair. Ames shifted in his seat and tried to look under his arm to get a look at the man's face. The one he saw was young, dark, and stocky. He had a tattoo of an owl and a bow and arrow on his right bicep. Harding may know which unit the man was in. They know too much, the other man said, as he stood and pushed in his chair. Ames waited 10 minutes past the time the men left the dining facility before he left. He needed to get word to Harding about the planned attack on Peoria. But doing so before the sun came up would draw too much attention. He hoped that Harding's reinforcements were coming soon. These people had to be stopped before they could enact their plan and kill innocent people. Before he sent word to Harding, maybe he would see what he could find out about this Masters group they were hunting and why they had fled to Missouri. It appeared Mitchell thought they were a big enough threat to follow them there. He'd pay Perez a visit. He needed to find out why she still wanted him on her side. It wasn't like she needed him anymore. She seemed to be doing just fine on her own these days. Chapter 26, Charles County, Missouri, event plus 9 days. Stumbling around in the dark really sucked. Although Maddie understood why they had to travel at night without flashlights, she was not thrilled to do it. She had never seen the city pitch black. There were no lights coming from street lamps or porch lights. No one passed them with their high beams on. No cars passed, period. Maddie heard no man-made sounds at all. Ryan wore their only pair of night vision goggles as they walked single file down the middle of the street. Maddie kept her right hand on Ryan's shoulder, and Zach had his hand on her shoulder. Ryan stopped at an intersection, and they all took a knee while he scanned the area. The moonlight illuminated the street sign above them. They were at the junction of highways B and C. Maddie wondered if they were going to be following the alphabet road by road. Whoever named Missouri's highways lacked imagination. The names were comprised of numbers and letters. If you told someone you lived off of Route K, they would still have no clue where you lived because there were Route Ks in each county throughout the state. Ryan stood and said, "It's clear." Maddie and Zach assumed their previous positions behind Ryan, and they proceeded west on Highway C. Just before sunrise, they reached the town of St. Paul. It was getting light enough out that Maddie no longer needed to walk with her hand on Ryan's shoulder. As they walked past houses, Maddie could hear the first man-made noises since getting off the river. It sounded like someone was chopping wood. The sound echoed off the houses. With daylight came her first view of how communities close to St. Louis were faring. She saw something she'd not seen before. Trash. Piles and piles of trash. The lack of city services was evident as they walked through town. People still put their trash at the curb, but bags had been torn open and their contents strewn all over the lawns and street. The houses didn't look looted like some she'd seen in Chicago. Cars still sat in driveways and toys on lawns. Really, the trash was the only indicator that life was different there. When they reached a wooded area near Coach Road, Ryan motioned for them to stop. He pointed into the woods, and Maddie followed Zach to an area about 15 feet from the road behind a stand of cedar trees. Ryan dropped his pack, unslung his rifle, and sat on the soft, leaf-littered ground. "Let's take a break. We'll rest here for an hour or so, eat something, and then push on a few more hours. I think walking in the daylight isn't too dangerous here, as long as things remain as calm as they are anyway." Maddie and Zach nodded and took a seat beside Ryan. No one spoke. Each ate their energy bars and jerky, staring off into space. Maddie laid back on the soft bed of leaves and looked at the sky. The sunrise was spectacular. She thought about the lack of contrails from planes and wondered if allies of the United States had flown in aid yet. We were usually the first country to send help when other nations had a disaster. Her dad had helped during earthquakes and things like that. "Ryan, do you think that NATO or the United Nations has sent aid yet?" Maddie asked. "I don't know. I imagine they have. I just don't know how that aid would get distributed under the circumstances. I mean, we had trouble getting aid to the people in Puerto Rico after the hurricane. With the lack of communications and transportation, even if they brought in shiploads of aid, without a means to get it from the docks to the people, I don't think it would benefit anyone, but maybe the people in that area. I bet FEMA will keep any aid for themselves," Zach said. "What makes you think that?" Ryan asked. "Well, Larry said that FEMA was shutting down shelters, but they were still collecting supplies from communities that needed them. Seems pretty clear to me that they were hoarding that stuff for themselves. That doesn't mean that all of FEMA is doing that, Ryan said. Zach didn't respond. Maddie was grateful. She was too tired to listen to her brother's conspiracy theories. He had spent too much time listening to every hoax and kook on YouTube. As she stared at the early morning sky, her eyes were getting heavy. She tried not to think about Lugnut and Rank. She prayed that their journey was as uneventful as well. The hour was up way too soon, and they loaded up and set back out walking. More people were out and about, but they barely acknowledged the strangers with backpacks and rifles walking through their quiet town. Soon the city gave way to farmland as they continued west on Highway P. At Barton Creek Road, they headed south and then made a left at Josephville Road, which eventually ran into Route A behind a General Motors assembly plant. Cars filled the expansive parking lot. Since the EMP struck in the middle of a busy workday, hundreds of the plant's workers would have been stranded there. Ryan picked up the pace. They continued on Route A, eventually crossing over Interstate 64 just west of where it crossed Interstate 70. It was then that Maddie saw why the town was relatively untouched by looting and violence. National Guard troops had a roadblock up on both Interstate 64 and 70. They likely had others elsewhere limiting the movement of the hordes to the west, at least from points east of Wentzville. As soon as they got far enough away from the populated areas south of Wentzville, Ryan stopped and scanned the area to their left. Just off Gaffori Road were several lakes bound on one side by a stand of trees. Further down the street, McMansions sat on oversized lots. The group stayed to the south of the homes, walking near the tree line. The sun was still high in the sky. The temperature had been steadily climbing. The lake looked so inviting. Maddie dreamed of taking a swim to cool off her sweaty body. "We'll bed down here and get some sleep," Ryan said, dropping his pack. Maddie and Zach dropped theirs as well. Maddie unrolled her sleeping mat and sat on it while she ate her cheese tortellini-flavored MRE. She pulled out her miniature pound cake and held it out. "You want to trade, Zach?" Zach stared at the pound cake a moment, then shook his head. Maddie watched him as he used the MRE heater with his meatball marinara packet. He wasn't looking well. He could just be tired. She wanted to believe it, but when he barely picked at his favorite MRE meal, she knew it wasn't true. They'd pushed him too hard too soon. She knew her brother well enough not to say anything to him directly. She'd let Ryan handle it. After finishing her meal and burying her trash, Maddie pulled the Katahdin pocket filter from her pack, grabbed her hydration bladder, and headed toward the lake. "Wait," Ryan called after her. "You can't go out there alone." Ryan followed her just as she had planned. Ryan grabbed his and Zach's bladders and ran after her. He stood guard as she filtered and filled the water bladders. Filling water bladders was a time-consuming task, giving them plenty of time to talk. "Ryan, we have a problem. I know. I should have grabbed the Vario out of my pack. It'll filter at 2 liters a minute. I wish now I would have brought the Expedition water filter. It'll do double that, but I brought the Vario for its lighter weight." "No, not that, though. This is a pain in the ass, and next time we use yours for sure. But that isn't what I was referring to. It's Zach. He isn't doing very well. He barely picked at his food, which means he is dog sick. You know that kid loves food. He could just be tired." Maddie looked up and they stared at one another. They both knew that was wishful thinking. Their worst fears had come true, and they were out on the road without the necessary medical care to treat him. "We'll bed down here and let him get some rest. Ella gave me an electrolyte solution to add to his water bladder. We will make sure he is drinking enough and continue his antibiotic. We will see how he is doing tomorrow." "And if he isn't better tomorrow?" Maddie asked, placing the filter's tube into the second water bladder. Ryan didn't answer. "What do we do if he isn't better tomorrow, Ryan?" Ryan looked around the lake and scanned the tree line with the scope on his rifle. "We stay another day. It looks safe enough here. If we maintain noise and light discipline and the two of us take turns at watch, we should be all right. Even if he says he is feeling better tomorrow, we have to take it slower. He isn't at the same fitness level that we're at. He isn't a distance runner. He hates running, remember?" "I know. We will take it slower. We'll put him on point and let him set the pace. That should work. Unless he pushes himself too fast trying to get us there sooner." Maddie stared into the water. She'd tried not to stir up mud and debris along the lake's edge, but the bank was soft. The water was a little cloudy, but wasn't bad. It did mean a lot more sediment going into the filter, though, reducing its lifespan. She was glad that each member of their group had at least 2 filters. Along with purification tablets, they should be good on water with Missouri's abundant rivers, creeks, and ponds. She thought about Lugnut and Rank, but quickly pushed them from her mind. She couldn't go there. She had enough to worry about with Zach. She could do nothing for them, but she could at least make sure her brother rested and stayed hydrated. Hopefully they could get back on the road tomorrow. "I'm done. Can you carry one?" Maddie asked, handing a water bladder up to Ryan. He took it without saying anything. His attention was directed toward the houses across the lake. Maddie crouched back down and unholstered her pistol. "What is it, Ryan?" "I've got movement at our 9 o'clock. Ryan crouched beside Maddie and grabbed Zach's water bladder from the ground. "Let's back out of here nice and slow." Maddie put the filter in the pit of her arm, grabbed the remaining water bladder with her left hand, and backed away from the edge of the lake. "Stay low, but run to that group of cedar trees there at the edge of the woods," Ryan said, pointing to an area north of their camp. When Maddie reached the tree line, she dropped the water filter and hydration bladder to the ground, took a knee, and realized she didn't have her rifle. She couldn't cover Ryan's retreat from the lake with her pistol. She was kicking herself for not bringing a rifle. It had not even crossed her mind to grab it, a sign she had not trained in a long time. "You fight like you train," Dad always said. "Let's go," Ryan called as he pushed deeper into the woods. They quietly made their way back to camp. Zach was crouched with his rifle raised in their direction as they approached. "Cinnamon," Ryan called. Zach countersigned. "Latte." "It was just a girl taking her dog for a walk," Zach said. "There's no longer just anything anymore, Zach," Maddie said, placing the water bladder into her pack. "Everyone is a potential threat now." "I'm a girl, but I carry this with me everywhere I go," Maddie said, pointing to the pistol holstered on her hip. Zach rolled his eyes and lay back on his sleeping mat. He looked pale. "You should drink," Ryan added, "the electrolytes that Ella gave you. Did you take your antibiotic with your meal?" "Yeah." Ryan lay Zach's water bladder down next to him. "Your sister is right. We all have to stay hydrated. We all need to stay in tip-top shape for this last little push." Zach sat up and inserted the bladder into his pack, threaded the tube through its loops over the shoulder strap, and drank. "How much further to Dad's storage unit?" he asked. Ryan pulled the map from his pack, studied it, and said, "About 30 more miles." "So another full day's walk?" Zach asked. "Yeah, we may have to detour around a small town or two, but we have to go through Washington. It has the only bridge across the river for miles." "I think we should wait until dark to do that stretch," Ryan said. Maddie groaned. "I wish we all had night vision goggles. I hate stumbling in the dark when anyone could jump out at me at any time." "I'm sorry, all the rest of the night vision burned at the house. I should have grabbed more stuff from the basement, but there just wasn't time." "It's okay, I understand," Maddie said. Sorry she'd brought it up. Ryan hadn't planned on DHS coming to arrest one of their group. He hadn't planned on having to fight the National Guard. This new world was filled with things Maddie hadn't planned for, like being separated from her mother. As Maddie lay back on her sleeping mat with a thin emergency blanket over her, she stared at the setting sun. She found it hard not to think about her mom. She wondered if her mother had received any of their messages. Did Beth know yet that she and Zach were together and with Ryan? Did she know that they were on their way to the cabin? Maddie had more questions than answers these days. She usually practiced not worrying about things that were out of her control, but everything seemed out of her control these days. "Ryan, do you know any ham operators in Texas County?" Zach asked, obviously reading Maddie's thoughts and thinking of their mom. "I know a few of them. When we get down there, we'll go check in with them first thing and get word to your mom that we made it," Ryan said as he yawned. "Okay," Zach said, yawning himself. He turned over on his side and shut his eyes. "I'll take first watch, Ryan. I'm too amped up to sleep yet," Maddie said, standing and grabbing her rifle this time. "All right. Just don't leave the tree line. If you see or hear anything, come wake me. Don't go investigate on your own." "Yes, sir," she said, walking toward the edge of the woods to get a view of the houses across the lake. She continued to scan the road and houses as the sun set behind the tree line. The first half of her 4-hour watch was uneventful. Maddie walked the tree line and made a wide circle around their camp. She wasn't sure how far the woods extended, but far enough that they couldn't be seen. As she walked along the edge of the woods nearest the lake, she crouched and shouldered her rifle. Looking through the scope, she scanned the clearing and area beyond the lake. She didn't see any movement. There were no lights. She expected to hear the sound of generators running, but she heard none. She heard nothing except the extremely loud chorus of frogs. They were much louder than the ones back at the river. Maddie wondered how she would ever get used to sleeping with the sounds of nature instead of city life. In her dorm room at Kent State, she had had to sleep with her earbuds in, an attempt to drown out the sound of music and voice at all hours of the night. She instinctively felt her back pocket where she used to keep her cell phone. It wasn't there. She was struck that it was the first time she'd missed it since leaving Chicago. A splash in the water startled her, and she jumped to her feet, rifle raised at the ready. She scanned the area with her scope and saw nothing. Just a frog or some critter, she assured herself. She was just about to turn and make her rounds again when a flash of light caught her eye. The small light bounced back and forth in a small arc. Someone is heading down to the lake. Maddie took a knee, pulled the rifle to her shoulder, and watched through the scope as a young teenage girl and a dog walked to the edge of the water. The girl was carrying a bucket. The girl dipped the bucket into the water and set it on shore. Maddie watched as the girl removed her shoes and socks and waded knee-deep into the water. She appeared to be washing her hair in the lake. "What is it?" Zach said, startling Maddie. She stumbled back over a log and landed on her butt. The noise must have alerted the dog to the presence of strangers, because he stopped in his tracks and began barking. Maddie was scrambling to get to her feet and retrieve her rifle, so she did not see when the dog took off around the lake toward her, and Zach reached down and took hold of Maddie's arm, lifting her from the ground. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Where's my rifle?" Maddie asked. "Here it is." She didn't have time to shoulder the weapon before the dog lunged for them, knocking Maddie to the ground once more. Zach pointed his rifle at the dog's head and was about to pull the trigger when high-pitched screams came from somewhere behind him. "Don't shoot him." Zach turned his head but kept the rifle pointed at the dog who had Maddie pinned against the log, barking furiously at her. "Please," the girl begged as she ran over to her dog. "Please don't kill him. He is all I have left in the world." The girl grabbed the black dog's collar and yanked him back. Maddie got to her feet and jumped over the log, putting distance between her and the dog, just as Ryan appeared, rifle raised. "What is going on?" Ryan grabbed Maddie by the arm and stepped in front of her. "Please, mister, please don't shoot him. He's not really mean. It's just nobody is shooting your dog. Just hold on to him, and for God's sake, shut him up before he wakes the whole state," Ryan said, lowering his rifle. He motioned for Zach to do the same. Maddie hid behind Ryan, trying to catch her breath. "That damn dog," Maddie said between breaths, "was going to eat me. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. He's gotten overprotective since the lights went out. We had some trouble, and that's okay," Ryan said. Ryan turned and grabbed hold of Maddie. "We need to get the hell out of here now." Zach began backing away. "You should keep him on a leash. He is going to get you both killed. That barking alone will give away your position to anyone that wants to harm you," he said. "Where are you going?" the girl asked. "We can't tell you that. It isn't safe to give out information like that these days," Zach replied. "You can hide at my house. I'm alone." Zach stopped. Maddie had just stepped around Ryan and picked up her rifle from the dirt. She heard something in the girl's voice that pricked her heart. Even though the girl's dog had just tried to eat her, the girl's words pulled at Maddie's heart. "You live alone?" Zach asked. "I live with my parents, but they never made it home." The dog had sat on its rump next to the girl's feet and stopped barking, but still emitted a low growl. He wasn't as trusting as his human companion. "Did they work in the city?" Ryan asked. "Yeah, but they aren't at work. They were on a trip in the Bahamas. I was supposed to stay at a friend's house for the week, but we got in a fight. I was afraid to tell my parents, so I just came home and didn't say anything. They never came home." "Do you have family or friends in the area you can go stay with?" Maddie asked. The girl began to cry. The dog stood and began to growl louder. Ryan looked over his shoulder, raised his rifle, and scanned the open field around the lake. "Which house is yours?" After Maddie, Zach and Ryan gathered their packs from their camp. They followed the girl past the lake and across a large, neatly manicured lawn. At the side door to the home, the girl removed her shoes and slid her key into the lock. She and the dog entered into a large mudroom lined with a long bench, cabinets, and coat hooks. The dog ran off out of sight. Ryan went in first and disappeared into the pitch-black home. Zach stepped just inside the door and scanned the room. Maddie hesitated in the doorframe. The girl walked over and shut the door, separating the kitchen and the mudroom. Now safe from Cujo, Maddie entered the house and removed her running shoes. There was a battery-operated lantern on a shelf to her right. The girl's mudroom was as big as Maddie's bedroom at their house in Clarkson Valley. Maddie looked over to Zach and motioned to his feet. Zach leaned his rifle against the wall and untied his shoes. "My name is Maddie, by the way. This is my brother Zach, and the man searching your house is Ryan." "I'm Harmony," the girl said, picking up the lantern from the shelf and heading toward the door. "Is Ryan your dad?" she asked, pushing open the door. "No, he's our uncle," Maddie replied. Chapter 27, Wentzville, Missouri. Event plus 8 days. Despite assurances from Harmony that her dog Buster, not Cujo, was friendly and wouldn't bite, Maddie kept her distance from the dog. Harmony sent Buster Cujo to his room and shut the door. The dog had its own room. Maddie didn't check to see, but if the rest of the house was any indication, it too was likely larger than her own bedroom. After Ryan had searched each room and pronounced them clear, Maddie, Zach, and Ryan joined Harmony in a beautifully furnished den where it appeared Harmony had been sleeping. A pillow and blankets were on one sofa near the fireplace. "I know you said you couldn't tell me where you guys are going, but can you say where you've come from?" Harmony asked. "Chicago," Ryan said, looking out the large window opposite the fireplace. "That is a long way. Did you walk all the way?" "No. We drove part way, then took a boat down the Illinois River," Zach said, taking a seat on the sofa opposite the one Harmony had been sleeping on. Harmony rushed over, picked up the pillow and blankets, and she rushed out of the door. A moment later she returned and took a seat opposite Zach. Maddie stood by the window with Ryan. "People had to have heard all the noise we made at the very least. They had to have heard Cujo barking his ass off out there," Maddie said. Ryan chuckled. "What? It ain't funny. That dog was within inches of my face." Maddie looked back to see if Harmony had heard her. Zach was fiddling with his rifle and trying not to make eye contact with the young girl who was pelting him with questions. "What grade are you in? I guess none now." "Looks like we have all officially graduated," Zach said. Maddie wasn't sure how she felt about that. She had just begun her freshman year of college. She had been looking forward to her college years. The new world wouldn't need fashion designers now, so her degree would be useless if she had graduated already. If she'd been smart and believed her dad, she would have enrolled in an agricultural program and learned something useful for the apocalypse. "Farmers are the new high-demand profession," Maddie said, "along with law enforcement and military," said Ryan. "You have to have someone to protect what farmers grow, or you won't be able to keep it." "True," Zach said. "Are you guys hungry? I have lots of food, canned mostly, but I have lots of canned soups and stews. I've been heating them up on the little individual camp stove in the garage," Harmony said, standing to her feet. "I could eat," Ryan said. He turned from his position by the window. "Zach, you need to eat something and take your medicine," Ryan said, pulling the pills from his pocket. Maddie recalled he'd pocketed the pills when he had given Zach his last dose earlier. She hadn't understood why at the time. Ryan opened the bottle and poured one into the palm of his hand before returning the medicine to his pocket. "He is making sure Zach takes them all, back at Larry and Ella's." Zach had protested taking the antibiotics. He wanted to save them for someone more in need than him. Like most every other man-made substance, antibiotics had become a non-renewable commodity. Harmony led them down the hall to the kitchen. She removed cans of beef stew and chicken noodle soup and handed them to Zach, then grabbed a can opener off the counter. Through a door off the kitchen was a 4-car garage. 3 bays had cars in them. Harmony had placed the MSR Pocket Rocket mini stove in the middle of the 4th bay. The garage was empty except for the cars. The floor was spotless. The 3 newer model luxury and sports cars were also spotless. When Ryan noticed the sports car, he froze. When Maddie saw him, she froze too. "What?" Zach asked. Ryan slowly walked toward the tiny blue convertible. It had a large round white dot on its driver's door and 2 white stripes that ran down the hood and trunk, a 1965 Cobra SC with a 427 side oiler, the fastest production car ever made, Ryan stammered. "Oh, God," said Harmony. "Another crazy Cobra guy, and this is no cheap copy or even a top-of-the-line new Superformance Cobra," Ryan announced. "Yep, it's the real deal. Dad loves that car, but I hate it. It's so loud it hurts my ears," Harmony said, wrinkling her nose. "May I open the hood?" Ryan said in a reverent voice, still slowly approaching the car. "Sure," Harmony said. Ryan dropped his gear. He bent over the hood and twisted 2 chrome levers, then raised the hood and set the prop. "Holy Mother of God," Ryan whispered. "It's real, all right," he said, reaching into the engine compartment and wiping dust from the 55-year-old Shelby badge with his thumb. "Dad says it has a pedigree like Buster," Harmony said, opening the back door of the garage, then returning to light the little camp stove. In just a couple of minutes the first can of soup was warm, and she dished it into a bowl before handing it to Zach. "Are you going to keep drooling over that old car, or come get something to eat?" Maddie asked. "Too bad there's 3 of us and these side pipes are so loud," Ryan said, frowning as he turned away from the car. Harmony pointed over her shoulder. "There is bottled water by the door, next to the key rack where they keep the car keys," Maddie said, teasing. Ryan gave her a look. "That car might get us where we need to go as fast as we could possibly get there, but it would be heard by folks in the next county before we even got there," Ryan said, reading the label on a soup can. "What are the pills for?" Harmony asked Zach. Zach shrugged his shoulders. He picked up some bug at a Red Cross shelter, Maddie said, handing Zach a bottle of water. Ryan handed Zach a large pill from the bottle and stood over him as he swallowed it and stuck out his tongue. Once everyone had heated their meals, they returned to the den. Ryan shut the garage door and followed them, taking one last look at the cobra before closing the inside door to the garage. He ate quickly at his post by the window. "Maddie, why don't you and Zach get some sleep, and I'll stand watch? Are you going to stand watch there or in the garage watching that car?" Maddie asked, smiling. "Very funny," Ryan said. "No one's home in our neighborhood. At least they weren't this morning. I've been checking every day. No one's made it back yet," Harmony said. "Not home. Where is everyone?" Ryan asked. "Work." That made sense to Maddie. The EMP and cyber attack hit during the middle of the day when most people would have been at work. Most of the people in this small neighborhood likely worked in downtown St. Louis. Some were probably doctors or CEOs of corporations from the size of the homes. Zach looked at Ryan. Maddie looked at him too. She studied his expression. "Where are the rest of your family? Do you have grandparents or aunts and uncles you can go stay with?" Ryan asked. Harmony looked down and shook her head. Her long honey-colored hair fell across her face. Zach stared hard at Ryan. Maddie looked back and forth between them. "Well, I guess you will just have to come to Texas County with us then," Maddie said. Harmony shot to her feet, ran around the sofa and launched herself at Maddie. "Really? Oh my God, that would be so awesome. Thank you so much," she said. After releasing her bear hug on Maddie, Ryan frowned at Maddie. "We can leave your parents a note to contact the Texas County Sheriff's Department to find you," Maddie said, flashing a smile at Ryan. Harmony ran around and plopped back down on the sofa. She was chattering away about having never been to Texas County when she suddenly grew quiet. They all turned and stared at her. "What is it?" Zach finally asked. Harmony looked over her shoulder to where Ryan and Maddie still stood by the window. "Can I bring Buster? He'll be good, I promise," Harmony said, jumping from her seat and approaching Maddie. "I promise. He won't bite you. He's a little jumpy since we had a little run-in with some men yesterday." "What? What men? Where?" Ryan asked her, stepping between Harmony and Maddie. Harmony's piercing blue eyes widened, and she took a step back, down by the road near the Petersons' lake. "We'd gone down there to feed their ducks when 3 men came out of nowhere. Buster chased 2 of the men off, but one of the men grabbed me and started to pull me into the woods. Buster turned and ran back when he heard my screams. The man ran off and joined his friends. Buster chased them down the road for a long way." "It is a good thing you had Buster with you," Zach said. "Yeah, I know. He had blood on him when he got back, so he got a bite of one of them. I don't think they'll come back. It could have gone very differently if they would have had guns, Harmony," Ryan said. Harmony looked at the rifle in Ryan's arms and back over to Zach. "I know," she finally said. "You can bring Buster. He will be an asset when we get to the cabin. He will alert us if anyone approaches, but until we get there, you're going to need to keep him on a tight leash. He could get us into trouble we might otherwise want to avoid," Ryan said. "Oh, thank you. I wouldn't be able to leave Buster. He is the only family I have now." "Your mom and dad are probably making their way home right now. Don't give up hope yet," Zach said. "I don't think they'll make it home from the Caribbean if cars don't even work. I tried all of our cars except the Cobra, and I haven't heard a single car since the lights went out," Harmony said, her voice cracking. "I'm sure they will do everything in their power to make it home to you," Maddie said. "I agree," Ryan said. "You 3 should get some sleep. If Zach is feeling okay in the morning, we need to push on and make it to the storage unit by dark." Harmony brought a blanket in for Zach, and the girls went upstairs to Harmony's room. Even in the light of the lantern, the room looked enormous. Harmony's king-sized bed sat in the middle of the space, and there was still a large space between it and the door to the bathroom. "I wouldn't open the door. I used it before I realized that the lights weren't coming back on. If you need to go, I have our camp potty set up in my parents' bathroom. It doesn't smell wonderful, but it is better than going outside," Harmony said, pointing back down the hall. Maddie nodded before crawling into the heavenly soft bed and pulling the soft cotton sheet over her. She didn't make out the rest of what Harmony said as she drifted off, fast asleep. Her fitful sleep was filled with images of Cujo. She was stuck in her car with the rabid St. Bernard, attempting to chew his way through the glass. Maddie awoke in a sweat. She was shaking. She looked around the dark room for any sign of the crazed dog, either the one from her nightmare or the one Harmony called Buster. She needs a muzzle for that beast and some dog biscuits for his stinky dog breath. Chapter 28. Wentzville, Missouri. Event plus 9 days. When Ryan asked Harmony if she had anything she could use as a rucksack, she returned from her room with a black Burberry rucksack. Maddie recognized the brand. Girls at the college preparatory school where she had attended high school carried that $1,500 backpack. "Did you have anything a little larger, maybe more sporty?" Maddie asked. Maddie followed Harmony to the mudroom and helped her pick out a nice-sized sports bag, and they filled it with extra clothes, running shoes, and a flashlight from a kitchen drawer. Ryan grabbed dried soup mixes and granola bars from Harmony's pantry and the bottled water from the garage. After Ryan finished filling the pack with human food, Harmony stuffed as much dog food as she could fit into the rest of the space in the bag. To Maddie's great relief, Harmony put a harness and muzzle on her dog. He looked miserable with his nylon face mask on, but it limited his ability to bark was necessary for them to be stealthy. With all their gear strapped on and Buster secure in Harmony's grasp, the group of four set off down Ghaffori Road, turned onto Highway Z, and headed south. The terrain became mostly rural. The atmosphere was totally different out in the country. People rode down the road on ATVs, lawnmowers, and tractors. Harmony held tight on Buster's leash. Maddie saw farmers bringing hay to their cattle. Life on the farm didn't stop when the lights went out. Animals still needed tending. As promised, Ryan let Zach take point. He set the pace for the group who walked single file down the middle of the road. At first, he set a rather brisk pace for a non-runner. Harmony walked alongside Maddie. For the first mile or so she talked nonstop. But after a while she appeared winded and seemed to be having a difficult time keeping up. But by the time they reached New Mel, Zach had slowed his pace to something Harmony could manage, and she became talkative again. Even though there was only 3 years between them, Maddie was growing tired of the immature chatter. At New Mel, the group went west through town. If they had a stoplight, Maddie didn't see it. Buster emitted a few low growls as they passed other pedestrians in the street, but he did not lunge like he had with Maddie. Within minutes, they were on the other side of town and back to passing pastures and farmland on Highway T. 2 miles later, they continued south on Highway TT. Late morning gave way to early afternoon before Ryan allowed them to stop. Ryan chose a stand of evergreen trees beside the road. "Wait here," Ryan said, dropping his pack next to Zach. He disappeared into the woods. Maddie could hear the leaves and twigs breaking under his feet. A moment later, he reappeared and waved them over. "Did you find water?" Zach asked, handing Ryan his pack. "Yes, a nice clean stream." "Oh, thank goodness," Maddie said, following Ryan and Zach deeper into the woods. Harmony had not yet learned to pick up her feet as she walked and stumbled several times on the thick vines and fallen branches that littered the forest floor. Buster was the noisiest of all, trying to pull Harmony along. The woods opened up on a clearing of lush green grass. They crossed the field and climbed through a barbed wire fence to the bank of a small stream. Crystal clear water flowed over ancient moss-covered boulders. Maddie knelt down by a small pool and splashed water over her face and neck. The ice-cold water felt amazing. It was the hottest time of day and felt like it was at least 80 degrees. This late in September, the temperature should have been cooler or so, Maddie recalled. Beside her, Harmony was doing the same. Buster, however, jumped right in and splashed both of them as he chased a leaf downstream. Harmony yanked back on his leash, and he returned to her side. When she removed Buster's muzzle to let him drink, Maddie tensed and leaned back away from them. Buster ignored her and returned to splashing in the water upstream. Ryan was filling his water bladder. Maddie grabbed her pack and pulled her water bladder out of its pouch. It was still half full. She wasn't drinking enough for this heat. She took her water bladder over to Ryan, and he filled it. As she walked back to her pack, she stopped and looked down at Zach, who had stretched out on the bare ground with his eyes closed. "Zach, do you want me to fill your water bladder?" Maddie asked as she stood over her brother. He didn't answer. "Zach, what?" he asked, sitting up and looking around. "I asked if you want me to fill your bladder." "No," he said, laying back and closing his eyes. Maddie looked to Ryan. "Let's rest here for a couple of hours. We'll get back on the road when it cools off," Ryan said, returning Maddie's gaze. Maddie smiled and returned to her pack. "Harmony, hand me any of your empty water bottles, and I'll refill them for you," Ryan said. As Harmony and Buster joined Ryan farther upstream, Maddie rolled out her sleeping mat and lay back. She stuck her feet in the frigid water. In only a few minutes, she pulled her frozen feet from the stream. It had been enough to cool her off. She was just going to rest her eyes for a moment, but she drifted off to sleep. She awoke with Buster once again splashing her with frigid water. Ryan and Zach were stuffing food wrappers into their packs as Maddie sat up. "You might want to grab a bite to eat real quick, Maddie. "Before we get back on the road," Ryan said, as he adjusted the straps on his pack and slung his rifle over his shoulder. Maddie didn't feel like having another MRE, so she pulled 2 energy bars from her pack, put her arms through the straps, and walked over to the rest of the group. "How much farther?" "We are about 6 miles north of Washington, so another 10 miles or so to St. Clair," Ryan said. He led the way back through the barbed wire fence and across the field. On the other side of the woods, he had them stop while he scanned the road. After receiving the all-clear signal wave, they re-entered the road and continued south on Highway TT. About a mile down the road, Maddie realized that Harmony had failed to put the muzzle back on Buster. He'd behaved so far, but deciding to not push her luck, she hung back and gave the dog plenty of room. When they came around a sharp bend in the road, Buster broke free of Harmony's grasp and bolted across a pasture after a rabbit. Harmony ran and frantically called after Buster. Ryan grabbed her and held his hand over her mouth. He held a fist into the air, and Maddie and Zach stopped. Buster's barking faded as he and his quarry got farther away from the road. Ryan dropped to one knee, pulling Harmony down with him. He whispered something in her ear, and she stopped resisting. Ryan shouldered his rifle and scanned the field. Maddie heard voices, a man's voice. "Where did you come from, fella?" the voice said. Ryan motioned for them to move across the road into the woods. Maddie led Harmony behind a large falling log, and they watched as the man stroked Buster's back. A moment later, Buster bounded back across the field, over the road, and into the woods to Harmony. In his mouth he had a large bone with tendrils of meat still clinging to it. His tail wagged so hard, Maddie thought it would fly off any minute. The man across the field turned and walked back into his barn, and Ryan gave the all-clear, waving them back onto the roadway, and they continued on their way. At Highway 94, Maddie saw an airport. There were no planes on the runways. All the hangar doors were closed. The small airport hadn't been in use when the EMP struck past the airport. Maddie could see the Missouri River. Beyond that lay the only bridge across in miles. The road ran straight through the middle of town. Maddie did not like it. "Harmony, you should get a tight hold on Buster," Maddie said, pointing toward the city. Harmony pulled Buster closer to herself and shortened his leash. Maddie turned to Ryan. "Should we wait